exactly. He's not alone.
The LA Times did a great job of writing this up about this woman who was mindlessly scrolling through Instagram when she saw a face that made her freeze. Staring at her from her phone screen was Austin Lee Edwards, of course, the now dead cop and drove cross country to Riverside, killed the relatives of that 15-year-old girl he catfished. But it wasn't the crime that made the woman freeze, it was the memory of his face. Because she saw it dozens of times on video chats nearly a decade ago when he was 20 and she was just 13. She said when she saw his face again, she began to cry and almost throw up.
And if you think about what he says happened to her, which is basically that this guy was just harassing her. It never, obviously became violent, they never met, but for her to then read the length to which this guy went, killing the family members of the 15-year-old, trying to take her eventually being shot and killed by police.
You gotta think that could have been me.
Yeah.
The Times reviewed nearly 4,000 messages that the woman provided that offer deeper insight, they say, into his psyche, that he repeatedly pressured her to share nude photos of herself, even after she told him she was barely a teenager.
Yeah, she said she did, in fact, share some nude photos of herself, that she was a child at the time. So that's at least part of the reason why the LA Times doesn't identify. The messages, portions of which were shared with the LA Times by a co-host of the Cryptic Out There, which is a crime podcast. These messages show in greater detail the incident in which he was detained for psych evaluation. He kind of came in and he threatened to kill himself, he threatened to kill his own father, and they show that this girl who was 14 years old at the time tried to cut off contact with him just before he took to cutting himself. That's just an attention thing or a pity thing, whatever it is.
The 13-year-old and 20-year-old first met in October 2014 on Omegle, an online platform that randomly pairs users to communicate. A day later, they began talking on Skype. They quickly bonded over memes, but the conversations very quickly turned sexual, which we cannot read.
Oh. What said I wanted, he was waiting on me when I got back. So he was mad, apparently, at one point. He did not provide him a picture that he wanted when I got back, he wrote. He had to reply, I'm sorry. He repeatedly drop homophobic, racist slurs, but he also seemed to be under the false impression that the girl he was chatting with was black.
He wrote, you're black, right? I have jungle fever, let's do this.
He was apparently unaware that he was a minor when he first began chatting, would wait for her to finish school in order to video chat or to respond. He was aware that she was underage.
Okay, yeah, so here's the message. Did I tell you I went trick-or-treating, he wrote? After she responded, nope, he wrote, I totally did. I'm 20. She wrote, me too, I'm 13. They spoke for at least 2 years.
Parents, you've got to be up in your kids' business. You have got to be in your kids' business. The idea that a 13-year-old has autonomy over their devices and accounts and things like that is awful.
Do you think part of it is ignorance, that people don't think that their kid is either A, vulnerable to this, or B, that there aren't huge numbers of just bad people waiting to prey?
Oh, I mean, yes, it is naive to say about that.
Yeah.
And I don't want to blow out of proportion the actual physical repercussions. I mean, this guy, it's rare that he's going to go and kill family members, try to kidnap the girl. But this 20-year-old woman talking about this online relationship that she had with this guy, she's also dealing with all of this stuff. And how many thousands, if not more than that, are dealing with similar incidents where they've had to lie to their parents, to lie to other people in their family about what it is that they're doing, and who they're texting. And the other thing is, I randomly met a guy or a friend or something like that through my game or my app or something, and your kid blindly trusts that those people are telling telling the truth about themselves.
Yeah, because that's how they grew up, on those devices.
I want to say this. This was kind of a sidelight, but I saw this and I thought it was interesting today. The Seattle School District has filed a lawsuit against the companies behind TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Snapchat. The Seattle School District is filing a lawsuit against these tech giants to try to hold them accountable for the mental health crisis among kids. They said that social media and these products worsen mental health and behavioral disorders like anxiety, depression disorders, even cyberbullying. They make it more difficult to educate students. They force schools to take steps like hiring additional mental health professionals, developing lessons plans about the effects of social media, providing additional training to teachers. You cannot not be involved in your kids' social life.
All right, coming up next, we'll get all the news out of Washington when we dive into Swamp Watch right here on Gary and Kenny.
Full bandwidth stimulation.
KSI.
KOST-HD2.
Los Angeles and China.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Widespread flooding. I'm Layla Muhammad, live from the KSI 24-hour newsroom. President Biden has declared a state of emergency in California and ordered federal assistance to supplement response efforts to the severe winter storms, flooding, and mudslides. Northern California is expected to get 2 major episodes of heavy rain and mountain snow this week. 60 to 70 miles per hour winds come with these a lot of times, and when that ground is that saturated, all of the trees are at risk, even if you get 50 miles per hour winds. ABC's Ginger Z says 4 to 5 inches per hour snowfall rates are expected in areas with high elevation. He says this could cause avalanche warnings. He's brought to you by the James Accident Attorneys. A family has demanded justice more than 2 years after 2 young brothers were killed in a hit-and-run crash in Westlake Village. The driver, Grossman Foundation co-founder Rebecca Grossman, faces murder charges, alleging she was going more than 70 miles per hour when she hit 11 and 8-year-old Mark and Jacob Iskander. Timing is during the time reopening those wounds.
Iskander family friend Jennifer Nagel says Grossman even went to the state Supreme Court to unsuccessfully get charges dropped.
They try to kill her in a light where people victim, and this is just a paradox on both sides, but that's not true.
A trial date could finally be set at a hearing tomorrow. Lawyers for Grossman have maintained the crash is a tragic accident, not murder. In L.A., Corbin Carson, KFI News. Several Christmas trees have been set on fire during a street takeover in South L.A. Video from the scene shows cars doing donuts at an intersection in the Watts neighborhood. At least 3 Christmas trees were piled on top of each other in the middle of the commotion. One person can be seen pouring lighter fluid on the trees before setting them on fire. The first federal death penalty trial of the Biden administration is underway in New York. The man accused of killing 8 people on a bike path in New York City in 2017 has pleaded not guilty and, if convicted, faces the possibility of death. Prosecutors said Saipov proudly declared why he drove a truck down the West Side Highway bike path on Halloween 2017. He did it for ISIS, the prosecutor said. The defendant killed 8 people and injured many others to become a member of ISIS. Aaron Petersky said prosecutors alleged Sayfullo Saipov targeted Indy twice too because it's busy and he knew there would be a lot of people on the street. Saipov was charged in the attack after he crashed his truck into a school bus leaving one house with serious brain damage. The special grand jury in Atlanta that has been investigating whether former President Trump and his allies broke the law while trying to overturn his 2020 election laws has finished its work. The panel will give a final report that will recommend whether the Fulton County DA should pursue formal charges against Trump. The DA has already spent more than a year investigating Trump after a call in 2021 became public. In the call, Trump is first pressuring the Georgia Secretary of State to find the votes necessary for him to win the election. Iran has sentenced 3 more anti-government protesters to death on charges of waging war on God. Iran handed down 2 other men Saturday who were convicted of allegedly killing a military volunteer during a demonstration. 4 known men have been executed since the demonstrations against Iran's morality police began in September. Activists say at least 16 people have been sentenced to death in closed-door hearings over charges linked to the protest. And the Pope has condemned Iran's use of the death penalty to execute anti-regime protesters. Pope Francis breaking his silence, condemning Iran for the punishment he says violates the fundamental right to life. ABC's Jordana Miller right there saying the Pope rejects the death penalty as a means of state justice. The
Pope says the extreme penalty only brings revenge. He also shared sympathy for the protesters who are demanding greater respect for the dignity of women. Safety regulators have asked Elon Musk for follow-up information over one of his tweets. Last week, Musk's tweet indicated Tesla could allow some owners who are testing a full self-driving system to disable an alert that reminds them to keep their hands on the wheel. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is already investigating Tesla's autopilot system and how it's led to crashes. While many dietitians are concerned about a new trend roaring across a social media platform. Losing weight is a super popular New Year's resolution, but the latest trend on TikTok has some health experts worried. It's called the Lion Diet. Tracy DeLeon, clinical dietitian at San Antonio's Mace Cancer Center, says the diet includes just red meat, salt, and water. Following this type of diet can really become a dangerous situation because you're missing out on what the body needs. DeLeon says the lack of vitamins, which comes with veggies, makes the diet dangerous, and the lack of carbs will likely affect your mood. Jennifer Jones-Lee, KFI News. The KFI financial report: the Dow is up 70 points, S&P up 29, Nasdaq up 168. The average price for a gallon of regular gas in California, $4.43. Southland waters from KFI, that rain increasing throughout the day. A flood watch has been issued for most of Los Angeles and Orange County. Windy conditions, highs in the low 60s at the beaches, the LA Basin and inland Orange County, upper 50s to around 60 for the valleys, low 60s in the IE, and upper 50s in the high desert. Right now it's 69 in Fullerton, 61 in Laguna Niguel, 57 in Covina, 59 in Long Beach. Let's see what's happening on the roads right now. A crash in downtown LA. This is on the 110. On the 110 northbound, and it's going to be the 10 east. Now that crash is on the ramp, and that ramp is blocking up top of the traffic from Vernon Avenue. In the region, park in the 5 southbound, right after 110. Got another crash that's just blocking the left lane of the 110 south ramp. On the 110 northbound, right Avenue 43. Got a solo spin out, hit that center divider wall. Now the 2 left lanes are going to be blocked because of it. Then on the flip side, in Highland Park and the 110 southbound before York Boulevard, got crash blocking the 2 left lanes there. In Downey on the 5 northbound, right at the 605, got a crash on the 605 south ramp, and it is blocked. In Santa Ana, 55 northbound before MacArthur Boulevard, good news there, that's all cleared from the lane. And then in Chino on the 101 southbound, Havenhurst Avenue, got a crash clear from the 2 right lane. KFI and Sky help get you there faster. I'm Jay Harmon.
If your business has 5 or more employees who manage to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. Not a loan either. It's a refund of your taxes. The trick is in your hands. Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses, and it can probably help you too. No charge up front, and share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those with the PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. Getrefunds.com, that's getrefunds.com.
Hey, y'all, this is your Phil Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel sluggish, but those days are over. Now I feel great. That's because I increased my fiber intake with the Metamucil 2-week challenge, and I'm still hooked. I just took Metamucil every day for 14 days, and it's really that easy. Metamucil tracks and removes the weight that weighs you down, so you feel lighter and more energetic. Now I never want to go back to that heavy feeling. Are you ready for the Metamucil 2-week challenge for a coupon and daily support? Sign up at Metamucil.com today. Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's a free app that can save you money on your medication. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off center. GoodRx works in over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens. And it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, text GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
This is Jacob Emron. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI.
More stimulating talk.
And I have radio station. TRILLIONAIRE on the iHeartRadio app. Coming up, we've got a new bad drug to tell you about. Also, an AI expert on that new movie, Megan, and how it is spot on, which could terrify all of us.
Seen all those memes, right? They've done a pretty good marketing plan with the women dressed up as this robot doll thing all over the place.
Yeah.
Football games, basketball games.
SoFi last week, and they were terrifying. The trailers. What is it with dolls?
That nobody likes that.
Freaks you out.
I don't know if it started with, but
Chucky.
Before that.
Oh, Poltergeist.
The clown under the bed.
Oh,
I can't even say.
I don't remember that part.
No, the clown under the bed.
No, I just remember
the chair in the corner. And she's like, then overdrives. The clown's gone. And they're like, what happened to the clown?
No, I just remember Barbara Ferrer at the front door.
Oh, that was Poltergeist 2.
Oh, okay.
The Reverend Hayes. That was the sequel.
Who was Tina Taki? It was
Taki Tina was in
Taki Tina in Twilight Zone. That was the first one.
I don't like you.
And I don't like you.
I love you, snake, and I don't like you. Yeah. It was more aggressive. Time for Swamp Walk. Swamp.
Well, the government doesn't work.
Oh, man. I think it's like a reality TV. Swamp Walk was a bad dude. Always played in a movie where you watch the same thing.
Hey, Joe.
All too clearly built on a swamp. So many ways, still a swamp. That's a bunch of malarkey. Like the greatest swamp and say, oh, that's still hosted. Yeah, that's cool. You know, the thing was that all week, but we finally have a Speaker of the House of Representatives. The historic and prolonged battle over the speakership, one of the longest we've seen in 150 years or so. House has moved to wrap up some of their unfinished organizing business because of everything that took place last week. So the House Hearing Committee is a panel of about 30 lawmakers consisting of leadership and elected representatives that can make selections for most of the chairmanships and the committee assignments. Made its choices for chairs of the panel that were uncontested back in December, but there are some important ones. 4 key contested chairmanships: Homeland Security, Ways and Means, the Budget, and Education and Workforce Committee. Right now are going to be on hold because there's still some more backroom deals that need to be made.
If that voting was any indication, it is going to be a slog for McCarthy for a couple reasons. Number one, it is a narrow majority the Republicans have in that House. Number two, he's facing infighting from his own party that demanded that one of the concessions be in this new rules package for how Congress operates, how the House operates, is it takes very little to get rid of him.
Well, at least it takes little to have the issue come to the full floor. It only takes one person to raise an objection. It used to be, there have been different rules, but it used to be 5. It would take 5 sitting members to raise objections to then force the House for a full vote. And then it would take a majority of the members of the House to oust the Speaker. There was even a rule at one point where it would take a majority of House members to even. Some of these weird things that he had to give up in order to get.
It's very easy.
Well, and it to me seems much more like the parliamentary systems that exist in places like Europe, where you've got to have a consensus before the government is even formed, right? It seems like we have been, used to it for 100 years. The party that's in power in the House, the party that has the majority, whether it's 1 vote or 50, they pick their speaker without a problem. That's the way it's gone for 100 years. And we got kind of lulled into that sense of, this is the way democracy works. There's a lot more backroom dealing and negotiating that takes place, and this is sort of the, the ugly side of what is a positive thing about politics. I still think it was embarrassing. I still think it was ridiculous that the Republican Party let this thing go on the entire week and knew going into it that even a second or third vote was going to kind of hamstring Kevin McCarthy in his speakership. But to go 15 votes puts him in place to be one of the weakest, if not the weakest, Speaker of the House we've seen in a very long time. So that's not fun. Not for him.
Another big story story coming out of Washington is the president, getting heat about not going to the border, visited the U.S.-Mexican border over the weekend, his first trip since taking office, but kind of went to the border without really going to the border. We'll explain when we come back.
Jerry Center will continue Swamp Watch. Layla Muhammad is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Well, thousands of nurses have gone on strike at two of New York City's major hospitals. That walkout began today after contract negotiations stalled. Iran has sentenced three more anti-government protesters to death on charges of waging war on God. Iran claims two other men Saturday who were convicted of allegedly killing a military volunteer during a demonstration. And the Hollywood Foreign Press Association says the 80th Golden Globe will include a special message of peace from Ukraine from President Zelensky. The HFPA says it's revamped its leadership, bylaws, and membership, adding more than 100 new voters to its ranks. Let's see what's happening on the roads right now from the Southern California. We're going to deal with traffic center, red still places. We're headed to a wreck in River Park. This is on the 134. It's the 134 eastbound. The riders are coming up on the 5. It looks like this is going to be blocking that transition to the 5 southbound. It's going to be stop and go kind of away from Riverside Drive. Also in Encino, 101 southbound, right in Havenhurst Avenue. Got that collision blocking the two right lanes. It's still going to be slow from White Oak Avenue. Downtown LA on the 110 northbound to the 10 east connector. That track still has that block. And in Downey on the 5 northbound, right at the 605 south, that track has that ramp blocked as well. It is going to be slow. It's an overturned truck that's causing the problem there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon. This report is sponsored by Caltrans and the California Office of Traffic Safety. Hey drivers, Caltrans workers have families too. So if you see cones, road signs, or flashing amber lights, please don't ignore them. Move over a lane if it's safe to do so. Remember, flashing amber lights mean move over. It's the law. From Caltrans and the California Office of Traffic Safety. Software.com, accounting and payroll.
Apple here, serial entrepreneur. In 2016, one of my employees accidentally clicked through an online vendor's contract, which resubmitted my company to an additional 12 months of their service. I called the vendor to explain the accident. Nope, they pointed to their ironclad contract, told me to pay or else. I will pay them, but after 12 months, I'm gone. I've been in business over 30 years, and I've never made my customers sign a long-term contract. Never. And now, my fifth successful company, Patriot Software, offers payroll to business owners with 1 to 100 employees, and there's no long-term contract. And if you need help with your payroll, we will help you for free. Go to PatriotSoftware.com, use promo code RADIO, and get 2 months of payroll free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
Attention I-10 freeway drivers. Freeway and ramp closures are coming up for the I-10 Express Lanes project. Don't get stuck. For dates and detours, visit GoFCCTA.com. That's GoFCCTA.com for more information on the I-10 Express Lanes project.
Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising, with experts ready to craft your message fast. We started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Hey, Steve Sharp, California just changed the laws for solar, and sadly, it means new solar customers will get 75% less compensation. The good news is you can lock in the great rates of the current system, but you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th, which means now is the time to call Sunlux. If you're even thinking about solar, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Start today at sunlux.com, sunlux.com. EFLB 100374. Follow the Bible in here with Jack Graham podcast today. They give you on New Year's resolutions to the Bible and see why you children already started Bible this year with Jack Graham. This podcast was created to help you solidify your faith as you experience the story of the Bible through live action recordings and emotional orchestral music. Listen to Bible in here with Jack Graham on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Welcome to the CTAP Games live from the 8th bedroom. It's another eventful night, Bruce. It sure is, Ron. Steve has been flailing everywhere, struggling with his CTAP. His wife, Michelle, is as tense as a fiddle string. trying to contain her rage. Lucille's rolling Steve over. There he goes, and the mask is off. Oh my, the glory. Lucille throws an elbow. Now a shove. She's leaving for the couch. Taking her place is Behavior's 100-pound laugh. Basking that on track. With all this struggle, you should get inspired. Absolutely, Bert. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. That's right, a button. As you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and sleeping peacefully. There's no mask and no hose. Just sleep. Learn more at InspireSleep.com. That's InspireSleep.com.
Inspire sleep apnea solution. Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
Always wonder if a story like this shakes people up enough to send their kids. Absolutely nothing can shake people up. No, there's sitting one terrible case where the sympathetic victim, and that will do it. Nothing now. Nothing. Guy gets his face eaten off, his skull's exposed, gone and can't make any difference. Now, live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Oh my God, avocado toast. Where's this in my life?
It's like pumpkin spice latte. People wait for that train too.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Several school districts in Northern California canceled classes today. For a lot of them, it's going to be their first day back from Christmas break. But high winds, rain, floods, etc., have caused several campuses throughout Northern and Central California to be closed. Recent storms flushed urban pollution into the ocean. Swimming advisories have been posted in many places in Southern California, specifically in San Diego County. They said that the South Bay region of San Diego particularly hard hit because TJ, 2.8 billion with a B, 2.8 billion gallons of sewage and chemically tainted runoff poured through the Tijuana River and into its canyon tributary. So, speaking of flooding, the Russian River in Northern California expected to crest as high as 7 feet above flood stage tomorrow. So people who live along the Russian River in the Guilford, Jenner area, they've been told to evacuate until at least next weekend before the river finally makes its way back down.
President Biden yesterday toured the busiest port in El Paso, met Border Patrol agents, spoke with workers at a migrant services center in his first visit to the border since becoming president. He was talking to reporters yesterday afternoon, said they need a lot of resources. We're going to get it for them.
A couple things that he
Getting resources for the migrants in El Paso is one thing. Getting them for the people in the Rio Grande and the other real problem spots is another.
Well, it's amazing to me that there's anything that I don't know anything that he has said that is giving anybody any real confidence that he or the White House or the Democratic Party or Congress or anybody has any real grasp of what's going on. Because when he goes to El Paso, they spent the previous week cleaning up tent cities in and around El Paso. So when he goes there, he doesn't see what everybody else sees. He's not talking to the on-the-ground Border Patrol agents and Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents who are there trying to keep it from boiling over.
That's by design. I mean, El Paso didn't get together and say, the president's coming, let's clean it up. It's the president's people and the machine that goes and cleans it up, because can you imagine the optics of a complete tent city with him in the foreground and the politicizing of that image of he has left the border, gone to hell, and here he is smiling and shaking hands in front of all of this mess. You know, the optics are terrible. It's like the optics when Karen Bass is going to be running as mayor and them cleaning up around LA City Hall.
Yeah. It's exactly the same thing. He doesn't meet with anybody. He doesn't give any sort of public comment when he's down there for 3 or 4 hours in El Paso. But Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, greeted him at the airport. That's common, regardless of who the governor is and regardless of who the president is. It's just sort of a common courtesy for them to meet at the airport anytime the president visits. He handed Joe Biden a letter with some, among other things, some proposals for immigration policy. But he in that letter, Governor Abbott very clearly said, you are only here because of a photo op. Joe Biden later said he had not yet read the letter, I guess on the plane headed to Mexico City. The governor is also, faced his accusations of using migrants as pawns, the drop-offs, whether it's at the Naval Observatory, the official vice president's residence in D.C., or farther in New York or whatever. But the White House did unveil that policy last week we told you about, where they would grant humanitarian parole, funny word, to 30,000 migrants, amongst from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, as well as cracking down on those who don't go through the legal route. But again, this is amazingly an issue that has gained momentum over the course of the last year or so. And if you ask the people who are coming from places like Venezuela or Ecuador or Panama, wherever they're coming from, Mexico, wherever they're coming from, there is a belief that we, the United States, are even more generous than we actually are. That you get a phone, that you get money, that you get an apartment, that you get a place to stay, you get free hots and a cot, you get taken care of. When all of that stuff is, well, I should say all of it, the majority of that stuff is run through charities, these non-governmental organizations. But the belief is you're going to get a sort of a rest time. You get 6 or 8 weeks or 4 months or whatever the story is, wherever you come from, to then find a job, find work, find a place to live. And we simply don't have that mechanism in place.
As you mentioned, the complaint filed today with the SEC has accused Representative George Santos out of New York of wide-ranging campaign finance violations. Of course, he has admitted to fabricating key details of his biography. Talked about it last week, even down to his religion. Practicing Catholic says that he's Jewish. The alleged wrongdoing includes the masking the true source of his campaign funding, misrepresenting his campaign spending, and using campaign resources to cover personal expenses. This guy had no shame. No shame at all. He lied about his heritage, his education, his professional qualifications. I mean, he's kind of making fools out of the media and of Washington in general, that nobody saw or uncovered the mountain of lies about his life or his qualifications for office. I mean, there's the argument that, Republicans knew, they just didn't want to dig around, they wanted control of the House type of mentality. But I don't think that they would turn a blind eye if they knew all of this.
Well, in the event that he does get taken up by the ethics committee and pulled off of committees if he was ever going to be assigned to them, it lessens the power. They've already got a slim majority. They can't lose a lot of people. And they saw that, they established that last week. They tried to vote for a Speaker of the House. You don't want to lose the seat, but you also don't want that guy representing you.
Right. But you care more about the party, I think. I don't know.
Did you see the meme that was floating around that showed him as he was voting for Speaker, supposedly also throwing a white power sign with his hand?
No, I just
So he was raising his hand like it's still in it, but his hand just got this little okay thing which means that his arms were crossed, and he simply raised his hand, and it caught him in an odd position for one frame.
Yeah.
It was so ridiculous. That of all the things that guy claims to be, that doesn't make any sense that he would also be a white supremacist.
Well, listen, set aside him lying on his resume about his education, about his religion, about the fraud from Brazil when he sold checks. Multiple questions about how his campaign raised and spent money are probably going to be his undoing. He reported loaning his campaign more than $700,000, despite only having $55,000 in earned income. How could he loan his campaign $700,000? So he says he's loaning his campaign that money and then gets to take it out and use it on whatever he wants to use. So he's pretending that it was money that he loaned. Like, if you have a business account and they'll say, or if you have to pay yourself your salary or for whatever, you can do that. That's what he was doing. I mean, you can't. And it's so easy to flag that kind of stuff.
Right.
You can't just get away with that.
Well, we got away with lying about some pretty simple things that were easily identifiably wrong. So maybe he just assumed he could get away with more stuff in different areas.
Yeah.
So, quick note also, special grand jury in Atlanta that's been investigating whether President Trump and his allies committed any crimes in Georgia as they were trying to overturn the election laws in that state. The grand jury has finished its work. At this point, the judge who was overseeing the panel issued a two-page order today to dissolve it, saying they have wrapped up. Although there is no determination yet, we simply do not know if the grand jury is suggesting criminal charges. The decision whether to go for an indictment would be up to Fulton County DA. So the judge who was overseeing the panel wrote in his order that the grand jury did recommend that the report be made public, so they scheduled a hearing for January 24th to determine which parts, if any, would be released, and so the DA's office and the media would be given an opportunity to make arguments at the hearing.
We've got a new drug they say could bring fresh horror to the United States. Also, teacher overdosing on fentanyl in front of the students. All the drug news right here. The drug show record.
Hearing Shannon will continue in just a moment. Layla Muhammad is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Southern California is getting hit with more rain this week. Due to the rain and threat of mud or debris in burn areas, an evacuation warning has been issued for residents in the Lake Hughes and Hughes Canyon areas. People who live in those areas are being urged to prepare for possible mandatory evacuation orders that can happen today through tomorrow. Flood watches have been issued for most of LA and Orange County. A man who was holding a large knife has been shot and killed by police in Texas. Police say officers responded to reports of a man holding a knife with blood on his hands and clothing yesterday morning. Officers say when they approached the man, he moved toward them in a threatening way. The officers shot and killed him. News brought to you by 800 No Coverage. The average price of a gallon of regular gas in LA County remains at $4.51. The price has dropped for 3 straight days. In Orange County, the average price has dropped by less than half a cent to $4.42. That's the 5th consecutive day of falling prices. You may not have known his name, but if you love American cinema of the 70s, you knew his work.
Cinematographer Owen Royce was nominated for Oscars for his work on The French Connection, The Exorcist, Network, Tootsie, and Wyatt Earp, then given an honorary Academy Award in 2017. He was also nominated for an Emmy for filming Liza Minnelli's 1972 special Liza with a Z. Royce's work with Exorcist director William Friedkin also included The French Connection and its legendary car chase. The American Society of Cinematographers announced Roisman died following a long illness. He was at his home in Encino. Roisman was 86. Mark Rahman, KFI News.
So Oscar Mayer has announced it's looking to hire the next class of drivers for its user mobile. The job lasts for 1 year. The company is looking for 12 drivers. The company says the ideal candidates are graduating college seniors who are outgoing and have an appetite for adventure. So showers of the by more rain throughout the day. Breezy conditions out there, highs in the low 70s at the beaches, low 60s for the LA Basin, inland Orange County, upper 50s for the valleys, low 60s in the IE, upper 50s in the high desert. We will have some more sunshine coming. That will be closer to Wednesday and Thursday, and then more rain. So get used to it. Right now it's 61 in Santa Ana, 59 in Rancho Santa Margarita. Let's see what's happening on the roads right now. A crash in Downey on the 5. It's on the 5 northbound to the 605 south transition. That transition is closed because of this overturned truck that is going to be stopped on Florence Avenue. In Longview, 710 southbound after Anaheim Street. Got a 2-car wreck in the middle lane. It looks like the truck should be on the scene really clear. In this city on the 10 westbound. This is right before the Fairfax Avenue. Got a brand new accident. A car hit that center behind the wall. To the left lane is blocked. You've got delay from La Brea Avenue. Agoura Hills, 101 northbound before Keenan Road. Got a brand new crash trying to clear to the right shoulder. Authorities closed on Liberty Canyon Road. And then hit Encino on the 101 southbound before Haskell Avenue. Two right lanes still blocked from that earlier wreck. You see delay from Reseda Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jane Harmon. U.S. Turbines? Maybe. Or, U.S. Turbines. Either way, call the folks at Pacific Coast Turbines for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. They strip your home and kill those little buggers without tension. That is important. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com. Call 800-PACIFIC. Pacific Coast Termites. Feel so nice.
The clean, friendly way.
Seriously, my skills is just the passion.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See amco.com for complete details. MVP's bonus days are back for pros at Lowe's. Now through January 12th, pros save and earn bonus points on top brands like Dual. Join Lowe's MVP program today and shop bonus days only at Lowe's. This year, it's easier to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. Go solar with local and veteran-owned Zipper Solars. Visit zippersolars.com. Holiday spending leaving your bank account on empty. All those bad decisions you made trying to buy the love and affection of your family needs. Bill. TFI wants you to do a cash refill with $1,000 every weekday hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just looking for the keywords. Then enter it at TFIAM640.com/cash. No texting, just winning. Listen to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Claim your cash refill on TFI AM 640 for stimulating thoughts.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Before we move any further,
We have an opportunity for you to win $1,000 today. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keyword on our website. Bank. That's bank. B-A-N-K. Enter it now at AFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet Games Accident Attorney. If you've ever been accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorney to Sweet Games. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetgames.com. Microphone on. Make sure that you enter that keyword on the website. Go to KFIAM640.com and then keep an eye on your email inbox because that's where they're going to notify the winner.
I have a game. That you could win.
Okay.
Would you like to play?
Sure.
Would you Jeopardy?
I'm very awkward.
I will do better next time. Got it. Your category is big screen classic.
Okay.
1970. It was about a general, to be specific.
Can I ask for this is like a 70, I can ask for one clue. Is it one word?
Yeah.
Okay.
See what you did there, though? You second-guessed yourself.
I did. I couldn't.
You should never do that. You do it routinely in this game.
Yeah.
And you need to believe in you. Well, you know stuff. You
Checking the weather. Checking the weather radar right now. There's some heavy rains that are coming in through just along the 126. Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo County right now getting counted pretty well with some of these rainstorms that are moving through. But the rain itself, the heaviest cells right now are right over Santa Paula, moving towards the Santa Clarita Valley. Most of LA, downtown LA, definitely getting rained on right now as we continue to see these rains. Will be with us tonight, tomorrow as well. So keep an eye on don't turn around.
We've got some drug news to tell you about here. New Jersey art teacher arrested after he overdosed on fentanyl in front of students at a school there in Westfield, New Jersey. Frank Thompson, 57. I mean, I know drugs don't
out of fentanyl.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know drugs don't discriminate. Opioid addiction does not discriminate. Chronic pain, which requires a painkiller, does not discriminate.
But 57 is unusual.
Yes, I mean, you would have an overdose probably if there wasn't fentanyl hidden in the pills. I mean, I don't know if they were hidden or if he knew what he was doing, but
Frank had actually passed out in front of the kid, overdose, November 29th. And then just a couple of days ago, he was officially charged with possession of a controlled dangerous substance, possession of paraphernalia, and endangering the welfare of children.
Yeah, because you can't keep all that. Well, you can have it to begin with, but you can't keep it in the classroom where people are keeping it.
Yeah, the teacher was revived after a school resource officer used narcotics.
That's quick thinking, quick moving.
But speaking of, I saw this article over the weekend, and it terrified me. We've talked before about the world of drugs now, very different, especially with the advent of the right term, the inclusion of fentanyl in so many street drugs that are out there. For whatever reason, if you put it produced, if you can cut it, all of these different reasons, it's worse than whatever opioid you're going to be putting in there when you combine it with fentanyl, whether it's your regular old heroin or any other drug. Now here is a new version. This is specifically from Philadelphia, although it's showing up in other places. Xylazine is an animal tranquilizer. Out on the street, you know what they call it, don't you? Trank dope, zombie drugs.
Is this like the set that Will Ferrell took to his jugular?
Yes, but it was only xylazine that he took to his jugular.
Not xylazine and fentanyl.
The xylazine is being used to bulk up the illicit fentanyl. Xylazine causes wounds that erupt with a scaly dead tissue called FDAR. Untreated, they can lead to amputation. It includes a blackout stupor for several hours. And this specifically was talking about a woman who had ingested it while she's homeless, by the way. So if you're in a blackout stupor for several hours, you're vulnerable to robbery, to rape, other kinds of assault and bad things that happen to you. And when you come to, the high from the fentanyl itself has long faded, but you immediately crave more. And because xylazine is a sedative, not an opioid, they said it resists the standard opioid overdose reversal treatment like narcotics. And right now, according to the most recent information, 90% of the stuff, the dope that is out there on streets in Philly, 90% of it has tested positive for xylazine.
Tracy McCann lives in Philadelphia. She's 39. Back in 2009, she was in a severe car crash. She was 27 at the time. She developed a dependence on painkillers prescribed to her. Her boyfriend said that one of her 6 days in rehab introduced her to heroin.
Nice.
And then cheaper and more potent fentanyl elbowed heroin off the street. Then COVID hit, and Frank stormed Philly. Last July, she was evicted from a room she was staying in. She was sleeping on sidewalks, crying every night, knowing she was better than that. Someone next to her got shot, and then tried to rape her. She defended herself with box cutters. She saw people whose trank wounds were covered with fleas and maggots.
And think about that. You've seen other people's wounds as a result of this drug.
And you're still doing it.
And you're still doing it.
She says that her bruises began hardening into an armor of crusty blackened tissue. That something must have gotten into the supply. Good Lord.
Brooke Peter, 38-year-old tattoo artist, rolled her wheelchair to exchange check and hands over a gallon container filled with syringes. This is at one of the needle exchange programs. Her mother, her sister, and her wife have all died of overdoses. And just over a year ago, her right leg had to be amputated because of an infection from a trank wound that went into her bone.
Tracy's story continues with her trank-scorched forearms that reeked, oozed, itched, and seared. Washing them regularly was nearly impossible, with public restrooms her only source of clean water. She finally made her way to Prevention Point's wound care clinic. Nurses took her to the stores. They gave her antibiotics, taught her how to change bandages. And she says one day in August she got a glimpse of herself, normally about 150 pounds, was down to 90. He says, I need to get the hell out of this area. The only person who had ever used a cell phone was a guy there whose arm and leg had been amputated because of his trench wound, and he was still injecting into his leg dump. That's when Tracy made her decision. Now she's in her 5th month of sobriety at an outpatient program near St. Louis. That's good.
Good.
Better than
How long
oozing and tearing.
Yeah, I wonder how long these wounds last. I mean, he's in.
That they feel pretty good.
His body is an amazing thing.
It really is. The regeneration is incredible. He says he still has some pink and purple scars, but they're not, trench wounds. They're not the hard blackened stuff.
They're just the injection site wounds. Yeah. Well, there's a new movie out that has gotten some incredible buzz because of a very strange story. It's about it's a science fiction horror movie where Allison Williams, remember Allison Williams, they portray Jenna Davis does the voice, but Amy McDonald portrays this robot named Megan. And she's supposed to be a friend to a little girl who's gone through some trauma, and she turns out to be a murderous, rampaging robot.
And how it's spot on.
Jerry and Shannon will continue in just a moment. Layla Muhammad is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Another round of heavy rain and some strong winds will continue to hit Southern California today. A flood watch has been issued for most of LA and Orange County. An elementary school in Virginia where a 6-year-old boy allegedly shot and injured a teacher Friday will be closed this week. Georgia and Texas Christian University will meet for college football's national championship today at SoFi Stadium. We do have rain throughout the day and windy conditions. Highs will be in the 50s and 60s. This report brought to you by Unbound.org. Let's see what's happening on the road. Some trouble to think about in Highland Park on the 110. Okay, 110 southbound, rising toward Fifth Avenue. 60 is an overturned car. This is in the middle lane. Near south coming away from Bridewell Street. Also downtown LA on the 110 northbound. 2 to 10 east. That is still blocked with an overturned accident. It's going to be slow on and off from Martin Luther King Boulevard. Mid-City Belgrade is 10 west Avenue, Fairfax Avenue. That earlier wreck in the Senator Minor area has cleared. And then down in the 5 northbound 605. It looks like they still have that ramp to the 605 south below from an earlier accident. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Barnett.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org. It is no secret that cities add chlorine to your water, so once it gets to your house, you don't want it in your body or drying out your skin and hair. Hey, this is Dean Sharp with the solution, a Light Source water system. Light Source filters all the water in your home, reducing the harsh taste and feel of chlorine and giving you softer skin and hair from every tap. No salt, no maintenance. Get yours today by calling 800-803-2696 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. Life is uncertainty. Again, you feel stress, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Contact CalHope Free and Secure Mental Health Resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org. Wondering if you should get the updated COVID-19 booster? Here's 3 reasons why you should. 1. Vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. 2. Even if you've had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially with new variants emerging. And 3, your risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age, and boosters can help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you at mytime.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Celebrate the new year with a resolution you can easily achieve. Address hair loss and regrow your own natural hair with the same simple one-day treatment that I received from Advanced Hair. Get your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts at advancedhair.com. Welcome to the CPAP Games live from the Ace bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. It's curious on. Eve has been flailing everywhere, struggling with this success. His wife Michelle is as tense as a fiddle string, trying to contain her rage. Michelle's rolling Steve over. There he goes, and the mask is off. Oh my, the glory. Michelle throws an elbow. Now a shove. And she's leaving for the couch, taking her place as the Hayes' 100-pound laugh. Fast in that dog crap, too. With all this struggle, he should get inspired. Absolutely, first. Inspire is a sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. It's right, a button. As you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and sleeping peacefully. There's no mask and no hose. Just sleep. Learn more at InspireSleep.com. That's InspireSleep.com.
Inspire Sleep Apnea Innovation. Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
The music you listen to all year long. The anthems that were our soundtrack for 2022. And the stars and the songs we love. We're all being celebrated. March 27th. Let's get it started.
Here as this year's nominees are unveiled. Wednesday at 9 a.m. Eastern, take the bed.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. For 25 years, I've been working 6 to 10 p.m. Now we started 4 to 7 p.m. I don't know what to do. Kelly, are you home by 8?
I'm so excited to finally stay evening with my husband.
That's great.
Showers, sleep, and sleep.
Oh, I'm busy. I didn't tell you to yourself.
Oh, I spent my extra time doing dishes.
God, that's good. Now live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Several more hours. In fact, tomorrow night, until our high wind watches and warnings and flood watches and warnings, fire, have been posted throughout Southern California. You see the Russian River in Northern California continues to rise. They expect the Russian River to be somewhere about 7 feet above flood stage sometime tomorrow. Some of the people who live along that Russian River have been told to evacuate until next weekend, as a matter of fact. A 6-year-old boy who intentionally fired a gun at his first grade teacher in Virginia was moments away from having that weapon confiscated from him and may never be charged with a crime. Because he's, 6. Aggie Warner is the first grade teacher at Rich Neck Elementary School in Newport News, Virginia. He had just finished reading a story and the kids were about to head to an art lesson when the kid pulled out the handgun on Friday. He tried to take it from him and he shot her. He was originally taken to the hospital in what they said was with life-threatening injuries, but the kid has been improving all weekend.
Not a Chamber of Commerce day for the national championship, but it'll be a great day at SoFi. And it's indoors. It was only weeks a little bit.
Does it?
Sometimes.
Really?
Just a little bit. It's fine. It's going to be a beautiful stage there at SoFi Stadium today. As TCU takes on the Georgia Bulldogs, go TCU. I just want Georgia to have a fight, have to fight a little bit. College football playoff national championship kickoff today, 4:30, I believe.
Is the kickoff at 4:30 or they start the broadcast at 4:30?
That may be it.
That's how they know it.
That may be it.
Well, if you haven't seen it, the ads for the movie Megan are pretty terrifying.
You need to learn some manners, Randy. You know what happens to bad boys that don't mind their manners? They're going to be bad men.
I mean, all you know is just rip the tears off.
Here's the premise. There is a woman who has to is an aunt, right? An aunt and a niece. And she wants her niece to have a friend. And so she engineers a doll with artificial intelligence to be a friend, a companion for her little niece.
The little girl had lost her parents.
The little girl lost her parents, killed her in a car crash or something like that. And like AI is wont to do, it kind of self-teaches, and it learns things, it picks up on cues and adjusts accordingly. And that's what goes on with Megan the doll.
Well, her job is to
protect the little girl.
It's all right.
That was her first and only directive, is protect this little girl.
First law of robotics.
And so she does.
Now, this is not the first, well, and obviously she goes a little too far, otherwise it wouldn't be a horror thriller. But this is not the first time we've seen the computers go bad, right? We've seen Terminator, we've seen 2001: Space Odyssey, Ex Machina. The Disney Channel original movie, Smart House, also leaps to mind.
But they've never been this cute. You know what I mean? It makes it even creepier that she's a pretty doll.
Roman Yampolsky is an associate professor at the Speed School of Engineering, University of Louisville. I'm trying to look at what we anticipate future AI will be like in 3, 5, 10 years, and what we can do to properly prepare for them, to control them, to understand them, and predict their behaviors, says Professor Yampolsky. He said he has been studying AI safety and security to specifically focus on systems, maybe one like, Megan. When the guy from Vice actually asked this professor about Sophia the robot, science fiction, and why mass market and super intelligence is nothing to laugh at, he said, yeah, this whole Megan thing, it's very spot on in terms of the learning artificial intelligence machine.
He was actually years away from a robot like this, which he said we might see, and he says predicting the future is kind of hard. A lot of it's not just technical limitations, but market-based limitations. We had video phones in the 70s, but they didn't become popular until the iPhone. So we may have the capabilities in 2, 3 years, but the market may not demand it for much longer.
I don't know enough about artificial intelligence to even ask this question correctly, but what happens when we teach the computers to begin working on artificial intelligence also? We have computers that calculate all kinds of things all day, every day, to the nth degree that we'll never be able to wrap our heads around. What happens when we give them the problem of solving artificial intelligence?
Well, there's that, and then there's just the very basic concern of they could become evil, like Megan, and he was asking, is that really an issue? And he says, it is the issue. What happens is you give the system a very reasonable goal, and what you have in your mind is very honorable and desirable. You say, okay, I don't want anyone to have cancer. It seems reasonable. But how to get that target is not defined. There's millions of ways to get there. One way is to kill every human so that no one has cancer. Like he says, you obviously laugh to get stupid and silly, and nobody would consider that option. But for a system that only understands final goals and has very few limits, it's a very reasonable and simple way to get there. And the reporter says, is this something that worries you? Is this something you're concerned about? And the expert says, well, I've dedicated my life to it and spent the last 10 years doing this full time, so I guess yes.
So Isaac Asimov came out with the 3 laws of robotics, right? Devised by a science fiction author, so it's not necessarily, it's not rote, nor is it sort of a Bible, the gospel when it comes to artificial intelligence machines. But the first one is a robot may not injure a human being or through an action allow human beings to come to harm. A robot must obey the orders given by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. And then the third law is a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. Ideally, ideally, you could tell the robot that those 3 laws are immutable. You cannot change those 3 laws. You take it into their system. But what happens when they start to realize, well, if my existence is, when do they become sentient enough where they say, my existence is more important than...
Well, I thought the first or second law comes first. The third law only applies when it's not in conflict with the first and second law.
Right.
So I don't know what happened in the movie. If the woman who created the robot just said to her, protect the child, or if she gave her the three rules of you may not injure a human being, but that's clearly what happens in the movie. Human beings are injured. So spoilers. Well, it's in the trailer.
And then there's the original laws have been altered, elaborated on by Asimov, by other people. And one of the things that came up, he added a fourth law, not in succession. He actually added it to the beginning. He called it the zeroist law. A robot may not harm humanity, or by inaction allow humanity to come to harm.
So my problem with the trailer, and I know a problem I've had in the movie, is when I'm watching the trailer and I'm watching Allison Williams, I can't get past her last viral moment, and it wasn't that live musical.
It wasn't Peter Pan?
It was not. It was some girl.
Really?
And I cannot stop thinking about that.
What was it? I don't know what you're talking about. I never saw that show.
I never saw the show either, but the moment in that show made it drown.
Go on. Was it a funny joke that happened? Was it like one of those viral dances that everybody talked about?
No. No, it wasn't. I can't really go into any more detail. You have to Google it.
Oh, great. That's a good idea.
I believe it was a sex act.
Oh, now.
That I didn't even know was a sex act.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like you knew what that was?
Oscar was our producer at the time.
Well,
we had to ask him.
Yeah.
He was like, it's rare, but.
It's on page 27 of the Cheesecake Factory menu of best.
All of our trending stories coming up next on Gary and Well, at least you've decided to listen to KFI. See, you're making progress.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, I
Live everywhere on the Radio app.
Heavy rain and strong winds. I'm Layla Muhammad, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Another powerful rainstorm is headed for Southern California.
This is a warning of potential flooding in LA and Orange County and the Inland Empire. National Weather Service meteorologist David Sleep says the most intense rain is expected tomorrow morning. It's going to be a very, very tough day tomorrow morning. The storm could dump up to 4 inches of rain in lower elevations and up to 8 inches of rain in the mountains. Strong gusty winds are expected, which could knock down trees and power lines. Those winds could reach up to 45 miles per hour down low and up to 75 miles per hour in the mountains. Boy, trolling. Hey, if I knew.
4 people, including 2 teens and an 18-month-old, have been sent to the hospital following a 2-car hit-and-run crash in South LA. The Los Angeles Fire Department says all 4 had to be removed from a silver SUV just before 8 this morning. Officials say a silver sedan was on fire, and that fire was quickly put out. The California National Guard has fired a top commander over a port chief. Officials use troops to run personal errands. They include allegedly putting an F-15C fighter jet on standby for a possible domestic mission in 2020 and taking the man's mom shopping. The investigation also found the commander failed to complete mandatory cybersecurity training for nearly 2 weeks. The commander said he believes the person was took from part of the Air Force's wingman concept. A man from LA has been sentenced to more than 3 years in federal prison for stealing personal information from gas pumps.
The feds say Robert Kajikian stole almost $700,000 as part of a conspiracy that used skimmers. The man built the customized electronic devices that were secretly installed on gas pumps across Southern California. The skimmers steal credit and debit card info when people get gas. Then the scammer creates fake cards to withdraw money or sell the personal info to others for fraudulent purposes. The Dickman was sentenced Friday. He's one of 8 thieves tied to the shooting in L.A. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Investigators looking into the disappearance of a woman from Massachusetts say they found a bloody knife in the basement of the woman's home. Officials say the woman, who was a mother of 3, was last seen on New Year's Day. Prosecutors say the woman's husband purchased hundreds of dollars of cleaning supplies shortly after his wife disappeared. The husband has been charged with misleading a police investigation. He has pleaded not guilty. More than 7,000 nurses in New York City are striking. They say they've been working under minimal staffing arrangements for years. Contract negotiation over salaries and staffing stalled this weekend, almost 3 years into the COVID-19 pandemic.
Are you saying when you during COVID? You clapped for us and cost some time?
ICU nurse Lorena Vivas said her loyalty is with New Yorkers. She said they are not striking for better wages, but for better patient safety. President Biden is visiting Mexico to discuss matters including immigration, trade, and climate change. He arrived in Mexico City yesterday at the Felipe Angeles International Airport, a side project of Mexico's president.
The first U.S. flight to arrive to a critical accidental wasteful pet project, one of many by Mexico's populous leader.
ABC counter Finnegan says the Biden administration has held its tongue slow to comment on what critics say are power grabs by Mexico's president. The airport is more than an hour drive from the city center, has 2 flights, and has lacked consistent drinking water. The KFI financial report right now, the Dow is down 59 points, S&P up 10, NASDAQ up 109. The average price for a gallon of regular gas in California, $4.43. Southland weather from KFI. Rain increasing throughout the day. A flood watch is issued for most of LA and Orange County. Breezy conditions, highs in the low 60s at the beaches, low 60s for the LA Basin and inland Orange County. Upper 50s to around 60 for the valley, low 60s in the IE, upper 50s in the high desert. Overnight wind 50 tomorrow, more rain, but we do have some sunshine moving in by Wednesday. Right now it's 61 in Orange, 62 in Laguna Woods, 62 in Riverside, 54 in Toluca Lake. Let's check that wreck in Irvine on the 55. Only 55 south right at Dyer Road. It wasn't the lane, just letting it over to the right shoulder, but I still get to accept that from the 5. Also in Irvine on the 405 north right at Bristol Street. You're going to see some flowing. They're doing a break right now to try and fix some pretty big potholes in the 2 right lanes. In along the 710 southbound after Anaheim Street, had that crash in the middle lane. Looks like tow trucks on the scene and should be picking that up. In Downey, 5 north onto the 605 south to east, that ramp is still closed. We're going to overturn the truck. In Highland Park on the 110 southbound before you get to Avenue 60. Another rollover accident. This is in the middle lane. You're going to hit the brakes from Bridewell Street and then Encino on the 101 southbound before Haskell Avenue. Got a crash block in the 2 right lanes. In Porter Range, 118 westbound, right at Porter Range Drive. Got a crash clearing to the shoulder. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Harnett.
Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising. Get started today. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results. The California Department of Public Health reminding you of ways to help stop the spread of COVID and other viruses this winter. Boost your immunity by staying up to date with COVID boosters and flu shots. Wash your hands often with soap and water for at least 20 seconds. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. And protect others by staying home and testing for COVID when sick. And consider masking up in indoor public places. Do something good for yourself this winter. Get protected. And if you have to, get tested. More tips at covid19.ca.gov.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, you got this, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/medicine. We promise to fill prescriptions and exclusions.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stool? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be UTI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. UTI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't really enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But UTI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyutis.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyutis.com. Sponsored by ROTHSCHILD.
This is Jacob Emron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI.
More stimulating talk.
And iHeart Radio Station.
Chargers game protected. You see those Megan girls, the Rams game at halftime? They almost ran over me. It was one of the most terrifying things I've ever seen. Nothing cute about it. You make a good point. I was just saying she's cute in pictures, but when you see the living, walking thing scene and you see her in the trailer, and I'm assuming the movie, it's not cute, it's super creepy.
Yeah.
But the picture of her looks like a cute doll.
Yeah, but it's good.
Except for those eyes.
I don't know if I would do it. I saw them at the game. I mean, I saw them on the broadcast. They kind of showed them and referenced them because they were down on on the field there, one of the field suites, and they was just creepy as all get out.
As all get out. As all grandfather.
Tell you what, those gals look alike. What's going on there? We will be talking about our Mixtape Monday. They've been at a couple of weeks, including a tease for the Super Bowl halftime show. Musical guest is going to be Rihanna. And also, an interesting thing, the movie trailers that we see that take well-known songs and change them just a little bit. Or to change them a lot, but they change them, and you spend time thinking about, what is that song? Yeah, I know that guitar, like, why they're playing guitar like on a piano or something. Yeah. And then you think, what is that? Yes. Westworld, one of the early seasons, used to do that constantly. And they did a good job with it, but a lot of times you have to go back and wait for the podcast to come out for somebody to tell you that was the reggae version of Painted Black by the Rolling Stones played on a player piano in the bar.
When I get my eyelashes put on, you just like lay down and shut your eyes for an hour or two. And
very
good. I'll come over and do your lashes while you sleep while I'm done. But anyway, like whatever the channel, the satellite channel is in that studio,
I know exactly what it is.
it's all that.
It's all remade.
Yes.
Cover songs.
So I sit there when I'm supposed to be like napping or just relaxing, and I'm sitting there the whole time playing.
Yeah.
And it's like Metallica, but it's done on the piano.
Yeah.
It's just the juxtaposition is off-putting, and it's just drives me insane.
It's an Ed Sheeran song done in the style of Luke Bryan, yes. Something like that.
Yes.
It's all cover songs. That's very cool. All right, what else is going on? Time for What's Happening.
Have you seen this video? It is wild. Hashtag welcome to Texas. Customer seeks to kill a robber after he held up a restaurant there in Houston with a fake gun.
He's walking around this small restaurant. He's demanding people give him money, and people are, and some of them are cowering under tables. As he walks past one guy, and his back is to him, the guy gets up, puts 8 in him, and then a 9 in his junction box for good measure.
It happened at Rancherito 4 Taqueria. Well, everyone knows that.
Yeah.
One for their garbage. In Southwest Houston. He's wearing a black ski mask and gloves. He ambushes 10 customers, demands their money at gunpoint. And he's just waving that thing. He looks like a real gun, right? Customers dropping to the ground and handing over their stuff. But one of the guys produces his own gun, gets up, and boom, 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 boom. So,
One more. Boom. One of them was in the head. He then picked up everybody's money and phones and gave it back to them, and then left the store, or left the restaurant. As of last night, police still hadn't figured out who this guy was. They have a perfectly clear picture of him, and they know what kind of truck he's driving, which was a very unique, I think it was a late 70s pickup truck that had no bed on it.
Oh, that was
like a rusted-out pickup truck with no bed.
The apparently deliberate shooting of a Virginia school teacher by this 6-year-old who had a gun has shocked everybody, obviously, and we're trying to figure out how this boy came to possess the weapon, who it belongs to, all of it.
It's an awful story. 25-year-old teacher Abby Warner, they say, is now trending in a positive direction. Over the weekend, she entered the hospital in critical condition. President Biden has declared a state of emergency in California because of our storm damage. That was at the request of Governor Newsom. As we mentioned earlier, we know that he is on emergency footing because he went to the baseball camp yesterday during his news conference. Always a sign that the governor is about to get serious.
The snowpack, yes, is about 200% of normal for this state, according to the California Department of Water Resources.
That's Jeremy Renner. 222% of normal in the southern Sierra. Central Sierra is 201, northern Sierra in the Trinity area is about 173%. So put them all together, it comes out to 200%.
Selfishly, more importantly, the snowpack outlet is looking good along the Colorado River, which is where we get our water.
Yeah, no water equivalent in the Rockies. generally range from a 117 to 176% normal.
Do we just go from drought to 200% or snowpack?
Yeah, but just this year. It's not that it's over.
Cumulative thing.
The cumulative thing, we need to make sure that our reservoirs get refilled, all that good stuff. All that good stuff. Elon Musk says he cannot get a fair trial in the state of California. He wants to move to Texas. He has urged the federal judge to shift a trial in a shareholder lawsuit out of San Francisco because he says the negative coverage in the local media has biased potential jurors against him. In a filing he submitted Friday, the lawyers argue that it should be moved to a federal court in the Western District of Texas, which is the state capital of Austin, which is where Elon Musk relocated Tesla.
Damar Hamlin has been discharged from the hospital, returning home to Buffalo, according to the physicians there at the University of Cincinnati Health. Incredible. 1 week ago tonight is when he suffered the cardiac arrest that just shocked the entire world, kind of transcended football and sports. He will now head to another hospital, will continue to undergo tests and be monitored. A very significant step, obviously. This is the next stage of his recovery.
Very great news. We'll talk more about what happened yesterday, the final week of the regular season for football. And we got a big college football game coming up tonight, this afternoon here in Los Angeles.
Mary and Shannon will continue, and Layla Muhammad's in the KFI 24-hour news. A judge in Los Angeles has set sentencing for February 23rd for former film producer Harvey Weinstein, who was convicted in December of sexually assaulting a woman in the LA area. A big rig loaded with some 9,000 pounds of propane has overturned on a busy transition road from the 110 freeway to the 10 freeway. It happened around 4:30 this morning. No one was hurt. Avatar: The Way of Water is the highest grossing film in North America for the fourth consecutive week, taking in another $45 million this weekend. We'll check out traffic next.
Well, we're going to have rain in the forecast today, tomorrow, probably later this week, and then again next week, and then for the foreseeable future.
So drive safely out there. Be smart. Don't drive too fast. Don't drive too slow. Don't drive into people. But listen, sometimes no matter how careful you are, accidents do happen.
Listen, it's probably the other guy's fault, right? We all know that. If it happens to you, you get injured, you got to call our guy, the accident attorney that we recommend. We give him
800, 500, 5200. Don't take it on a loan. They James accident attorneys will help you get the medical care you need, the vehicle fixed, and maximize your compensation.
Listen, if you're hurt, you want to call the attorney that we recommend. James Accident Attorney, 800 500 5200. That's 800 500 5200. Or visit sweetjames.com.
A wrecking Porter Ranch on the 118. Okay, let me see. Westbound right at Porter Ranch Drive and Ranch. It's trying to clear over the right shoulder. Get a little bit of slowing. In Newhall, 14 northbound lane, Newhall Avenue, got a crash in the second lane from your left. Beverly Hills, just a reminder, Mulholland Drive, east and westbound, still closed between Summit Circle and Beaumont Drive. Next to the earlier damage from the recent storm. And good news, 101 southbound before Haskell Avenue, that crash cleared some two right lanes. And also in Highland Park, 110 southbound before Avenue 60, that crash, that rollover accident cleared some of the lanes. You can do some slowing from Bridewell Street, though. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm getting on it. This report is sponsored by In-N-Out Burger.
At In-N-Out, now hamburgers are made with the highest quality ingredients. Made fresh and by hand. Made with a smile. And made to order just for you. If you need a visit.com, it's all this year. We have a 45-second offer online. The fast is easy with the best online reviews on the planet. Sell me your car. Hey, always keep me sharp. For emergency backup power, there is only one name you need to know. Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for powering the most critical situations. Hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs, whether it's a new generator or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance services or an emergency rental, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7, 365. If you live or do business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DUCHIE Power.com. Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. One is our team Rejuvenation, where we help you prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is warm for our new drains with $80 with a 30-foot drain cleaner. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaner service is just $80 for 9 cents at a price. It'll air conditioning and plumbing. CLECTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Online, the Bible here got crabs on this. This is your New Year's resolution with the Bible. You see why children are discussing Bible to get crabs. This podcast was created to help you solidify your faith as you experience the story of the Bible through live action recordings and emotional orchestral music. Listen to Bible with Jack Crab on iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. This is supposed to be a La Nina winter with things prior to being able to get. Don't listen to what they say. They don't know. They don't know. Short term, long term, 100 years from now, they don't know anything. What's going to happen is going to happen. John and Ken. I'm not going to forget David. Bunch of fools. Now live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Wild Week 18 in the NFL, and we will get to that. But first, we've got your chance at $1,000.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website. Bonus. That's bonus, BONUS. Enter it now at KFI. AM640.com/app. Powered by Tweet Games Accident Attorney. If you're an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Tweet Games. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or tweetgames.com. Make sure you enter that word on the website. Go to the website, KFIAM640.com, and then keep an eye on your email inbox because that is how the winners are notified.
Well, right now, the breaking news that continues to make its way around the league and around, well, just the whole country, because as we mentioned, this really transcended sports last week when Damar Hamlin went into cardiac arrest on national television there during Monday Night Football. Game was called off. I don't think any of us will forget the looks on the faces of Stephon Diggs, Josh Allen, and so it was poetry in motion, literally, quite literally, yesterday when right after the kickoff was returned for a touchdown in Buffalo, and you saw Josh Allen, and it was a completely different reaction.
It's a pretty special moment. I mean, you can't write that up.
No.
This is not like, oh boy, I can't remember his name. The pitcher who grew the pitch for Cal Ripken and home run in his last All-Star game. That's not what this is. That's pretty amazing. And the fact that there were 2 kickoffs returned for touchdowns in that game.
So that was yesterday, and then today, right now, the news is breaking that Damar Hamlin not only has been released from the hospital in Cincinnati on his way back to Buffalo, but he's up, he's doing PT, he's walking, he's tolerating a regular diet. It's 1 week removed from when the assistant trainer had to do CPR when his heart stopped on the field. They did chest compressions for 9 minutes on this 24-year-old.
You didn't get to see the game last night, so the
Packers.
Lions.
I watched a lot of it on the live.
So did you
First half.
Did you see the guy on the Packers pushing the trainer that had come out? So one of the Lions running backs went down after a very short, hard run. A lot of guys end up on top of him first. So there's people kind of standing around. Well, the trainer comes running in from the sideline. He does one of these things where he kind of puts his hand next to a guy and is like trying to squeeze in between these massive players to get to the guy who's on the ground. The players aren't doing anything but standing around. He's trying to move them out of the way. Clay Alexander, I think is his name, then pushes with two hands the trainer for the Detroit Lions. Good Lord. He immediately gets flagged.
He probably didn't know it was the trainer. Maybe
he knew he was the trainer.
I didn't do it.
Kind of blue jacket wearing a team. Like, yeah. You can't not.
Was his back to him? Well, I'm trying to think of some explanation other than I can't see a guy purposefully pushing the trainer unless he thought it was a fan on the field coming from the behind.
If that was the case, he would have pushed him much harder. He may have thought that the hand that he felt that was kind of moving him out of the way was from the Lions player that he was standing next to.
Yeah,
but maybe he could guess it. I mean, he was booted out of the game for that. Which he was the only person, and a lot of his recollections was he's clearly the only player who has been ejected from games twice this season.
Oh, he's that kind of guy. I didn't see it. I did see Aaron Rodgers throw that pitch to end the Packers season.
I think that's the only reason he would come back, because he doesn't want to end his career on an interception.
Well, he will maybe go somewhere else. I don't know. I think he ended his career in Green Bay, but he may end up somewhere else because, after the game when the guy swapped jerseys, one of the rookies from the Lions asked for his jersey. So I think I'm going to hold on to this one. It's because of Aaron Rodgers inserting himself into all the offseason drama. Like, he needs attention constantly, and it's so dramatic.
Okay, so Chargers lost it, but they were already assured the 5 seed in there in the AFC. So their game, the Chargers game, is going to be Saturday. This is a repeat of last year's crazy wild card weekend, where they do 2 games on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, and then play a Monday night game in the wild card round.
Brandon Staley, the coach of the Chargers, came to a piece yesterday, and in fact it was trending last night, Staley and starters, because of his decision to start the starters and a game that meant nothing. They were going to be the 5 seed win or lose and head to Jacksonville, and there were starters there that played the whole game. Keenan Allen played the whole game. Justin Herbert played 3 quarters, I believe. And Mike Williams went out with a back injury. And Mike Williams, the Chargers is a massive star, a massive asset, a deep threat, a huge tool for Justin Herbert. And so Staley was getting a lot of heat about that fact. Well, it looks like those back spasms were just back spasms. Mike Williams had suffered from a herniated disc a few times in his career, going back to 2017, but they believe that they say the MRI from yesterday was negative, and that they may have been back spasms. If you had back spasms, you know that it's very difficult to walk. He couldn't walk when he came off the field. He took a couple steps, had to kneel down.
Carted off
the field. Had to have 2 trainers walk him to get him onto that cart. He's limping the whole way. It was really hard to watch. And hopefully it is not as serious as it appeared to be yesterday with the news about those spasms. So yeah, Jacksonville late start. Niners play the early game against the Seahawks up in Santa Clara, and so that's going to be a fun day.
It's going to rain.
Yeah.
It's likely going to rain, so that'll be an absolute mess. The Chargers will be in Jacksonville to take on the Jaguars Saturday night, and then Dolphins, Bills, early Sunday, Giants, Vikings, middle of the day, Ravens, Bengals at night, and then the Monday night game will be the Cowboys at the 8 and 9. This is 8 and 9. I know it's weird, but there should not be a losing team.
I know. The Cowboys. What happened with the Cowboys again yesterday? I didn't see any of that game. I heard it was a debacle. I heard it was another gas net.
Which is crazy because
it's right where it's time for the Cowboys.
Once they get in the playoffs, it falls apart for them. So we are under discussion behind the scenes, just so you know, about whether or not to continue our gas fantasy foreplay to the playoffs.
Well, because I'm the winner, and you guys don't like it.
You are currently in first place. Yes. Is the better way to put it.
We always stop after a regular season. Why this year?
No, we have never.
Oh, then why did we stop this year?
Oh, God. So now, it's interesting that you're it's changed a little bit now. That
I'm confident.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. I'm the Bills. I'm the Bengals.
How far behind am I? I couldn't So 6-0.
This is not going to be about you. You don't have a chance. This is about Jacob and I.
I was 1-3 last week.
Well, that's because
I was
gave up.
my history. Yeah.
You gave up.
Congratulations to the Steelers for being the oldest team to win.
You were the Colts. All right. Well, we can definitely continue this. I'm down.
Did you do the 4 games or do all 6?
I think we should do all of them.
Okay.
You just blow this MFR out.
Wow.
So here's the problem. Jacob and I have picked identically for the past 3 weeks, which is why we are still at the same difference.
And Jacob, since we can't see what you're writing, are you filling out your forms before you make your pick?
Yeah,
I am.
you guys it in the morning.
Yeah. We've had some disagreements in the past.
Yeah, but lately we have not.
No, I think it's good.
Now that everything has taken out.
Oh, and when you guys start talking about the Lakers, man, you guys are, but I love button heads.
I know. It's like Stan Sharp and the other guy.
With Bayless.
Yeah.
They're still doing their show.
I feel like I don't get the allure of people just yelling at each other.
And it's not even that. It's one thing about yelling at each other. They legitimately, at least at the beginning of last week, did not like each other. They were angry at each
I don't
other.
understand the allure of that. It's like, oh, I can't watch any of those movies or those shows where it's man and wife and they're yelling at each other the whole time and it's supposed to be about relationships and marriage. And like, who wants to sit down and watch a couple yell at each other for 2 hours?
Curl up next to a cup of chai.
It's not fun.
All right, Mixtape Monday when we come back. Gary and Shannon will continue. Rayla Muhammad is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A boy has been killed and a man has been injured in a car crash in Hawthorne. Police say 3 people were crossing the street last night after leaving a laundromat when they were hit by a car. The boy died from his injuries and the man was taken to the hospital. The driver stayed at the scene of the crash to speak with police. A man has been shot by San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputies leaving Hyper City Hall. Witnesses told police the man got into a minor car accident yesterday morning and then got out of his car and started walking around with a handgun. Investigators say the man refused to put his gun down and was shot after pointing at a deputy. He is in the hospital in stable condition. The American Academy of Pediatrics has issued its first comprehensive guidelines on evaluating and treating childhood obesity. The report recommends doctors be more aggressive with treatment and use medication to treat kids as young as 12.
The new guidelines are supported by evidence that obesity treatment for children and teens is safe and effective, and that there is no benefit to delaying.
ABC's Mark Millard says the report also recommends doctors to consider surgery to treat severe obesity in children as young as 13. More than 14.4 million children and teens in the U.S. live with obesity. Prince Harry says the royal family is complicit in his wife's pain, claiming his stepmother had leaked their private conversations to the media. He told ABC yesterday there was concern in the royal family about his unborn child's skin color after he married biracial actress Meghan Markle.
They've always been that cool. There's a lot to be discussed, and I really hope that they're willing to sit down and talk about it.
Harry says he hasn't spoken with his father or brother in a while and hopes to find peace with them. He says they've shown no willingness to reconcile since they split from the royal family in early 2020. We're checking out trouble on the 110 next. Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, knee pain, shoulder pain, your hips or back? We've got news for you.
Listen, you do not have to go through another year in pain. Next generation pain management has arrived. It's QT Kinetics. Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine, because regenerative medicine is pretty amazing.
Yeah, we've been reading about it, and it's just all natural processes with highly concentrated healing properties from your own body. They put them directly into your achy joints to restore and repair that damaged tissue.
So we're talking about lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, no downtime.
Pro athletes have been doing this for years. Now you can too.
QT Kinetics has over 100 clinics throughout the United States. They're here with regenerative solutions in Southern California. You can get moving again and do it pain-free.
If you're sick of living with the pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QT Kinetics for a free consultation.
Yes, they have 3 locations now: Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. So give them a call, 213-997-PAIN. That's QT Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN.
That's 213-997-PAIN. So tell us from KFI, we have rain throughout the day and some strong winds out there. Highs in low 60s at the beach coast, low 60s for the elevation and inland Orange County, upper 50s to around 60 for the valleys, low 60s in the IE, upper 50s in the high desert. By Right now, it's 61 in Brea, 60 in San Clemente. We have a wreck in South LA on the 110. Step out right at Days. Now, the actually get over the right shoulder. I still see some flowing coming away from the 101. In Hawthorne, that's going to be on the 405 South. Right there, down a crash. It wasn't late. They're just getting it over to the right shoulder. You're going to hit the brakes from the one from El Segundo Boulevard. Also, the 405 North, just past Century Boulevard. Brand new accident just recorded there. And terminates on the 101 South and the 405. Got a stalled car in the left lane. It's going to be on and off road from Balboa Boulevard. Till you find the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Harmon.
How would you like to be driving a Tesla Model 3 next year without swallowing the $50,000 price tag? And I'm not talking about a lease either. I'm Scott Fincher, CEO of Autonomy, where you can subscribe to a Tesla Model 3 for just $450 a month. Leasing subscription is cheaper than leasing, guaranteed, and it only requires a 3-month minimum. Get details at autonomy.com. After 12 months, practice $1,000 a month. So cancel 28 days early. You do not incur taxes, fees, interest, or fixed deposit. Limit time offer, $1,000 savings. Restrictions apply.
I'm Dr. Erica Pine with the California Department of Public Health. This winter, remember to protect yourself against COVID-19 and other winter viruses by getting your flu shot and COVID booster, testing for COVID if you feel sick, contacting your doctor about treatment if you have positive for COVID, and considering masking up in indoor public places. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com, and with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. It spells BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
Termite problems? Search termite.com or call 800-PACIFIC.
An iHeartRadio station.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Just like an apology, by the way, to anybody in town from the states of either Texas or Georgia for tonight's football game. TCU taking on Georgia in the college football national championship game at SoFi. All that stuff's going to get underway at 4:30. They're all partying now, which is good for them, good for us, having been host to this great party. But I'll just say a bad word. It's raining really hard in some areas of the town, so I feel bad for them.
They've got huge tents up there.
I know. It's not like they're standing in the rain, but still, it's probably not what they were expecting. And they're like, California?
Totally. I just watched a video of Quay Walker, that first-round rookie linebacker, pushing the train walker. Yeah. I was giving him way too much credit. Clearly, eyes on the trainer. The trainer is clearly a trainer. There's other trainers out there, and oh boy.
My wife and I were watching that, and they cut to him. They basically, first of all, they were going to start the next play. The refs blow it dead. They announced that he's been disqualified, so he's kicked out of the game. And a coach is walking him, or assistant, whatever it is walking him towards the tunnel off of the field. And he times screaming at himself and then crying.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of emotion on game day. There's a lot of testosterone, a lot of energy. And especially when you're young like that, you don't always know how to handle it. Again, I'm not making excuses, but he did issue an apology this morning saying I take full responsibility. I want to apologize publicly about what happened. I reacted off my emotions again and take full responsibility of making another stupid decision. Since then, I questioned myself on why did I do that when the trainer was doing his job. I was wrong.
And listen, the trainer wasn't hurt. It's not like he felt it.
You know, it was a good guy, but still.
It's just big. But Corey Walker is even bigger.
Oh, yeah.
Sure. Well, we have some football news. They crossed it over with our mixtape Monday. There's another mixtape Monday. It was Monday. It is. It's another mixtape Monday. Mixtape Monday. Well, over the weekend in Jacksonville. And now, the stars wrangle better. Perform tonight on the electric guitar. My local musician, Paul Lane. That sounds familiar? I mean, sounds very Jimi Hendrix, right? So this guy was 1,000% Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Blue jeans and like hiking boots with a Jacksonville jersey on. We've got the world's greatest mother.
Yeah, when you go to Jacksonville, it's different. The people of Duval County are a special people. Spirited.
So he's got a mullet. He's wearing the wraparound sunglasses. He's wearing the jersey. The guitar is painted with the U.S. flag, the red, white, and blue guitar strap. I mean, it was all perfectly Jacksonville. And this guy became immediately famous, and Paul Lane loved it. It is probably one of the most intense feelings I've ever had while performing. This one was big. I mean, my mom was standing on the field. My Uncle Ted was there. My beautiful Lisa was there watching. It was just fantastic. It was almost surreal. I'd like to say, for the record, it's not a mullet. It's a receding hairline. Apparently, I'm viral and I'm trending or whatever it's called. And I don't know, do you need medicine if you go viral? No.
It's a good place. Not a lot to do there. There's a top golf. There's a lot of biscuits. There's always somebody playing winner's dinner. Matt was booking top golf on the plane.
Oh, he was ahead of you. Well, speaking of football, Rihanna is going to be your halftime attraction. Reminded her fans
I'm so excited about this.
halftime performance is just 5 weeks. You cannot be anywhere close to as excited about this as you were last year's halftime.
What was
With Dre and Eminem.
Oh yeah, I was excited about that. Me and all the other old people. Rihanna, I think, Beyonce gets all the credit, gets all the crowns, but Rihanna's catalog, man,
Well,
it's incredible.
just in terms of ability, she's a better singer than Beyonce.
There is a debate, yeah.
Beyonce may be a better performer.
I've never seen Rihanna perform.
She announced in September 4th that she was going to be performing the rebranded Apple Music Super Bowl halftime show. It used to be presented by Pepsi. It's going to be produced by DPS, Rock Nation, Jesse Collins as executive producer, Tammy Hamilton as the director. She was previously supposed to do the halftime show for Super Bowl Super Bowl in Atlanta in 2019. Turned out to turn it down because of, at the time, the Colin Kaepernick issue with So, and how many, she's got plenty of songs to cover a 20-minute medley, however long the halftime show, her portion of it would be. The question is, who did she perform with? To me, that seems like it's one of those side bets that we're going to have to take early on.
I'm at the point of the year where I hear Super Bowl and I just start going into my head, into the dark corners of my mental illnesses. About
which ones do we use?
Well, I mean, like Saturday starts the road. I mean, I woke up at 4 a.m. last week And my husband's like, what's wrong? And I'm like, what if it's the Niners Chargers?
Yeah.
Like, I will die.
Somebody heard that and scheduled those two teams to play on Saturday.
Right. So Saturday is a very big day. I don't have any heart medication, but I may need to find some. I think that the Lord scheduled them on the same day.
You mean Roger Goodell or the Lord?
Because I was toying with the idea of if the Chargers played on Saturday, which we kind of thought was going to happen, and maybe they scheduled them, if it was Niners Packers, maybe they would have done it Monday night or something like that out here on the West Coast, but that didn't come to fruition. The Lord scheduled them on the same day, so it's physically impossible for me to go to both. But it doesn't mean I'm going to stress any less.
You could potentially be at kickoff in Santa Clara and make it.
No,
you wouldn't.
No.
Just to be safe. Yeah, let's close the window on that, folks, whatever it was. When we return to Big State Monday, how movie trailers are tweaking some of the well-known songs you otherwise would recognize, and why it works so well at your attention.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Layla Muhammad's in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A flood watch is in effect for LA and Orange counties and the Inland Empire. Officials say the rains that lead to mudslides in areas recently hit by wildfires and strong winds could lead to power outages. The California National Guard has fired a top commander over reports the official used troops to run personal errands. And doctors in Cincinnati say Buffalo Bill safety Damar Hamlin has been released from the hospital. He is back in Buffalo to continue recovery a week after he went into cardiac arrest during a game. We're going to have rain throughout the day, some strong winds out here as well, highs in the 50s and 60s. This report brought to you by Think It Up. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer's Traffic Center, let's showcase a wrecking Westminster on the 405. From the 405 northbound right at East Boulevard, apparently several cars drove on the right shoulder, and it looks like a wood is lying in the lane. It may fell from the overpass there, but you've got delays from Warner in Costa Mesa 55 south to Victoria Street, some metal debris in the right lane, and also on 405 south and Rosecrans Avenue, got a collision. Looks like we have injuries here. It is making its way to the right shoulder, and we see delays from the 105 and Santa Clarita on the 5 north end of Lyons Avenue. Still got that wreck involving a big rig in the right lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dean Harmon.
The report is sponsored by Walgreens. Walgreens wants to make it easy to refill your Medicare prescriptions. That's why they offer 90-day refill by phone using your phone, even free the trip refill, so you can pick up all your prescriptions with ease. So big or well at Walgreens. Exclusively for the flash. Chlorinated water is for when it's not drinking and bathing. Chlorine causes your skin and hair to dry out. How about upgrading to a white source water system? A white source system filters your water from every tap, reducing the hard taste and feel of chlorine. Your body gets better. No maintenance, no salt, no filters or servicing. Call 800-803-2696 for a free consultation. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference.
Think It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join us at thinkitup.org.
I'm attorney Darren Tapanoki, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one will say makeup. What is it that sort of thing? 1-800-NO-COP.
With a Ralph's Rewards card, it's easy to get lower than low prices. For the win, earn fuel points on every purchase and save up to $1 a gallon at the pump. The Ralph's Rewards card. All you do is win. Big savings. Sign up now at Ralphs.com and start saving. Ralphs, fresh for everyone. Savings presented by State Fuel restrictions apply.
Save big on your favorites with the buy 5 or more, save $1 each sale. Simply buy 5 or more participating items and save $1 each with your cost. Ralphs, fresh for everyone. I never read reviews, but Navage is so amazing I had to read one. Nothing's ever cleared out my side of Navage well. I'm blown away by how Navage works. That's a review from Terry, and it's one of over 100,000 online testimonials praising Navage. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage nasal care, and I talk about flushing out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. How Navage's powered suction can help you breathe better, and how your nose is the body's air filter, and Navage will clean it out. But don't take my word for it. What do people like Dad say, who wrote, Navage has helped clear out my nasal passages every single night. My wife says my snoring has gone way down. Your best is gone, unquote. Navaz is the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million customers to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navaz is available at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, Target, and online. Navaz, N-A-V-A-Z-E, clean nose, healthy life. I'm Rick Edelman, host of the award-winning personal finance radio show, The Truth About Your Future. Here to tell you that The Truth About Your Future is now a daily podcast. Short and quick, every day I give you the information you need about personal finance, longevity, retirement security, exponential technology, blockchain and digital assets, and health and wellness. Get the truth about your future with Rick Edelman. The podcast is at YouTube, Apple, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Google, and thetruth.com.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with a new way to enjoy our beautiful planet. Energy consumption is a primary contributor to a changing climate, producing around 27% of greenhouse gases in the United States. Save money and energy at home by turning off your computer completely before you go to bed. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
How the imperial change, don't be too fancy, don't have too much. There's a real scolding that people should know their place. That faded away with modern culture, but now there's a resurgence coming from the progressive. John and Jan, and the same sort of scolding that people used to hear. Well, you shouldn't have that. Now, live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Breaking news this hour, Jamar Hamlin has been released from the hospital in Cincinnati, headed to a hospital in Buffalo to continue treatment. That's during PT. He's eating a regular diet. He's up and moving. He tweeted, "I get home to Buffalo today with a lot of love on my heart. Watching the world come together around me today is truly an amazing feeling. The same love you've all shown me is the same love I'm trying to put back into the world anymore, bigger than football."
Well, it's getting better, but still well over 100,000 people in the state without power because of the rain, the wind, and the storms that have been rolling through. It's not going to get any better. If there's nothing better too storm-wise, we're going to see a lot more rain coming through today and tonight into tomorrow. We've been told that tomorrow morning is going to be pretty rough. So I guess if somebody's still going to have to come in and high wind and flood watches and warnings have been posted throughout Southern California until tomorrow night. And one of the big areas that we're watching has been in Northern California hit the hardest. The Russian River specifically, along sort of Healdsburg and Jenner areas. Those people have been told to evacuate until at least next weekend because tomorrow they're expecting the flood. The river is going to press 7 feet above flood stage sometime tomorrow.
We continue with Mixtape Monday, where we get you caught up on all of your music news.
Oh, this is a fun article that I had fun going through. It's even more fun when you're able to pull some of the music and listen to it. But it's about how movie trailers and those trailer houses here in town using new versions of music that you would otherwise recognize.
Yes.
Because we're running out of this.
We're running on so many combinations.
I mean, it's hard to come up creatively using old songs that you're not familiar. This article from the New York Times actually attributes this theme. She calls it tweaking these well-known songs.
Adverse. Name something better. I'll wait.
This trailer from 12 years ago for the Social Network for beginning this trend. It's a women's choir from Belgium. It's crazy.
They were the first to do it?
I don't know if they were the first. It was the first one for a really, really popular movie. They got started this trend. And when you think about what the music that has become popular, especially this year, think about this one, for example. This was not necessarily the trailer that used to the show as well, but Running Up That Hill by Kate Clark. When you remix it just a little bit, it sounds like Stranger Things. Then it becomes the iconic version of what you would see.
Oh, totally.
from the Ant-Man trailer. Tell me when you know who this is.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
You can hear it.
Yeah. Really got into it.
So they talk about using these old tracks, remixed in a way to make them stand out for the movie trailer. Sana loves it, and he was the president of music for the trailer house called Motion, and said that when he entered the industry 11 years ago, there was still a lot of resistance from artists who weren't quite sure that they wanted to have their song.
I was going to ask you how is it being received and what happens with rights and royalties and all that. Well,
I would think the most popular heritage band that are done, even like Zeppelin, Rolling Stones, things like that, they were very. I never remember any of their music appearing in advertising. They weren't going to give up the rights to the music. And I think it was either the market got bigger, companies were willing to fork out more money to make those bands happy, just so they could use Led Zeppelin in a truck commercial.
well, there's a very big difference between using Elton John from the 70s and using a song that's number one on the charts today. I think that a lot of the time, the songs that were huge in the 70s, the 80s, now even the 90s, there's a whole generation that never knew those songs, never got into them the way that we all did, right? So I think that there's more reason for people to give their rights over for these to be reconsidered for whatever consumption. So it does expose a new generation to their music.
It also, I think, shows the creativity of those people. Yes, and a lot of these songs were masterpieces. I mean, some of the songs, because the only reason that they're able to use them is because they are so recognizable. Some of the songs are, top 100 songs of all time. Clean Black from the Rolling Stones. I mentioned it was in Westworld. It was in season 1 of Westworld at one point. Robin Jawadi was the guy who did the song for Westworld. Very theatrical. Sounds like something you would find on a movie soundtrack.
Oh yeah.
Not an Ovo. I mean, that seems so weird. But they did that, and then 6 years later, whatever it is, they use it in Wednesday as well. This is for cello solo. It's through the season.
That's very cool. I love that.
And it proves that, for me, it proves that the song itself is great. The composition, the original song, the original melody, all of that is really spectacular. Because you can still pull out some of the main pieces. It's very recognizable as Clean Black, but it's completely done in a style of whatever show you're trying to plug it into.
I know what you should do. The food song.
I don't know if he wants to.
You know what I mean? We could get Nick back in here with his recorder. Yeah, do the food song on the recorder.
You know, you could probably find
Oh,
a guitar snap for it.
Are you done?
Who knows how to play guitar here?
So,
Anybody?
Mondo
Plays guitar?
Mondo plays something like a guitar.
What is
I play
it?
bass, and I play he gives me a thousand guitars and stuff up. Could you imagine? I also do. So, I have a ukulele too.
You guys should do a booty duet.
And ukulele. What if it was just bass and ukulele?
I would be all in.
Look at that booty, show me the booty, give me the booty, I want the booty, back up the booty, I need the booty, I like the booty, I want the booty, take that booty, I saw the booty, I want the booty, I want the booty, bring on the booty, give us the booty, I'm the booty,
Oh, gotcha.
If you want to make sure that you, this is a fun article, so if you want to go through it and get into it. You know, the one show lately that's been playing music this unapologetically in terms of they don't, they're paying for the royalties, but they don't change the songs at all. That I've noticed was Guardians of the Galaxy. Great old-timey 80s music. Totally. Fun to listen to back then. It's even more fun to have somebody sort of revisit it for the first time. So, anyway, that's a cool story.
Remember
tomorrow, we're going to be doing true crime.
Hey, Doc.
And we're going to go through a lot of the information that we know about the case of the 4 murdered students in the University of Idaho.
Yeah, we'll be doing that tomorrow. We will have new details. We've got new interviews that we found from people that knew this monster long ago and up until the murder. So we'll bring you all the details all together in one place there tomorrow with True Crime Tuesday.
Come on, you guys. Jonathan Show is up next. Stay dry, everybody. Stay dry. Bless you. So this is over. Yeah. Gary and Shannon.
And it's not something to talk about. It's bad.
We'll help you figure it out. It's kind of what we do.
KSI.
KOST 82.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Squad Watchers, I'm Leila Muhammad, live from the KSI 24-hour newsroom. Southern California is about to get hit with another powerful rainstorm. National Weather Service meteorologist Daniel Creek says people should drive carefully tomorrow morning when the storm is expected to be most intense.
Expect ponding of water on the roadways and some possible flooding. Maybe roads will be blocked.
Up to 4 inches of rain is expected in lower elevations. A flood watch is in effect in LA and Orange counties and the Inland Empire. Officials say the rain could lead to mudslides in areas recently hit by wildfires. They say strong winds could lead to power outages. Widespread flooding has swept through Santa Cruz County. A series of atmospheric rivers hit coastal communities last week and left more than 400,000 people in the state without power. The National Weather Service says this week rivers are expected to reach flood levels. Debris could be possible in burn areas, and powerful winds could wreak havoc from the cyclones aiming directly for California. News brought to you by the Cunning Dental Implant Center. The family of 2 boys killed in a crosswalk in Westlake Village say that more than 2 years have passed and the driver has yet to face trial. Extender family spokesperson Jennifer Nagel says motor charges have been filed against Grossman Burn Foundation co-founder Rebecca Grossman.
While a criminal has the right to receive trial, the Philippines like victims should have a right to receive trial too. It's not fair to put victims through years of this. It's almost like first.
Prosecutors say Grossman was doing more than 70 miles per hour in 2020 when she hit the 11 and 8-year-old Extender brothers and kept going. A trial date could be set at the hearing tomorrow. Lawyers for Grossman have called the crash a tragic accident, not murder. Buffalo Bill safety DeMar Hamlin is back in Buffalo and out of the hospital. His doctors say he will continue recovering a week after going into cardiac arrest during a Monday night football game.
I traveled with him to the airport this morning.
That's right. I didn't know I saw him about yet.
Dr. William Light said this is the beginning of the next stage of his recovery. He said Hamlin is able to walk around and be thrilled with where he's at. Nebraska Republican Senator Ben Sasse has resigned from the Senate to become president of the University of Florida. Sasse says politics has become more about people against stuff instead of for stuff.
Congress regularly does almost nothing. It does performative grandstanding. It does a lot of yelling. It says it's a Flight 93 election. It's the end of days next month if somebody wins an election that I don't agree with on policy.
Sasse submitted his resignation last month as Senator Sasse. Sasse repealing the Affordable Care Act, voiced opposition to same-sex marriage, and abstained from voting on legislation codifying gay marriage rights last November. When former President Trump ran for re-election in 2020, Sasse said his vicious dictators fight and flirt with white supremacists. The Biden administration says Iran may be contributing to war crimes by selling lethal drones to Russia for use in ongoing invasion of Ukraine. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says Iran has chosen to go down a road where their weapons are being used to kill civilians in Ukraine and to plunge cities into cold and darkness. More than 1,000 people in Brazil have been arrested for storming government buildings in the country's capital. The protesters from Congress, the Supreme Court, and the Presidential Palace.
You're red.
The demonstrators refusing to accept the election victory of President Lula da Silva, sworn in just days ago. ABC's Margarita says former far-right president Jair Bolsonaro has criticized the protest, saying destruction and invasion of public buildings are not part of democracy. He also claimed the voter fraud contributed to his loss in the presidential election and encouraged a military coup. The KFI financial report the Dow finishing the day Right now down 113 points, S&P down 3, NASDAQ up 66. The average price for a gallon of regular gas in California, $4.43. Southland weather today, a high rain throughout the day. We do have a flood watch issued for most of LA and Orange County. Breezy conditions, highs in the low 60s at the beaches, low 60s for the LA Basin and inland Orange County, upper 50s to around 60 for the valley, low 60s in the IE, upper 50s in the high desert. We're in those 50s overnight. Tomorrow, more rain, more breezy conditions. We will see some sunshine by Wednesday. Right now, it is 60 degrees in Huntington Beach, 63 in Tustin, 53 in Studio City, 53 in Marina Del Rey. Let's see what's happening on the road. We have a crash in the Galena Pass on the 101. That's 101 southbound, right before you get to Lexington Boulevard. Carpool lane is blocked, and you're going to see the lanes coming away from Coldwater Canyon Avenue. Don't forget Beverly Hills, Mulholland Drive, still shut down those directions between Summit Circle over to about Beaumont Drive. In Virginia, 605, that 605 south ramp is still closed from an overturned accident. In Hawthorne, some good news, 405 south and West Grand Avenue, had earlier right clear over to the right shoulder, and you're still going to have to brace from the 105. In Corona, 15 northbound right before you get to the 91, that brand new left turn 2 right lanes are going to be blocked. KFI is down up getting better faster. I'm Jim Harder.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 Rosetta Stone languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
As a walking pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling a Medicare prescription, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using refill by scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, you got this. With low-cost copays on many medications, let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here, so your way and save at Walgreens.com/medicine. They find up the prescription exclusive. Hey, y'all, this is Girl Phil Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel great. Those days are over. Now I feel good. That's because I increased my fiber intake with the Metamucil. I'm still good. I just took Metamucil every day for 14 days, and it's really bad. Metamucil tracks and removes the weight that weighs you down, so you feel lighter and more energetic. Now I never want to go back to that heavy feeling. Are you ready for the Metamucil 2-week challenge for a coupon and game board? Sign up at Metamucil.com today.
This is Jacob Amani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. More stimulating songs. Big Show, come out, making it podcast live and supporting live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. How you doing? Welcome, everybody. Still got some cash to give away. Chance of $1,000 coming up in about 15 minutes with another keyword. We'll have them throughout the show this afternoon. We're, of course, now on from 1 to 4 p.m. But you can always check the podcast out. If you just give me a part of the show live, pick it up for the podcast using the iHeartRadio app. There you go. If my website, you can download podcasts. The special guest today on the show is the sheriff of Riverside County, Kathy Andre, coming on the show. We, of course, wanted to talk to him Friday, but he was attending the funeral of Deputy Cordero. What else is the story about that a couple of weeks with a creep, a piece of dirt by the name of William J. McKay killed Deputy Cordero after a traffic stop. And the reason we're spending time on this story is, well, the sheriff spoke up first, saying this is a three-striker. He should not have been free. He should have gotten 25 for one. That's the whole case, open and shut. Yes, been convicted on his third strike. Yes. And was allowed to walk out on bail almost immediately. And then he went on this wild spree and ended up killing a cop. And all eyes are on the judge, Sarah Hudson, San Bernardino County Superior Court judge, who made this really bizarre decision, which is inexplicable, and nobody's even trying to defend. There's no reason for this, other than her own, I guess, bizarre ideology. She, I guess, embraced woke world. And No, it's a really horrible story, and it just shows you how bad some people's judges will bend themselves to let people stay out of prison and jail. Even if they're when we talked to the sheriff about after the news at 3 o'clock about this story, we're keeping an eye on this, and if there's any effort to recall this San Bernardino County Judge Sarah Hudson, certainly will keep you informed on that development. The entire city of Montecito has been told to evacuate. That's kind of the breaking news staff knew with these storms that keep rolling in. Even Oprah, I don't know if she's there full time or what she's doing. Even Harry and Meghan, they were up there. Are they still up there? I think so. Oh, okay. I haven't kept track of where they live. I think he shut down all that stuff. I don't want to see it. I used to get texts, but not for a while. From it's just one of those warning texts. There's a text about where a couple was and where. Oh yeah. There's a warning that if they're in the neighborhood. A warning that would have been 100 yards to your house. Sure. Yeah, there's no service sign up for it. Montecito, of course, up there in Santa Barbara County, has the wealthy communities. You've got the nearby communities in Carpinteria and Summerland. Montecito, the problem there is supply. Remember a few years back? Yeah, they were homes were flooding right in the Pacific Ocean. Yes, I do remember that. That was really bad. In fact, I think one of them took the with it. Suddenly the ground got shifted and everything just went flowing downhill. It was right out of under the home because there were a number of deaths. After the last storm, there was some warning that mudslides could hit Montecito, and they were showing the old video from a few years back. And just this huge mud highway that went down the hill, if I remember, 2-3 miles. Yeah, the hill and empty out into the ocean, and took his house right with it. Yeah. So they're not taking any chances because it'll remind you, guys, and once again, it's supposed to be a La Nina winter. That's right. Yeah. So that's how much you can depend on the weather predictions, short term and long, and then the long term ones. Yeah, but they can't get 3 months in advance. Yes. Overall term is how much rain we were getting. It's supposed to be below average dry winter.
Madam?
They were
Madam in the front.
91%.
Yeah, Don. Madam is involved in almost all of life.
Yeah, these mudslides were 2018. I looked up the story. It's been 4 years. It was January 9th, 2018. By the age of 3 weeks, people burned scarred areas and there's mountains that fly to Montecito. A small town of only 8,600 people. 14 homes and streets, 23 dead. More than 100 dead. It's going to be boy. That's what happens. What about it's going to do it? They're not taking any chances this time. They're telling people get out. 4 years ago today. Just correct. One just took the dead. Oh, that's kind of so if they're telling you tonight and tomorrow, that people might have seen on that now they know that they're telling you to get out. Exactly. So yesterday, getting ahead of this, Tiffany Green, let's talk about Sunday. She's done. She's working on the weekend. Requesting a state of emergency from the White House, which was granted. The thing we're going to talk about, though, and you just can't avoid this, is raining climate change. So when it doesn't rain, it's climate change. When it does rain, it's climate change. I saw that, and I found some information that I bet the Tiffany Jew does not know. Okay, I actually found, and you can see this yourself, there's a website called LAalmanac.com. And it has a lot of weather information, weather records. Because I wondered, is it true that it's just climate change here? That it's producing all this excess rainfall? The wet's getting wetter? Oh, I see. Well, I remember a big La Nina period back in the 90s. Yeah. I mean, El Nino period. It was horrible. I remember garages got flooded with massive rain amounts, right? Well, I can give you the top 10 rainfall seasons since they started keeping records in 1877. Oh, the #1 rainfall season, more than 38 inches, 1883 to 1884. Oh, a lot of people hear that. That's a long way before climate change kicked in. I don't think Oprah ever mentioned that. No, 1883 is when the record was set. Jerry Brown was covered. No. #2 with a little over 37 inches, the 2004-2005 one. Remember that one as well. I do, because we ended up with a waterfall going down the stairs in our backyard, and spring guys started shooting up out of the slope. #3, almost 35 inches, 1889 to 1890. How much carbon was being pushed into the atmosphere on cars then? All right. #4 rather, about 33 inches, 1977-78. Even that's 44 years ago, 46 years ago. Right. #5, 32 plus inches, 1940-41. 31 1/4 inches in 1982-83. Now this is the one you're talking about. 31 inches, #7, 97-98. It's 97-98. All I remember then is where I was living. There were building parking garages were just flooded and full of, those one. A lot of people in those apartments, they have the garages underneath, and they were just completely flooded out and couldn't get their cars out of there. It was massive amounts of freight. I remember for days, it felt like we but if you notice, it's fairly scattered across the last 170 years, or rather 150 years. Because you have one in the 1880s, one around 1890, one in the 1940s, 1970s, one in the 1980s, one in the 1990s, one in the 2000s. Here's #8, 27 inches plus, 1968. So we got one in the 60s. So it's one in the 60s, one in the 70s, one in the 80s, one in the 90s, one in the 2000s. What does it tell you? That we might have another one here in the 2020s. Averages out roughly, once a decade. Massive amounts of rainfall season. And then there was one more in the early 90s, 27. And one more in the late 70s, 1979, 80, 27. So, but it comes occasionally in clusters, and it's spaced out by a decade or more, and that is normal. Well, it's got nothing to do with climate change. It's got to do with the normal climate in California. Here's how Newsom put it yesterday, and he said it this way before. I think it was back when it was very hot and there were fires. Now he's using it with the rain. Let's listen to this. People have referred to global warming now, the climate change, the global weird. It's hot, so I've said it 100 times. Hot's getting a lot hotter, dry is getting a lot drier, but the wet's getting a lot wetter as well. The wet get wetter. That's simply not true, Governor, but if you don't read the LA Almanac. But that's how they shifted the argument for this idea of extreme climate. Right. That'll be that. Climate change is what's become extreme climate. Happened in 1883, happened in 1889, happened in 1977, happened in 1940, happened in 1968. It happens to it. You get heavy rain. Winter.
Yeah.
You do.
So, oh man,
There it goes.
sometimes I think
Wouldn't
it's
it be
not
nice
much.
though if 80% of this water wasn't getting flushed out to the Pacific Ocean?
You haven't
Or we
seen
have to
one of
worry
the
about
fucking
drought,
animals and the mammal
water
that
shortages.
like first,
But all that rain you see today here in the LA area, 80%
like
right
young,
after the Pacific. Because we
like
don't capture and
have
store it.
that's
Let me come back to
land,
the headline of the weekend.
horse, but generally like
Don't spend those times with matches of climate change with another
California issue. I'll tell you what that is, I'll tell you a bit about the story. When we return, first thing up is the chance of $1,000
water and shit. It's like, what the fuck is
retail
that?
contest. John and 10 KFI AM 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app.
That's kind of how this shit.
Live the 24-hour KFI newsroom. Said Johnny Kimmer, he's talking about this. Olive Montecito has been ordered to immediately evacuate a powerful storm that brought flooding to the already soaked region. There's a threat for mudslides. Thousands of nurses have gone on strike at two of New York City's major hospitals. The walkout began today after contract negotiations stalled.
Yeah.
Prince Harry has accused his stepmother Camilla, the Queen Consort, of leaking private conversations to the media. He reported a new book about his life behind palace walls, checking out trouble on the 405 text. If you've been looking to sell your home, call Sellers Advantage. They'll make you a cash offer with no need for repairs. They buy it at hand. The Sellers Advantage is no agent, it's closing days, and they buy it cash. They'll even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving and other expenses. Check out the reviews online. Offer no obligation offer. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-2747. SellersAdvantage.com. Hearing number 0196165. A crash along the beach on the 405. From 405 northbound at Calvert Avenue, it is blocking the carpool lane. Sydney South Cafe Train, 605 southbound for Telegraph Road. That's all clear from the lane. Take away from Flossin Avenue. Downtown LA and the 10 westbound right at the Hoover Street that crashed or stall actually in the left lane. I do see some flowing from the 60. Good news though, is going to pass. We have that earlier crash that was on the 101 southbound, right at Lincoln Boulevard. They got everything out of the lane, but your 101 overall, you're going to be leaning off the bridge all the way from White Oak Avenue. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Harmon.
This report is sponsored by El Monte RV.
Start your adventure with El Monte RV. El Monte RV with the promo sale is on now with up to 20% off at heavy rates. Check it out now. It only runs through January 31st. Restrictions apply. Go to elmonterv.com today and get their week of specials now. elmonterv.com. At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up today at startLAFitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, battle ropes to box jumps, and your perks don't stop there. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities like Olympic lifting platforms, basketball courts, pools, and more. Stop into one of our
I wasn't watching it, but now I know exactly what it feels like.
StartLAFitness.com. I'm going to be sure
Like, I know.
It's all digital. We have a 45-second offer online. It's fast, it's easy, we have the best online reviews on the planet. Sell me your car.
Do you know what the three biggest problems are that people have with most plumbers? Think about it for a minute. You could probably write the list yourself. They don't come when they say they will. They charge you more after the job than what they quoted to up front, and they don't fix the problem right the first time. You have to with that kind of aggravation. At service cancels, our plumbers are different. We'll be there on time, right when we say we'll be there. We'll give you a fair price in line before we start. And all of our plumbing services are backed by our Happy Money Club. It's simple. If you're not happy, you don't pay. For us, it's all about respect. For you, our customers. Call Service Connections right now for all of your plumbing needs. Our number is 833-777-7777 or find us online at serviceconnections.com.
What? And that was
This will just bring joy, not done. As soon as you feel symptoms, test it, treat it, you can beat it. COVID medications like the Paxlovid gel can help you test negative. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. Again, that's 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Termites? You're amazing. Call Pacific Coast Termites for a free home inspection. Call 100-Pacific. PacificCoastTermites.com.
The clean, friendly way. Drive a Tesla Model 3 for just $450 a month and only 3,000 down. It's the cheapest price anywhere, guaranteed. I'm Scott Baker, CEO and founder of the company, where you can subscribe to an EV like the Tesla Model 3 for less than the cost of a lease and with no long-term contract. This price for limited time only. Get details at autonomy.com. After 12 months, rent is $1,000 a month. $23 does not include taxes and transport to deposit. Limited time offer, not
My daughter was playing the soccer game with her boyfriend. That's a big deal. Why did you 5 hours of Stockton? I mean, come on. I ran it yesterday, by the way.
Oh,
drive.
John K Show, John Cobell, KCSO, KFI, AM640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're giving away money. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Mention my keywords on our website.
No, it's a fucking thing.
Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorney. If you've ever been accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. Enter the word check to KFIAM640.com.
No, God. I'm here.
If you win, you'll get an email.
Yeah, God.
The spam folder. Listen to KFI. There's a winning keyword every weekday. Starts the 6 a.m. hour with Phil Handel. All the way to the 6 p.m. hour with Tim Conlon. And next chance to win with us, 220. So the El Ciudad Times ran this story over the weekend, which has quite a laughable headline column. On this flooded island of homeless people, climate change has never been more real. What a bunch of deadwetters. 3 people were involved, 2 reporters and a photographer, to go up to the Sacramento area and check out the vagrants who live on something called Bannon Island. Don't worry if you never heard of it, because it's kind of, they even describe it as the tip of an island. But Sacramento is allowed the vagrants to take it over. They did they called it a sad bit of land between the Sacramento River and an old freeway. It's a little bit of land that folks up in the middle of the river. At the time, sent reporters hundreds of miles to Sacramento to document the climate effect on this tiny island and how the homeless could be displaced. First of all, they're not supposed to be living there. Nobody should be living outdoors the way these people do. They acted, oh my God, we've ruined the planet, so homeless these people can't live on River Island. Some big, stupid island that popped up near the Sacramento River. Are you kidding me? It'd be better to go to one of those Pacific Islands way out there and do a story where they're always asking for money from the UN and the U.S. because they believe they're going to be flooded. But this story, this is I was rolling laughing. Oh, look, we have written many times about the colliding emergencies of homelessness and extreme weather exacerbated by climate change. In the fall, as temperatures soared to unrelenting triple digits, we looked at how heat waves were making life harder for people living in tents on our sidewalks. And over the summer, we learned about how disasters such as wildfires may one day force us into a tough conversation about where and how we should live. A tough conversation. They love to use that term. That sounds a conversation. Now, I'm going to be forcing you into a tough conversation. A few places in California demonstrate the stones in Bannon Island, a sad bit of land between the Sacramento River and an old freeway that is once a few miles and a world away. You have to be on drugs or be insane to take a little stuff of land in the Sacramento River to live on, and then complain when the river rises. I think are you just ludicrous? They said they fell into a pencil trying to find a story like this. This is what they got stuck with. 2 writers are the 2 mini loony columnists, Anita Sabria and Erica D. Smith. And they are the wokest of the woke. And so they actually say that this is some kind of calamity, tragedy, that homeless people can't live on their little slip of an island in the Sacramento River. That's not meant for human habitation. Climate change is even driving us to home. Terrible. And just what, you know what? Think ancient times, right? The caveman times. Even cavemen knew that you had to live indoors. That's why they lived in caves. That's why they're called cavemen. So take the most primitive but Neanderthal brain, the beginnings of the human species, and they knew you have to have a roof over your head. This crowd not only lived out in the open, they lived out in the middle of the river, and then during a rainy winter, with gravity, frequently, as you just told us, the river rises. And now there's no more ice. That's the way it goes. Don't live there.
Okay, guys.
That's why they don't build homes. If real estate developers could build, they would. But they don't. Why? There's a river rising. Crazy. They figured it out. But this crowd can't, and then the 3 new riders. Bannon Island's been allowed to grow into a massive encampment full of muleys, dogs, parked bicycles, One man lives in an underground bunker. He comes home with taken up for gas in a drum shed with a shovel. I like that. You know it, I believe he went underground like a bunker. Yeah, no, he'll be saving during nuclear war. When it starts pouring like it did last week, situation experts say will become more frequent. Climate change in California was freezing drought and extreme yelling. This is how they get you. It doesn't rain, it's a problem. It does rain, it's a problem. That's from all sides. 1883, we had a problem. Because we didn't have homeless people living on River Island.
What's this?
Apparently, got a rift across the Oakland Sacramento River in some sort of strange makeshift raft that this guy, this homeless guy put together. Do you see that part of the story? Yeah. The other report, Erica would not, thought it was a little ridiculous to try that. It was styrofoam attached to a wood pallet. And this Looney Tune, Anita Cabria, climbed aboard it with the homeless train and took a ride at the Sacramento River.
I'm sorry that you found
I'm telling you, these two are completely out of their minds. They probably ought to be locked up. And then it's trying too hard for a story to take people up. And someone said, we can only provide homelessness by climate change. It's one big story. We have one, the winner of the year. Don't live on a river island. Don't take a styrofoam raft. I think it's more dangerous to people that are in the LA River and they get swept away by the water that sweeps through on the way to the ocean. This is how, so this is just, gather your crap and you know a big rainstorm's coming in and go somewhere else for a while. The island's going to get flooded. Right? Who out there? If you saw a homeless guy pushing a styrofoam raft, would say, hey, can I ride with you? Is that a single person? Only LA Times guys would find aboard the styrofoam homeless raft.
It's a small little space.
You have to scroll down a while to actually find out that, well, there really aren't a lot of extreme weather deaths among the homeless. Yeah, most of them die of overdose. Right. But, they don't write any columns about it. We found out last week murderers in LA. One thing you would see is you would see Anita Cabria and Erica B. Smith write a story about stealing off the border to stop the fentanyl and methamphetamine flow, right? Yeah. That you will see. Instead, it's like, oh my God, people can't live out in the Sacramento River anymore. Well, speaking of the border, when we come back, old Joe finally got to El Paso yesterday. Today he's in Mexico, meeting with the president of Mexico and the prime minister of Canada. They got some things to talk about there. Johnny 10 KFI AM 640 live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. And we have Layla Muhammad in for Deborah Mark live in 24-hour KFI newsroom. President Biden has declared a state of emergency in California and ordered federal assistance to supplement response efforts to the severe winter storms, flooding, and mudslides.
So are you
Northern
now
California is expected to get 2 major episodes of heavy rain and mountain snow this week.
It's still coming out Halloween from listeners a lot of times, and when that ground is that saturated, all of the trees are at risk, even if you do a 50-mile wind.
CDC's Ginger G says 4 to 5 inches per hour snowfall rates are expected in areas with high elevation. She says this is cause avalanche warning. People have been sent to the hospital following an underground natural gas leak explosion in Coachella. Riverside County fire officials say it started under an electrical vault at the intersection of Avenue 50 and Howland Street. An LA City fire captain was the highest paid city employee last year. That captain made nearly $713,000 in 2022, including benefits and overtime. That captain also made 75% more than the President of the United States. The nonprofit watchdog group Center Square says data from the city also shows 86 LA City firefighters made more than $400,000 last year. The average pay for a fire chief in the LA City Fire Department is $320,000. By comparison, the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics says the median income for a surgeon in California is $351,000. The Gregory Codifier. Millions of baby sleepers have been recalled by regulators again. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says the Fisher Price rocking play sleepers cause infants to roll onto their stomachs while unrestrained. In 2019, an original recall was announced and more than 30 deaths were reported. Since then, 70 additional deaths have been attributed to the sleepers, most while infants were in them with the babies rolling over while unrestrained. CDC says 4.7 million of the sleepers are under recall. People who own one have been told to stop using them and contact Fisher Price for a full refund. We're checking out traffic after this. You got lousy eyesight or reading blurry all the time? Hey, there. Dr. Manger will fix this. Dr. Charles Manger, Saddleback Eye Center. We'll give you the LASIK procedure, and you'll be walking out of there at 20/20 vision. If you call right now, you're one of the first 15 KFI listeners to call in, you will get LASIK for as low as $64 a month based on your credit approval. $64 a month. It's the lowest payment you can get if you're one of the first 15 callers and schedule a free LASIK exam. That's it. Nearsightedness, farsightedness, astigmatism, you need reading glasses, documenters, you can fix all that. You do the LASIK exam, then the procedure. It only takes 20 minutes. It doesn't hurt. I know because I went through it. You walking out of there, 20/20 vision or better in most cases. Get LASIK for $64 a month. You want for 15 callers now. You have to call now to get this deal. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
So tell what us from KFI. Right now we have freezing conditions and some rain. Temperatures in the 50s and 60s inland and along the coast. Overnight in the 50s. Tomorrow more rain and breezy conditions. Highs near 60 for the beaches, near 60 for the LA Basin and inland Orange County. Upper 50s for the valleys and IE. Right now it's 60 in Newport Beach, 55 in La Habra. We have a crash in Pomona on the 10th. Let down before it gets a Dudley Street. It was in the middle lane. Looks like they are getting that over to the right shoulder. Better still they see it stop coming away from White Avenue in Glendale. 5 North Right of D Drive. That car that spun out into the brush over on the right shoulder. Your 5 southbound. It's going to be slow from the 134 down to the 110. Also in Studio City, 101 southbound before you get to the 134. The left lane is taken out with an accident. It's going to be slow from Woodman Avenue and in Long Beach, 405 northbound. Right after Palo Verde Avenue, there's a crash in the carpool lane. KFI is dying up. Get you there faster. I'm Jane Harmon.
If your business has 5 or more employees and manage to survive COVID, you would be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. Not alone either, a refund of your taxes. The trick is getting your hands on it. Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses, and it could probably help you too. No charge up front, they share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that get CPP money and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. Find out if your business does qualify. Go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, and answer a few questions. They start to work. Getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com. That's what they're doing. They're not sure. As soon as you feel symptoms, test it, treat it. You can do it. COVID medications like the Paxlovid can help you test negative sooner. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. Again, that's 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Hey, y'all, this is Joe Phil Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel sluggish. 30 days are over. Now I feel great. That's because I increased my fiber intake with the Metamucil 2 weeks now. I'm still hooked. I just took Metamucil every day for 14 days, and it's really that easy. Metamucil traps and removes the weight and weighs it down, so you feel lighter and more energetic. Now I never want to go back to that heavy feeling. Are you ready for the Metamucil 2 week challenge for a coupon and daily support? Sign up at Metamucil.com today.
Go forward with local and veteran-owned Zippers Letters. Visit ZippersLetters.com.
Flying everywhere.
Download the free radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. But I got to confirm, Trinitary texted me. He did. Yeah, you do it. Okay. That got clarified. All Santa Barbara County people are supposed to shelter in place. Oh, the whole county, so Montecito is supposed to evacuate. Yeah. Well, yeah, in Montecito you get out. The rest of Santa Barbara County stay in. I guess that's where the worst of this is going to hit. The storm coming. Well, that's what I saw on the radar. It looked like Santa Barbara was being hit with a big blob of yellow and orange. Whereas we've been getting mostly green. So it's even heavier up the highway. More on this at the 2 o'clock. Alex Stoney, DC News for KFI will join us. Newsom asked Biden for federal declaration of emergency for all the storms or damage to the state of California. And we'll talk to him after the news at 2 o'clock. Well, Biden did make his border visit yesterday in El Paso. According to the Border Patrol Union, they cleaned up the town before Biden got there so that the migrant problem didn't look as bad as it does on a daily basis. El Paso, Texas is one of the places where the migrants are going as they cross the U.S. border into the United States. And overwhelming numbers. El Paso is the place that, because it's led by a Democrat mayor, didn't want to declare a state of emergency. But one of the reasons that Biden is being pushed is to talk about this and visit the border. Well, he's on his way to Mexico anyway. There was a scheduled meeting with the president of Mexico and the prime minister of Canada. So it wasn't like he wasn't headed in that direction. But someone said, yeah, maybe you ought to just stop in El Paso because they've got the worst of the day, and you should just take a look at what's going on there. And he was only there a couple of hours. So he walked around for that was pretty phony baloney appearance. Yeah, but now we can say he's there, right? This is why I was always yelling about for 2 years. Like, why does the president go to the border? And then what? What do you think, he's going to change his policy? Well, I think exactly what's going on. They cleaned up El Paso before he arrived. He didn't see anything. And they actually had him walking in front of the big wall. And there was nothing there because nobody could get over the wall at that spot. You know what? He didn't see anybody crossing El Paso, and they're getting 500 people a day. They're getting El Paso spot. El Paso cleared the downtown of expensive migrant camps. They had a Biden visit. Right. So he comes to El Paso, and I don't see anything. There's no problem there. It's not too bad here. All right. What are people talking about? What's that stupid Fox News doing? And no delusion, that stuff is crazy exaggerated. You probably really think that. Well, this is the guy when the search started trying to tell us, oh, there was just tons of more migrants trying to get into the U.S. and others. The number is 2.4 million. The number not seen. That was the fiscal year total. I also like the way they're changing the language. There's a pretty good column by Andrew McCarthy in the National Review, which we're spending a couple of minutes on, because he does point out how the language continues to get softened. Now they use words like not apprehensions or encounters near the border. Right? And they're not illegal aliens, they're just migrants. Right? Yeah, another exhaustive word. So what you do when you're in government, and again, this was a George Orwell book, you change the language, and you do it repeatedly, and all the woke progressives in the media pick up the hint, and they start reporting in the changed language, and you don't even know what you're reading anymore. What you do is you eliminate a lot of words from the English language. You replace them with semi-synonyms, semi-euphemisms, but it completely waters down the impact, and so nobody knows what's going on. Not even Biden. Biden goes, I don't see anything. Pretty clean here. I heard too many people around. I heard there were some encounters. That makes it sound like a party here. There were some encounters. McCarthy writes, remember last week we talked to Mark Krikorian from the Center for Immigration Studies about this news release they put out last week about parole. They give the immigrants parole, $30,000 a month, and they will come here under some sort of parole from certain countries. Parole. But basically what he says, first of all, you really can't do that in these numbers. The second of all, it is a matter of the language and trying to deceive people, because basically is that the migrants supposedly can use an app or avail themselves of hubs in Mexico to apply to come here. Biden will then grant them parole before they get to the border. Then they get to stay in the country. And he writes, the fiction is that this way, when the alien hordes later show up at the border, they hit you without legal authorization anymore. The parole decree by the chief executive decision if it was a visa granted under legitimate American law. So now they won't be considered illegal aliens in the country or migrants. If they come here with some sort of permission, you could get what amounts to a free visa online, on your phone. You just go to the app, and I have to fill out your name and a few details, and boom, you have the equivalent of a visa to enter the country. And the drug and human smugglers, the Mexican cartels, they're going to, as part of their service, right? They're going to teach you how to fill out the app. Because I bet you there's going to be a lot of fake IDs because there's micro. Illegal aliens come to America. They don't just want to disappear. They don't want their government to have their names and other information. But the smuggler guys, or for $3,000 for your family or $10,000, whatever the price is going for, they'll get you across the border. They'll get you signed up on the app. They'll get you fake ID. It's full service because they're making, last year alone, they grossed $7 billion a year providing this full service migration package. Yeah, he writes to address the political embarrassment. Biden concocted a form of what we could call migrant laundering. Illegal aliens will now apply for parole before they get here, so they arrive at the border, voila, they're no longer illegal. They'll have their Biden parole code. Yeah. And so he's telling the world this could even work. To cross at the border, well, and I don't even know whether or not people will do this, like I said, if they're going to actually fill out some sort of visa form or parole form. Well, they're going to give it a shot, and then they could let in millions of illegals legally, according to their definition. Yeah, but McCarthy writes, needs to say this is illegal. It is a gross violation of the narrow statutory parole authority that Congress has granted the executive branch for decades. Where's the opposition party? Where is somebody, both parties in Congress ought to be screaming because Biden is stealing their power away with all these bizarre executive orders. If Congress would do its job and rein it in and build some barriers around what he's trying to do, but they don't. Not even Republicans do. Because it's always been the choice of the truth. Both parties want illegal immigration. They both do. Occasionally, when they're running for re-election, depending on how the polls look, they'll stop some rhetoric. But they rarely follow through. In fact, they never follow through. They haven't followed through for about 40 years. Oh, Michael. This is a lot like the amnesty. You can't grant huge numbers of parole. No. Why? If you get this kind of authority, you talk about this for a long time, presidents can give limited amnesties in certain very dire situations. President Obama was thinking about giving an amnesty to all the parents of his kids who were brought here into the country. Remember that? The whole docket kicked there? And he realized that that's today. He didn't actually try. He didn't get very far. This is a pre-amnesty. This is an advance over an app. Because once you get this on the app, you can barge into our country, and you're never going to be bothered again for the rest of your life. You got more coming up. Johnny Cannon, KFI, AM 640, live everywhere. iHeart Radio app. Rick Muhammad, Introducer Rock Live, the 24-hour KFI. Flood watch has been issued for most of LA and Orange County. Wind gusts 55 to 70 miles in the mountains and high desert, and there is an evacuation order issued for the town of Montecito. An elementary school in Virginia where a 6-year-old boy allegedly shot and injured a teacher Friday will be closed this week. Georgia and Texas Christian University will meet for college football's national championship today at SoFi Stadium. We're checking out traffic next. All right, the rain. It's starting here, and of course, tomorrow it's going to be really ugly. So remember this, if you're driving around brick roads, and people who already drive recklessly will be even driving more recklessly. So no matter how careful you are, accidents can happen. If it happens to you and get injured, you need to call our guy. Who's our guy? The accident attorney. We recommend pre-change 800-500-5200. And if you have an accident, don't take on the legal mess, the medical mess by yourself. Let's Quick James Accident Attorney help you get the medical care you need and your vehicle fixed and maximize your compensation. Yeah, there's a lot of guys out there, but Pete James is the one who has helped so many of our KFI listeners. If you are hurt, call the attorney that we recommend. Pete James Accident Attorney, 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200. And you can visit PeteJames.com. Rainy and windy out there. Temperatures in the 50s and 60s. Overnight rain 60s. Tomorrow, another round of rain in Dusty Land. This report brought to you by Lowe's. From Southern California, Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, let's go places. We're headed to Studio City of Crabs on the 101. The 101 southbound is right before you get to the 134. That crash is blocking the 2 left lane. You get that flowing all the way from Woodman Avenue. North Hills, 405 North 74 North also. There's a crash clearing over to the right shoulder. Granada Hills on the 5 southbound before Rockford Street. That's collision in the Santa Divider area. Several cars involved in this one. It's going to be close on the 610 and heading to Cerritos.
91 eastbound. This is right after the 605. Brand new accident here. The carpool and the left lane are blocked. It is backed up from Lakewood Boulevard. KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harman.
MVP bonus days are back for pros at Lowe's. Now through January 12th, pros even earn bonus points on top brands like DeWalt. Join Lowe's MVP program today and shop bonus days only at Lowe's. Mr. Ford is brought to you by Positive Coaching Alliance. Guaranteed reviews or high school sports, Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PTA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 free online resources for youth and high school sports coaches, parents, students, and administrators. Visit PTADevZone.org. It's Ryan Seacrest here. So, we tested positive for COVID. What's next? Treat yourself. COVID treatments are free. Taken by pill, these medications can stop the illness from getting serious. So, treat yourself. Call a healthcare provider or the citywide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. Again, it's 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Good night's sleep is critical. More than ever. Stress, craziness going out there. So let me share with you a good night's sleep. Sleep number 316 Smart. Proven quality sleep. And it is designed to and makes a difference. Health and wellness around your life. You customize just each side of the bed so you'll feel firmness and comfort and support to help you sleep. That firmness level is your sleep number. Mine happens to be 100. I like to sleep for a mattress to take a week. The Queen Sleep number 360 C2 Smart Bed, only $899. You save $200 through the 16th. Or free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. That sale ends today. Now, only at Sleep Number stores, we get the bed or sleepnumber.com. 30 locations in Southern California, including Brea, Long Beach, Vallejo, Moreno Valley. Sleep Number, the official sleep wellness partner of the Los Angeles Rams. Visit sleepnumber.com.
Want to know what the most successful investment opportunities during both a recession and an economic boom? It's where you shop every day. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate. With over $1.5 billion in assets, First National Realty Partners offers investors access to institutional quality real estate, featuring national brand tenants such as Walmart, Kroger, Whole Foods, and many others. See what over 2,000 investors are earning on annual returns and quarterly tax distribution tests from professionally vetted commercial real estate investments. Speak with our investor relations team. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or visit FNRPradio.com. That's FNRPRadio.com. Results are not guaranteed for securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Any representations after stability, diversification, security, or resistance to inflation reflect ongoing and such outcomes and may or may not be realized. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Past performance is not an indicator of future results. Visit us at FNRPradio.com. For a better you in 2023, start with better water. Hey, it's you Sharp for Life Source. A whole house water system that will help you be a better you. Clean and healthy water is essential to look and feel your best, and it is. Then unfiltered chlorine water just doesn't cut it. Life Source removes the bad stuff, keeps the good, and means no more chlorine showers or baths. Feel great, look great, get Life Source water. Call 800-803-2696 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. Life Source, taste and feel the difference. The music you listen to all year long. The anthems that were our soundtrack for 2022. The songs we love will all be celebrated.
Live from Los Angeles on Fox.
March 27th. Let's get it started.
Be here as this year's nominees are unveiled. Wednesday at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific.
Maybe 10, 15 years from now, one of these chatbots could write a sitcom.
Or even worse, take my job and start writing news for TV5.
That's right. The Kim Conway Jr. Show. That's right. We're here to break the ugly news theater. Now live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI and Live 640 Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're on from 1 until 4, 1 until 4. And then to listen to our podcast, go to the iHeartRadio app, go to podcast, and request Johnny Sin on Demand. That's the name of the podcast. For free, just say request Johnny Sin on Demand. Well, you probably bring them to me. You probably can. Use your Siri or Oh, your Mac is phone is getting text from Harry, the prince, so yeah, I know. And I also got Oprah said, yes, he still lives in I thought they were just home. Why did they call him the prince? Because they no longer... No, I think they still have they have everything. Oh, still have it. Oh, you're going to run out and buy his book? I mean, that's what this is about. Yeah, I mean, I know. Relax. They are irrelevant. Anything that's important or matters in the world, ignore them. I watched this interview with NBC Paper last night. Come on, you're contributing to it. I know, I can't help it. This is the funniest thing I've seen in a while. It's such a move. What does it matter to you if a poop and a break? It doesn't matter. He has no position in the world that matters. Why is human nature, like the British, worship this? Because there's something about rich and royalty, right? Why do over the rich and famous? Yeah. Why is always fascinated ordinary people? Why? I don't get it. I look for the wise in life. I don't know. I don't know. I'm thinking this is some morning radio show today, and there's something over some celebrity girl is baby. And I'm like, why would you care? That's why we got out of that business. Really, I can't believe it. I think myself, I have to do that on a daily basis. Here's the Hollywood gossip. You know, Biden arrived in El Paso, Texas yesterday. Guess who was there to greet him? The Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who's a Republican who has real problems with the border being overrun. But in classic fashion, as they call it on the John and Ken show, he handed Biden a letter with his agenda. I thought that it's still connected to the picture of him handing Biden the letter. And instead of saying to him, what the hell? That's what he should be overrun. Exactly. He should have started shouting at Biden. Instead he gives him a letter which Biden's never going to read. Biden might not be able to read at this point. And there's usually, though, when politicians arrive in cities, it's only their own party that greets them. It's a bit unusual that the opposing party, even if that happens to be a governor, comes to the airport and says hello. But you have your moment, Governor Abbott. You have the press there. Why don't you say, this man, undoing all border policies Trump implemented, has created 2.4 million people getting into the country. There's such powers. When they have to do something publicly that would really have an impact, they shrivel up, they go flashes. Abbott went flashes in front of Biden. I was worse than disappointed, because I like it. Yeah, the letter says usually chaos, which is a direct result of failure to enforce immigration laws. Tell that right to a state. Tell it right to them. Record levels of fentanyl illegal immigrants coming in. Telling the suspects to be in this. Why can't you say, no, you're a failure here? This is a complete disaster, a failure. There's a lot of suffering going on. The illegals are the ones suffering the most. They're dying, they're sick, they're dying.
Oh, baby.
They're getting attacked, they're getting raped. The kids are getting abused. What are you doing? They got nowhere to go. We have nowhere to send them. We don't have the money for this.
Yeah, okay.
Now it's doing things. Make a moment out of it. All right. Instead, it's like, I'm handing the president his letter here, and hopefully he will address my concerns. Oh, God. That's a wasted opportunity. And here's another one of these stories in the news, which is worth mentioning. This time is an executive with Wells Fargo. He's an executive at Wells Fargo's operations in India. And apparently he got on an Air India flight from John F. Kennedy International Airport in New York City to Indira Gandhi International Airport. He apparently, his name is Shankar Mitra. They arrested him when the plane landed because he got really drunk and he wandered his way into business class and he urinated on a woman. Oh no! The woman has not been identified, supposedly a senior citizen, she said. And he unzipped his pants and urinated on me and kept standing there until the person sitting next to me tapped him and told him, get back to your seat. I would think you'd want to do more than that. How about get yourself up first? Find the restroom in the plane. Somebody should have grabbed his thing there. Really should have bashed him and given him a good game. You've got to be so. I wouldn't grab anybody's thing. That was rude. That's all right. To redirect screen at least, so it doesn't go off before late matches. All right, that's a good idea, too. Take your shoe off and laugh, feed it. Especially if you got a heel. Still that old trouser work. This woman who says that she wanted the crew to arrest him when they landed in India, but the crew brought me to her against my wishes, and he apologized and begged me not to press charges. In the face of his pleading and begging in front of me in my own shock and trauma, I found it difficult to insist on his arrest or to press charges against her. Where did she soaking wet though? I would imagine, depending on how long it went on, that would be the case. If some guy peed on me, and I'm sitting there soaking wet, soaked in his urine, he says he doesn't remember anything.
I can talk about how to do about
He's done any great. Do you remember it by the end of the flight, really? You don't remember doing this, no. I don't feel like that's an agreement. He should have paid for her belongings.
Yeah.
You know, what's wrong with people? Another one. It's like Greg Abbott. You have your moment. But he's in trouble with Wells Fargo fired him, so he lost his job. That's almost embarrassing. It's an actual embarrassment. All right, when we come back, we'll be talking to Alex Stoney, who needs to KFI about this storm, and also Biden, federal emergency money, and all that stuff. Johnny 10 KFI AM 640 live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. It is the Deborah Martin, Layla Muhammad live in the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere.
Mandatory evacuation. I'm Layla Muhammad, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Officials have issued a mandatory evacuation order for the entire community of Montecito in Santa Barbara County due to the threat of flooding from the ongoing storm. Montecito has received more than 5 inches of rain in 8 hours.
We want to make sure that if you don't have to leave your residence, stay home and avoid the traffic area and all the congestion.
The Ventura County Fire Captain tells KTLA the waterways in the town are overwhelmed with water. Officials say the heaviest rain is yet to come this afternoon and evening. A family has demanded justice more than 2 years after 2 young brothers were killed in a hit-and-run crash in Westlake Village.
The driver, Grossman Foundation co-founder Rebecca Grossman, faces murder charges, alleging she was going more than 70 miles per hour when she hit 11 and 8-year-old Marcus Jacob Iskander.
At the time when you're during the reopening those rooms.
Iskander family friend Jennifer Nagel says Grossman even went to the state Supreme Court to unsuccessfully get charges dropped.
This trial can occur in a light where people victim and where this is just a target accident on both sides, but that's not true.
A trial date could finally be set at a hearing tomorrow. Lawyers for Grossman have maintained the crash is a tragic accident, not murder. In L.A., Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The sentencing for disgraced Hollywood producer Harvey Weinstein's rape and sexual assault conviction has been postponed until next month so his lawyers can file a motion for a new trial. A judge in L.A. says he expects Weinstein will be sentenced by February 23rd if that motion is denied. Weinstein was convicted last month on 1 count of rape and 2 counts of sexual assault against an Italian model and actor. The LA School District has recommended students returning to class get tested for COVID-19.
The district made rapid tests available for students to take home before winter break. Another round of tests is being sent to schools this week. Students have been encouraged to get tested before returning to class next week.
I think it's important recommendation right now.
Pediatrician Musa Aki with Pomona Valley Hospital says good hand hygiene and masking can also help keep kids safe. He says it's not just COVID-19 going around right now, but also other viruses, including the flu. Like Trolley, KFI News.
Police in Virginia say the teacher who was shot in the classroom by a 6-year-old boy saved lives last Friday by staying calm and getting all of her students out of the room.
Because of the defensive position, which she raised her hand, around the left of her hand, exited the rear of her hand, and into her upper chest.
Newport News Police Chief Steve Drew says the boy killed in the shooting was not an accident. Police are working with a child psychologist and child protective services. He says the gun legally belonged to the child's mother. The mother has been cooperating with police. The elementary school is closed all week to give students time to heal. The former McDonald's CEO has been charged by federal officials for making false statements to investors about why he was fired. The FTC says Stephen Easterbrook was ousted for engaging in an inappropriate relationship with a McDonald's employee in 2019. But the company's separation agreement said his termination was without cause. McDonald's later discovered that he engaged in other relationships with company employees despite saying that he had not. The Hollywood Foreign Press Association says the 80th Golden Globes will include a special message of speech from Ukraine's President Zelensky. The HFPA says it's revamped its leadership, bylaws, and membership, adding more than 100 new voters to its ranks. Eddie Murphy will be awarded the Cecil B. DeMille Award for his contribution to film. Producer Ryan Murphy will receive the Joe Burnett Award for his work in television, and comedian Gerard Carmichael is hosting the ceremony, which is at the Beverly Hilton, live on NBC tomorrow at 5 p.m. The KFI financial report, the Dow finishing the day down 113 points, S&P down 3, NASDAQ up 66. The average price for a gallon of regular gas in California, $4.43. That's my weather from KFI. Rain tonight, flood watch in effect for most of LA and Orange County. We had that mandatory evacuation order I told you about at the top of the hour for Montecito, all of Montecito under that evacuation order. We do have some high winds out there as well. Temperatures right now in the 50s and 60s inland and along the coast. Overnight we're in the 50s. Tomorrow, more rain on the way. Highs near 60 for the East Coast, near 60 for the LA Basin and inland Orange County, upper 50s for the Valley, IE, and high desert as well. We get a break from that rain though. Wednesday, more sunshine coming up. Wednesday and Thursday, and then we have more rain. Right now it's 62 in Mission Viejo, 60 in Dana Point, 52 in Burbank, 54 in Woodland Hills. Let's head to a wreck in Cerritos on the 91. On the 91 eastbound, right after the 605. Northern Parkpool and the left lane, you've got a solid traffic from that. Now on the flip side, we've got debris from that though. On the 91 westbound between the 605 and Bellflower Boulevard, debris in all the lanes. And you've got stop traffic on the westbound side from Carmenita Road. In Studio City, 101 southbound before the 134, still got that wreck in the 2 left lane. Now beware, 101 eastbound, right at Coldwater Canyon, the left lane is flooded. We in the backup from that crash, 101 eastbound at Woodman Avenue. Got a brand new accident. This is blocking the right lane. On the 405 north at North Street, that earlier crash, and it looks like it's still blocking the right lane. Active 405 southbound at Devonshire. Got a brand new crash blocking the carpool lane. A reminder, Beverly Hills, Mulholland Drive, closed in both directions. Between Summit Circle and Belmont Drive from that earlier storm. And it's Santa Clarita, 14 north on Golden Valley Road. Looks like we get that crash still blocking the 2 left lanes there. KFI in the sign helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
This is the year you finally demand the best for yourself. This is the year you call 4M Dental Implant Center to get the beautiful smile you've always wanted. 4M Dental is the best at permanent teeth in one day. Call now and get a consultation, x-rays, and CAT scan for free. Easy financing, and you'll even pay your interest for 1 full year. Call 800-4M Dental today. It's game day at Jim's house, and the spread is impressive. Mike's already done some damage with the hot wings, and now he's dropping back and going deep for another slice of pizza. I sure hope he brought the best of Mike Rose. The Pepto-Bismol provides fast, 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upset. He's no rookie. The way he's throwing back those nachos, he's a joke. Be ready for gang gas with Pepto-Bismol when you have not had the food that you want.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. It's normal. With download free and secure mental health resources, it's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need.
What is that? Let's get close up. Well, wait. What?
Or
Yeah, if you said Doritos, Ham.
life.org.
Termite problem?
How about this one?
Search PacificCoastTermite.com.
Pacific Coast
Call
Termite.
800-Pacific. More stimulating talk. It's the Gigantic Show. John Coach, KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. About 15 minutes away for another keyword. That is the KFI Cash Retail Contest. We have a shot at $1,000. Just listen to the keyword around twice, follow the instructions, and then see what happens. Of course, we're dealing with a lot of rain. They're coming again, like last Thursday was a deluge. Like sorry to come today, but heavy, of course, this will be coming overnight tomorrow. I was looking at the radar, and yeah, you love to do that. 7 o'clock hour. The
That's the bad one. Yellow and orange swath headed for LA County? Yeah, no, LA City. Coming from west side going towards downtown. This is coming in off the ocean? Off the Pacific Ocean, yeah. Now, Santa Barbara, Montecito, what do these colors mean? Yellow and red? Light green is light rain. And then darker green is more moderate rain. Yellow is heavy. Orange, the red, orange, very heavy. So extreme. So unclear light. Yeah, there's yellow and orange coming. 7 o'clock hour looks like the peak of it for tonight. And what's around now? Santa Barbara is getting constant yellow and orange. And Montecito is their whole team evacuates the whole little town there out. It's a mudslide problem and all that in the flooding. Let's go to Alex Stone, ABC News, to say more on this whole California emergency and Biden and Newsom and find out what he knows.
Yeah, Oprah, she's got to get out. And an area made it. Because at Montecito right now, it's pretty crazy what we're seeing going to Santa Barbara. They're getting the brunt of it in Montecito, Santa Barbara, Carpinteria, that area. That's what's going to move down to LA later on. But we just got this. Listen to Montecito Creek, normally dry. This is what it sounds like right now as people are getting out. I mean, it is raging, and it is muddy water coming down, and that's what's scaring them. And to add to all of this, this is the 5th anniversary of the mudslide on January 9th of 2018. That it was 5 years ago today that 23 people were killed, a couple of hundred, I think there's actually around 400 homes were damaged and destroyed as all of that mud came down. So, eerie coincidence in this whole thing that we're exactly 5 years, the water is coming down muddy, it is coming down fast, there is flooding in Carpinteria and in Santa Barbara, but the big part of it is right now in Montecito, clearing that area out. We're under a state of emergency. President Biden declared that last night. Governor Newsom had asked for that. And so for really Santa Cruz down to Santa Barbara today, they've been taking the brunt of it. In fact, a little while ago in Santa Barbara County, Sheriff Bill Brown, he wanted people to get out. He said, I was about to tell you there was an evacuation order, but the rain was so bad in that moment that he said, don't do it.
Do not want people out and leaving at this exact moment because of that. So we should all be sheltering in place at this point, staying where you are, staying put.
And then the go time came about an hour and a half ago where he said, okay, now, everybody go. And it's bumper to bumper getting out of Montecito. Some people are going to the bonds in town to get shuttles to go to shelters and whatnot. And this goes all the way up into Sonoma County and that area along the Russian River and the wine country. That they're watching the river rise, and they think it's going to be bad there.
I think the flooding we're going to see is going to reach proportions as far as getting into businesses and residences and cutting off access to them.
That's fire chief in Sonoma County, and a lot of folks there, they haven't gotten over what they dealt with last week with power going out and trees going down with that storm. This guy, he's in Casadero along the Russian River. Right now we don't have power. They haven't had power since Wednesday afternoon, and he's watching the river coming up. So it's going to be LA tonight. We've got that emergency declaration. That means if the funding is needed, if FEMA is needed, we'll see where this goes. This is the first of 3 storms in the next 3 days to come in. There's more heavy rain, at least in parts of California, especially northern, tomorrow and Wednesday. It's a lot of rain. So they were telling people to evacuate, and they went, no, stop right now. Okay, all right, go ahead, evacuate now. Yeah, they said now it's not safe, and then about an hour ago, they said, okay, now, everybody get in and go, and he added this.
This is a very rapidly changing and developing event.
They didn't want everybody in their cars. I mean, it would be different, be a wildfire, but if you think about Paradise, when they told everybody get out, and then there was one way to get out, and everybody was bumper to bumper, and then they ended up burning. They don't want that to go in this case where they tell you get in your car and go, and then the mud goes, or you get into crashes from all the rain coming down. So they told them to wait right now. I mean, it's still really coming into Santa Barbara, so they got a little bit of a window, and then they told everybody to go then.
Yeah, 5 o'clock is going to be the worst hour if you have Barbara coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that already. You add to that there are cars in floodwaters and whatnot, and then what are we going to see tonight in LA? It's a very heavy as well.
Fine, Alex, thank you very much.
You got to make that.
Sorry, Alex, tell me ABC News. Santa Barbara is hard to get in and out of during
I've been there a year, so it's a nice little sort of.
the 101
I know that they're trying to expand it, but for a long time the one was 2 lanes both directions. And you'd go there like the middle of the day on a Saturday or try to get out of there on a rush hour, and traffic is backed up for a long way. So if everybody's trying to leave at once, that's going to be a tough road. Well, it's Montecito. They're not evacuating Santa Barbara. But Montecito. No, but I think there's only 2,000 people live in Montecito. Right, but it's right. That's still going to fill up traffic. Yeah, it's right next door, so it's going to affect all the roads in Santa Barbara. Yeah. I would imagine by now the snowpack is like it's all-time high, or reading. There was another report, I think it's like 200% or something like that. Yeah. Probably going to have these massive avalanches that come tumbling down into the flatlands. The National Weather Service is calling it a relentless parade of atmospheric rivers. Yeah, the storms that are long plumes of moisture stretching out into the Pacific. Then somebody is working hard to describe it as colorfully as possible. Right? There's an atmospheric rivers, then a parade of atmospheric rivers. A parade of atmospheric, relentless parade of atmospheric bomb cyclones. A staggering amounts of rain and snow coming. Exactly. There are people in Sacramento that don't have power. That happens because there are wind gusts of over 60 miles an hour that knock trees into power lines. And you don't get fires out of this time because of all the moisture, but you will get people without power. And John Cobell knows well more stories of trees falling over in people's homes. We are on tree watch at our house. You better be. Tonight is even bigger than last Thursday. There's another threat. There's another suspicious one. Oh, I see. You're watching a tree. We are watching a tree for potential movement. Have you talked to the tree to tell it to kind of stay there in place, run again? Can you go that way? Truck up? Can you tie it down somehow? No, I've been looking at which way the winds are coming. I was standing in the backyard. You look at the forecast. It's like, okay, the winds are coming out of the southeast and then to the southwest. Which is southwest in our yard? And trying to figure out, okay, if the wind blows hard from the southeast, then where does the tree go? Where it would fall. Yeah. Really, what you're doing is calculation. Well, yeah, because we're trying to, because one of the trees could slice a bedroom in half. And they're 8 feet tall, so it definitely could reach our bedroom. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was lying in bed and you can hear the wind gust and you're thinking, oh, I'm going to fall over and crush me. My wife and my son slept down. Yeah. No, I was the only one. I didn't have a bed. Everybody grabbed a bed, the extra bed, the guest room, right? It was like musical beds, and I was left without one. So I just I decided I'd take the risk. I'd chase the tree myself. As you mentioned last time, if you live near any rivers, get away up in Sonoma County, in an area north of San Francisco, the swollen Russian River. It's probably going to overflow its banks in the coming days, and that's going to be a problem for like 13,000 residents there who are told you might want to get out if that happens. That'll be all inside your home. The can't be flooded, but when Montecito was talking about the mudslide, that's really dangerous area. That's another one of them. 5 years ago, it just killed 23 people. That's another one of the places that are not really made for people to build homes on. Oh, yeah, you should mention that even then. Yeah, it's beautiful. I understand, people have incredible views and it's isolated, and it's just wonderful to look at and just experience that kind of life. Hey. We'll stay with KFI News for the latest on the rain, the storms, the evacuations. When we come back, it's keyword time. We've got a KFI task refill contest. There is a word, easy word. You listen next, following instructions, you could win $1,000. Johnny Kenny, KFI, AM 640, live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. It is Deborah Mark, Leo Muhammad, live in the 24-hour KFI newsroom. The big rig loaded with some 9,000 pounds of propane has overturned on a busy transition road from the 110 freeway to the 10 freeway. It happened around 4:30 this morning. No one was hurt. A judge in Los Angeles has sentenced, or has set sentencing for February 23rd for former film producer Harvey Weinstein, who was convicted in December of sexually assaulting a woman in the LA area. A tweet from Elon Musk indicating that Tesla might allow some owners who are testing a full self-driving system to disable an alert that reminds them to keep their hands on the steering wheel, has drawn some attention from U.S. safety regulators. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says it has asked Tesla for more information about that tweet. We're checking out trouble number 215 next. All right, interest rates are going up, and they're probably going to keep going for a while. Payments are going up. Credit is harder to get. You're thinking, oh, am I going to be able to afford a new set of teeth? If you need desperately, if your mouth is all rotted out and decayed, you can go to Cunning Dental, and they have a one-day smile transformation. It's called New Teeth in a Day, and most importantly, they have a payment plan. You lock it in. They're very favorable, very competitive terms that will not be beat. You lock in the payment plan by calling now. Get that new set of teeth. Call Cunning Dental 888-640-SMILE, 888-640-SMILE. I traffic Jim Bernardino on the 215. It's on the 215 southbound Rocky before you get to the Devore Road. It is blocking the right lane. You're going to be heading up the Gone Pass. 15 northbound, you're getting a break from the 215 to the 138 right after 138. Got a crash in the center divider area. Your southbound side is really heavy coming away from Ranchero Road. In Cleveland National Forest, the 74 westbound between Ortega Oaks Candy Store over to the fire station. The westbound lane have a crash blocking the westbound lane. In Toledo, hitting 91 eastbound, which is right after the 605. Still got the crash. The carpool and the left lane are blocked. It is stopped coming away from the 710. And the westbound side, you've got debris in the lanes, and it's a slow ride from Valley View Street. And in City 101 southbound before the 134, that earlier wreck has cleared. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Vinny Harmon. This report is sponsored by Autonomy.com.
Are you ready to drive an electric vehicle but not ready for the 3-year lease? Subscribe instead. I'm Scott Pacer, CEO of Autonomy, where you'll find the cheapest monthly payments on a Tesla without the long-term commitment of a lease. Unleash yourself and subscribe at Autonomy.com. Restrictions apply. When you're in a serious car accident, it can be devastating. It's a more complicated case than you might think, and it takes specialized knowledge to win. I'm Michael Akiva, managing partner at Jacoby & Myers. When you're badly injured and the stakes are high, it's important to have someone fighting for your best interests alongside you. Jacoby & Myers has decades of experience winning these challenging cases, and we know how to get results. So when it's time to get serious about your case, choose Jacoby & Myers.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope and Hope. Access CalHope free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4273 or live chat at calhope.org.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Want to know one of the most successful investment opportunities during both a recession and an economic boom? It's where you shop every day. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate. With over $1.5 billion in assets, First National Realty Partners offers investors access to institutional quality real estate, featuring national brand tenants such as Walmart, Kroger, Whole Foods, and many others. See what over 2,000 investors are earning on annual returns and quarterly cash distribution checks from professionally vetted commercial real estate investments. Speak with our investor relations team. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or visit fnrpradio.com. That's fnrpradio.com. Results are not guaranteed with risk of losing your principal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Any representations as to stability, diversification, security, or resistance to inflation reflect our belief in such outcomes and may or may not be realized. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Past performance is not an indicator of future results. Visit us at fnrpradio.com. This winter, bring joy, not sure. As soon as you feel symptoms, test it, treat it, you can beat it. COVID medications like the Paxlovid can help you test negative sooner. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. Again, that's 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with this relay 3-pack. Sign up today at startlafitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, battle ropes to box jump, and the perks don't stop there. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities like Olympic lifting platforms, basketball courts, pools, and more. Stop into one of our hundreds of locations. Grab your free 3-day pass at startlafitness.com. That's startlafitness.com. Amenities vary by location. Every amenity will be available for an additional fee. Free 3-day pass is redeemable by non-member only. Other restrictions apply.
Roses are red, violets are blue. I want my
It's like you have no soul.
Zero handle.
You're very talented. We're all going to get nailed.
Now, live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
We're giving away money.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website. Grand. That's grand. Grand. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorney. If you've ever been accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. Enter cash to KFIAM640.com.
Oh, wait, I got the wrong thing.
All right. Second, enter grand to KFIAM640.com/cash. The word is grand. Don't check. If you win, you get an email, a check your junk and spam folder. Listen to KFI. The winning keyword starts every weekday, 6 a.m. hour with Handle, all the way to 6 p.m. hour with Conway. Your chance to win this charity. Maybe you should record those. Brand. Brand. Our special guest at 305 is the Riverside County Sheriff's Bianco. He's going to talk to us about the murder of that sheriff's deputy, horrible situation that occurred. Isaiah Cordero was gunned down during a traffic stop in the Lupa Valley. Piece of dirt by the name of William Shea McKay pulled out a gun, shot him as he approached. He was caught up to later on and killed by police. Okay, so we have to deal with the criminal justice system, but that's the whole problem with it. A Superior Court judge out of San Bernardino County by the name of Tara D. Hudson delayed sentencing and reduced bail for this man who was a free striker. There's really no reason for doing that.
So, Tara Hudson is one of these judges that for some reason, late in life turned ultra woke and just randomly let a free striker out and he went and killed himself.
You're saying she had a better record than that?
There was no controversy. I looked her up. She's been prosecuted.
I couldn't find a single story that she'd been involved in previously. You know, to this guy, I don't know. It seems like people were really surprised that she did something like this, but I can't say anything for sure. There simply isn't much of a record about her. Well, Sheriff Bianco thinks she ought to resign. And we talked to him about all this. The funeral, of course, for Deputy Cordero was fun. And nobody even ran against her in the primary and the general election. In fact, they didn't even have a vote either time because she was unopposed. All right, we'll talk about this at 3:05. Well, here's your update on the Idaho college student killings. A couple of things came out over the weekend. One that's probably decreasing it. Apparently, people who are still following the story believe that the man who's been arrested for killing those 4 college students, Brian Koberger, used an alien to talk about the case on social media discussion groups. A Facebook user with the name Papa Roger made comments about the murders and had some really correct key details of the crime. This also means it could be somebody who was inside in the investigation that might have been wanting to do this online, not necessarily the murderer, but could be. Apparently, there was a November screenshot of one of Papa Roger's posts which read, of the evidence released, the murder weapon has been consistent as a huge 6-blade knife. This leads me to believe they found the tooth. And as we now know, they did find the knife tooth at the murder scene. But this post came before that information.
And that would have been Koberger's greatest hit when he realized he didn't have the tooth.
Yeah,
And that it was left behind probably the DNA.
right. When a Twitter user commented that I just find it hard to believe he would leave a digital trail that incriminating, another response was he drove his own car, carried his phone, didn't clip it too tight enough. So I do believe he could leave a digital trail. He's a hot mess who apparently was bound to be caught. He did a lot of stupid things.
It is strange that for all the time he put in studying criminology, he left so much obvious evidence behind that he should be aware of.
Well, murdering 4 people is pretty nerve-wracking and wild and chaotic. So,
Right, no, but it should have been
no matter how cool you think you're going to be, it should have been planned better. You've got to ditch the phone.
I mean, a lot of people don't know that you need being seen everywhere you go. Yeah. Well, if they wanted to investigate you over the last 30 days, they can go to the phone company and they can find every cell phone tower your phone hit. It wouldn't give you the exact spot, but it would give you a general area. And if you're in a city where there are more cell towers, more densely populated, they could narrow down your location even further. Also, the online detectives are still at work. Some of them believe, evidenced by a photograph, that a guy in a blue coat who attended the vigil for the college students on November 30th appears to be Kohlberger. I've taken a look at it. The photo is from a bit of a distance, but it does fit his look and his profile. Yeah, it does. I saw that. Remember, they thought he might be that. The murderer might come to the vigil. Yeah, I'm looking at the picture again, and he's standing there in the back of the crowd, which is what the killer would probably do. Because he did not get out of town or anything. No, he didn't. Eventually, his father came, and they drove all the way back to Pennsylvania. Remember, he went back to the site. All at 9 a.m. Yeah, of where the murders were. He was there 3 hours before anybody called 911 to report the murders. Now, it wouldn't surprise me if he went to the victim. Despite his arrest, students today returned to the University of Idaho, and ABC News says a lot of them are carrying mace and heavy flashlights. Still, maybe concerned that they're not safe. Copycat is just the kind of person who's still wearing a mask. Or there's some people that believe he could not have killed those 4 students alone. There has to be another person. I don't know. I don't know. People, when people get traumatized by fear, they start overreacting. Strange ways. And the Idaho jail where he's now being held will try to accommodate his vegan diet. But they say they will not buy any new kitchen equipment to cook his prison meals. One of his requests was not make any of my meals in a pan or a pot that was used to prepare meat. I don't know if you believe it. The guy kills 4 people and he's making food demands. You know, I make my cheeseburger every day, 3 times a day. I was, but what the hell are you? You kill 4 people. You don't get to choose your diet. Here. Is it good enough just to clean the pot out, or you have to actually use a pot that's never been used to cook meat? Is that secret of belief? I don't know. This is not my area. No, we're missing our vegan news reporter. I don't like to cook my meat in pans that have vegetables and stuff. I have to find out when she comes back, when she eats over at people's homes, that she make her look at they go out outrageous demands that a vegan meal not be prepared in any way. I don't think she does that, but it's not how you control that, because when you're a guest in someone else's home, how do you know? You know? Yeah. But it's like when they prepare kosher foods, if I remember, kosher families would have 2 separate. Oh, yeah. Well, I have many friends and family members that have 2 separate dishwashers, 2 separate cabinets for the dishes. They can't mix the meat or the milk. Is that right? Yeah. Well, I guess that's like this. No, it's exactly what I thought of when the story popped up last week. Imagine what a kosher vegan is. Oh, man. Kosher vegan. That would get really complicated. All right, more coming up. John and Jake, KFIA 640 live every ready. iHeartRadio app. Hey, for Devil Bart, Layla Muhammad live in the 24-hour Tampa newsroom. A man from LA has been sentenced to more than 3 years in federal prison for stealing personal information from gas pumps. The Bethany Robert Kadipian stole more than $700,000 as part of a conspiracy that used skimmers.
It is ViralRabbi. You got it, dude. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Dude, you're live on YouTube. Check this out. Check this out. You're live on YouTube here. What'd you say? You're live on YouTube here. You're live on YouTube here. You're live on Instagram here. You're live on YouTube here. You're live on Instagram there. You're live on YouTube here. I'm the Guinness World Record most hours streamed. You can watch my live 24 hours a day. Go to ViralRabbi.com is my website. ViralRabbi.com. VIR type. You can watch my live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This is
downtown federal courthouse. He has also been ordered to pay more than $8,000 in restitution.
I'm trying to do it for World Peace. How you guys doing?
They can get fired on the building's marble wall during the protest in 2020. News brought to you by Sweet James Actor Attorney.
It's been a long time. Well, get out the window.
Universal Studios Hollywood says pass holders are able to get reservations to visit a new Super Nintendo World
Living well?
again. The second wave of reservation attempts comes after a theme park system.
I have more content online than any person in human history.
Your spot for an early preview of a new arena. Super Nintendo World will be open on select days starting January 29th through February 11th. We're checking out traffic next. If you're thinking of selling your own,
I just figured out this thing. Are you getting my messages?
Before you call an agent, you call Sellers Advance. So Sellers Advance is focused on the seller's needs. Right, so make you a competitive cash offer and close the days.
Oh my God, it's so hard. Dude, you can't even tell how many people are following you or followers. It's like the most difficult app ever.
Coming in and out of your house, tracking it.
It's just app ever. So, here's what I did. I got these auto, like literally something that auto, it's called an auto clicker, and so it auto clicks my phone. So here's what it looks like. Here's like what it looks like. Okay. So you've got these things that click, and every hour it just does a brand new Instagram post. So I've got it on my ceiling. Follow me on Instagram. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Just type in Rabbi Rothschild and you'll find I've got like 30 accounts. And I've got over 1,000 TikTok accounts.
We have more rain coming in tomorrow and breezy conditions, high near 60 for the beaches,
Absolutely.
near 60 for the Basin and inland Orange County, upper 50s for the valleys, IE, and high desert. Right now it's 60 in Brea, 62 in Irvine.
The moment I'm going to get it right now.
From the 101.
And you can watch my life all day from the
From the middle lane, but it's already set there from the 134.
Yep. And I'll send you that one too. Okay, so I'm going to find it.
From the 134. In South Orange, one take off on Reddit.
What up, baby? I need a baby.
From Stadium Lane, and still on the brakes all the way down to the 105. In Pasadena, frequenting Center Lake Avenue.
Oh yeah, so you can do that with stem cells. So women can have hymen regrowth, and men can have stem cell regrowth. Foreskin regrowth of the stem cells of their foreskin. So like, you know, you or anyone who's circumcised, it might not be what you want as an adult. And that's really unfortunate because under normal circumstances, you're done. However, in the future, and as of now, you can start to regrow that stuff back with your own foreskin, with your own stem cells. So, and women, a lot of women too, weren't happy with the first man with whom they had sex or were raped or something, and they want to regrow their hymen, and so they're able to do that as well. What is your Instagram?
Now, regenerative medicine is the only medical process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your whole body directly into your ancient joints, restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro-athletes have been doing it for years now. You can too.
And over 100 clinics in America, and now they're with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again. And
following you up.
I'm going
to follow you with a bunch. But as of right now, I just started with one. So I'm going to start up actually a video on that one right now. So the one with which I just started a video, like literally you always have a window on my world with Instagram or Snapchat. And with Snapchat at least, I've got this timer going that it just automatically posts. I would, you know, you have the Doppler radar on Snapchat or whatever, the heat map. You know the heat map on Snapchat that shows you like a map of the world and where it gets really hot where a bunch of people are Snapchatting? My house was dark maroon. Yeah, it was competing with Disneyland. So you can use stem cells to regrow foreskin for men, and women can regrow hymen. And so, really, it's possible in the future using stem cells to regrow a hymen very quickly in a matter of a week or so if needed. And you would only need to regrow your foreskin once. But then from there, it's about growing nerve endings in your penis so that you have what even a woman experiences. Look, a man's penis, an intact man's penis, has 20 times less nerve endings than a woman's clitoris. A woman's clitoris alone has 20 times more nerve endings. That means that a woman's orgasm is 20 times more intense, basically, than a man. So we have a long way to go, boys, in order to get to where women are. And women, go ahead. I do it live on Instagram in 1 minute. On Instagram, it's live. Yeah, no, definitely. Dude, I got 28 in 24 hours on YouTube. I got so it depends. You can basically edge yourself, so you can be in a state of edging for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. Basically, have a what's essentially like a pocket pussy on your penis with a mask over your face, and you're able to have a virtual 3D sex for as long as you want. I mean, I've done it. It's pretty amazing. So what do? You wear so it's, thank you. I appreciate that. So it's called the Facebook Oculus, but you can also do it with a camera. Just your phone. They make a contraption that slides over your face. Basically, you have a screen right here in front of your face, and so wherever you look, it looks like you are in 3D immersed. And so the Oculus is the one that I use, and all you have to do is put in 3D porn, type in 3D porn, and there's all kinds of 3D porn out there where you can like look around and move your hands around and stuff. And so just like there's normal porn, whatever your normal porn fetish is, then at the beginning of that put 3D, and then it's like, oh dude, they make a lot of 3D porn. I didn't even know that. And you can see it in like.
It's on you.
Oh yeah, it's a big deal.
You had to say, pick them up at the end and stand
yeah, you're missing out. Yeah, that's the thing too, where people are expressing testicles. That's still 2 degrees. The dimensions. I'm talking about 3 dimensions. You can watch crush porn in 3 dimensions.
Doesn't require her to explain things.
Absolutely. You can watch cat porn. You can watch fetish porn. Whatever your fetish is.
Doesn't satisfy the other the time. That's good. You see the result already. What is she doing?
It is. So,
her actions are directly to the death of a police officer. Hey, resign is punishment. Resign because you don't want her judging anything.
In the chat, and there are a lot of girls who just want to spend their life like connected to a machine. Yeah, they'll want to in the future, but right now they don't. Well, they can just be on TikTok and make money and things like that. But but it will be in the future. That's what Meta is. That's what Facebook's Meta is. Have you seen what a Facebook portal is? Here's a Facebook portal. It's basically a thing that allows you to chat with anyone you want in the world. You can just go here and click all your contacts or whatever. Right now, I'm just having to watch a television show, but it's whatever you want. I mean, it's pretty wild that in the future you'll just be able to click on like a little device in your house, and it's just like we're doing right now. And it's it's really chill. I love the Budweiser glow. Mission tight. I like blend. Anyway, what else we got?
He was given a mental health evaluation.
I think I'm a 10.
Court-ordered mental health treatment.
I know I'm a 10. No person has more content online than I do. It's like the very pinnacle of the pyramid. I'm the world's poorest person, but I'll become the world's richest person. Everything that is up will become down. Everything will become the opposite. So what do you mean? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I'm of the richest family in the entire world, but I'm the poorest person. I've been to law school, but I don't have a law degree. I am. Here's my ID.
You're right. There's no charges yet, and they're just going to go with
just one moment. Yeah, here. But I mean, don't get excited because I'm the poorest of us. But here's my ID. I'm Michael Rothschild, Michael Israel Rothschild. Well, I'm gonna turn them good. So you'll see why. That's kind of what this is all about. They have, well, we have a very bad reputation, and we're gonna have a really good reputation. Let me show you my ID.
It's so easy to program them, and a little child that sees a lot of violence will then act out the violence. So somebody wasn't paying attention to television.
It is. I mean, it's a really big deal. I'm the first person in global history. Just a moment. And history and science to have, now, if you have an ID or a hat, you can't wear an ID in a hat in your ID. I have my hat on.
I have to go through all this stuff to open up a lockbox.
I have a hat on my ID. No one else wears a hat in their ID. So what's my ID on the New World Order? I'm the head. So what does that mean? I mean, it means you guys are in at the top as well. What does that mean? I'm going to take care of you all. You guys are just, I mean, I have more content online than any person in human history. The most valuable commodity in the entire world is not oil, it's not water, it's not food, it's data. And so I have more data online than anyone. So what you need to do is tell your friends, look, I know this rabbi, he's been doing this for like a year, more than a year. I've been doing this for 2 years. So I've got more data online by far than any person in global history. And what I'm doing is getting the word out that we are trying to bring about world peace. That's exactly what the Antichrist would basically bring about, and that's what I'm trying to do. So that's the spot that I have to take. I think so. Why? Yeah, man. I have more data online than any person in global history, and people are going to be really interested in this. My whole life is streamed. You know, you're live on so many different streams right now that people will start to see this and be like, oh my God, this is the biggest fucking deal of all time. I mean, look at this. Guinness World Record, most hours streamed, watch live, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. You can go to my website and see all the good ideas that we have, ViralRabbi.com. We have some really, really great ideas. Here's some great ideas. Turbines in the ocean. We have wind turbines, right? Why don't we do turbines in the ocean? Why don't we have female Viagra? These are really good ideas. Stem cell regrowth is... No, dude. It would get women really horny so that women want to fuck all the time.
All right, we got more coming up. Johnny Penn, KFI, 640 Live, everywhere the iHeartRadio and Layla Muhammad Live.
No. No, this is to raise a woman's libido.
The California National Guard has fired a top millionaire.
No. You know what Viagra is, right? Viagra is a libido enhancer of a man, and it helps to promote erection. This would be a libido enhancer of a woman, and it gets her horny. Basically, it makes them want to have sex more often. Exactly. Multiple times a day. Meaning like up to 4 hours, like for long periods of time. They don't have that, but no, you never needed that. Yeah, but it's not anything. You don't want to do that. You don't have to resort to that. Honestly, that's a crime. What you want to do is have a woman who wants to be a free woman and have free spirit and want to have sex with a lot of guys and play the field basically. And maybe she's not always that horny, but female Viagra would make her very, very horny.
And now they're sending the sweeper over to the 91 West
and this stuff does exist currently in natural apothecary and stuff. Like there's something called horny goat weed, if you've ever had that, which is a natural way. Okay. there you go. So basically, that doesn't work nearly as well as Viagra, but there are some natural ways that, that you work. But a synthetic version of Viagra for women is really, that's going to be really impressive. There's some other things. A space elevator. What's a space elevator? Basically, you can put something in low Earth orbit, and as the Earth is spinning, you can put basically a ladder to the sky, essentially. That's an elevator. And then you're able to, essentially, you'll be able to build a ring around the Earth, like in Halo. If you've ever seen Halo, those kind of things. Like crazy things. What else? I mean, I don't think we die. So I can be the first person to tell you, to the people on this call, I don't think we die. And it's like, wait, what do you mean? I don't think we die. I mean, it's not even a hope anymore, though. It's this. We're going to be at a point in human history. Oh, dude, I got that too. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to TBD. I'm the biggest, like, I'm going to be the person to change TBD and 420 culture forever. Why? I'm online 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Here to tell you that the truth about your future is now.
Yeah. You want to see it?
Short and quick, every day I give you the information you need about
personal finance. We'll even watch it together, but I'll tell you the thing. Okay, so second living human, I'll send you too. Just a moment. So it's going to be Rabbi Rothschild, and here's the interesting thing. As you're like, why did you become ViralRabbi? You can't even type my last name into TikTok. It's like a flag community guideline for it. You can't even type Rothschild in. So, I'm the most loved of us all. Why? Because when I get big, I'm going to bring about world peace. I'm going to bring about 420 culture, LGBTQ network. What did you say?
So amazing I had it. Now, there's ever cleared out my sinuses as well. I'm blown
not all of it's good.
How the bars work. That's what you can carry. And it's one of over 100,000 online testimonies.
It's like you have people in your family who are wealthier than others, right?
And I talk about collecting out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs.
And there are many of us. There are thousands of us. There are 4,000 in the United States. Okay, so I am now going to, if you just type in Rabbi Rothschild, RABBI, I had 100 Instagram accounts. About 70 of them got banned, but I still have 30 of them. And like literally, you can just see my penis live on the internet. All right, just one moment. I'm going to get it for you right now. It's hilarious. No. It's hilarious. Because it's like, I'm even watching it, and I'm fucking pumping so hard. Like, I am just going at myself like a god. I mean, it's amazing. I was like, wow, I am really going at it. And this was a year ago. I'm on the internet. So that's hilarious. It's a moment for getting up.
So kind of you. Yes, we hope to be here for a while.
Pouring out of your town.
Look how it's speaking. I didn't even have to pay her to say that.
I didn't send it up to her.
It's humble. Now, live 7 to 10 p.m. on Gaya Live. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
No, I just think Twitch
So many. Everywhere. On the iHeartRadio app, we're from 1 till 4 every day, 1 till 4, and then afterwards, you can listen to the whole show on the podcast. iHeartRadio app, the podcast. It's Johnny Ken on demand.
But that's some easy.
It's going to rain, in case you don't know. It already has started in some places, and it's going to get really heavy tonight, tomorrow.
I want to make it easy for you.
So if you're in Montecito, leave. If you're up there in the whole Santa Barbara area, considering maybe finding another place because there's the heavy rain moving through there now, but as John told us about an hour ago, the big flu is headed to what, the LA area around 7 tonight? That's heavy, it's rain, very heavy rain in the 7 o'clock hour. Atmospheric river. Well, not at all. It's so important with the stuff actually changes.
It's hilarious when you get flagged for nudity on TikTok.
That one we had is supposed to be worse, but it's sped up.
Or not, because on Instagram, they'll take a picture of you with your dick, and, oh, there it is. Okay, I found it. Okay, so let me send it to you. And, You got it, man. Here we go.
Tara Hudson.
Instead of the sound on, I don't know if there's no good sound. Can you see it?
So he was on the street and shot to death in Sheriff's deputy. From Riverside County by the name of Isaiah Cordero back on December 29th. Sheriff Bianco thinks he should step down for that atrocious decision, not once but twice. So let this guy out on bond, pending appeals and sentencing.
Yeah, it's up for more than a year. Here's the thing. I had so many accounts. I had 100 accounts, and they all were of me being naked and like masturbating. This is a year ago. And so Instagram found out, and they banned only like 70 of them. So another 30 of them are still going, and they just have live. Like this is the front picture is me jacking off, like of my Instagram. It's just like wild. And what? I'll hold on. They have this fucking stupid thing on Instagram, the keep watching button or whatever. It's like, dude, I was watching it, obviously. Keep playing this fuck. Okay, here you go.
They're not going to take away. Well, they're not going to take gas stoves away, are they? They're going to shut him down. They're going to tell him he's never supplying your gas supply. That's it. Cut it off. So, just to take it away, they'll just cut off your gas. Are you serious? You may be able to go out and get a whole thing tank and rig something up.
So, I got that going for me. So that's Rabbi ROTHSCHILD 18. Really? Yeah. You just, I mean, they're fucking raw.
I don't know how they're
you can
do it, but I just want to look like, looks like I have to defend my property.
So, why?
Reports like this, including the American Chemical Society.
I know, absolutely. And I have no filter. I poop online, I pee online. I threw up a couple days ago online. Now, how do I do it? It's on TikTok a lot of times. Like, I have roommates, so my restroom is a private restroom, so like I can't put a camera in there. And even if I did, YouTube banned me because I've just been like, okay, I'm just gonna shower all the time online. I'm gonna do everything online, but it's like you can't show your penis online. And I really feel, honestly, if you were asking why are you doing this, I think that I want equality. I want for women and men, and everyone. I'm doing it for world peace. And it's like, well, the Antichrist or whatever wouldn't be wanting to do that. Well, I don't know. I mean, honestly, I'm the person who would say that. I know a lot about religion, and no one brings up the fact that Jesus Christ could have been a alien abductee. And if he was, or like perhaps Mary, his mother, was implanted with him with like a seed, and they couldn't explain it. Basically, no one has ever talked to me in Christianity on that. But I really feel like if we were able to have that discussion in a historical standpoint, it would be very, very interesting. But without getting into all the religious stuff, there's a lot of really good, interesting things that we can get from this stream. Aside from the religious aspect, there's equality. And what do I want to say about that? Women and men are not treated equally on the internet. Men can show their nipples online, but women can't. Like on Instagram and Facebook, if a woman shows her nipples on Facebook, she gets a ban. But if a man does it, he is fine. That is, to me, what's known as de facto discrimination, unfair discrimination. And I feel like the technocracy or the technology companies are discriminating against women. It's time for women to stand up for their own rights and start saying, look, it's just skin. Whether black, white, brown, woman, man, we shouldn't punish people for showing.
It's the cleanest fossil fuel to burn. They successfully demonized oil. Now they're coming after natural gas because they're never satisfied.
And so because of that, like, well, then people will make the argument, well, I don't want my child to be able to see your penis on Instagram. And I'm going to say to them, you know, people are on PBS or on National Geographic or Smithsonian Channel, and we record them in Africa all the time or in these faraway regions or like Aboriginal people, and we have them naked all the time and nobody says anything. What's the difference? It doesn't hurt anyone. It's just people have been socially and culturally assumed to be afraid of skin, and it doesn't mean that you have to show yours, but it doesn't necessarily mean if I show mine that you have to be offended by it, or that we have to change huge policies of the corporate policies on this because someone had a nip slip. That honestly happens to women, and they should not get banned for that. The entire, like, I have been banned online more than any person in human history because I have so many accounts. And I can tell you, I've been banned in every single way. On TikTok, their major issue is hate speech thing. But it's like, what is hate speech? If I say, oh man, that lady's the most fucking hottest chick I've ever seen, they can ban you for hate speech. Because their filters will hear fucking and like hot and be like, oh, okay, well, that's not how we want to talk about it. Okay, well, all right. Well, you can say it's the most fucking hot day of the year this year. Okay, well, maybe we don't want people using curse words. Okay, well then, what if I'm, then we get into all these, like, these nuances. Exactly. You can't, exactly. So, what is my point? Well, once this gets big, and it will, and tell your friends, okay, there's a really interesting thing, I watch him every day, we talk, or whatever, you know, when your friends find out about it, it's like, hey, he's going to make us rich too. Why? Because every person on earth is going to be wanting to watch this. If we have an entire year, more than that, 2 years of someone's entire life online, and we can watch it and just whenever you want. I mean, I've got from the start of the pandemic, basically online through like the Queen, her death. Like you see my reaction live to when the Queen died and all this other shit. And like it's really interesting. And I play a radio throughout all day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So you can always hear what day it is and what's going on. You know, it's like a timeline of the future. Honestly, if you want to know, this is going to be like this is going to be like a new Bible. I hate to say it, but not really. People will watch this in the future. They won't study the Bible so much as they do now. They'll study it like they study the Aeneid or the Odyssey or like, you know, Gulliver's Travels, like ancient, like old books. But it won't be like anything like, oh, we have to live our lives by all these things. And even Jews, I mean, Jews are waiting for a Mashiach, a savior. And I don't want to say like, hey, I'm that guy, but that guy would definitely have the courage to put his entire life online and say, hey world, I'm here. I want you to know that I have no fear. I want to bring about world peace. I don't want to have war anymore. I feel like people are equal. I'm a very good debater, and I welcome debate. I welcome debate from anyone. I welcome. Here's a really good debate. Here's a debate that people want to have with abortion. What's your opinion on abortion? This is a very good question. Within Judaism, if you want to know, well, what's Judaism's opinion? There's no one set there. But I can tell you that within Orthodoxy, within mainstream centrist Orthodox Judaism, Black Hat Judaism, it's 40 days. Basically, you can have an abortion 39 days before, 40 days after you can't. But I'm the person saying that I think we can live forever. And if we live forever, then we should never ever have a child ever threaten the life of a mother. So that means I feel like we should always be able to have an abortion. Now, I don't want to get into the debate. Here's what it will be in the future in the United States. I think it's more than 2 hours. Go ahead.
He could have gotten up to 10 years if they could have all charged. Another guy is charged with fatally shooting 3 people and injuring 3 others during the crime-free shooting without bail. The LA School District has encouraged students to get tested for COVID-19 before returning to class.
There you go.
Pediatrician Lucia Ortiz was told that the hospital shares the recommendation.
Exactly. My body, my choice. And if you're like, well, I think you're Jewish. Like, how is that? And all the people with whom like, I've been around, my algorithm has been around Jewish people. What does it mean? It means this. I can take a DNA test of you and follow you back to 4 women of the Bible. Their matrilineal mitochondrial DNA linked. And that means what? How does that mean you're Jewish? Well, it's a complicated matter religiously. What does that mean? It means by blood you are, perhaps, but you don't know what to do. You don't know how to practice it. You don't know anything about it. You don't know about culture or anything like that. And honestly, it's complicated. So I can teach that. But if you're like, I don't want to do all that shit, I don't either. Jews don't want to do that. We're waiting on someone who is cool enough to be able to make everything that we like kosher. What does that mean? McDonald's can be kosher. It's kosher in Israel. We want McDonald's kosher everywhere. We're going to bring a kosher McDonald's in Los Angeles to be the first one in the United States. But it's already kosher in
from a hospital in Ohio, and
who just won the exactly. And it's going to spread. And what does that mean? We're going to make Trejo's Tacos. There's going to be a huge taco chain. That hot box pizza will be big, but also that one LeBron James Blaze pizza will be big. And these will become kosher establishments. Why? LeBron James, if you follow his mother's bloodline, just like your bloodline, even though you don't necessarily know it, there's one lady from basically his region, one lady from your region, one lady from another person's region. There are 4 fucking women that most all Jews or people of Jewish descent can link themselves to, and they can link themselves. And it's now that we're going to come together and really make things a lot safer, make things a lot more streamlined. What do I mean when I say make things a lot safer? Like when it comes to cars and things and like technology, it's very dangerous. Like if I have my phone and I want to connect it in my car, it works like 8 out of 10 times. But the Bluetooth stuff, there's not like a good connection. It's not like I can do all kinds of things and it loses connectivity, Wi-Fi stuff. There's a lot of things that when they found 5G to us, there was going to be this beautiful connectivity. Everything was going to be seamless. Wi-Fi was going to be really, really fast. Nothing changed. Absolutely nothing changed. Nothing changed. I mean, that we can detect. That we can detect. When I'm telling you, like, speed of uploads and downloads and things, I would say it's, if anything, gotten worse. When it comes to, like, being able to, like, use, I mean, the 5Gs are really, really powerful weapons, really powerful energy, and they're 16 and 17 and 18 and 19 and 10, and it will just continue. But I know at least the power of 5G can move a car. So if 5G can, like, use electricity and, like, Nikola Tesla kind of, like, technology to move a car, it can definitely control people. It can definitely, I mean, look, there's other kinds of stuff.
More rain will begin throughout the evening and tomorrow, shopping with a continuous of 5. Right now, temperatures in the 50s and 60s. Freezing conditions out there. Overnight we're in the 50s. Tomorrow, again, more rain conditions.
And there are things like the parts that high frequency auroral projects in
for the high desert. Right now, it is 60
Alaska. You're
degrees.
familiar with that? It's like, it's a very large grid of, I don't know, electric equipment that can basically buff the ionosphere at certain frequencies and change the weather of the world. And when you're able to, like, control the weather, you can control people's behavior. And when you got this 5G stuff around, you can definitely control people's behavior. I mean, it's just like, if you turn up radiation high enough, it will make people not feel well, and they'll get sick and all these other kinds of things. Well, obviously they don't have it up that high, but they got it up to a certain level. I don't know exactly what it is, but it could literally be like forcing you to say the words that I'm saying right now in some huge algorithm, in some quantum computer, and we don't even know it, because as they say, the deep state and the black budget, 50 years, just 1 year that goes on the surface, 50 years advanced on that means they're like thousands of years ahead of us.
Looks like Redcon, if you travel
I mean, there's going to be what
on the side, helps get you there faster. I'm so much nice.
Are you tired of living with
so we talk about that all the time. So this is alien disclosure. I don't think that there will actually ever be alien disclosure. This is what will happen. In the year 2033, around then, there's going to be a false flag alien presence. And around there, this is 2027, 2033. And they're just going to, like, independence day, go around all the major cities in the world And I really think that, I know this is a crazy thing, but they're gonna, it'll just be like Independence Day, and the UN Secretary General will just say that we need a global government in order to unite.
Over 100 clinics in America, and now they're clear with regenerative solutions.
That's exactly what's going to happen.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 3 locations.
Exactly. They're going to use the exact speech that they used in Independence Day. That's like today we declare our independence. We need to come together. I mean, Reagan talked about this in the 80s. Like, imagine a day, one day where power outside our solar system caused us as a people to forget about our differences and unite. And this is the height of the Cold War. And the only thing on the first, like, perhaps this is like a geocentric Earth here. So it might be just like a Jew, and they might have put it here. And we've just been genetically modified. I think if you listen to Bob Lazar, you know that whole Bob Lazar thing, like 64 times, and like major DNA modifications. And eventually, I mean, you know, we're like hybrids of what we even think we are. We're not as like perfect as we thought we were. Where we just like developed from the primordial ooze. It doesn't work that way. The big questions that I anticipate as like a scholar, a rabbi, a lawyer, a doctor, and some other things too. What happened before the Big Bang? Everyone's got that question. That's a question that for all time, no one has a good answer. And someone has the best answer that you can have for this kind of fit. And I don't want to say we don't know, but this is how I imagine it. You have to imagine Earth as a timeline, or I'm sorry, not the Earth, but all of the universe as a timeline, exactly. And that timeline is spiral to the point where it becomes like a ball of yarn, and it's like a toroid of yarn. And then at a certain point, you never know where the start of the yarn, where it is. You just never know. And that's the best kind of analogy that I can give, that I really mean to say that I don't think as humans, as a species, we're going to ever be able to be smart enough to answer that question. We will never be able to. Our brains can't comprehend it. Maybe someday we'll have like larger brains that can get past that, but at this point, we'll never be able to get past that, and we just have to be okay with that. So when we try to think, well, what was before all of those things? It's like a multiverse, so it could have been the start of a new one. Who knows? Well, it's like, well, what happened before that?
He personally convicted him of third strike. He didn't want a jury trial. So,
exactly. But then what was before that?
Made the decision that he was guilty, and then let him go free.
Exactly. And where's the beginning? Well, and so I kind of think that it's like a big toroid, or like a big donut, and like it all sucks in the middle, but then like we get start over again in another one. You know what I mean? Like another portal or something like that into another. And that's like the multiverse theory. And if you think about it, if you know anything about the multiverse theory, that means that as the multiverse theory is basically that everything not only can be possible, but must be possible. You can think of it, if you can imagine it, it must be possible. And so that means to say that we're having a conversation and we're on the moon in one multiverse, and we're on Mars in another, and we're on the moon and Mars simultaneously in another. I mean, that's the multiverse.
You've been arrested so many times, convicted so many times, sentenced, got the free strike. You know,
of all the words and all the languages. Exactly. It's, and I mean, that's what is really like brilliant and beautiful about the multiverse theory and all of that, and the theory of everything. And we don't have a place to discuss that in today's society. And I mean, I listen to Joe Rogan
and the direction we are going with it.
But
Very very soft on crime, very pro-criminal, anti-victim.
Right.
Direction of public safety that we're going. And while this was horrendous for the judge, and as I'm listening to you describe it, there is no one that can listen to what this happened or how this happened in the
people want to do what I did, which is take a Fortune 500 six-figure income and just quit their jobs and not really make money off of what they're doing, but eventually just be able to lay in bed and get all this and do nothing. And people will be able to do that with something called the UBI, Universal Basic Income. Basically, we're going to learn very quickly that we don't need a whole bunch of jobs for the AI. It's going to take over so soon. I saw someone the other day that like you don't even order at McDonald's is going to get rid of in some stores eventually. They were able to do this. There you go. Fully automated. TV system. So they don't have any employees anymore. So imagine like the whole world of that. What are those people going to do? You can't just kill them. So what do? It's a universal basic income. Basically, the government will pay for your rent, whatever it is, and then you get $1,000. And it's not a whole lot, but when you don't have to go anywhere, you don't have to do anything, and you can just stay online and just game all day and live a nice life or whatever you want to do.
It's disgusting to me. It's hard to even find words.
It will be social.
We are in a position in society where there are people like that. We went through this in the 80s, where the 70s and the 80s were horrible times, and we started getting tough on time, and it was working.
You're going to get it. Don't worry about it. Where,
far progressive agenda,
it's like a breakaway civilization. And you ever listen to Coast to Coast AM?
Did Tara Hudson have a history with kinds of businesses? I
so
can't find very much online
the radio
about her at all. Yeah, I don't know, and I haven't listened to it. She's in a different county than us. It's San Bernardino County. So I don't know personally
who Bob Lazar is.
That she's tried, but one of the things that I find
alarming was
so Bob
Lazar, his first interview was on Coast to Coast AM. That was 30 years ago. But that's how this show got famous. But yeah, when you have that kind of technology, I mean, let's just think about what Bob Lazar was talking about when he said there's a sports technology. And do you know about the Galactic Federation?
Happening over and over and over with her. If she's doing something with this bad, the other person.
So what the fuck is that? I mean, there's like a United Nations of like the solar systems out there, apparently, that you can join. And this is what I know about it. They are waiting on us to join, but
even though I mean, she plays for the street fighter. What should he be doing?
Exactly. And I mean, Israel had a whistleblower was spoken out about it. The head of Canadian, like the Canadian defense minister, has spoken out about these things. Like they're here, they're on Earth.
And when you read the entire article, if anyone with common sense would say, holy cow, how did you do that?
Well, Buzz Aldrin, that's your myth.
But this is what I think it highlights. I think it highlights that I'm not sticking up for her at all, but the left agenda.
I have my own feelings about the Apollo program, so I kind of keep that separately. But I can tell you, I get into like what we can measure and like the science of it, and I can tell you that had some kind of
and that agenda really carries over into how
Edwards Air Force Base with General Eisenhower, where there was some kind of
however, he met all of the requirements for kidnapping.
where
Bound up his
they
baby,
could essentially do tests on humans to continue what's known as the abduction program in exchange. Well, there's a lot of that. Yeah, you're exactly right. And Mission 411 by Rabbi, he's a technique investigator. And basically, yeah, a lot of people get abducted but they get abducted in their own houses too. It's like, wait. How does this happen? How does a UFO fly over your house and abduct you? UFOs, I did not, like, I always had all these doubts about them, and I was the biggest skeptic of them until I got into law school and got really into it. You don't learn about them law school, but it says question things. And they just run on a different wavelength. So we only see visible light. They just turn on some kind of closing mechanism and just change it to infrared light, and we can't see it. However, if you put an infrared light over your house, you can fucking see these things are crazy. In fact, I saw this on some footage in Mexico. They would just show pictures of the sky in Mexico and there's nothing there. And then they turn the shit on with night vision. It's like, oh my god, the sky in Mexico is literally different. And the problem is absolutely crazy.
You want me to tell you how many people have reached out to me to talk about this?
So, I mean, we know that they're here. Now there's some other weird things that get into like things that I can't explain, but it's like the whole shape-shifting, reptilian theory. And a lot of people associate this with my family and with like the tip of the spear and like the top of the pyramid. I can tell you this. There is, I think, some truth to the shape-shifting element. So it's like this. If you're some civilization like light years away, and you're so advanced, you can do everything. You can teleport. You can change time. You can do everything. Well then,
in my 30 years as a defense attorney and prosecutor, I've never heard of a third-class felon awaiting sentencing, getting out on bail, and then being arrested while out on bail, and then being released again. I don't remember anything like this, because if it happened, we would have covered it. We will talk more with the sheriff.
And that's called the jumping. I understand. Now, I feel a little different. I could be wrong. But there's basically like a portal where you could just walk into something and your body ends up in another part of the world. There's that element to it, and then I think there's an element to it, which you're saying, which is then like Avatar, where you basically could even have like a clone of yourself. But that's really what I think is where we get to, where we're able to just create some kind of like biohybrid body and just put your consciousness in it year after year after year after year. And you just get sick of that body, or you're bored of it, and then you want to kill it off, basically. Okay, whatever. And then you're able to, press save, basically, and continue.
Everyone is different reasons for selling. Some people want to downsize and move. Some of them are the property they want to get rid of. Some just say,
Exactly. Now, there's always the question, how would you stop making multiple of yourself? Multiple things. Why would you put yourself in multiple bodies? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know how you stop that. But I do know there are things, at least out here in California, called CRISPR, and you're able to like change your own genes and things like that, and people are starting to do that. And to me, that's breakaway civilization. And you have people who are starting to edit their own chromosomes and like to edit their own genetics, and then you have other people in like rural or like the middle of the outback desert who are still fighting with like hunting with spears. That's a breakaway civilization. When you have people who are going into orbit, and then people who are so embedded because of like international monetary fund or whatever, because of what's done to their countries. I mean, there's a breakaway civilization. I don't know how to describe it. So that's one of the major reasons why I moved to California when I did, and I wanted to be a part of it. And I think I'm going to be. It's just about people finding out about this. Why? Because once people realize that, oh, this person's well-rounded, they're extremely well-versed in a lot of esoteric and interesting subjects, they're going to want to watch this, and so even if you can't watch it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, you can tune in and go, oh, what the hell is he doing now? This is a guy who openly masturbates on Instagram as a rabbi. I mean, I have Priscilla on my arm not long ago, and what does that mean? Like, I prayed really hardly today, and also showed you pictures of him masturbating. I have no fear. And I think people are aware of that. And I also have I got some really interesting things. When I'm the biggest advocate for CBD, I think there is. And why is that? But as this goes, let me show you this thing on Instagram, and it'll do it automatically. Watch it.
Los Angeles Unified Adult Education offers 3 classes in career training, high school diploma, and English as a second language. Visit launifiedadult.org or call 213-241-3155.
This report is sponsored by In-N-Out Burger.
I don't think that's it. It'll start recording, and within about a minute. Why did it take so long? This room is all timed, and right now it's got 16 different steps. And they have to be perfectly timed. If anything about the time is off, when the app glitches or something like that, it throws the whole thing off. And you imagine, like, it's automatically typing for me. It can charge money, it can do all kinds of things. So, as I'm watching, as I'm watching this right now, I see something went wrong.
California just
Okay, well, what the
changed
hell
the
went wrong?
laws for solar, and sadly, these solar customers will get 75% less compensation. The good news is you can lock in the great rates of the current system, but you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th.
If you ever, okay,
Now is
so
the
here's the
time
thing.
to call Sunlight.
If you ever want to get a date,
call
like you want to be the biggest,
solar documents
I
filed.
have
There is no
more
time to wait.
sexual encounters with anyone I would say my age that you're going to meet. Why? Because I pick up chicks a ton. And I'm smart about it too. So here's something you can do. You use these auto clickers. Here's an auto clicker right now. Auto clicking on this. And you use it for Tinder, or you use it for whatever dating thing, Bumble, all day, baby, all day long. And listen to me. And then you get every single girl who likes you, every single one. You just have it twice to the right. And then at the end of the day, you just look and see who likes you. You treat it like a girl. You get what I'm? It's fucking brilliant. And then you get the best, hottest girls in your area. There's some other ways too. So here's this thing going now. And it's going without me touching it. And now I also, again, like these people are really, really touchy. They think they're really, really touchy. And imagine, I don't want to go fix that fucking thing on my ceiling. Like, it's a pain in the ass to get up there all the time. So this thing has to be perfectly timed. And it is. I mean, it will go there. If you watch on my Instagram, like, oh my God, every hour it has a brand new video. I mean, it doesn't have all that much because I'm trying to get big. But hey, what do we talk about? We talked about space elevators, female Viagra. We talked about forcing growth, immortality. We talked about like how that's the big bang, like what happened before then, like all the big questions on Earth. So here are some questions out there that people have, like, is there a God? It depends how you define God. I define God as energy, and everyone on Earth, when I have that discussion with them very straight and to the point, they all agree. Everybody agrees. If we say God is energy, everyone agrees. And how did I learn that? I mean, I'm a rabbi, and no person has debated more, I would say, religiously with those around them than I have. And so I just know straight to the point. How do you get to someone? At the end of the day, we don't know. So, like, is there a God? I should say this. We don't know, and no one can know anything for sure. The only thing that's objective, exactly, the only statement that can be objective is that one. Everything else is subjective, basically, or something of it. Basically, everything is just a shade of gray. We can't actually say something is black and white. So because of that, we have to have some kind of agreement on God that we don't know. We can't know. But if we want to say, like, is there any evidence of it, or God or whatever, energy, the best we can do. Just say energy, and everyone agrees on it. Agrees, exactly. And so there are. You're 100% right. And so when we're talking,
800-500-5200, back 800-500-5200, or SweetGrains.com. Enter money at KFIAM640.com/cash.
that's not up for us to decide.
When you get an email, check your junk and spam folder.
And, there are people out there who are very secular and agnostic, or perhaps somewhat, atheistic or something like that. And that, even the most secular people agree with energy science and things like that. And so if we say that we believe in God, that means I believe in energy, everyone agrees with that. So when we start saying, like, my next door neighbor, he's Muslim. I live next door to a Muslim and a Christian. So if we can make it work in our house, I know I can make it work in the Middle East. And how do we do that? So when people start learning that Judaism is a religion based on very few things, one God, and the temple in Jerusalem is very important, and they start to learn that the big debate in Jerusalem, nobody knows about what it is. I had to really study it. It's really about this. The number one most important place in Judaism is the number three most important place in Islam. But number three most important place in Islam is not that great. It's not number one and it's not number two. It's number three. Mecca and Medina are more important. And what will happen is the United Nations will say, look, you can't have so many holy sites. Why? Because literally sometimes in a year, millions and millions and millions of people, because of global warming, all make one trip to a place. And it costs a lot of money for the world to have to do this. And on top of that, the world, we have like these things called World Heritage Sites. I think the United Nations will say every religion will get two major World Heritage Sites for their religion. So Islam will get Mecca and Medina. Christianity may choose like whatever they want. Maybe the St. Peter's Basilica in Rome and like Westminster Abbey and Protestant. But basically, look at every religion. I think there are 13 religions and 13 million people on earth. And so what will happen is the United Nations will say that those 13, we pick two major holy sites. And what the Jews want? We want the Temple Mount, and then we're going to give our second to Muslims. And Muslims are going to make they get three picks now, they'll make it Islamized. But they'll think that's such a nice thing for Judaism to do, because we don't want another spot. That's the only spot we want. And then basically we can shut up about that spot. Now, what do we do with the gold, the dome of the rock that's there? We don't want to blow it up. I would guarantee you this. Not one stone will fall from the sky, or you can take that same amount off of my face. If there's a crack that happens in that building, you can take a crack in my face. We'd be really, really protective of it, and we would cut it out from the bottom, like a brownie in a brownie pan or something like that. Cut it out, and then put it on a ship, and then have it tour the world. And a lot of people who would never be able to see it because they don't have a lot of money, and a lot of Islamic countries would never be able to see it. They'd be able to see it in their port, and then it would eventually be placed in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Why this? Muslims do not have a holy site in the New World. There isn't one. And they won't. If you talk to Muslims, it's something that is seen as a positive. And so that would fix all that shit in between Muslims and Jews and Christians.
She's allowed to do this.
Exactly, not one person will buy.
Their excuse is, well, there's nothing in the law that prevents it.
No one. Well, I am. It is. And I am the power. I'm the ROTHSCHILD. So once this gets big, you see, everyone will know about this. It is, oh, that's the guy who we all listen to. That's what's going to happen. Now, there may be other wars and things like that. Perhaps we don't want those. But at least when it comes to the Middle East, we're going to make sure that no one dies in it. And I can guarantee that.
Put it out the time to a long story over the weekend. Sort of like, explaining
I would do my best. Absolutely. Welcome, everyone. We were just talking about female Viagra, space elevators, what happened before the Big Bang. But really interesting things. So right now, I have just given a plan, the first one that anyone had ever heard, where we can bring peace in the Middle East. And how was that? Basically, when people learn that there is one holy site in Judaism that is really important, but that same site is the third most important in Islam, they start to find out that that's not that important to Islam as it is to Judaism. And Judaism really wants that. The United Nations will say that you will have a World Heritage Site for two religious places for every religion that has 13 million people, and there are 13 religions that have that. Essentially what will happen is that Mecca and Medina will be preserved, Jerusalem for Israel, but Jews will give their pick to Muslims, and then Muslims will make their third pick Islamabad. They'll think that is such a nice thing. We'll take the Dome of the Rock, put it on a ship, take it out of that land, and it will be moved to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. If you know any Muslims, they really do want a religious holy site in the New World, and there isn't one. And so that would give them one. And not a single person would die doing it. So we just were trying to figure out what to do. Which is really interesting. You guys are all live, by the way. In fact, you're live on YouTube there, you're live on YouTube there, you're live on YouTube there, you're live on Instagram on my ceiling. Hey. Oh, dude. My womanizer is right here, baby. Have you seen this? You know what's a womanizer? Dude, I got a magnet on the back, and it just stands on here all the time in case I need to use it on a woman. You gotta have 3 of them, kids. You gotta have one next to your nightstand, one in the car, and one always charging. Really? Fuck yeah. This is the best sex toy, basically, of the generation. Oh my god, it's amazing. Absolutely, dude. So I just keep it there. No, I haven't.
Every other month to achieve our goals. So now with the people aside, just reminder you have more women coming through the evening, easy conditions out there. We also have a flood watch in effect through tomorrow for a large part of LA and Orange County. The mandatory evacuation order for all of Montana.
I already know who the first woman is. I already know who the first woman's going to be. I already have a lineup. You guys don't understand. When you're online this long, so who's the #1 pick? Hillary Clinton is going to be the #1 pick. It's not going to be some OnlyFans girl. Hillary Clinton. Really? Yeah. Yeah. Then Huma Abedin is her assistant. And so Hillary can make a decision if she wants to let Huma Abedin in on it. Then the next day is going to be Angelica Houston and Fran Drescher. So it's going to be a Friday, and it's going to be Hillary's on a Friday, Angelica Houston and Huma Abedin on a Saturday, and Saturday night is going to be Fran Drescher, and then Sunday is this girl, I think her name is like Victoria something, she's on Instagram, and then it's Allison Brie is Sunday night. Really? Yeah, I've got them lined up. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? When you're going to become the most famous person on earth, why wouldn't you just have a whole bunch of hot chicks lined up? Now you're like, well, wait, Hillary Clinton is a hot chick? Hold on, I like power, man. So, you know, there's a saying, I like power. There's a saying of Henry Kissinger that power is the greatest aphrodisiac. Power is the, okay, so what's an aphrodisiac? An aphrodisiac is something that makes you horny. So basically chocolate and, you know, like whipped cream, those are all like kind of aphrodisiacs. So power is the greatest aphrodisiac. Well, she's on this list too. I'm gonna have sex with her in a yellow submarine if I can.
I have a serious question for you. Do you really even know what you need?
Really? Yeah, dude. If I could, if you get that fucking 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea, ride at Disneyland. But if it's not there, we'll have to rent a yellow submarine. So I have to wear yellow heels, and I'm gonna pound her out. I've already said that on the live stream. That's one of the fantasies. I've said that on a golf course. I said that at Tiger Woods' golf course. So on the live stream, I would play golf at Tiger Woods, which is just kind of down the road. And I would have this fantasy time where I would just be hitting golf balls and be like, all right, so then I'm going to fuck this chick this way and this, you know, like this location. It would just be crazy. So any chick that you can name, I've already got like like literally, when I banged out 20, this is the thing, 26, so I went, I masturbated allegedly. Why did I say allegedly? Because it could have been deeper. But 24 times, I'm sorry, 28 times in 24 hours. And I did it only to deep space. So, and I did it in alphabetical order. So A was Jessica Alba. B was Jessica Biel. Yeah, so what was that? It means that it looked like I was having sex with Jessica Alba and Jessica Biel, and that Katie Coco was 3, and I think I worked one out to Fran Drescher. I got to think of Fran Drescher as 4, and why? Because that was D, and I did it through the whole alphabet. Now, here's what I learned. X is really hard. There's no like X actor. And what else did I learn? That I was able to do the whole alphabet within 24 hours. And that's the thing for wrestling. So we got that going for us. It is. Well, it is. That's what we watch on Instagram.
The iHeartRadio app, the website too.
Yes. So that's one of those days, and you'll see it was one day I did 24 hours, and I think that's the day. And the reason why I say that is because there was one day I was just like, I'm just going no pants on Instagram, and I'm gonna see what they're gonna do to me. And I did. And anything else about it? It was. I mean, honestly, I don't really care. I lived in the dorm in college. I walked around naked all the time. I didn't really give a shit then, and I don't give a shit now. It's just skin. It doesn't hurt anybody. And, you know, if you don't want to do it, that's totally your decision. And I understand. There are some guys who might not have a big dick. And they're like, dude, I don't want to just be out there naked. That's cool. Stem cell regrowth will allow you to have a bigger dick. If I've taken a syringe of human growth hormone and shoved it in my dick. I can tell you, human growth hormone in your dick does work. It's just not the most pleasurable of experiences because you have to stick a needle in your dick. But it can work. So when there are those kind of possibilities for people who perhaps before might not wanted to be naked, who cares? I mean, and that's the thing. We shouldn't punish people for their skin, but I understand why some people might not want to be naked online. Go ahead. One more time.
Apparently, the new thing to do is to stick an animal tranquilizer.
Do I eat a burger with honey mustard? I'll eat anything, anytime, any day. I eat whole pizza, so I'm like a competitive eater. So yeah, fuck yeah, I'll eat it with honey mustard or with regular mustard or with Dijon mustard. You are live streaming on YouTube, on Instagram, on multiple screens on Instagram. Type in ViralRabbi, hashtag ViralRabbi in YouTube and filter by live, and you will see no one has more live streams online in the history of mankind than I do. So it's hashtag ViralRabbi, V to the I to the R to the A to the L to the R to the A to the B to the B to the I, hashtag ViralRabbi, and then filter by live. And if you're like, how do I filter? It's that little, sometimes it's like right next to the search bar, there's sometimes a little filter, and then you want to filter by live, and then you'll see I got 1, 2, perfect, and you should see I've got 6 streams going right now. This is the biggest thing in global history. I have more. Oh, this has been great. Will you please tell your friends, would you please?
It's not like we haven't spent
You got it.
hundreds of billions of dollars on
Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye.
What else more should we do than spend all the money and set up all the treatment that there is that does exist? Because xylazine is the sedative, not an opioid. It resists standard opioid overdose reversal treatment, such as naloxone. So there you go. Now this crowd was led by the other time. What's this? You see Christ every day? We should all carry it with us now? Yeah, okay. I got ready to revive people. Right, you run into. That's my obligation if I run into a vagrant on the street who's overdosed. I'm the one who has to revive him. Well, if they took one of these trench stories versions of fentanyl, it may not work. But wait a second. What are we paying for already? Why do I have to arm myself with Narcan? With all the money we've paid for law enforcement, for drug treatment, for homeless programs, we've done everything that we probably can do. Now they're going to say, what if your children gets the drugs online and you don't even know about it and they're in an overdose situation? What the fuck is most kids don't. There's actually a way to raise your kids so they don't listen to that. Because most kids don't do it. I mean, I couldn't imagine my kids buying random
their kids, and they don't. These are all mostly the troubled families, the troubled kids, the ones who the kids have been neglected and abused by the parents. Xylazine was developed in 1962 as an anesthetic for veterinary procedures. Trials in humans were shut down because the drug led to respiratory depression and low blood pressure. It's used as an addictive substitute for heroin, most likely starting in the 2000s. Do you wonder if there's a story out there that we don't know as to why the U.S. government allows this to go on? We know 10 major things they can do. People always say, because they're making money? No, I don't know. Is there some sort of follow the money? No, there's something. I heard, what was it? I was driving home. I was listening to something on TV. And it's one of those things that I ordinarily would dismiss. But I did stop and think about it. And it was the host talking to somebody who used to run a division of the DEA, who'd been to Mexico and dealt with the drug issue. And he suspects that our hands-off policy is got elements of the CIA involved manipulating things in Mexico because they want to keep Mexico destabilized. So we have a lot of influence and control over what goes on in Central America. Huh. And I never heard that theory. Well, this guy actually had a big title, retired from DEA. And he thinks that's what's going on, that the U.S. government is actively involved in keeping the Mexican government dependent on us by keeping the population and just the whole society unstable and off balance by allowing the drug cartel to have its way. And that they're more interested in having domination and control over the region than they care about, vagrants in the street time. And normally I would dismiss that stuff, but I couldn't get out of my head. I was driving home and I was thinking, what if there's another story here? Because this doesn't make any sense. And if something doesn't make any sense, this one means there's something out there we don't know. I thought it was more that countries, particularly Mexico, are so dysfunctional that the drug trade brings some revenue in, so that the people are even more starving and ready for revolt. That's what I always thought the belief was. So we allow it to happen because at least these people fed in Mexico and they don't start rioting. It's a source of employment. They elements of their so they don't overthrow the government. So we don't end up in a worse situation. That we're willing to sacrifice a certain number of homeless users to drugs and maybe a few kids, and in return we don't get some apocalyptic situation in Mexico that would affect us even worse. That's kind of along the same lines, though. It's about not trusting Mexico to be on its own and not having to have some influence. Now, here's why reversing an overdose when there's xylazine involved is tricky. We were talking about a new drug that's fentanyl with this animal tranquilizer. A dose of the overdose halting medicine, nalazone or Narcan, blocks the reverse the dopamine effect on brain receptors will address the potential, but it's not going to round the victim who's defeated. It's a diamond bar. You know what? It doesn't really try 2 or 3 times, but they could end up vomiting and writhing. Well, I guess they're going to die with people. But what are we going to do? They can go to Philadelphia. This drug is everywhere. I don't know. Maybe this is going to self-correct. Yeah, there's a little bit of Darwinism. But maybe all these people are going to kill themselves in this really horrible way. And they'll be off the streets, and maybe a few others are going to see this happening and give up the stuff. Because there's nothing the government can do. The government's not good. And nobody's ever really particularly interested in this unless they can hire a lot of people and people can make money, right? So you get all the fake nonprofits, and they get the tax funding after they filter the normal population. They feel we give them money, okay, just give in, what's going on. They take the money, laugh at us, because we're gullible and naive. We fall for it every time. Then they go around, they keep it agencies, everybody's making 6 stations. But they don't care. I don't think it's possible for the government to treat all these ads, to treat all these federal things. And I don't think there's any interest on the part of the government workers and the bureaucrats or the politicians. I realize that you sort of another good in your city to outfit like the politicians and the others at the time to say, well, we'll just have Narcan. Yeah, well, it's not going to work in the case of people that get this conflict. But you see how they keep our responsibility for this? It's not our fault. Whenever I hear somebody says, well, it's society's problem, I want to hate them. It's like, no, it's not society's problem. It's not my problem. I hear you. We got more coming up, Johnny. 10 to 5 a.m. 640 live everywhere. The iHeart Radio app. And available on it is the Denver Mark live 24-hour standby newsroom. And evacuation order has been issued for all of Montecito. A flood watch has been issued for most of Orange County. The police chief in Newport News, Virginia, says there was no physical struggle over the gun before a 6-year-old student started surgically in teacher Friday. The teacher is still in the hospital in stable condition. Georgia Bulldogs and the TCU Horned Frogs will meet for college football's national championship today at SoFi Stadium. That game starts in about 45 minutes. We'll check out traffic with TKFI in the sky next. I can tell you today that the States could probably go further. We're going to go without credit. It's going to be harder to get. And you need desperately a smile because your teeth are all rotted out and decayed and it's hideous. So what are you going to do? You can call second guess. We'll give you right now phone number. You call them and lock in a payment plan and get these great competitive terms on a payment plan for your beautiful, natural smile transformation. You see it again. You can afford it, you can get it, you make the call and lock in the payment plan. From time to get-go, we'll give you a brilliant smile. Call 836-640-SMILE, 888-640-SMILE. More rain coming in this evening. We do have another day of rain and windy weather tomorrow. Temperatures in the 50s and 60s tomorrow inland and along the coast. From the Southern California, we're going to do a traffic center. Let's go places. The traffic flow in Culver City on the 405. That north-south side and today just going in, coming up on Culver Boulevard. It's line flow all the way to the 5 Americans and roll into Stillmont. Take a look at the Cajon Pass with Michael Bryan, KFI News Side. It's a real challenge, and go 15 northbound is jammed up at some Glen Helen Parkway right before the hookup to the 215 north. That's going to be kind of most of the way through the pass. Through South of Oak Hill Summit where it reaches up. Now, southbound is even worse. The South 15 is jammed up there from South Main Street in this area. Right, the bridge most of the way through the Cajon Pass through the 138. And let's get an hour away for the next little 50-tip at SoFi Stadium, Georgia, TCU. Avoid the area around that business area in the stadium and let's get tickets. If you do, what you do? Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky. Now, 101 southbound out of the Santa Barbara area is just tough. The lane southbound from Milford out to the Santa Barbara lane stretches ahead as you roll into Raycon. Nothing. KFI in the sky. Don't take you there faster. I'm in Martinez. This is 24 Hours. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network. Presented by Stable Shore. Georgia can visit tonight's CFP title game against TCU at SoFi Stadium, looking to become the first program since Alabama in 2011 and 12 to claim national championships in back-to-back seasons. LeBron James and O's open away goes against the Nuggets with left ankle soreness. The Kings take on the Oilers. DeMar Hamlin released from the University of Cincinnati Medical Center today. He's continuing his recovery in a Buffalo hospital. I'm Frank Harris. Staples Printing Marketing is committed to quality and printing perfect every time. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more. Offering through 11. See staples.com/store/printing for details. Try Staples and see the difference. This report is sponsored by Autonomy.com.
Are you ready to drive an electric car? At Autonomy, easy subscription is the answer. Use the CEO of Autonomy, the cheapest, fastest, and easiest way to get into a Tesla. No lease, no loan, pay as you go month to month. Restrictions apply. Get details at Autonomy.com. At PayPal, we know you doesn't have it in a new place. It happens where you live. The same places we live. With a user as large and diverse as ours, it takes one of LA's largest news teams to cover it right. PayPal 9, now PayPal in Los Angeles. PayPal comes with more team morning. More local news. Now, 7.5 hours of news every weekday morning. PayPal news Los Angeles. Covering your morning. Tesla reinvented electric cars. At Autonomy, we've invented a new way to get them. Subscription. Drive a Tesla Model 3 for as little as $450 a month. No long-term commitments or debt. And currently, no wait time. I'm Scott Baker, CEO and founder of Autonomy. And our EV subscriptions are the cheapest, fastest, and easiest way to get a Tesla Model 3. Get details at Autonomy.
You feel like you're riding an economic roller coaster? All the whiplash is likely to wreak havoc on your investment portfolio. Maybe even derail your future plans. Unpredictable, uncertain, and unsettling. It's time to regain your footing with a second opinion from Edelman Financial Advisors. We're Barry's #1 rated independent financial advisory firm 5 years running. And you can be confident you're getting integrated wealth management advice, including tax planning, estate planning, insurance, and more from an experienced and trusted investment advisory firm. Take advantage of a complimentary wealth checkup with a planner who puts your needs first. No sales pressure and no obligation. When it comes to your financial well-being, you can count on the top-rated independent financial advisory firm in the nation. Visit Edelman Financial Inc. at efewealthplanners.com. That's efewealthplanners.com. They're in trading awarded English, September 28, 2022. Compensation paid for distribution of rates.
Want to know one of the most successful investment opportunities during both a recession and an economic boom? It's where you shop every day. Grocery store anchors commercial real estate. With over $1.5 billion in assets, First National Realty Partners offers investors access to institutional quality real estate, featuring national brand tenants such as Walmart, Kroger, Whole Foods, and many others. And with over 2,000 investors are earning on annual returns and quarterly cash distribution checks from professionally vetted commercial real estate investments. With our investor relations team, call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or visit fnrbradio.com. That's fnrbradio.com. Results are not guaranteed with risk of losing your principal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Any representations as to stability, diversification, security, or resistance to inflation reflect our belief in such outcomes. And may not be realized. Cash distributions do not guarantee status performance, not in favor of future results. Visit us at fnrbradio.com for the music that you listen to all year long. The anthems that were our soundtrack for 2022. And the stars who made the songs we love. Will all be celebrated.
Live from Los Angeles on Fox.
March 27th. Let's get it started.
Each year, as this year's nominees are unveiled. Wednesday at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific.
Prince Harry, the guy made a $50 million deal with Netflix, and all he does is complain that they're victims. These people are not victims. Victimhood sells in the United States. For Tim Connolly Jr. Show, tell us exactly what people said in the royal family and how you are heard, or get off the throne. Now, live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Johnny King Show, John Cordell, Thanksgiving, KFI, 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I found the name of the former government official who was on TV the other day talking about how he thinks CIA may be involved in not trying to stop all the drugs coming over because it works to our benefit. Mexico destabilized.
If you ever involved in
Eric Maltz, M-A-L-T-Z, he's the former DEA Special Operations Director. And he was on originally to talk about Guzman being arrested, El Chapo's son. And there's some clips online. He was on one of the Fox shows.
At the planter?
And I'm just thinking that there's a lot more to this that's not being discussed. And this would carry over from like president to president to kind of keep this policy. Yeah, this would be the permanent government. You know, the permanent FBI, permanent CIA, you know, that Trump called the deep state. There is a lot of truth to that. Like, it runs on its own because presidents come and go, Congress control comes and goes. But there's people there who've been working for 20, 30, 40 years and more who they've got their own agenda. Like, nobody's really covering the CIA. You know, if the CIA wants to disrupt the presidency, they will. You saw how the FBI disrupted the Trump presidency. I mean, there's countering agendas going on, obviously. Well, speaking of Trump for a moment, you may have heard over the weekend that thousands of people stormed Brazil's National Congress building. Since January 6th, there was an election in that country, and the man that lost, Bolsonaro, questioned the results. The victory went to he was the incumbent. He's very Trump-like. He's compared to Trump, and guess where he is right now? Bolsonaro is in Florida.
after spending his time waiting in line at Publix, eating alone a Kentucky Fried Chicken and posting selfies for people. But there's a Brazilian dentist who lives in Florida. He said, we wanted to go see him. You know, to see him, then you get more about seeing him than Mickey Mouse. He does have some very, very loyal supporters, the way Trump did. And because they have questions about the outcome of this election, well, there you go. Just like January 6th, they stormed the pursuit by the thousands. By the thousands, right. It's very similar. Some think that this guy has given them sort of the wink and the nod, just like they did with Trump. Oh, and he said that the election was stolen. And I just saw a headline here, and I'm clicking on the story, where the British tabloid saying that Boston Arrows worked for the hospital in Orlando today. You had stomach problems, I heard? So many places from eating all the fast food. I don't spend a lot of time going to fast food places. He wasn't used to it. He wanted to come to America and eat fast food for a week. There were people calling for them to take his visa away and get him out of the U.S. Well, his visa is only supposed to work as long as he's president. And now that he's not, so now he doesn't have that special visa protection. He's hanging out in Florida, enjoying the sunshine. I'm right here. He had stomach problems because the guy stabbed him with a 9-inch knife in the stomach. That's the origin of his stomach problem. Damn. Well, how long ago did that happen? 2018, so 4 years ago. Oh, okay. But today he went to the hospital. Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, look, I've never been stabbed in the stomach, and I'm on the toilet twice a week. Only twice a week? Yeah, twice a week is pretty low. Drink some water there. No, I mean, I'm serious. All right, Bill's DeMar Hamlin has been discharged, and there's a rumor going around that he could have gone home on Saturday or Sunday, but the NFL had all these big tributes for him on yesterday, and it would have looked odd if he went home. Yeah, and they're still doing the tribute. And now he's going to play this coming week, right? Yes, I think he's going to play. It's a playoff game. It's a Bills in the second round. The second round? But I think it's great that he's home. He's recovering. He might be 100%. But to see, seasoned football pros crying on the air after the Bills scored their opening drive, the kickoff. Yeah, they ran it back for a touchdown. I thought, please get it down, just a little bit. We got the same way yesterday. We need to just get that. It's a terrible medical emergency. That's right. Yeah, he's going to recover. He's in better shape than I am. Right. I mean, you should have got to get a long time ago. How many times did he on the phone? Exactly. He worked out today. I worked out since Portola Junior High. It's rain. We'll cover it. Yeah, you covered that rain. Oh, yours. Good God. I love last week when you said, hey, when we're doing the crosstalk, and the last thing you said, Ken, was, hey, you got to hit the high ground. Yeah. I got another one for you. Turn around, don't drown. That's right. We have Turn the Fires, we have Ready, Set, Go. Now we have Turn Around, Don't Drown. When you were a kid, don't drive into a flooded road. I don't remember ever having evacuation here. You just rode it out. Yeah. So you find a place to go. Yeah. All right, real man. First you got to forget. We're the last of the real men. Versus that KSI KLCHC2 Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Critical thinker. Want it.
KSI.
KOST,
Los Angeles,
live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app.
Well, you didn't get it up last week. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Taking California to hit another powerful rainstorm, and we've done National Weather Service meteorologist Daniel Fleet. People should drive carefully tomorrow morning when the storm is expected to be at its most intense. Expect volume of water on the roadways and possible flooding. Maybe up to 4 inches of rain is expected in lower elevations. The flood watch is in effect in LA, Orange County, and the Inland Empire. This will take rain that lead to mudslides in areas recently hit by wildfires with some strong winds that lead to power outages.
Moving up north, where there were 300,000 without power at one point, that's been a little bit lower, about 100,000 people without power today. 4 people, including 2 teens and an 18-month-old, have been sent to the hospital following a 2-car hit-and-run crash in South LA. The LA Fire Department says all 4 had to be removed from a Silver SUV just before 8 this morning. Officials say a silver sedan was on fire, and that eyewitness was put out. The death deputy from Virginia who tricked an underage girl from Riverside into an online relationship has done the same thing with another girl. Wednesday, Austin Edwards was told the 16-year-old girl in Riverside he was 17 when he started the relationship that he was actually 28. The report shows in 2014, Edwards had another online relationship with a 13-year-old girl. He was 20 at the time. Edwards cut himself and was admitted to a state mental hospital after the girl broke up with him. That girl told the Times it was the police in Riverside that prompted her to come forward. In November, Edwards drove from Virginia to Riverside to be with the 15-year-old. He ended up killing the girl's mother and grandparents, then he killed himself. The governor of Virginia has called for an investigation into why Edwards was able to become a state trooper with such a troubled past. Gregory Cook-Finance. La Brea Bakery has announced its locations in LA and downtown Disney and Anaheim have officially closed. The company's location in downtown Disney was open for more than 20 years. The cafe in LA was open for more than 30. Brea Bakery fans can still purchase some artisan bread at participating grocery stores. President Biden visiting Mexico to discuss matters including immigration, trade, and climate change. Got to Mexico as a city yesterday at the Felipe Angeles International Airport. The five objects of Mexico's president, the first U.S. flight to arrive in what critics were after that big week for a drug that one of many by Mexico's popular theater. ABC's Connor Finnegan says the Biden administration has held its tongue, slow to comment on what critics say of power grabs by Mexico's president. The airport is more than an hour drive from the city center. It's got few flights and it lacks consistent drinking water. More than 7,000 nurses in New York City are striking as they have been working under minimum staffing arrangements for years. Contract negotiations over salaries and staffing stalled this weekend, almost 3 years into the COVID-19 pandemic.
These days are doing better. These laptops and pots and pans.
ICU nurse Lorena Vila says her loyalty with New Yorkers. She says they're not striking for better wages, but for better patient safety. UN Security Council voted to keep a key border crossing from Turkey to Syria's rebel-held northwest open for critical aid deliveries for another 6 months. Russia, Syria's allies, supported the resolution. UN Security General says the dire humanitarian situation in Syria is worsening and if aid deliveries from Turkey are not renewed, millions of people in Syria might not survive the winter. And Frito-Lay is looking for its next dancer to star in a Super Bowl ad for Doritos' newest chip flavor. To mark Doritos' 23rd year of Super Bowl ads, the snack companies invite people to share their best snack-inspired dance on TikTok to celebrate Doritos' sweet and tangy barbecue or BBQ. The winner of hashtag Doritos Triangle Tryout is chosen Friday. Today from Southside weather from KFI, rain, maybe thunderstorms through tonight, lows around 63, but it's 3 or 2 warmer tomorrow. That chance of rain is going to hang until tomorrow night. Highs above 50 at Beaches, above 60 Metro LA, Orange County, 70 Inland Empire in the valleys, above 50 in the high desert in Antelope Valley. Tomorrow morning, as we were saying earlier, will be the worst of the rain that we've seen in a couple days. Both the clear and a bit warmer after Wednesday, and then rain back on Friday. Right now in Anaheim, 50, Newport Beach, 59, Cerritos, 61, Long Beach, 58 degrees. You can't find money before the Dow is down 113 today. NASDAQ was up 66. S&P was down 3. The average price of regular gas in California, $4.43 a gallon. It's still crashing on Utah.
Well, I don't know in details here, but it's on the 5 northbound at Osborne. Reported inland whisperings or blocks. Keyword KFI traffic. Delays are backing up out of Sun Valley, leaving Lankershim. Also affecting the 170 northbound with delays off the 101, 134.
You'll get that one, Dorothy.
In Santa Monica, KFI 5.
Outside of the 10, you start to hit place there at Centinela.
Go, dog.
Centinela Movement City, downtown Los Angeles. Pretty tight that whole stretch. 405 northbound, loading up out of Culver City. All the way to the hook up to the 5 in the North Angeles Valley. Southbound 405, loading up to Santa Monica Boulevard. Heading down towards the airport. One last push. They're about to kick off that national championship at SoFi. So let's just go to the game. I would steer clear of Inglewood. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
Emergency evacuation notices in Montecito and parts of Ventura County. That 101 southbound is a huge mess away from Milpas as it continues to Santa Claus Lane. More flowing ahead from Rincon Road as you travel into Berea Beach. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
This hour of KFI is brought to you by Sunluck Solar. Go solar today at sunluck.com. I never write reviews, but Navage is so amazing, I had to leave one. Nothing's ever cleared out my sinuses as well. I'm blown away by how Navage works. That's a review from Terry, and it's one of over 100,000 online testimonials praising Navage. I'm Martin Cope, the inventor of Navage nasal care, and I've talked about flushing out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. How Navage's power suction can help you breathe better, and how your nose is the body's air filter, and Navage will clean it out. But don't take my word for it. What do people like Chad say, who wrote, Navage has helped clear out my nasal passages every single night. My wife says my snoring is going way down. Your best is gone, unquote. Navage is the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million customers to help you breathe better, breathe deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, Target, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding food due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be UTI, or uptaken pancreatic insufficiency. UTI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But UTI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyuti.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyuti.com. Sponsored by Apple.
I'm Attorney Karen Capanosi, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your life and just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one looks good makeup unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP. Go solar with local and veteran-owned Zipper Solaris. Visit zippersolaris.com. More stimulating talk.
And I have radio station.
It's Conway Show. Ding dong. It's Monday the 9th, right? 1923. And 100 years ago today was 1923.
I like to Smith. I thought that was interesting, right? Big deal.
We have a lot to cover today, so I hope Mo doesn't mind. We're going to go an extra hour into Mo's program. I tried to take an hour away from John and Ken. We're coming an hour early, and they're like, having 2 hours to eat. And I'm like, what? And then they're like, what? And I'm like, huh? And they're like, what? All right, well, the weather is the big story. Everybody's crazy with this weather. And there are big, massive floods going on up in Ventura, Northern California. We have Mulholland that's closed between Coldwater and Laurel because of a landslide and a possible bigger one. So they closed that that area. And it's a big deal when it rains in Los Angeles. And I can show you about 6 months ago. I can probably grab audio if I really research. About 10 to 20 meteorologists saying we're going to have a really dry, hot winter. And they're wrong. It's really wet outside. Like I was pouring in Burbank. I was outside a minute ago, absolutely pouring, and the surrounding community as well. But this is not the brunt of the storm. That's coming tonight. There's even going to be more weather, if you can believe that. So right now, for our friends up in Ventura, you guys are the main story there. There's some rapid river and rapid water rescues up there. I believe of homeless people, but also people camping up there near the ocean. They've been told to evacuate as well. And that's going to be a big problem flooding. I'm going to step out of the way here and show you what you see there. That is the Ventura River, and that big problem with flooding. It's going to be the big story over the next couple of days here in Southern California. I'm going to step out of the way here and show you what you see there. That is the Ventura River, and that is the source of the problems of what's been going on here all day long. Suffice it to say that it's been a very cold, wet, miserable day here in Ventura County. Take a look. The Ventura River flows up with the rain coming in and heavy at times. This is what it looks like through all the bridge at Santa Ana Boulevard outlet here on Highway 33. The rain hits the hills around here and the water is coming down, causing some major problems here. There were some mud and debris flows on Highway 33 causing some problems in portions of it there, and the public works crews blocking those areas around here where floods
were flooded. One major concern is for the homeless who live along the river and the homes that are located close to the river. The reason? A flash flood warning that is still in effect.
Yeah, it's about 9:17 tonight. I was watching TV today, and one of those emergency alerts came on and said until 9:17 tonight, we're on flood watch. I don't know how they got it to 9:17. I don't know why they wouldn't say 9:16 or 9:30, but 9:17.
We have personnel up and down the river, but all throughout the county, ensuring that people have been moved out of the area, for being safe and diligent about where they're at and their location.
Damn, listen to a rain like that. When's the last time you heard a rain like that in Ventura?
Ventura County Fire and the Sheriff's Department have been going around the river talking to those who are living down there to rebuild a higher ground. Some people did. We talked to one person who decided to opt to go to higher ground. He's hoping to get a voucher for a hotel. We'll have her story.
So am I, by the way. I'm also hoping to get a voucher for a hotel.
Hoping to get a voucher for a hotel. We'll have her story coming up on Eyewitness News at 5 o'clock. But suffice it to say, there are issues going up and down the 33 from Ventura all the way up to Ojai. If you don't have to be here, it's recommended that you don't. There are flooding in some spots like in Casita Springs and going up to Ojai as well. And there is a rock slide and some mud debris flows along Highway 33. Suffice it to say,
wow, no, actually that's the third suffice it to say.
Suffice it to say, up there,
count them. I wanted during the break.
Suffice it to say, up there, it's been a mess, and there's only more rain, heavy rain, as Danny mentioned, coming later tonight.
Yeah, look, I think it's horrible to be homeless, but man, compared to the rest of the country, we've really spoiled a lot of the homeless because he says, I'm hoping to get, and I'm hoping to get a hotel voucher. Right? Back when I was growing up, and if you're homeless, you're hoping to get a sandwich, maybe a hot dog, or maybe you find a meal. But now it's like, oh, I'm hoping to get a 4-star voucher. Right? Last time you're hoping to get 2 stars, 4 stars. You get a 1-star voucher. You go, oh no, this is unacceptable. I need to get something better than this. Yeah, last time.
Line for the 4-star.
That's right. That line. Isn't that crazy? That is wild. All right, there are 70,000 people headed to the big game tonight. And normally we don't talk about big games that are on TV, but it is in Los Angeles. That means 70,000 people, maybe 70,000 listeners are headed towards SoFi. And so we're going to, when we come back, Angel Martinez will help us out. And we'll try to figure out what the traffic is like around people trying to get in and around Southern California, and especially people heading over to SoFi Stadium for the NCAA Men's Football Championship game. And Stephen, why don't you take a shot at who's in the game? Just take a wild shot who's playing for college, right? That's college, right? What are they doing? It's going well. Yeah. So far, the one I know is just the thing is TCU. Wow, man, you nailed it. Which is what? Yeah. Okay. All right. That's transcontinental. Purple. Right? Love that. That's the best game. Yeah. Purple. That's perfect. Yeah.
Right.
They're called the Honored Frog.
No.
The Honored Frog. Then who are the Honored Frogs playing? Now they're sitting in Georgia.
Wow!
Well done, sir. That's unbelievable. I mean, it's like,
Absolutely let me go.
that is fantastic, buddy. That is wild, man. You are on top of it. I mean, we're practically sitting next to, the announcer Hall of Fame here. We're financed a lot of That's right, okay. Georgia and TCU. And TCU is out of Texas. Is it Texas? Texas Central? The Texas, what is it? Christians. Oh, the Christians made it, huh? Wow, look at them. That's wild. So the Christians are playing the Georgia. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, that's kind of cool. All right, well, I'm not going to oh, the game was canceled. I'm going to play next week. All right, but we're going to try to help you. 70,000 people are headed towards that game. That's going to be an unbelievable game. And it's going to be loud in there because of the rain as well. I mean, it's all glass roof there. You're going to hear the ground the pounding rain and also any lightning and thunder that'll be in the surrounding areas, that could be a wild place.
All those players and all those fans. Yeah, we're getting closer to the date. About a month or two ago, oh yeah, we're going to start a national championship. And we're going to start the game in sunny Southern California. Oh, yeah.
And everybody who goes to that game is going to walk in the torrential downpour for about 10 to 15, maybe 20 minutes. So everybody will get in there and they're all going to stink. They're all going to smell like wet clothes.
Oh,
Yeah. The wet dog whistle. Nice thing dong. All right, Tom, we're live on KFI. Now heard 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI AM 640. And everyone in the iHeartRadio app, we're out pros. And KFI 24-hour news. Another round of rain has brought flood watches, high winds, and evacuations for California, with flood watches in effect along the coast. Tomorrow, many inland areas in the Southland as well. A special rain during the 2020 election in Georgia thinks it's work. Hearing later this month will decide how much of it, if any, of it is publicly released. President Biden sent a wreath to the Nixon Presidential Library in Yorba Linda for a ceremony to mark the 110th birthday of former President Nixon. We're testing 110 freeway coming up. Well, wherever you are right now, listening to this right now, 15 of my listeners can get LASIK for as low as $64 a month. Wow! Now, to get LASIK for only $64 a month, you must. And you have to be one of the first 15 callers and schedule a free LASIK exam. $64 a month, the lowest you can get. And that is based on your credit level, of course. Get ready for Saddleback, Eye Center, and $64 a month for LASIK. You wake up in the morning and you have to reach for your glasses to see the alarm clock. I used to have to do that. No longer, thanks to the greatest surgeon in the world and my surgeon, Dr. Manger. He's the best in the world. And he can only be found in one place, Saddleback. So phone him up. If you want the first 15 callers, you can get LASIK for only $64 a month. Good luck. First 15 callers win right now. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. Just slow downtown.
The 110 freeway, making the way southbound approaching the 101. The drive remains really slow ahead if you continue all the way to Century Boulevard. Now, also the 405 southbound, loading up out of Sherman Oaks from the 101 freeway. And that drive remains pretty tough all the way to Florence. We've got Mike O'Brien looking at the Cajon Pass. Hey, up on the side.
Well, very tough drive for the 15. You go that north-south side of the 15, loading up at Sierra in North Fontana. So you'll come through the Cajon Pass up to the 138. That's south 15. Now getting up out of this area from Main Street, most of the way to the 138. And that is a new storm that's moving through. It's just going to get worse and worse over the next couple of hours. Now, if you're headed through Santa Ana Canyon, 91 feet down on the bridge there from Weir Canyon over to the 241, almost Green River. It's going to up a bit, and you're going to see some more going to 15 to 15 into Aurora. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
I'm surprised to say that 101 in Santa Barbara slowing down from Milford, heading to Santa Claus Lane, more forward ahead from Rincon Road as you roll into Berea Beach. Hey, FI in the side, hope to get you there faster. I'm Eva Martinez.
Connected to the boat champion, Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Georgia convinced tonight's CFC title game against TCU at SoFi Stadium, looking to become the first program since Alabama in 2011 and 12 to claim national championships in back-to-back seasons. LeBron James an no-go for the Lakers against the Nuggets from left ankle soreness. The teams take on the Oilers. Damar Hamlin, released from the University of Cincinnati Medical Center today, is continuing his recovery in a Buffalo hospital. I'm Frank Aaron.
They say good things come to those who wait. The Mercedes-Benz SUV family proves otherwise. It takes no time at all to set up a test drive at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer. Learn more at MBUSA.com.
This report is sponsored by Cal Recycle. Californians are recycling smarter to help save our planet. Check out your items before putting them in your bin to make sure they get recycled. For more tips on proper recycling, visit iRecycleSmart.com. Do your part. Recycle smart. See big store-wide at the truckload event at Lowe's happening now. For a limited time, get up to 50% off select tools and accessories. Shop the event in-store or online today. Numbers 1229 through 125 while supplies live. Select and verify locations. See Lowe's.com. Nothing like winter weather to make
off your to-do list while snuggled up on the couch. Take care of that old car you've been meaning to deal with. Donate to Cars for Kids, the top car donation charity in the U.S. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.org. You'll have that car scheduled to pick up before your month cools down. You'll get a tax-deductible receipt and a voucher for a 3-day hotel stay. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or carsforkids.org. That's Cars on the Pay.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Contact us at 1047-781. Here are some homeowners say, yes,
One is our team review edition, where we have advanced breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129.
another one is warm quarantine drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain check.
And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year.
And our drain clearance service is just $80. So nice on debit card.
It'll air from your premium price via lease from email.com.
We do things the right way, not the easy way.
I need to finally here with that brand. This is your media brand.
Let's die.
This podcast was created to help you solidify your faith as you experience the story of the Bible through live action recordings and emotional orchestral music.
This is the Bible in Media with Jack Brown and iHeartRadio or wherever you get your podcast.
As in America, it still is not cancel culture. I just think it's more like an ignorant culture. Locally, where people want to be mad about things. They like to be outraged about things. Now, live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. John wakes up, and if you can hear the music in the background, it's because our jukebox is open. We play everything on.
Like the fun.
Yeah, we play everything on a jukebox here, and it's the records are all mislabeled, and it's not going up. So, old fashioned, old school. All right, we have $1,000 you can win. Celio again, not eligible. Ineligible again. But everybody else, if you don't work for KFI or iHeartMedia, you have a shot of winning $1,000 here is all you have to do. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter nationwide keywords on our website. Bill, that's Bill, B-I-L-L, enter now at KFIAM340.com/app. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorney. If you're ever in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. Yeah, look at that. Go to KFIAM640.com/cash and you could win $1,000. And you just cannot win unless you play. So, gotta check it out. All right, Montecito up near Santa Barbara, evacuations. Remember they had that horrible rock and mudslide. They killed, if memory serves me, I think it's 22 or 23 people. It's horrible. And if you live up in that area was devastated for years and years after the landslide. For some reason, I don't know whether it was an insurance thing or what it was, those houses sat month after month, year after year, completely destroyed by mud. And they just sat there. And I drove by them a couple of times, and it's so eerie to think that was once a thriving neighborhood with kids riding bikes around, with people walking dogs, and now it's completely devastated by mud and a landslide. If somebody told you that you're going to buy a beautiful home in Montecito, California, and you're going to die because of a landslide or mudslide or rock slide, you think it'd be crazy. That doesn't happen out here, but it does. And now they don't want it to happen again. There's evacuations going on up there.
The immediate evacuation order has been issued for the entire community of Montecito and surrounding areas started by the recent wildfires. The order coming on the 5th anniversary of a mudslide that killed 23 people. Residents in parts of Carpinteria, Summerlin, and Sycamore Canyon in Santa Barbara are also being told to evacuate. The heavy rain hitting that area is heading towards us.
Yeah, and we're going to get a little later. The Hollywood Hills is in the news again. So the rain, they have a black flood warning in Los Angeles and Ventura County until 9:17 p.m. So we have another about 5 hours of emergency warning that floods, it could happen at any moment. Landslides, floods, and tremendous amount of rain.
Day of long, steady rain, and of course that's a big concern because the ground is getting saturated with water. That's why officials are looking at some of these hillsides. Now behind me you can see we're at the corner of Lowell Canyon and Mulholland, and you can see Mulholland is closed here. They're only allowing local vehicles in, and that's because just down the road, part of the ground actually gave way under the road. And all of this comes as more rain is heading our way. The storm moved in early this morning in Rodwood and showers.
You know, when I was growing up in the 70s, they had, or maybe the late 60s, early 70s, they had a massive amount of rain in the San Fernando Valley. And there were homes, it was on White Oak, I think it was White Oak, just south of Ventura, right off Point Vista. I mean, somewhere it's the first major intersection south of Ventura Boulevard. Valley Vista. I don't know how you can work on it. Valley Vista. And Valley Vista, just south of Valley Vista and White Oak, there were homes that literally were coming off the hill and crashing down into other homes and onto the street. And my dad took us there. They put us all in the station wagon. We didn't live far away, maybe a 5-10 minute drive. And I remember going up in the jumping in my dad's Mercury station wagon with the wood panel on the side. And we had 6 kids, so he did a big vehicle to move everybody around. And we went to those homes and sat there and watched these firefighters and cops and these people from the city, trying to save these homes. And we went 2 days in a row, and we just sat in the car and watched for hour after hour. And it was something that seared into my brain that I'll always remember exactly where that was. And I was probably only 7 at the time, maybe 8, but I certainly wasn't, I bet I was closer to 7. We just sat there with my brothers and sisters, my dad, watched these homes come down, and it was wild, man. But this is the kind of rain that we had back then, and it's not going to stop. We have this storm, and there's another one coming in over the weekend.
The storm moved in early this morning in Rodwood with showers, rain, and drizzle. People who live in these hillsides are keeping a close eye for any mud flows. They are being warned to stay away from flood-controlled channels and burn areas 50 feet.
It's kind of pointed out as the storm kind of makes its way south now into the super coastal terrain there, where they're seeing some heavy rain right now. It does create that hazard of landslides and break flows.
It's steady rain this morning. And look, most of us live in apartments or condos or homes that we're not really worried about the rain, but if you live in a burn scar area and it starts raining like this, the only thought you have all day is what's going to happen to the house. And you don't know whether to evacuate, whether to throw your belongings in the car. It keeps you up at night. Anytime you hear a truck go by, you think it's mud. It really grates on people in those areas. They're really suffering from having, from very little sleep, being up all night, and extremely worried about their homes and the health of their loved ones and their animals all night long. And so the people live up in that area, and you're in for a long couple nights, and then the weekend. You got Saturday and Sunday to worry about as well.
The steady rain this morning making it a messy commute. Standing water caused minor flooding in some intersections. Storm drains simply can't keep up.
Yep. All right, we'll come back and we'll check with Angel Martinez. Because I know there's a ton of people getting in their car right now going to SoFi Stadium. We'll see what that looks like on the map. It looks like that. I feel like that's really horrible. All right, we're live on KFI AM Sports Time. It's now 47 p.m. on iHeart, and anywhere on the iHeart Radio app, you can check us out there. But let's check in with the newsroom now. And Michael Crozier, what's going on, brother?
Hey, new 12.5-acre housing and retail project is one step closer to getting final approval in Fullerton. Now, Fred Young says the developer's original plan for 165 new homes have been dated and rejected multiple times in the last year.
I thought that community advocates would not prefer that the request to keep more retail dwindling did not happen.
The latest proposal to get the green light includes 49 single-family homes, 64 townhouses, and 5 commercial buildings for retail. City Council is expected to get final approval next week. This report brought to you by Sunlock. The search has been called off in Central California. A 5-year-old boy swept away by floodwaters. Cal Fire was just called the was called just before 8 this morning about a car stuck in the San Marcos street bed. Boy's mother was rescued by people in the area, but the child was last seen in the water away from the vehicle. A fire captain with the LA City Fire Department was the highest paid city employee last year. Payroll numbers from the city showed the captain made $712,933, including benefits and overtime. Nonprofit Watchdog Group Center Square reports 86 LA City firefighters made more than $400,000 last year. In comparison, the average income for a surgeon in California is $351,000. Investigators in Germany have searched 2 garages used by a man from Iran who was arrested on suspicion of planning an attack with deadly chemicals. Officials say the man and his brother were arrested Saturday night after getting a tip from U.S. officials. They say they're suspected of planning an attack motivated by Islamic extremism, and at least one of them had allegedly tried to obtain potent toxins like cyanide. And a federal agency is considering a ban on gas stoves. U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission says new research links the appliances to childhood asthma. Natural gas stoves are used in about 40% of homes in the U.S. This will say the stoves emit air pollutants like nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and fine particulate matter at levels that EPA and World Health Organization have said are unsafe. Rain through the night with overnight lows around 50 degrees. Rain tomorrow, but it should start clearing up after that on Wednesday on and a little bit warmer for the weekend when the rain should get back. Right now in Mission Viejo, 53, Huntington Beach is 63 degrees. And let out your walk.
605 northbound is slowing down away from the 105 freeway. Delays extend all the way to the 60. And on the southbound side, you're on the break, heading away from Whittier Boulevard, going back to the 5. This was at Irvine. We've got Michael O'Brien, Pay Irvine in the sky.
Northbound side of the 5, loading up there. That's Culver. Because from Culver, northbound up to just a way or so before that stage bridge. Now, if you're heading south on the 5, there's a problem in Survey. South 5, that's way up there, towards the solo spin out, we're going to see a lot of those this afternoon. That is backing up just a quarter to a half a mile. Most of it's going right ahead. From Survey on and off down to Rosemead Boulevard. Now, if you're headed east on the 6th, if you still have interchange, the brakes there just before the 710. So work of that out to Rosemead Boulevard. And I got to tell you, beyond that, it really was good into the Inland Empire. Michael O'Brien, Fire in the Sky.
Not southbound side of the 101 heading out of Santa Barbara, remains on the west away from Milford to Santa Claus Way, and ahead from Rincon Road into Berea Beach. Pay FI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm in from our tonight.
News live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for the curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feet. His wife Michelle is trying to save the rain. Michelle throws an elbow. He's waiting for the couch. He could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspired the sleep. Things that give you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. John. Learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com.
You've heard this saying, see wise, pound foolish, right? You do something that saves you a little bit right now, penny, but then ends up costing you big time in the end, pound. This is Leland Smith, founder of Service Technique, Plumbing, Heating, and AC, and we see this all the time. People putting off cleaning up their furnace because they don't want to take the time to spend the money to get it done. But it only takes about 90 minutes and costs just $88. It's just pennies compared to the huge problems and expenses that can rack up if you don't get your furnace paid up. You'll also save money on your energy bills, and your system will last longer. Don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Call Service Champions for a precision furnace spin-up today. Remember, it's 833-777-7777 or find us online at servicechampions.com.
U.S. Termite? Maybe. Or you know U.S. Termite. Either way, call the folks at Pacific Coast Termite for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. They treat your home and kill those little buggers without tension. That is important. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Call 800-PACIFIC. Pacific Coast Termite!
The clean, friendly way. Attention Southern California. If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. The benefits are about to change. Time is running out, but it's not too late. You can go solar right now with Semper Solaris with no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. Imagine having no electric bill and no payments for all of next year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with Semper Solaris. Protect your family. skyrocketing electric bills, you must act today to lock in your savings. Call 877-211-5591. That's 877-211-5591. Silver Solaris is local and veteran owned, so they'll get the job done with esprit de corps and honor. Tesla Powerwall and Enphase batteries are in stock. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit, $500 downloadable coupon, $500 off for military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest, and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. Expired 1/31/2023. DSW number 97152.
For the best in modern dental care, my dentist, LA Dentist Group. Now, pound $250 on your cell and say dentist.
KFI AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
And just like the galaxy that you think for is there, nothing seems to fit. Those raindrops are falling on my head, they keep falling. Right to the city, but talking to the sun. And I said I didn't like the way he got things done. Sleeping on the job, those raindrops are falling on my head, they keep falling. But there's one thing I know, the blue thing
All right, it's Angel Martinez. I've been looking at traffic here, and what's really weird is the off-ramp to SoFi Stadium where 70,000 people are going to be watching that game tonight. Those look pretty open on the 405, just the exit you get off to go to the stadium.
I was just checking that.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I was corrected by Hayes saying I was wrong, but it is Burbank, right?
and how they.
And how big?
So who'd you say was the guy saying?
Yeah, but you said it was Carl
DJ Thomas here.
DJ Thomas.
Didn't they call Weiner? Carl Weiner.
What's wrong with you, dude?
All right, so off the 405, it looks good right around the stadium, but getting to that part is hell.
Yeah, you're right. It looks pretty light around the freeways in the area, but once you kind of get a little closer to SoFi Stadium, things really start to jam up in that area. Circuit streets are really starting to fill in, and I've been noticing Los Canada increasing in traffic volume over the last, half hour or so, especially southbound, leaving Slauson, heading to Centinela, and that's starting to trickle down now as you make your way towards Florence and into Inglewood. Things are happening on La Brea, which is cool. A lot of people are trying to take their circuit streets in instead.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. We're going to keep an eye on that. One of the streets out there, and it's right next to the stadium. It's the street that goes between the stadium and the Forum, and it's called Pinkai Boulevard or Pinkai Street. And that's when the only thing that out there was the Hollywood Park. And Pinkai, Latif Pinkai is a world-class jockey. I think they'll probably change the name of that street, right? Because there's no longer traffic out there. And most of those people going to SoFi, they have never been to a horse race in there. Right?
Kind of messed up. Yeah, I mean, streets in this town and it's in the Southland in general are named like over somebody that nobody knows who that guy is.
Yeah, probably. But there it is. Yeah, Pinkai Drive. It's right between the Forum and SoFi. Pinkai Drive, and nobody outside of racing knows who Latif Pinkai is. I mean, I love the guy. His son's a great broadcaster, but he's not a household name. And you have to have a street named after him out there. That is awesome. I love that. I think Shoemaker had a street named after him for a while too. And then he decided to have like 900 drinks and drive home and plowed through a guardrail and became paralyzed. And I think that kind of went away. A big whoop. And then he sued, if memory serves me right, he sued the state of California saying that the guardrail was in the wrong. But something was wrong with the guardrail. It was an odd lawsuit. Really crazy. Hey, there's two things that I got to bring up that bother me, and since God only knows how long we'll have this forum to complain. But over vacation, over Christmas vacation, I almost killed a guy, and then over this past weekend, I almost killed a woman. And I really don't want to kill anybody. I want to go my entire life without killing anybody. But here's what happened. I'm driving around Burbank on Saturday, and there's a woman at around 9 o'clock at night, and she's jogging. She's wearing a black hat, a black hoodie, gloves, black pants, and black shoes. I can't see you when you're jogging at night wearing all black. I just can't see you. And when you cross the street in front of me like you did, and I'm not going to mention, but I guess I can mention the street, I'm Verdugo, I nearly killed that woman. I came within feet of killing her. I was only going maybe 35, 40 miles an hour. She was not in a crosswalk. And I swerved. At the last second I saw her and I swerved. I probably wouldn't have hit her anyway, but I could have. And man, I'm telling you, if you're jogging, please do yourself a favor. Throw on something orange, something yellow, something that has a little reflector in it, but stop with wearing all black and jogging at night. You're gonna get killed. You're gonna end up either run over or hit by a car going 45 miles an hour and to the end of your life. Over doing something stupid, like wearing all black at night on a dark street and jogging. Dumb, 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 dumb. You're not improving your health by jogging. You're suicidal is what you are, because you're gonna end up dead. And the second thing that bothers me, and I almost got in a fight with a guy over there. And when I'm in a drive-through, and I'm getting fast food through a drive-through, and the guy gets his money in front of me, and he gets his food, I give you 2 seconds to move. 2 seconds. A 1,000, 2,1,000, and I better see that car moving. So man, this guy in front of me on Saturday night, this is the next man Saturday night. That guy on Saturday night stayed there for about 20 seconds. 20 seconds in the drive-thru after he got his food. You don't think 20 seconds is a long time? I'm going to show you what half of that is right now. Okay? Ready, set, go. That's half right there of 20 seconds. Not forever. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. But you got to get your food and move. Get the food, move. Get the change, get the food, move. Did you say you were directly behind them? Directly behind them. Did you no honk? Oh, I honked. Oh, yeah, I got into it. I'm going to die that way, too. I honked. And then I saw on the back of his car, I didn't see the block, I honked. It says, honk if you're gay.
Did you do a little tappy honk or a sustained honk?
No, I got into it. I drove into it. But then I thought, well, you made that you were really gay. Yeah. I thought, wow, man, now I want to catch up with the guy and say, hey, listen, I was just, honking over the fast food. And, but what a great bumper sticker. It's honk if you're gay. Because every time somebody honks that, you're like, oh, okay, fine, I get it. And then they drive by, you're like, okay, fine, I get it. But man, that's a classic bumper sticker. I saw another one a couple weeks ago, honk if you're angry. That's a great bumper sticker. Guys like you and I are just hand on the horn. Oh, yeah, exactly. Honk if you're angry is the greatest, Because everybody, that's why you honk. You're angry at that moment. Man, people are boiling mad. But anyway, 2 things. One, please stop jogging at night wearing all black, and please, when you get your fast food, get on that accelerator, put off the brakes, and move, man. Move. It's called fast food. Fast food. You got to be part of that is fast. And you got to move. Sound like we're live on KFI AM at 640. Rainstorm coming in. We're under an alert, emergency alert, until 9:17 p.m. tonight. So please be careful out there. This is only going to get worse between now and 10 p.m. If you haven't seen anything yet, a lot more on KFI AM 640. We're now Trojan, KFI 24-hour news. Brings music for a celebration of life in honor of Mountain Lion 22, the Greek theater thing quickly grabbed, but organizers say the event on February 4th will be live streamed for those who can't make it in person. Officials say the bill has vowed to protect democracy and punish thousands of supporters who stormed the Capitol, the Supreme Court, and the presidential palace in Rio to restore far-right former President Bolsonaro. And Avatar, Way of the Water, is #1 in the box office in North America for 4 weeks, taking in $45 million in tickets, followed by the horror comedy Megan with $30 million in tickets last year. Rain and cool temps tonight, rain till tomorrow night, and then we'll be for a couple days, a little bit warmer, till Friday. This report by Flight Staples stores from the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center. Still places in Low in Hawthorne.
This is the 105 eastbound using the 405. The drive remains pretty slow all the way to Crenshaw, even Western. A lot of people starting to pile into SoFi Stadium. Surface City area, not doing too bad. If they are starting to slowly fill in, once you're inside those on the street heading into SoFi, it's pretty jammed up along Yukon and Stadium Drive. So it is super busy in that stretch. Even the 110 southbound running up out of the Legion Park in Stadium Way, heading back towards Century Boulevard. It's Michael O'Brien in Riverside, KFI in the side.
Eastbound side of the 15, you're on the big here, starting at Rubino Boulevard. Rubino Boulevard, eastbound, right on through Riverside. Keep that University. It's going to only see up if you continue south 215. You'll be on the bridge there from Moreno Valley Interstate there towards San Jurek. The top place is the Golden Path. There's 2 northbound, Sierra in North Montana up to the 138. On the southbound side of the fence from Main Street in this area to the 138 as well. Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Hope to see you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez. Staples Print and Marketing is committed to quality and printing perfect every time. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more. Offer ends 3/11. See staples.com/store/printing for details. Like Staples, you see the difference. This report is sponsored by CalHope.org. Life seems uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed and worried or frustrated. CalHope can help. Contact CalHope 3-Secure and the help you service. Call 833-317-1473 or live chat at CalHope.org.
No assets like a home, why not set up a trust or a will so everything transfers to your loved ones without costly delay? Make a quick call to Legal Docs by Me, and that's going to give you peace of mind. No expensive lawyers, no confusing websites, and you'll save thousands of dollars. Yes, I said thousands. All you have to do is call them right now, then they take down the necessary information and help you throughout the entire process. Just dial pound 250 on your cell phone and say Legal Docs. Pound 250, Legal Docs. Again, pound 250 and say Legal Docs. Legal Docs by Me. No lawyers, save money. It happens when the first is ours. It's largest machine to cover it right. Take down 9, now. Take down News Los Angeles. Details putting them more each morning. More local news. Now, 7.5 hours of news every weekday morning. Take down News Los Angeles. Totally your morning.
My husband and I started a business together, and I had no idea where to start when it came to payroll. And a friend of mine recommended Patriot, and I have not looked back since. It was extremely user-friendly. I was actually able to understand it and run everything extremely well. And anytime I've had a question, they have been so quick to answer and help me. I definitely recommend it to anyone who's looking for payroll software that is easy to use, user-friendly, and really offers everything that you need when it comes to something that's beneficial for your business.
Visit us at PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's PatriotSoftware.com. Accounting and payroll. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting with just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training,
possible work environment termination. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Sandy, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Sandy.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Sandy.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want credit, please. So, BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Sandy.com. It looks like they're eating, so whatever party you'll support or don't support, doesn't matter. Republicans are morons. They don't realize that they just won a majority. Use it. Billion data. Do something with it. Now live 9 to 1 p.m. on JFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Are you a good witch or a bad witch? Are you a wicked witch or a good witch? Are you a good witch or a bad witch? Are you a good witch or a bad witch?
That's the big story here in Southern California. And then the big game, right? The big game at SoFi Stadium. And at 5 o'clock, in about 10 stories.
Are you a good witch or are you a bad witch?
Very interview.
Are you a good witch or are you a bad witch?
Absolutely. There'll be a lot of jewels in that thing, right? Oh, boy. And these couples, they keep telling you how poor they are and victims they are. And, I don't know, they made $150 million off of being victims. Very tough to do that. Very tough to go around telling everybody you're a victim and then you get a check for $150 million. What? No fine.
I'm sorry, we live up in Montecito.
Yes, they gotta get out. Yeah, they gotta get out. They gotta take the, either one kid or two. I think they have one. No, two. Yeah, they have two, yeah. Archie and Lilibet, right? All right. Archie, that's kind of cool. That's thing, right? For, what, 1940? Archie? Archie, and remember Archie and the Pussycat? Archie and the Pussycat. Oh, was it joking?
Archie had a really good song, too.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, it was, yeah, the Archie's opener, right? I think it was, yeah, the Archie's, right? It wasn't the Archie's, it's just Archie. One of the writers of those songs, like Sugar Sugar, that biggest song, yeah, and Kim. And he was famous for his song, Rock and Kid. Oh, Rock and For this song, they just tell you that they're here.
Kind of reminiscent of Romper Room.
Yeah, it's the same crap. I was thinking like Mom, like, and then there's Mom, and then there's Mom, and then there's Mom. Anyway, so SoFi is cranking up for the big game, and that's going on. 70,000 people headed towards the stadium right now. Dogs and frogs tonight. You know, Cinderella alive and wild, dressed in a TCU uniform. Well, that kind of thing, dogs and frogs. Right, the horned frogs and the bulldogs. Dogs and frogs tonight. You know, Cinderella alive and wild, dressed in a TCU uniform. Pick a script and trying to be a first team in 57 years to win the national championship. A year removed having a losing season. And all David has to do tonight is play Goliath. TCU also is a Heisman finalist at quarterback in Matt Duggan. The Horn Frogs, a 200-1 favorite on long shot to win the Natty. Both teams running well, both teams stopped to run well. The question is, who will do it better tonight?
That's amazing. If you had bet, $100 or $10, it's 200-1. If you bet just $1 before the season, it's $200.
We know how good they are, and we understand that, there's going to be opportunities that, they come up, and we got to take advantage of it. Smart, and it's going to get them right, have them ready to go. But we understand that there's not going to be a lot of opportunities, where we're going to need something, so we're going to make sure we're executing well.
There you go.
You see what I'm dealing with tonight? Frogs and dogs. Raven Charles, a freshman at TCU. That's my hero coming into this game in frog uniform. Why are you going to win this thing? Matt Duggan. That's the only reason you need it. Matt Duggan, right? He's got a Heisman finalist. Paul, why are you guys going to win this? Can't run, you can't hide. The defense is coming alive tonight, baby. Go dogs! All right, dogs and frogs, you guys. Let's go,
George, 70,000 people going to be filling that stadium tonight to watch the national champion. I looked back to the last, since 1999, the odds for the national championship game. Has anyone ever been a 13 or 14 point favorite? No, the most I can see was 03-11. Oh, okay. By the way, this game could be over in the first quarter. It could be 28-0. They're that good. I mean, Georgia's like a professional football team, and they could roll over TCU here. So by the first quarter, people could be getting in their cars. Maybe. But what a bummer though. They come out from as Bruce was saying, come out from Georgia or Texas to beautiful, sunny Southern California, like the Rose Bowl, and then to have this kind of horrible weather. And this weather, when that game starts, it is supposed to be the most brutal of this storm. It's going to hit about an hour before that game starts, to about into the third or fourth quarter. That's when the majority of the rain is going to hit. So when people leave, they're going to probably walk through rain to get to their car, into their, their smelly, cold clothes from being wet before the game, into their smelly car. And
they're just starting to kind of dry out a little bit from being inside the stadium when they get back out there. Right, and then they're going to be soaked when they leave. And we don't know how SoFi is going to handle the rain. I don't think there's ever been a game at SoFi in this kind of rainstorm. Are the gutters working? Is it not going to throw the rain back? What? Because that stadium is below the sea level. I think it's 75 feet below the sea level. That's why I'm wondering at what point, if you're inside the stadium, is it, what level inside is it street level? Yeah, well, when you walk in, I'm not sure what level that is. I think it's the third or fourth level. But man, there are about halfway. Yeah, maybe halfway. And there are tens of thousands of seats that are below street level, and they're going to get millions of gallons of water. And the spots are all open too. Oh yeah, right. And look, that stadium cost $6 billion to build. If they don't have adequate, drainage on that stadium, I can say $6 billion. All right, we'll keep on that and the traffic and rain. Everything is coming together, and it's been crazy. I'm looking at a radar right now. In about the next hour or so, LA is really going to get rain. We're live on KFI AM 640. You think we've got all the answers? Well, we've got news for you, Chief. Up here, so we've got news right now.
KFI.
KOST,
Los Angeles and County.
live everywhere on the Radio app.
South Side of the country get involved with this rain. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. President Biden declared a state of emergency in California and ordered federal officials to supplement response efforts for the severe winter storms, flooding, and mudslides. States expected to get 2 major episodes of heavy rain and mountain snow this week.
60 to 70 miles per hour winds come with these a lot of times, and when that ground is that saturated, all of the trees are at risk, even if you get 50 miles per hour winds.
In major seasons, there's 4 to 5 feet per hour snowfall rates are expected in areas of high elevation. It could cause avalanche warnings. More's been found dead in a load of recycling picked up by a truck in Northern California. They say the body was discovered Thursday at the Samoa Reef
County. It's not clear how the woman ended up in the truck. Instead, was picked up, or if she died from foul play. Two people have been sent to the hospital following an underground natural gas leak explosion in Coachella. Riverside County Fire System started under an electrical vault at the intersection of Avenue 50 and Calhoun Street. The family of two boys killed in a crosswalk in Westlake Village say more than 2 years have passed, and the driver has yet to face trial. Eastender family spokesperson Jennifer Nagel says murder charges have been filed against Grossman Burn Foundation co-founder Rebecca Grossman.
While a criminal has the right to refuse trial, it really seems like victims should have a right to refuse trial too. It's not fair to put victims through years of this. It's almost like one.
Prosecutors say Grossman was doing more than 70 miles per hour in 2020 when she hit the 11 and 8-year-old Eastender brothers and kept driving. While they could be set in hearing tomorrow, lawyers for Grossman have called the crash a tragic accident but not murder. The California National Guard fired a top commander over reports he officially used troops to run personal errands, including allegedly putting an F-15C fighter jet on standby for a possible domestic mission in 2020 and taking the man's mom shopping. Investigation also found the commander failed to complete mandatory cybersecurity training for nearly 2 weeks. Later said he believes his personal trips were part of the Air Force's TRUMAN concept. The first federal death penalty trial of the Biden administration is underway in New York. The man accused of killing 8 people on a bike path in New York City in 2017 is pleaded not guilty or convicted and is facing the possibility of death. Prosecutors said Syfoff proudly declared why he drove a truck down the West Side Highway bike path on Halloween 2017. He did it for ISIS, the prosecutor said. The defendant killed 8 people and injured many others to become a member of ISIS. Turkey says prosecutors alleged Syfoff targeted New York City because he knew there'd be a lot of people on the street. Syfoff was charged in the attack after he crashed his truck into a school bus, leaving one child with serious brain damage. The American Academy of Pediatrics has issued its first comprehensive guideline on evaluating and treating childhood obesity. The report recommends doctors be more aggressive with treatment and use medication to treat kids as young as 12. The new guidelines are supported by evidence that obesity treatment for children and teens is safe and effective, and that there is no benefit to the language. Mark Renwar says the report also says doctors should consider surgery to treat severe obesity in children as young as 13. More than 44 million children in the U.S. live with obesity. Officials at a school in Ukraine have rejected claims by Russia that hundreds of Ukrainian troops were killed in a missile strike. The rocket flew out windows and damaged classrooms Saturday. Russia specifically named the school as the target of an attack. Russian defense ministry claims the missile hit 2 temporary bases with 1,300 Ukrainian troops, killing 600 of them. And a robot lawyer powered by AI technology is expected to defend someone fighting a speeding ticket. The first of its kind hearing is slated for February. Robot was created by Do Not Pay, which was founded by a computer scientist from Stanford University. Robot runs on a smartphone and listens to court arguments in real time, or telling the defendant what to say over the headphones. And at least 375,000 people have been defeated using the bot in 2017. What's that 405 freeway? Coming up, where are you now, listeners? You got to listen. Right now, 15 KFI listeners can get LASIK for as little as $64 a month. $64 a month. Yeah, you get that LASIK for $64 a month. Only for the first 15 callers to schedule a free LASIK exam. $64 a month is the lowest payment you can get. Not as based on your credit score. So if you're ready, call Saddleback Eye Center. You get yours for only $64 a month. You wake up in the morning and you have to reach your glasses to the alarm clock. I used to do that, not more. You get the my surgeon, Dr. Manger, at Saddleback Eye Center. He's the best in the world. Right now, only 15 KFI listeners can call Saddleback and get it for $64 a month. That's like $2, a little over $2 a day. That is worth it. So $64 a month. Let's do it. LASIK. This is where 15 callers win. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. Drop my weather from KFI, rain, and maybe thunderstorms. So through the night, goes around 50 degrees. The worst of it should be late tonight, early tomorrow morning. That's 2 degrees warmer tomorrow. That chance of rain is going to hang around most of the day. Still tomorrow night. Highs above 50 at Tuesday tomorrow. Above 50 Metro LA, Orange County. 70 inland Empire in the Valley. Above 50 in the high desert Antelope Valley area. Most of the area a bit warmer after Wednesday. And then rain just after coming back again late Friday into the weekend. Right now in Fountain Valley, 59. Lake Forest, 68. Rainy Del Rey, 59, and that beats 57 degrees. The KFI money report, Dow Jones down 113, NASDAQ was up 66, S&P was down 3. The average price of regular gas in California, $4.43 a gallon. It was just low in Terminal.
Westbound, it's pretty heavy ahead in stretches all the way to Manchester Avenue. A lot of people heading into SoFi Stadium is using Manchester. Westbound lanes look really good as you continue all the way over to Prairie. And if you're thinking about using Century Boulevard, that's looking pretty good as well. I said westbound, I meant eastbound. Eastbound lanes of Century Boulevard looking good all the way to Yukon. If once you're inside the SoFi area, guys, Stadium Drive and Yukon are just jammed. We've got Michael flying in, hey, Eye in the sky.
Yeah, it's a heavy drive in Orange County for the 405. 405 northbound, loading at just about Fairview. Fairview looks to be Boulevard. When you're just away with your troubles there, help clear in Orange County, the northbound side at 5. The brakes there from Colorado or Irvine. That's so too slow. Most of the way through San Ana up to about Disney Way. Now, today, work on the 55. North 55 on the brakes there from 64 to 405 up to 17. Good on that, not so bad at 391. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
Down for leaving the 14 northbound, 7 is leaving the 5 all the way to Soledad Canyon Road. KFI in the sky. Helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
Attention Southern California, if you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. The benefits are about to change. Time is running out, but it's not too late. You can go solar right now with Semper Solaris with no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. Imagine having no electric bill and no payments for all of next year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with Semper Solaris. Protect your family from skyrocketing electric bills. You must act today to lock in your savings. Call 877-211-5591. That's 877-211-5591. Semper Solaris is local and better known, so they'll get the job done with esprit de corps and honor. Tesla Powerwall and Enphase batteries are in stock. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit, $500 downloadable coupon, $500 off for military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest, and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. Expired 1/31/2023. DFW number 978-152. American Vision Windows. SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com. More stimulating talk.
And I'm not radio station.
On KFI AM 640 in Ventura County and Santa Barbara, they're getting nailed by the storm. We're not going to see it as badly as they are getting it. We're going to have one big cell come through the San Fernando Valley in downtown LA and the Bay Area around 7:30 to 7:45. That's my prediction after looking at several ratings. So 7:30 to 7:45. Downtown LA, the Valley, South Bay is going to get by a pretty big swell. Chris Conway Jr., that's right. I said it would be like this. Big dog. All right, very good. The Prince was on 60 Minutes. 60 Minutes. And let's find out what Prince Harry and Meghan are up to. Prince Harry may have stepped back from his royal duties in 2020, but he and his wife Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, certainly haven't stepped away from the spotlight. Just last month, they appeared in a 6-part Netflix documentary about their relationship and their decision to leave their royal lives behind. This is Anderson Cooper with 60 Minutes. But now, the 38-year-old Prince Harry is telling his own story in a new memoir coming out Tuesday called Fair. Nods at his backup role in the line of succession. The book is a stunning break with royal protocol. It's a deeply personal account of Prince Harry's decades-long struggle with grief after the death of his mother, Princess Diana, and a revealing look at his fractured relationships with his father, King Charles, his stepmother, the Queen Consort Camilla, and his brother, Prince William, the heir. It is fair. You write about a contentious meeting you had with him in 2021. You said, I looked at Willie, really looked at him, maybe for the first time since we were boys. I took it all in. His familiar scowl, which had always been his default in dealings with me. His long involvement, more than my own. His famous resemblance to Mummy, which was fading with time, with age. I cut it. And it's cutting the tool. Oh, really? You don't see it at all. It's calling your brother a complete idiot. It's cutting the tool. My brother and I love each other. I love him deeply. There has been a lot of pain between the two of us, especially the last 6 years.
none of anything that I've written or anything I've included is ever intended to have my family. But it does give it anything that I've written and anything I've included is ever intended to have my family.
Really? You wrote a book about how racist your family was. You did a documentary on Netflix talking about how racist your family is, and nothing's meant to hurt them? Come on. You can't have it both ways like that.
But it does give a full picture of the situation as we were growing up. And also this idea that somehow my wife was the one that destroyed the relationship between these two brothers.
I think so many people around the world watch you and your brother grow up and feel like you two were inseparable. And yet in reading the book, you have lived separate lives from the time your mom died. Even when you were in the same school, in high school, but then literally, your brother told you, pretend we don't know each other. Pretend we don't know each other. Oh, that's great. Pretend we don't know each other. That's kind of cool. You know, my sister, let me see if I tell this story. But my sister was the homecoming queen in Birmingham in high school. She was also the head cheerleader. Wow. Yeah. I mean, she was the S in high school. She was the S in high school. And I was really sort of a goofy, skinny kid who had like funny friends, but no real athletes. You know, so you're one of those ones that, so you were younger than her, but you're younger than her, younger. Yeah. So when you ended up with what they call people that already were familiar with her, teachers, administrators, other students, they were like, wait, you're older than her? Absolutely. And you know, like people couldn't believe it. You know, they're like, really? You guys came out of the same one? But so my sister, when she was a junior, she got a car, she had a Volkswagen Bug, right? And she had to drive me to school, and she hated that. So we have to leave to go to school at 7:40 to be in class on time. And occasionally my sister would wake me up at 7:36 and go, hey, you got 4 minutes to get in the car. I'm like, no, I get brush your teeth, come in here real quick and jump in the car. You know how frazzled you are anyway. And on more than one occasion, and again, my sister hates when I tell this story, driving to Birmingham High School from our house, which was on Balboa and Magnolia, to Balboa and Victory, what, 2 miles or so. When we approached school, she would tell me to get in the wheel well, get down in the seat and don't show your head. Get down in the wheel well. And then when I leave and walk out of the car and go into school, then 2-3 minutes later, you can get out of the car and go to school. She really loves me.
So for siblings to say, pretend like you don't know me, it's not that uncommon.
No, but it's very common. But it also comes with a lot of hatred. It's not it's not a love tap when you say pretend you don't know me. It comes from tremendous hatred. Pretend we don't know each other.
Yeah. Well.
Pretend we don't know each other. Pretend we don't know each other. Oh, that's good. All right. I got to take a break here. It's Prince Harry, Ed, and his lovely wife, Megan. They're victims again. Right? Every week they do a story on how they're victims. They make a lot of money. They had $150 million off it, and they're part of the royal family pride. They are still victims. So we shall be very thankful. We're live on KFI Congress, so now 4 to 7 p.m. for a break for the Royals. And one out closure, KFI 24-hour newsroom. People will say the agents refusing to pay the city nearly $10 million in back rent will stop paying during the pandemic. And it's apparently the only business that owns city-owned land and is still in default with those back payments. The Seattle School District in Washington is suing several tech companies, including TikTok, Facebook, Snapchat, blaming them for making mental health and behavioral disorders for kids worse. The United Nations says toxic chemicals in the atmosphere are down, allowing the hole in the ozone layer over Antarctica to be noticeably heal and to be fully mended in about 42 years. We'll check the 5 freeway next. Guess what is back, everybody? Yes, it's the whole show. Yes, he's on with it. The whole show is great. Go to wholeshow.com. It is the Bart Hall Boat Show, and it is back. I love these shows. The Bart Hall Show is back at the beach from Pomona. January 20th through the 22nd. Keeping you with models, latest marine gear, and tech gadgets, accessories, accessories, and more. They've got it all. All the boat dealers, all the boat factories you love in one place. Plus, kids 16 and under are free. So drag your kids out there. Kids love the boat show. The boat show is back, everybody. January 20th through the 22nd, Friday through Sunday, at the Fairplex in Pomona. It's the Bart Hall Boat Show. Get all the information at Hall, H-A-L-L, show. It's S-H-O-W-S. HallShows.com. HallShows.com. Don't miss the boat show. Rain cool temps tonight, rain till tomorrow night, and mostly clear and a bit warmer after that till Friday. This report brought to you by cowhope.org. These are slow in Irvine.
This is the drive on the 405. Let's check it out, making our way northbound, crowded off of the 133, the Grand Canyon, and ahead at Camboree and stretches all the way to Seal Beach Boulevard. Michael Bryan's with us, KFI News Side.
We had a tough ride through the whole path, just seeing northbound, just jamming up out of North Montana. In fact, that goes up now before Sierra. Very tough up to 138 in the path. South 15, that's jamming up way back out of this area, starting at that 8th Street of Union out there. And we stuck in and out of the path anytime quickly. That's going to be bumper to bumper, South 15 from mainly this area down to 138. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
Also in Alhambra, 10 westbound at New Avenue. Odoo, woo. Told us about this crash. County 52 word KFI traffic. Get got everybody out of lane. In fact, picking up now. KFI in the sky. Hope to get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez. Life is uncertainty. Okay, to be stressed and just worried for frustrated. Cowhope and help. Contact Cowhope 40 minutes here. Mental health services. Call 800-317-4273 or live chat at cowhope.org.
This report is sponsored by El Monte RV.
Start your adventure with El Monte RV. The winter promo sale is on now with up to 20% off the heavy rate. Check it out now as it only runs through January 31st. Restrictions apply. Go to elmonterv.com today and get their winter specials now. elmonterv.com.
At ACOM, we know news doesn't happen in a news rush. It happens where you live. The same places we live, where the region is large and diverse as ours. It takes one of LA's largest news teams to cover it right. Takedown 9, now Takedown News Los Angeles. We've now putting the more in morning. More local news. Now 7.5 hours of news every weekday morning. Takedown News Los Angeles. Covering your morning.
Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, knee pain, or shoulder pain in your hips or back?
Hey, Gary and Shannon, and you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next Generation Pain Management has arrived. Here it is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is an all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, putting them directly into your aching joints and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. ProAthletes have been doing this for years. Now you can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations: Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics. 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN. Contact us at 1047-781. Here are some homeowner mistakes we fix together. One is our team review the nation, where we help you prevent breakdowns by supporting 6 critical adjustments with us. $129. Another one is warm while unit drains is just $80 with a 30-foot drain check. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearing service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. It'll air conditioning and plumbing. BOECTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way.
How long the Bible just grab content. This is beyond easiest resolution to the Bible. You by the already started Bible.
This podcast was created to help you solidify your faith as you experience the story of the Bible through live action recordings and emotional orchestral music.
This is the Bible in Jesus. That's right. Or wherever you get your podcast.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Oxnard, Thousand Oaks, Silly Valley, Ventura, Rio, Chatsworth, Moorpark, Santa Paula, Fort Wayne. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be especially cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding.
It's not McCarthy, then who? I'll answer right now. Okay, I have the answer. I don't have the foggiest nose hair, and nobody else does either.
They'll handle.
Thank you. How is that for an I feel better.
Okay, now live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
This morning, Sunlight Show, rain, coming to Southern California. It's going to happen later this evening. Right on between 8:39, 9:30. LA is going to receive a lot of what Santa Barbara, Montecito, and Ventura are going through right now. It is a lot of rain. But during our commercial break, we did a brand new advertiser. They're not new to KFI, but new to this year. And it's the whole boat show. And so we if I look for the Stick Burn version, that's who used to say that. You know, don't forget the boat. Go! And then Kelly will correct me. It's not don't forget the boat. It's don't miss the boat. Go! That is. You gotta put that is on it. Yeah, there you go. Okay. All right, let's give away $1,000 if somebody listening to KFI can win that money. Here we go!
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website, CASH. That's CASH, C-A-S-H. Enter it now at KFIAF640.com/CASH. Powered by Sweet Games Accident Attorney. Never an accident. Winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet Games. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetgames.com.
And do not text it. You have to go to the website, KFI8640.com/cash, and you can win $1,000. $1,000 can be yours. And listen every weekday between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. for your keyword. All right, let's go back to the stickery. So there's a brand new advertiser. It's the All Boat Show. And let me find it here. There's the Bart Hall Boat Show. And Timmy and Pomona on January 20th through 22nd. The last time we did it, you know, as a tip of the cap to Stick Burn, we tagged it with "Don't miss the boat." Show that is. And then Bellio comes and goes, no, that's not how you do it. And I have to take Bellio's word for it because Sharon Bellio worked with Stick Burn for how many years? 8 years? How many years did you work with?
His last 2.
Oh, you're only 2 years. Oh, I thought you worked with him for a while.
No, his last 2. I started in 2000, and then he, was only with him.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Anyway, guess what, Elio? I found a 1991 Stick Burn boat show commercial. Yeah, let's go.
How do you relax here? Nice. After the last gift, this exciting call of the magical friend, the royal triangle. And that final version. I dream just about being here. The air, the water, the people sense of being on a boat, and being close to the natural element. Hey, you want to be part of the fun. Hi, everybody. I'm Fisher, inviting all of you to the LA Boat Show to find out exactly how affordable boating could be. Great family fun. Check it out. Don't miss the boat. Go.
Oh, wait a minute.
I think they cut that off.
Really? So now you're blaming me and the guy in 1991?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
let's go through that.
Don't miss the boat. Go.
I don't know. Don't miss the boat. Go! I do remember saying that is. But
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
it's the Norm McDonald.
All right, Jerry. Serious, huh? I'm good, yeah.
Norm McDonald. All right, so yeah, don't miss the boat show. That's great, man. I missed that sticker. Let's get back to Prince Harry. Prince Harry was on 60 Minutes last night with Anderson Cooper. And again, he trashed in the family.
Pretend you don't know anything.
That's what his brother said to him in high school.
pretending we don't know each other.
Yeah, I'm at the time that, I couldn't make sense of that. But we're now at the same school. Like, I haven't seen you for ages. Now we get to hang out together. He's like, no, when we're at school, we didn't know each other. No, I'm actually that person. So yes, you actually like, wait, you didn't take that personally? What are you saying? I'm actually that person. And you did take it personally. Yeah, you why? It was personal. I'm actually that person. So yes, you actually like, you didn't know and had like, we had a very similar traumatic experience. And then we dealt with it two very different ways. William had tried to talk to you about your mom. But as a child, you couldn't respond. To me, it was never a case of, I don't want to talk about it with you, I just don't know how to talk about it. I never ever thought that maybe talking about it with my brother or with anybody else at that point would be therapeutic. In August 1997, Harry and William were vacationing in Scotland with their father. Harry was 12, William 15. They were asleep at Balmoral Castle on August 31st when Harry was awakened by his father and told him his mother had been in a car crash in Paris. Oh my God, can you imagine that?
In the book you write, you say, they tried to always boy, I'm afraid she didn't make it. These phrases remain in my mind like darts in a board. Did you cry?
Never said a single tear that time.
Oh, wow! Wait a minute. This kid was how old? 12 when this happened? Let me go back here. They were asleep at Balmoral Castle on August 31st when Harry was awakened by his father and told him his mother had been in a car crash in Paris.
Okay, how old?
In August 1997, Harry and William were vacationing in Scotland with their father. Harry was 12, William 15.
Okay, Harry's 12 years old. He told his mother died and never, ever shed a tear?
Boy, I'm afraid she didn't make it. These phrases remain in my mind like darts in a board. Did you cry?
No, never said a single tear that point. I was in shock. I'm 12 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess that, hang on, at that point. Look, you can't get down on everybody handles it, differently. I would just, I would think when you're 12 years old and you're given that news, it is, I mean, you start screaming. Especially with his mom, how close he was to his mom. 7:30 in the morning, your father comes in, sits on that bed, puts down on the knee and tells me,
What about what?
And you write in the book that his husband, he wasn't great at showing emotions under normal circumstances, but his hand did fall once more on my knee and he said it was going to be okay. But after that, nothing was okay for a long time.
nothing was okay. Harry says his memories for the next few days are fragmented, but he does remember this. 3 in the morning, was outside Kensington Palace in London the day before his mother's funeral.
When you see those videos now, what do you think?
I think it's bizarre, because I see William and me smiling. I remember the guilt that I felt about the fact that people that we were missing were showing more emotion than we were showing. Maybe more emotion than we even felt.
They were crying, but you weren't.
There was a lot of tears. And I talked about how wet people's hands were. I couldn't understand it at first.
Their hands were wet.
And the rest of my finger and tears were. Wow. I do remember one of the strangest parts to it.
Well, there was an actual full-on playlist, but that is wild. I never heard that before. that he was emotionless when he was told his mom died.
And his dad, Charles, had to be up all night. That happened like around midnight or so. He didn't tell his kids until 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
They had to be up all night thinking on how to do that. To tell your kids.
That's it.
It's kind of like we're live on KFI. We're watching the train. It's coming in, and it's going to be pretty brutal this time. So get home if you can now before 7:30 o'clock. I'm supposed to really start it. We're live on KFI. 1 ounce protein, KFI 24 hours. Well, school district has recommended students returning to class get tested for COVID-19. Is this a rapid test available for students to take home before winter break? Another route of tests has been scheduled for 3 weeks.
Okay, baby.
Get tested before returning to class.
What are they doing?
I think it's important recommendation right now.
There's the use of hockey with the Motor Valley Hospital says good unit masks can also help you.
Where you at? Where you at?
Not just COVID-19 going around right now, but also other viruses, including the flu, like trolling. Hey, I knew. Boys been killed, a man has been injured in a car crash in Hawthorne. We say 3 people were crossing the street last night after leaving a laundromat when they were hit by a car. Boy, they were killed from a big grief and they were taken to the hospital. The guy stayed through the crash. There's tough police. California Public Utilities Commission is holding a virtual forum to discuss the status of the San Onofre nuclear generating station. People can weigh in with questions and issues regarding the proposed decommissioning. The U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission says the commission is decommissioning process will take years. The virtual forum started about a half hour ago. The register you check out. That's KFIA640.com/utility. I hear the point shows how much money one needs to earn to get more long that looks like this. In major cities across the country, the Pew Research Center defines middle class as earning between $47,000 to $141,000 a year. It says family size and location also determine the status. According to the report, middle class in LA, Long Beach, and Anaheim for a family of three is $165,000. A man in Indiana staff for touching another guy's hair without permission. Police in Bloomington say a man allegedly touched the guy's hair New Year's Eve. Between the two crossed paths again, the guy allegedly stabbed the man. Officers arrested the guy last week for attempted murder, aggravated battery, and another charge. One of the Georgia completed half marathon in every state in the nation. The 68-year-old says she reached the 50th state milestone last year when she competed in a half marathon in Hawaii. It took her a decade of running races every other month to achieve her goal. We'll check the Federal Crest area with all this rain coming up. Fine, don't let heat or cold into your home through leaky windows. Yes, fine. These are never before custom-made windows, beautiful new windows for your home. Replace the old windows with new windows from American Vision Windows, all custom-made to fit your needs and the style of your home. Bill and Kathleen created their company with love and dedication. Their employees leading happy employees lead to happy customers, and they are like this. We have those windows in the house, and they are beautiful. They use Sunmatrix technology to help prevent dust, mold, moisture, bacteria, and excessive noise from entering your home. Bill and Kathleen set out to revolutionize the home improvement industry one customer at a time while improving and changing the lives of their employees for the better. Here's the big deal right now. 0% interest and zero payments for 12 months. For free expert installation, that is a sensational deal. Phone them up right away. 888-226-9908. 888-226-9908. Or go to the website, AmericanVisionWindows.com. AmericanVisionWindows.com. The office wire is 131 Point Street, California, CSA 77836. Rain, possibly thunderstorms through the night. The worst of this particular system typically late tonight, into early tomorrow morning. We'll around 50 degrees. Rain for the most part all day tomorrow. It's clear up later this evening. A little warmer during the day tomorrow, but after that, clearing up Wednesday until the weekend when the rain could be back again. 57 in Costa Mesa, 58 in La Palma. Mulholland is shut down.
Social restaurants between Beaumont Drive and Summit Circle, also Coldwater Canyon, seeing a lot of extra pressure as a result. Northbound traffic backing up all the other Coldwater Canyon cars as you roll into Studio City. It's Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, double's on the 710. That's the 710 southbound Explorer. But they brought us right over there. But it's very southbound Commerce there, back through the 60. Now it looks like the southbound side of the 5 on the bridge there from East LA Interstate. That's to about Rosemead Boulevard. And some trouble to do out Hamburg. That's the 10 westbound at Del Mar. Looks like they're swinging out of the right lane there. It's just out there out of the Hill Monty area. That's what's going on there. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
In Hawthorne, the 105 eastbound is loading up at the 405. The rate extend all the way to the 605. KFI in the sky. Helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
Termite problems? Search PacificCoastTermite.com or call 800-PACIFIC. The iron is transmission fluid.
Seriously? You're to get the break.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for car repair. That engine light is limited. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AA, MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to be upset, anxious, worried, or frustrated. It's normal. With knowledge, free and secure mental health resources, it's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need. One need the most. Call our one line at 833-317-4273 or live chat at calhope.org. Right.
Are you the next high accident lawyer millionaire client? Aging Live today is the way to go. Call 800-920-0810.
I'm Dr. Erica Prime with the California Department of Public Health, reminding you of ways to help stop the spread of COVID and other viruses this winter. Boost your immunity by staying up to date with COVID cases and flu shots. Wash your hands often with soap and warm water for at least 20 seconds. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. And protect others by staying home and testing for COVID and sick. More tips at COVID-19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDC.
This is Speak of Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-GAM. Already spending maybe your bank account on anything. All those bad decisions you made trying to buy the love and affection of your family needs. Bill. TFI wants you to do a tax refill with $1,000 every weekly hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just looking for the keywords, then enter it at TFIAM640.com/tax. No texting, just winning. Listen to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Playing your tax refill on TFI AM640. More stimulating talk. TFI AM640 summary film. A lot of rain coming. Before we get to our first guest tonight, Ellen DeGeneres put out a video just about an hour, maybe an hour and a half ago, and she's up in Montecito, 5 years to the day of the mudslide that came through and killed 23 people, and she's doing a video of a creek that never had any water in it behind her house, and now it's raging, filled with water, mud, and debris, almost exactly like it was 5 years ago. Listen to Ellen talk about her property up in Montecito, up in Santa Barbara.
Montecito is under the entire town in the 5-year anniversary from the fire and mudslide that killed so many people and have their homes alive. The 5-year anniversary. We have unprecedented next to our house covered from ever. Probably about 90,000.
So there's 9 feet of water in this creek that never ever flowed right behind her house. There it is. Behind her, Mother Nature. I find it odd that Ellen DeGeneres lives in that area. She doesn't know how many people were killed in that. It seems odd. She doesn't know that. No, it is nothing, but it seems odd. If there was anything like that happening in your neighborhood, where 23 people, your neighbors, friends, kids, were killed, you would know that. I find out that she doesn't know that. All right, Truman down with Fox 11 News, the Big South Highway. You see the CBS before that. I believe it was a stringer. And mother, still, how do you, sir?
I have to predict you right off the box. I am never going to file it in a helicopter.
Okay.
But I mean, I just do that because I don't want somebody following me up later on. Why would you take that pilot credit but I do appreciate it. Hey, how's it going?
So let me get this straight. You'll do anything to avoid a conversation with Tim Lynn? Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. I love the Tim Lynn. I always have. No, right, not at all. Actually, why would you put it that way? I should say I am the best pilot. That's all right now.
I do miss you in the evenings. I know we have some great helicopter reporters in the evenings. But man, you really made those stages come alive with your antics and your craziness.
You know what? I miss the excitement of the evening. There is no doubt about that at all. We had a couple in the morning. We had you remember that crazy one that just went on and on and on, where the guy was carjacking people, and he stole that pickup truck from that guy.
That's right.
That afternoon, we had an excuse to do this crazy one where the guy crashed in the intersection, got out with a broken leg, and tried to run on it.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, yes, finally, okay, yes.
nighttime chases, the guys and gals who run away from the cops at night are crazier and take more chances.
And I think it happens more often. It just happens more often. Come on, we had that BMW. Remember that big 740 BMW with like 5 guys in it? Oh, yeah. The wheel came off and everything just kept going. That was pretty crazy. That went on and on and on. And, we had a couple of others in the afternoon, but this is more at night.
Right.
I agree. There's just way more.
Yeah, I think the reason, first of all, running away from the cops is not a morning guy's game. It just doesn't happen. If you're home in the morning, you're going to work, you're paying your bills, you're paying your mortgage, you're putting your kids in school. If you're up at midnight, you're doing all the wrong things.
You're doing all the wrong things. Looking for an ATM after 2, there's going to be a problem. I hear you. But definitely, I definitely must say here, they do have a lot of the crazy stuff. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
And yes, the other part of that is, yes, I miss it.
My favorite one was the time where there was the motorhome with the dogs, and she wiped out the front of that motorhome and ended up on Tampa and Ventura near Wells.
Yep, up in the hills in the nice homes, and that guy was backing out of the driveway and just got slaughtered.
Yeah,
he got slaughtered by that thing.
Yeah.
And then one guy fell out earlier on, and both of them had mouth tips or something. It was a huge dog.
Real quickly, we have to break here. When it's rain and fog and nasty weather like this, are you grounded?
Yes, we are. Yeah, today we sat on the ground forever.
No shade.
We must fly in the morning. Right now, I can almost guarantee this is a case. It's just going to be somebody talking about it because we're not going to be able to see it. I don't think anybody.
Yeah, that's too bad. But you guys come in sometime. I know you're in the mornings now. We're 4 to 7, but please come on by. You're the best. TRUMAN, Fox Select News with that helicopter. He's the best, man. All right, we're live on KFI AM 640 Conway Show. 1 hour closure. KFI 24-hour news show. Around rainy days of Fort Washington high winds, some evacuations for California with Fort Washington effect along the coast and many inland areas in the Southland tomorrow. A special grand jury looking at former President Trump's efforts to overturn his 2020 election defeat in Georgia has finished its work. Hearing later this month will decide his public release. And President Biden sent a wreath to the Nixon Presidential Library in Yorba Linda for a ceremony to mark the 110th birthday of former President Nixon. We'll take a look at the freeway. Yeah. All right, time to talk about the Sweet James. Yes, we get into an accident, and it's brutal out there today with all the rain and the wind on the freeways. Man, oh man, you can find yourself very quickly in, on the center divider with your car on its hood. You've got to call Sweet James. They are absolutely the best over there. Getting hurt in an accident can happen to anybody, especially with this crazy weather. Phone them up at 800-500-5200. Last 15 years, Sweet James has helped tens of thousands of injured accident victims get the medical treatment they needed. And they've won almost $1 billion for their clients with $188 million settled just in this last year alone. That's huge. So, if you see, look, being hurt in an accident has a major impact on a person's life. The last thing you need to do is take it on by yourself. Sweet James, they've been voted the best attorneys in America. And personal injury, that's all they do. Sweet James is sweet to you, but really tough on insurance companies and holds them accountable. They are driven by their sole purpose when you need them the most. So if you're hurt in an accident, call for a free consultation 24/7. 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, SweetJames.com. Rain cool tonight, rain chill tomorrow night. It then looks after that for the next couple days and a little bit warmer till Friday. This report brought to you by LA Unified Adult Education from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go, Tracy. How about the 710?
Bell Gardens on the southbound side coming up on Florence, so that gets them wrapped up. It's not everything out of range, but the laser jammed away from 3rd Street up to Santa Monica with Michael Bryan. Pay up on the side.
East outside of the 16, actually the 10 there, the 10 eastbound, only just a little before the 405. It'll be tough to mix with you to downtown Los Angeles from there. If you are heading north on the 405, that's the valley. North 405, really looking Culver City, and it's tough through the Sepulveda Pass, almost all the way up to the look at the 5 to North Valley. You're heading south of the 405 towards LAX. That's real tough trip here from the 10 down to the 90. Michael Bryan, KFI, and this guy.
In Highland Park, a wreck on the 110 southbound at York. It wreck is in the 2-way lane. The laser loading operation is going well. Hey, F in the sky, helps get you there faster. I mean, to Martinez.
Los Angeles Unified Adult Education offers free classes in career training, high school diploma, and English as a second language. Visit launifiedadult.org or call 213-241-3150.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Big store-wide at the truckload event at Lowe's, happening now. For a limited time, get up to 50% off select tools and accessories. Shop the event in-store or online today. Now it's 1229 to 125 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Every day now, we know the news doesn't happen in a newsroom. It happens where you live. The same places we live, where the region is large and diverse as ours. It takes one of LA's largest news teams to cover it right. Takeout 9 is now Takeout News Los Angeles. Takeout putting them more in morning. More local news. Now, 7.5 hours of news every weekday morning. Takeout News Los Angeles. Covering your morning.
Bruno Smith here, founder of Service Staffing's Plumbing, Heating, and AC. By now, you probably know our technicians are pretty special, but I want you to know our outstanding service doesn't happen on accident. It's no fluke. No, it's 100% calculated, pre-planned, and on purpose. For starters, we only hire friendly people who must also pass drug tests and a background test. They follow strict grooming standards, and then they clean them 9 ways per Sunday. When you open the door to a service staffing technician, you're going to like what you find. A technician who looks great, is super safe and friendly, and who knows exactly what they're doing. Excellence is no accident. It's on purpose. Let us prove it to you. Call Service Staffing today to schedule an $88 decision treatment. Our number is 833-777-7777 or at servicestaffing.com.
No assets like a home, why not set up a trust or a will so everything transfers to your loved ones without costly delay? Make a quick call to Legal Docs by Me, and that's going to give you peace of mind. No expensive lawyers, no confusing websites, and you'll save thousands of dollars. Yes, I said thousands. All you have to do is call them right now. They're going to take down the necessary information and help you throughout the entire process. Just dial pound 250 on your cell phone and say Legal Docs. Pound 250, Legal Docs. Again, pound 250 and say Legal Docs. Legal Docs by Me. No lawyers, save money. The music you listen to all year long. The anthems that were our soundtrack for 2022. And the stars who made the songs we love will all be celebrated.
Live from Los Angeles on Fox.
March 27th. Let's get it started.
This year, our 5th year's nominees are unveiled. Wednesday at 9 a.m. Eastern, Pacific.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. I flew to Sacramento.
Oh, you almost hooked up with that broad.
And Zachary Stolman, who also just broke off in
I still can't believe you didn't seal the deal on that one.
There was nothing to feel. Let's just say the envelope wasn't going to fit my life. There was
no traction.
And there was no.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe you could that and not involve your letter with her envelope.
Now live 9 to 1 p.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
At 1 p.m. at 640 Conway Show. 7,000 people headed towards SoFi Stadium in the rain
to watch the championship, football championship, NCAA men's football championship. The George Bulldogs taking on the TCU, the Honored Frogs, right? Somebody said that. You know, the Horned Frogs. But if you look at Horned real quick, it looks like Honored Frogs. So, Salio, you know, when we were on 7 to 10, and then we went to 6 to 10, you know, during 7 to 8 p.m. hour, we had no news. There was no local news.
Right.
And I forgot that now we're on 4 to 7. We're going to have news on every single moment while we're on.
I love that.
It's great.
That's how we stay on top of it.
That's right. That's exactly right. And, you know, it's great. It really is terrific. And you know, we're covering, obviously, the rain. It's a huge story. It's supposed to get worse as the time goes on. Between 7:30 and 8:39, there's an emergency until 9:15 for flash flooding and, you know, very treacherous, dangerous hillside where there was burn scars. So keep it on KFI all night. And, look, we're not saying it's going to be the worst storm since 2008. I heard some idiot on the radio do that last week, and it turned out not to be. It wasn't you, but it was somebody on the show, and it's somebody sitting in the studio. Wonder that is. But look, I did predict, the trees that were going to come down. I predicted the weather, the waves that were going to hit Orange County in Southern California. So, look, I can defend myself by saying I'd rather make a big deal out of it and it not be a big deal than make no deal out of it and somebody's killed by it.
That's exactly right.
I like to err on the side of being very cautious, telling everybody to be very cautious because we're looking at people that can die in this thing. This is not a small deal.
There's just a 5 years in a bowl.
That's the worst story
ever. That was swept away today. So
you know what? I saw that story here. The search has been suspended for a 5-year-old who was swept away in floodwaters. The CSP in San Luis Obispo at the sheriff's office and Cal Fire searched for a child who disappeared in floodwaters in the San Marcos Creek. Man, it's the worst story ever. So they searched for the 5-year-old boy for multiple hours, and then they gave up when weather conditions turned, and they didn't see any possible way that they could recover him. The 5-year-old boy was missing Monday after swept away in floodwaters near Paso Robles, according to Cal Fire. Around 7:50 a.m., Cal Fire responded to a call of a vehicle who needed help in San Marcos. He was in San Marcos Street, in the Creek Bay. It was outside San Miguel with a woman and a child inside. The woman was pulled to shore by local residents, but the child was last seen in the water moving away from the vehicle. This kid was 5 years old. The PHC helicopter flew overhead beginning at 10:30 in the morning, but crews were unable to find the missing child. Of the 17 firefighters were assisting with the search, and they couldn't come up with this kid. They have anybody that has any information, even if you find something, that you think might belong to that kid, phone up to the San Luis Obispo County Sheriff's Office at 805-781-4540. 805-781-4540. And I don't know how they live with the guilt of being caught up water like that. And they say turn around, don't drown. That's what they're talking about, stuff like this. You gotta be very careful, very, very careful. But it looks like the storm is coming in. It is going to hopefully wait until everybody's in SoFi Stadium before it hits. And then SoFi Stadium can be loud. I don't think there's been a game in SoFi Stadium. No, there was one with tremendous rain. There was a Rams game a couple months back with this lightning. It was really outrageous weather. But there's going to be 7,000 people in that stadium during this tremendous count.
Okay, I'm hearing about the weather-related closure in Santa Barbara.
Oh,
The airport that's shut down. The Santa Barbara airport is now flooded.
Is that right?
Thanks to Matt Harmon and also Santa Barbara Airport for that information.
You know what also may close is the 101. Remember last time, 5 years ago when this happened, the 101 ended up with 18 to 20 feet of water on it. And they closed it down for weeks.
It was closed earlier today through the Santa Barbara area, and because there was like 2 inches of mud on the roadway, we were able to clear that out, and lanes are open right now, but there are really restrictions in places due to the flooding, but as far as the overall closure goes, that has been lifted for now, as a change.
Yeah, we will stay on top of that. And again, tons of people heading to SoFi Stadium in the rain, and a lot of and the one thing that we reported on I think it was Monday or Tuesday of last week, they were not going to allow anybody to do any partying and tailgating before the game. Not that you can do it in the rain like this, but part of going to a championship game is tailgating. People get there 10, 12 hours early. They set up the barbecue. They have the the cornhole game all ready to go, and they got their shirts on, their jerseys on. They're yelling. They paint their face, and it becomes a big, huge event for the entire day. But SoFi Stadium said no. We're not allowing anybody to come in and do any tailgating at all. So there's no tailgating tonight during the game. Oh, yeah, you can be really unprofessional, so I have to take it. Oh, that's okay. And I apologize to Robin, to Bellio, to Stefan, Angel, Crozier, and all the listeners. I do have to take this. I'm sorry. Hello? Is this so? Yeah, I need, and real quick, I need 2 tickets for the P-22 funeral. Right. My what? I don't know. 200 and what? 235 for what? For 10? For 1 ticket. For the P-22 funeral, 1 ticket is 235. Get out of here. I'm not paying that. There's nothing less than that. Okay, call me back. Hey, after 6, after 7. Okay. All right, good. Sorry, Daddy. My wife is really into this P-22 funeral. You got a connection there? I got a guy who has some tickets, but I'm not paying 235. Yeah, because I thought they were supposed to be free. They are. They're all gone. Now they're selling them all, and I got to pay. Always on the short end of that. P-22 is having a funeral at the Greek Theater, and my wife wants to go to that. In my weekend. We're live on KFI AM 640. News without the view. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles and China.
Live everywhere on the Radio app.
You have to get out. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. This was issued a mandatory evacuation order for the entire community of Montecito in Santa Barbara County due to the threat of flooding from the ongoing storm. Montecito's got more than 5 inches of rain in 8 hours. We want to make sure that if you don't have to leave your residence, stay home and avoid the traffic area and all the congestion. Ventura County Fire Captain tells KPLA the waterways in the town are overwhelmed. Officials say the heaviest rain is yet to come into the evening. An evacuation warning has been issued for people in the Lake Houston Canyon areas because of the threat of mud and free flows in certain areas. Mandatory evacuation orders are possible there in the Lake Houston Canyon areas between now and tomorrow. The producer says 12 people have been killed in the past 10 days from the violent weather. This report brought to you by American Vision Windows. A propane truck overturned along the 110 freeway in downtown LA, causing the freeway to flood. Cars were shut down. Tanks which is carrying around 9,000 gallons of propane was disconnected from the tractor. This is a hazardous material team from the LA Fire Department responded. They say the only leak was a engine oil. Bulletin is one city council vote away from getting final approval for a 12.5-acre housing and retail development project. It started out as 155 homes. Bulletin Mayor Fred Jones said keeping retail space was one of the reasons it's taken more than a year to approve the demolition and redevelopment project at the old Sunrise Village Shopping Center. It's now 113, I believe, and it does keep a lot more retail. It needs 20,000 square feet of retail. That's the plan addresses the desperate need for more housing while providing options for the many Korean American businesses currently located in the center. The city council is expected to give final approval next week. In Fullerton, Corbin Carson, KFI News. A former employee of the California Public Employees Retirement System has been sentenced to 6 years in prison for stealing nearly $700,000 from 10 former state employees. Gloria Najera Villanueva was also ordered to pay full restitution to the people she defrauded. Prosecutors say she targeted people who were elderly, disabled, and had powers of attorney or conservatorship. Police in Virginia said the teacher who was shot in the classroom by a 6-year-old boy saved lives last Friday by staying calm and getting all of the students out of the room. She took a defensive position which she raised her hand. The young went through her hand, edging of the rear of her hand, and into her upper chest. Newport News Police Chief Steve Drew says the boy is still in custody and the shooting is not an accident. He says police are working with a child psychologist and child protective services. He says the gun bought legally belongs to the child's mom, who has been cooperating with police. The elementary school will be closed all week to give students time to heal. The special grand jury in Atlanta that's been investigating whether former President Trump and his allies broke the law while trying to overturn his 2020 election law to state work and will give a final report
public in the call Trump heard pressuring the Georgia Secretary of State to find the votes necessary for him to win the election. Iran has sentenced 3 more anti-government protesters to death on charges of waging war on God. Iran hanged 2 of the men Saturday who were convicted of allegedly killing a military volunteer during a demonstration. 4 known men have been executed since the demonstrations against Iran's morality began in September. Activists say 16 people have been sentenced to death in closed-door hearings over charges linked to the protests. Pope condemned Iran's use of the death penalty to execute anti-regime protesters.
Pope Francis breaking his silence, condemning Iran for the punishment he says violates the fundamental right to life.
BBC's Jordana Miller says the Pope rejects the death penalty as a means of state justice. The Pope says the extreme penalty only brings revenge. He also shared sympathy for the protesters who are demanding greater respect for the dignity of women. And Apple has unveiled a series of fiction and romance audiobooks narrated by artificial intelligence. The 2 current AI narrators available on Apple Books are named Madison, Soprano, and Jackson, a Pharisee. Apple says it aims to empower independent authors and small publishers who may not be able to afford the audio production process. Southline weather from KFI rain, maybe thunderstorms through the night, lows around 50. A degree too warmer tomorrow. Tampa rain today until tomorrow evening. Highs above 50 at Beaches, above 60 Metro Area Orange County, 70 Inland Empire in the Valley, above 50 in the high desert. Mostly clear, a bit warmer after Wednesday on, then rain back late Friday into the weekend. Right now in Irvine, 58, Fullerton, 57, Burbank, 59, Orange, 57 degrees. Your KFI money report, the Dow finished down 113. NASDAQ was up 66. S&P was down 3. The average price of regular gas in California, $4.43 a gallon. Ventura shut down.
For 101, on the northbound side, we have reports that northbound lanes are closed from Highway 33 all the way to Highway 150. If you see something different, pound 250, keyword KFI traffic. Also, both directions of Highway 33 are being diverted to southbound lanes of the 101. Checking with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
In Irvine, northbound side of the 5, loading up now at Culver. From Culver, 350 most of the way through the Orange Crest, up to Disney Way. Now, if you're heading north on the 405 northbound, loading up at Fairview. Fairview, let's pick up at Substitute Boulevard 200 in there through the construction zone. And it looks like the North 325 on the base from the 405, let's keep up at 22. Beyond that, not too bad to the 91. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
And Elysian Park on the 110 southbound, delays leaving the 5. You're on the bridge to head all the way into Wilmington, or make that into Carson. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm into Martinez.
Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it. But what if you had access to everyone listening to you right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital video and social advertising. We started today. From yourself, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results. As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk to people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling a Medicare prescription, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using refill by can, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, you got this, with low-cost copays on many medications. Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Build your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. We promise to serve 6 cents exclusive. The best part about taking deep cold pure juice to trust next day energy at night is actually the next morning. I wake up in worse with none of the dryness from taking too much melatonin. Pure juice sleep plus next day energy is a bi-layer tablet with immediate release melatonin and extended release B vitamins to help you fall asleep naturally and wake refreshed. It's my secret weapon for a great night's sleep and a great morning. Can't beat that.
Deep Pure Juice Gummies. Sleep better, wake your best. Rosetta Stone, where language is learned. RosettaStone.com. This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. A special marine warning for the following in waters from Point Murphy to San Mateo Point. California, including Santa Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands.
The National Weather Service in Oxnard has issued a special marine warning for Santa Barbara to Yellowstone Point, Conception to Point, Murdu, California, including Santa Cruz Island, and waters from Point Murdu to San Mateo Point. California, including Santa Catalina and Anacapa Islands, outer waters from Santa Cruz Island to San Clemente Island to 60 nautical miles offshore, including San Nicolas and Santa Barbara Islands, until 7:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. High tide 54 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from 12 nautical miles east of West Point Santa Cruz Island to 11 nautical miles south of Anacapa Island to 14 nautical miles north of San Nicolas Island, moving northeast at 50 knots. Hazard, waterspouts and wind gusts generally 60 knots. Source, radar. Impact, waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally colored disease. Small craft could be damaged and briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Point Madu, King Harbor, Anacapa Island, Redondo Beach Pier, Point June, Ventura Harbor, Manhattan Beach, Redondo Beach, Malibu, and Rancho Palos Verdes. Thunderstorms can produce sudden waterspouts. Waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally colored disease. Seek safe harbor immediately.
More stimulating talk.
And I have to be a station.
KFI AM 640 Summer Show. All the K-rails are up in the burn areas. That's in 40, over near the 210 and the 605. So you're out in that area doing Empire. Burn scars up in your area? No, not really. Yeah, we've been pretty fortunate. I think we haven't had any real major fires come at least above Claymont there in the San Gabriel Mountains. Oh, that's for 2 years. Yeah. They kind of seem to kind of miss us. Or either that or they're on the backside of the mountain, like on the other side of Boulder or something. Yeah, I was talking to Benmo. Aaron Benmo, who's one of our news editors here, and he was saying, is there really going to be a funeral at the Great? I said, yeah. For P22, and I came to Detroit, right, where they probably wouldn't do that. You never have a funeral ceremony for an animal. They probably wouldn't have a ceremony at either Joe Louis or at Little Caesar's Towers. Pizza. And then I was talking to somebody who worked there, and I said, oh, you remember Little Caesar's was pizza? And they said, no, it was Pan Pan. But was it both? I think it was both, right? Pan Pan and Little Pizza and Pizza. You know, you had this commercial, I go, Pan Pan. I don't remember Pan Pan. You remember the Carl Senior that's out now goes, at the end it goes, so you seen that one? Yeah, that one I know. That one's great. At the end, you take the bite out of his tongue. Yes, exactly. That's a good one. But I got it here. Let me see if this is, if it's just Pan Pan. Now at Little Caesars, you get 2 great pizzas for $6.88. Pan Pan. Oh, my God, sorry, that's Pan Pan. All right. Do you remember, is it only Pan Pan? Wait, here's another one. This might be checking it out. At Little Caesars, you never get just one pizza. You get pizza. Oh, yeah. 2 great pizzas for $1. Okay, yeah, I remember pizza. Pizza. And Aaron was in Detroit, where this is huge. Little Caesars is huge in Detroit. That sounds right for some reason. And so it's, the guy who owns Little Caesars, Illich is his name, he also owns the Red Wings. It's got a lot of money. That's what huge. And I think Domino's is in Detroit as well. I think Domino's is the home of Little Caesars and Domino's. Domino's and I think it is. Oh, you have to do that position, kid. But the Pan Pizza and Little Caesars, a ton of time. That was like the soundtrack of growing up, and having, pizza around. Or at least in college it was. I remember that. In college, pizza. You didn't get to do. And I also remember in college, Domino's is still doing, if you don't get it delivered in 30 minutes, it's free. Yeah, I remember that. They had the noise around that. Yeah, that's the noise. Yeah. And
house in 30 minutes is free. And so in our dorm room, we had Batch Elder Dorm and Ashley and 2 other dorms. We had 2 deadlines. It was either at 7:30 p.m. or 9:30 p.m. called Domino's. There's only one Domino's in Bowling Green. So everybody at 7:30 would call Domino's and order pizza. And they'd get an order for 75 pizzas at 7:30. And they could not possibly deliver all of them, so 80% of them were free. Or at 9:30 you had to call. I remember at 7:30 and 9:30. And that's when you called to get your pizzas, and most of them were free, because the guy was Brianville. Couldn't deliver anything. Domino's, Ypsilanti, Michigan. Oh, it is Michigan, okay. Yeah, wherever Ypsilanti. Okay. But they stopped that because one of the drivers was going 80 miles an hour to try to get that pizza there for free. Yeah, so whatever for free, he wiped out a kid. He cost like $24 million. That's the thing. That had been kind of growing for a while, that idea that, hey, you're still calling that thing. Yeah, until it kind of, until it wiped out a family, I think, for 2 kids. And it was, then that was over. And it was real quick. When Domino's mascot was the Noid, avoid the Noid. Yeah, that was right around 86, 87, and that's what I was known as in college. The Noid, yeah, the Noid. Because I didn't do any drugs. I drank, but I didn't do any drugs. Just family history and been around it, and I was like in that stage where I was like, nope, not doing anything. But whenever you did like drugs, or when you passed out in college, that especially that first year, that's the time when everybody usually doing the pass out. So I just kind of drank. I didn't do really anything else. And I'm already a nice person, so I was always awake in the middle of the night when everybody was like starting to knock out and pass out. I'm like, what's going on, everybody? Oh, that's great. You know, like, go to sleep noise. Do you remember when if you were passed out, somebody would put your hand in warm water? We did everything. We shaved one guy's head. Oh, that's great. We used a silk marker and drill in his face that he could not get off. Put hair on their head so that their hair would have been, wow. Oh, yeah. Whenever you saw somebody coming into the cafeteria the next day, we all know we passed out. Now, you guys went hard. Oh, yeah. I mean, we just put shaving cream on the guy's head and made him wet his bed. But, man, you guys went, double nickels the whole way. That's why I never passed out. All right, so this place, where did you say it was? Ypsilanti. Okay, that's just outside of Detroit. That's where Domino's Pizza was created. 1960, right outside of Ann Arbor, I believe. But I believe that, I don't know whether it's west, I think it's west of Detroit. But I think Little Caesars and Domino's were both born in Detroit. We have to find out where Little Caesars was born. But that's one of them. 2 huge successful chains like that, born in the same area. And when Domino's started, they weren't called Domino's. They changed their name to Domino's 5 years later. It was initially Dominic. Oh, really? Yeah. Let's see where this is real quick. So Little Caesars is the best value carry out the whole run. Let's find out. Let me take a break there, then we'll come back and say where Little Caesars was born, because I believe it's the same. It's Garden City, Michigan. Okay, so both of those places were born in Michigan, and Garden City is closer to Detroit than the city where Domino's was born. Ypsilanti. That's wild. And Ypsilanti to Garden City is about 5 miles. Wow, that is crazy. Unbelievable. All right, Tom, so we're live on KFI. 1 hour crowd on KFI 24 News. Just official say the man of the night who was shot and killed by deputies in Santa Clarita over the weekend was the boyfriend of a woman stabbed to death in the same location a few hours earlier. Officials in Brazil have vowed to protect democracy and punish thousands of supporters who stormed the Capitol, the Supreme Court, and the presidential palace in Rio over the weekend to restore far-right former President Bolsonaro. Yes, that failed. And Avatar. You have to watch it. It's number 1 at the box office in North America for the 4th week in a row. It's been $45 million this weekend. It's followed by the horror comedy Megan, $30 million, and the last one. Get your crash in top 6.
One is along the 5 freeway, coming along that northbound side. Highway patrols on the scene. Right passengers are just before the 55 freeway. The carpool lane blocked. And what that's doing to the drive is backing you up all the way from Jackson for Jamboree. The southbound side of the 5 slowing down through Santa Ana, leaving the 5722. Looking a lot better by the scene of this crash. It's also trapped in Anaheim Hills, 91 eastbound, slowing down at Weir Canyon, delays to Green River, and the Cajon Pass, loading up on that 15. Westbound from Sierra to the 138. Southbound delays are crowding up from the top of the turn, traveling back towards Einhorn. Pay up on the sign. Help get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
It's Ross Tucker. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings. No LeBron James for the Lakers tonight as they take on the Nuggets. The college football playoff national title game between Georgia and TCU is rolling out at SoFi Stadium. Former Trojans running back Reggie Bush came to the College Football Hall of Fame class of 2023. Still safety Damar Hamlin is back in Buffalo to continue recovering from last week's cardiac arrest. I'm Spike Aaron. Hey, it's Ross Tucker. If you like to make games a little more interesting, download listen to the newest episode of the Even Money Podcast with DraftKings, releasing every Tuesday, available wherever you listen to podcasts, football and betting. The Even Money Podcast. This report is sponsored by Economy.com.
Are you ready to drive an electric car? At Truman, EV subscription is the answer. Unstuck features CEO of Economy, the cheapest, fastest, and easiest way to get into a Tesla. No lease, no loan, pay as you go month to month. Subscriptions apply. Get details at Economy.com. Afraid to look at your financial statements? Shredding them without opening them? Time for a second opinion from Edelman Financial Institute. Our opinions aren't based on intuition or daily marketing. They're grounded in institutional rigor, and all of our planners are fiduciaries who put your interests above all others. So if you need help managing your this market, we're ready to talk. At Edelman Financial Institute, you get personalized investment recommendations from a dedicated wealth planner who doesn't sell products to earn commissions. So stop shredding those financial statements. Let's take a look together.
What up, Rod?
Time to get a step into
What do you call
your
Rod?
complimentary wealth checkup where you can set your financial goal for the wealth plan.
Rabbi.
Call Edelman Financial Institute at 888-899-4450. That's 888-899-4450. Or visit EFUWealthPlan.com. Walgreens wants to make it easy to refill your Medicare prescription. That's why they offer 90-day refill by phone using your phone, even for the trip refill, so you can pick up all your prescriptions with ease. So big your way at Walgreens. Exclusions are applied. Everything that does have to be window. The news doesn't happen in a newsroom. It happens where you live. The same places we live.
Now you're being so tight that you fucking know your cum is amazing and you put your food not a baby.
Take out putting the more in morning. More local news. Now, 7.5 hours of news every weekday morning. Take out news Los Angeles. Doubling your morning. I never read reviews, but the life is so amazing I had to read it. Nothing's ever cleared out my sinuses as well. I'm blown away by how Navarre works. Dr. Ethan Terry has one of over 100,000 online testimonials praising Navarre. I'm Martin Koch, the inventor of Navarre nasal care, and I've talked about flushing out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs. How Navarre's powered suction can help you breathe better, and how your nose supplies air filter, and Navarre will clean it out. But don't take my word for it. What do people like Dad say, who wrote, Navarre has helped clear out my nasal passages every single night. My wife says my snoring is going way down. Northwest is gone, unquote. Navarre is the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million customers to help you breathe better. Please your rest and stay healthier without drugs. Navarre is available at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, Target, and online. Navarre, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. Follow the 5 million year with Jack Brown constantly here. Taking you on New Year's resolution to survive. The key by decision, already started by
And then they
help you solidify your faith in the experience and story of the Bible through live action recordings and emotional orchestral music. This is the Bible in the Year with Jack Brown. I'm offering you a full wherever you get your podcast. There's such power when you have to do something publicly that would really have an impact that could have a lot. Have it like flashing, but if I start quickly,
the letter says this chaos is the direct result of failing to enforce immigration laws. How about let's just say, make a moment out of it. Darn it, that's a wasted opportunity. Now live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM and 640 and gives out money between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. every weekday here. And if you're indeed take that keyword and you shove it right onto that website, and you can win a grand, undies in your undies, grants in your pants, right? Let's see what the magic word is right now. Let's roll. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. That's correct. REBIT. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Together to accident, winning everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. Yes. All right. Go to the website, though. Do not text. Go to the website. KFIAM640.com/cash. You can win $1,000. A lot of weather coming in, and you might be saying to yourself, wow, man, Conway, you're up at 7. What do we do about weather for that? Mo Kelly's. Mo Kelly's in the state. Till 10 o'clock.
What's the best time to watch the
George. So he else covered here on Thursday night when the biggest part of the storm is supposed to come through. And then guess what? This storm, and it's pouring right now. I'm looking out of Burbank right now. It's pouring in Burbank. This is not going to be the biggest storm of the week. It is going to be this weekend. Saturday, Sunday, into Monday. They think it's going to be bigger than this one. They're telling you. Or did you see the rain? Oh, look at you. Yeah, it's huge out there, huh? Yeah, it's crazy. I know, it's flooded. Yeah, California Street. Get out there. See what you can do about that. All right, the weather forecast, though. What are we looking at weather-wise over the next couple of days here in Southern California? Look at the last thing about the Southern California. There's lots of rain in Southern California now. Fairly light around LA County, certainly Orange County, but the heavy action you just mentioned. Up towards the north we go, up around Oakville, around Santa Paula. We get some stronger spells now with oranges and yellows indicating some very, very heavy rain rates. And yes, up there, Santa Barbara Way, flash flood warning in effect now. This goes until 6:45 tonight. It includes that Montecito area you just mentioned. Right now, they're getting some light to moderate rain. Still, some heavy stuff just moved through. There's still more to come through. That's why the warnings are up now. As we head towards south, closer to here in Southern California, LA County, around Ventura County, stay on Port Wayne, around Camarillo. Lighter rain here towards Orange County, light rain there as well. But there are some stronger spots that are popping up, the orange and yellows. And we're just getting started with this system coming through Southern California. Some areas getting no rain at all right now, but hang on. There is certainly more to come before the night is done, and that flash flood watch is going on until tomorrow at 7 p.m. tomorrow. Now, you're probably asking yourself, where is all this rain coming from? You turn on your TV, and you see the local TV stations, right, doing news. They're all talking about weather right now. All of them. It's a big deal in Southern California. And when you get that many people who are from out of town, and look, I'm probably a lot like you. When I go to a city, I go to New York, Chicago, I've been to Nashville, Miami. I always, this weather, I always go to AM radio and find the news station or find the talk station. I always do that. Yeah, I mean, because it's like before you discover that, like for people unfamiliar with AM, people are going, I don't know where the internet, AM radio, no matter what. And whenever I get into a rented car in Los Angeles, KFI is always a preset, and no other station is a preset in LA. And I don't know what it is. It's not true. 570 is preset. I've noticed that. 570 AM is a preset that I often see in KFI. So when people come in from Georgia or from Texas to watch their team playing the national championship, I guarantee you a lot of them are listening for weather reports here on KFI. And damn it, we're going to give it to them. We're going to give it to them. And we're going to make sure that they get in and have a safe, great time in Los Angeles. All right, where is all this weather
in this year when everybody, almost every meteorologist told us that this is going to be a dry, hot winter. And exactly the opposite. Where is all this rain coming from?
I'm the youngest in my family.
You'll know.
I'm that old soul for everybody. Oh,
This is rain. This is our third or fourth major storm coming in this year. And another one coming in this weekend, which means this spring,
never finger
California is going to be spectacular.
So badly.
Come out, the wildflowers, all the green,
when you were done?
all the grass, everything is going to look great once the rain stops.
Fingers were calloused because they were bloody.
In Southern California, man, I'm telling you, this is not the place is at. Yes, this is the best place to be right now. All right, we're live on KFI AM 640. 1 hour closure in KFI's 24-hour newsroom. Another powerful rainstorm is here in the Southland with more to come. This is a warning of potential flooding in LA and Orange County and the Inland Empire. National Weather Service meteorologist David Scoop says the most intense rain is expected tomorrow morning. It's going to be a very, very tough day tomorrow morning. It's going to dump up to 4 inches of rain in lower elevations and up to 8 inches of rain in the mountains.
Remember how as a kid that
knock down trees and power lines.
you almost amputated yourself finger or anything? No.
Per hour down low and up to 75 miles per hour in the mountains. Boy, trolling. Hey, if I knew it. This report brought by veteran-owned TemperaSolar.com. A new report brings a person from Virginia who tricked a 15-year-old girl from Riverside into an online relationship had done the same thing to a 13-year-old girl years before. The 13-year-old girl is now 21. So at the time, this is the case in Riverside that prompted her to come forward. Off the Edwards Coast, as the 17-year-old boy who lured the 15-year-old girl from Riverside, he was actually 28. In November, Edwards drove from Virginia to Riverside, where he killed the girl's mother and grandparents before they were killed. The Hollywood Foreign Press Association says the 80th Golden Globes will include a special message of peace from Ukraine's President Zelensky. The HFCA says it regoes its leadership, bylaws, and membership, adding more than 100 new voters to its ranks. Murphy will be awarded the Specialty Video Award for 8 contributions to films. Producer Ryan Murphy will get the Carol Burnett Award for his work in television.
I'll give you a Carol Burnett Award. Oh my God, I got to see
the ceremony is with Beverly Hilton live on NBC tomorrow at 5 p.m. Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy started his first day on the job. House literally passed a rules package for governing House operations. Next task is passing his first bill. Laws to cut funding to strengthen the IRS.
Oh man, I got to whiz this
Market also says that the money bill would add $114 billion to the federal deficit. McCarthy says having the disruption last week built trust. And then learning how to work together with his Republican lawmakers. In Buffalo's Bills safety, Damar Hamlin is back in Buffalo and out of the hospital. Doctors say he'll continue recovering a week after going into cardiac arrest during the Monday Night Football game.
You're done. You're going to have to bottle it. Yep. Oh, fuck. You're done. Oh. Oh.
We'll take a look at the freeway next.
Oh.
Do you own a mall or a condo or I don't know, a little shopping mall or a parking? What do you own? You've got to protect that. And if anything happens to you, and that's why you have to have a will or a trust. So everything transfers to your loved ones without costing going just in case, God forbid, anything happens to you. So just a quick call to Legal Docs Finding will give you peace of mind. No expensive lawyers, no confusing websites. You're going to say thousands. Yep, I said it. Thousands.
And what is this?
Call right now. They'll take down all the necessary information.
Get on.
And they're going to help you throughout the entire process. Now, pound 250 on your cell phone and say Legal Docs. Pound 250 or hashtag 250 for you kids out there. And say Legal Docs. Pound 250 on your cell phone and say Legal Docs. Legal Docs by me. No lawyers. They might. Rain tonight, maybe some thunderstorms out there. Please be careful with your driving. Overnight lows around 50. Rain will keep on tomorrow during the day. Clear up later in the afternoon, more like in the evening probably. A little bit warmer and clear after that on Wednesday through the weekend when the rain should be back late Friday. 56 in Placentia, 57 in Laguna Niguel. Crash, your own beat.
I've been masturbating to a girl like you, coming to my life. I've been tapping to a girl like you. Yes, tapping someone new, make me feel alive.
Okay, overall
Yes,
out of
Pepe.
Valencia, the drive remains fairly heavy all the way to the 710, and then it slows down even more as you roll towards the 605. Hang up Island Sky helps get you there faster. I mean, for Martinez.
Not that Yoshi.
It's okay.
He was like, what up, yo?
Worried or frustrated. It's
Oh.
normal. We download free and secure mental health resources. It's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need when you need it the most. Call our one line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at childhood.org.
Shout out to the Rod.
He's live from the East bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. It sure is fun.
You can take it to
everywhere, puzzling with this success. Just like Michelle enters a fiddle string trying to contain her rage. Michelle's rolling Steve over. There he goes, and the mask is off. Oh my, the glory. Michelle throws an elbow. Now it's up. And she's waving for the couch, taking a place to say he's just 100 pounds laugh.
Oh, and
That's the next autograph. With all this struggle, he should get inspired. Absolutely, Bert. Inspire is a sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. It's right from Puppy. As you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and sleeping peacefully. There's no mask and no host. Just sleep. Learn more at inspiresleep.com. That's inspiresleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talking about the sleep is right for you and review important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, of knee pain or shoulder pain, pain in your hips or back?
Hey, Gary and Shannon, and you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next Generation Pain Management has arrived. Here it is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is the all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, putting them directly into your achy joints and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro athletes have been doing it for years. Now you can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations: Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics. 213-997-PAIN at 213-997-PAIN. Call Service Champions for an $88 precision heater tune-up or visit ServiceChampions.com. Quality spending in your bank account.
I've been there proud.
What was bad decisions you made? Trying to buy the love and affection of your family means Bill. TFI wants to give you a cash refill with $1,000 every weekday hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just looking for the keywords and enter it at TFI-AM640.com/cash. No extra, just winning. Listen away $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Claim your cash refill on TFI-AM640. More stimulating stuff. The big story is rain. You know, I think what we learned tonight, though, is that Domino's Pizza and Little Caesars Pizza were both created 10 miles from each other in the state of Michigan. One in Ypsilanti, that was Domino's Pizza, and then one in Garden City, that's Little Caesars. Both of them on the west side of Detroit, and both those companies were born 10 miles from each other. That's what? Which says two things. One, people in Detroit really love pizza. And number two, people in Detroit really love pizza. I only noticed in the last year or so, maybe a couple years, that I didn't even know that Detroit had a style of pizza. Oh, I didn't either. Yeah. I know Chicago does. It's kind of a pan sort of like pizza, like Chicago. But yeah, they got some style. They got one style pizza. Yeah, because the crust is like higher and thick, and then they have the special with pepperoni to like curl up in it. Oh, I love the curl up pepperoni. Yeah. But, Soja, when you say that you didn't know Detroit had their own style of pizza, and I say, oh, like Chicago, obvious. Could I have been any more obvious and dull in my response saying, oh, but Chicago has their own? I mean, I picked the lowest hanging fruit, and I feel bad. You did. You know, what are you going to say? Hit New York? Yeah, right. But even New York would have been, you know, on the higher on the scale. Like, what other place is known for their style of pizza? I mean, I don't know. It was right. I mean, but pizza wasn't even born in Italy. It was born in the United States. And you know, I'm embarrassed. In California style pizza, maybe, I don't know. I'm too embarrassed. You know what's really made a comeback? Cauliflower. Cauliflower was dead. Cauliflower. Well, cauliflower was one of those vegetables that everyone hated the smell of. And if anyone cooked it in the office, like you zapped it in the microwave, everyone wanted to find out who did that. Yeah, what do you think? Like cabbage used to be. Cabbage does not come back. But cauliflower, you're right. Cauliflower smells like a big when you're microwave it.
So did Brussels sprouts.
Yeah, Brussels sprouts, you're right. But cauliflower now has replaced almost everything that used to be wheat. You know, the cauliflower pizza crust, you know, it's gotten to everything. The Habit Burger, they offer like a cauliflower side where they like roast it and you dip it in like a sauce. And like, cauliflower? It's so weird.
So good.
Yeah,
I'll crumble it up.
Really?
I toss it in some oil and olive oil and garlic and some sea salt, and then I throw it in the broiler, and it's so good.
Your dog must be so suicidal. No, like crap. It's if my mom's making all this.
No, it's the garlic.
Let's get into the weather. Where is all this rain coming from? These atmospheric rivers, and is it El Nino? Is it La Nina? What's going on here? Why are we getting all this rain all of a sudden? So far, we've had some very light sprinkling here along the coastline and some pretty significant wind gusts. Right. And this tomorrow's been talking about the bulk of the rain coming a little later today. Meanwhile, storm pressure underway here in Long Beach as large waves threaten homes here along the beachfront. Sandbergs, like the one you see here behind me, being built along low lines. Coastal communities, public works crews are really trying to protect properties for the potential floodwaters that can cause damage. And take a look. This has been the scene here over the weekend. Crews bringing in that heavy equipment to extend the sand berm near Ocean Boulevard to prevent some of the coastal flooding we saw last week in Redondo Beach. The city also says Long Beach Fire Department rescue boats will monitor the coastline during the swell impact and patrol the harbor and marinas during the heaviest rainfall. We're not seeing that just yet. Now, in Studio City, a stretch of Mulholland Drive remains closed this morning. It'll be closed through the morning. Yeah, that's going to be a big deal for people who live up in that area. You're going to have to go all the way around Mulholland. All right, so the people, if you're listening right now, California and Nevada, they have a forecast. First of all, there's a term that they use. Hydrology, right? Over the past 24 hours, the study of where all this rain comes from. And you know, crazy in years, or even decades of this rain that, you know, sustained where it's almost 2 storms a week. But the big picture is northern and southern California. They saw several inches of rain in the most recent storm, which is this powerful atmospheric river associated with a bomb cyclone over the northeast, and that's where all this is coming from. There's a low off the coast, and I think the low spins counterclockwise, and all of these tails are hitting. You know, as a result, the storm so far, most of these rivers are not at flood stages. One of them is in Santa Barbara that is closed. But the coastline is taking a beating from these waves and these huge storm surge. And the winds, they've been knocking trees down left and right, including at higher elevations. But the good news is the state's reservoirs. Here's where the good news comes in. And they have been badly needing water. They were extremely low, historic lows. Well, they're filling up again. Look at this. Lake Orville, the state's largest reservoir, is 77% of its historical average capacity at this time of year. 77% is a lot. It's huge. And the snowpack in the Sierra Nevada mountains It's also a huge, unbelievable storm. The UC Berkeley Central Sierra Snow Lab said 5 feet of snow fell in just the last week. 5 feet of snow. So the atmospheric rivers are what they are. They're narrow currents of moisture that can transport huge, vast amounts of water vapor, thousands of miles long. And that's what we're seeing. That's what we're seeing here. Potential hazard, of course, is the widespread flooding and damage in land, dangerous beach, and marine conditions. But you've got to stay tuned to KFI because this is not the last storm of the week. This is going to be the end of this storm tonight. The tail end of it will be tonight into tomorrow. And then we're going to see another storm come in this weekend. And the one that comes in this weekend is going to make this one seem like a party or picnic that was rained out. This will be a much larger one. But the National Weather Service said the flood watch in Los Angeles County is supposed to last up until, I saw 9/17. So we still have a little bit to go here. But the hourly forecast for the San Fernando Valley, 7 p.m. 100% chance of rain, 8 p.m. 90%, 9 p.m. 70%, then 80% at 10 o'clock, 70% at 11, and 70% throughout the entire night, all the way up until 3 p.m. tomorrow. From now until 3 p.m., at least 70% chance of rain in the San Fernando Valley. So today and tomorrow, rain. Then we're off for a couple days, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, almost nothing. Saturday it picks up again, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Another storm coming in. So we're going to check with Mo Kelly. He comes on right after to keep you posted on all the rain events coming up. It's a big story. It might be pouring where you are right now, and you'll want to know where and when and how much more we're going to get, especially if you're in a burn scar area and you're not listening to KFI, I wonder why. I wonder what you're doing. Because KFI has all the latest details on when and how much and where this storm is going. Conway Show, we're live on KFI AM 640. We'll check with Mo Kelly, who comes off with his show later with Mo Kelly in about 15 minutes. We're live on KFI AM 640. We're everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're now frozen. KFI 24-hour news. Two of refusing to pay the city nearly $10 million in back rent. Not paying during the pandemic is apparently the only business on city-owned land in San Diego still in default. The Seattle School District in Washington State is suing several tech companies, including TikTok, Facebook, Snapchat, blaming them for making mental health and behavioral disorders of children worse. The United Nations has toxic chemicals in the atmosphere are down, allowing the hole in the ozone layer over Antarctica to noticeably heal and it should be fully mended in about 43 years. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, to some places, it is slow in Thousand Oaks.
The southbound side of the Monroe Burn traffic is really heavy and slow, getting away from Lynn Road, and that continues all the way into downtown Los Angeles. Although the 101 city pretty hammered through that stretch right there, a lot of rain coming down. We're also seeing big delays on the 5 southbound, which is backing up out of the Santa Clarita area, all the way from Highway 126, and delays continue all the way to the 605. It's tough in Santa Clarita on the 14 northbound, leading the 5. Delays here all the way heading into Palmdale, which is a lot better just before that Fairborn Highway split. And the Cajon Pass, 50 miles on the 15 northbound from Sierra to the 138. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
Yes, it's Clay Travis. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
No LeBron James for the Lakers tonight as they take on the Nuggets. The college football playoff national title game between Georgia and TCU is rolling on at SoFi Stadium. Former Trojan quarterback Reggie Bush into the College Football Hall of Fame class of 2023. Still safety Damar Hamlin is back in Buffalo to continue recovering from last week's cardiac arrest. I'm Frank Aaron.
Staples helps you start the new year off right with big savings on everything you need for your business. Now, Staples Reward members get $30 back in the Staples Store bonus when they spend $100. Rewards members only. Store bonus redeem will in-store only. Offer ends 1/21. Save big at Staples.
This report is sponsored by Economy.com.
Are you ready to drive an electric vehicle but not ready for the 3-year lease? Subscribe instead. I'm Scott Fincher, CEO of Economy, where you'll find the cheapest monthly payments on a Tesla without the long-term commitment of a lease. Unleash yourself and subscribe.
have to buy. Here it is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is the all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, putting them directly into your achy joints and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro athletes that have been doing this for years, now you can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations, Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN. It's 213-997-PAIN.
Are you the next eye accident lawyer millionaire client? Utilize Dave. The way to go. Call 800-920-0810. There you go. See the results. There you go, Jason. At Breakout, we know news doesn't happen in a newsroom. It happens where you live, the same places we live, where the region is large and diverse as ours. It takes one of LA's largest news teams to cover it right. Breakout 9, now Breakout News Los Angeles. And Breakout putting the more in morning. More local news. Now, 7.5 hours of news every weekday morning. Breakout News Los Angeles. Covering your mornings.
How would you like to be driving a Tesla Model 3 next year without swallowing the $60,000 price tag? And I'm not talking about a lease either. I'm Scott Baker, CEO of Economy, where you can subscribe to a Tesla Model 3 for just $450 a month. Easy subscription is cheaper than leasing, guaranteed, and it only requires a 3-month minimum. Get details at economy.com. After 12 months, taxes is $1,000 a month for canceling 28 days notice. Does not include taxes, unsecured mortgage deposit. Limited time offer, not valid all trades, restrictions apply.
WFI News is following the storm that is impacting parts of Southern California. Here is the latest from the National Weather Service. The National Weather Service in Los Angeles has issued a flash flood warning for southwestern Los Angeles County in southwestern California until midnight Pacific Standard Time. At 6:43 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, the Doppler radar and automated rain gauges indicated a heavy rain falling across the warned area. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain has fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by heavy rain. Source: radar and automated gauges. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Long Beach, Thousand Oaks, Malibu, Beverly Hills, Universal City, North Hollywood, Van Nuys, Burbank, Santa Monica, Culver City, Northridge, downtown Los Angeles, Inglewood, Woodland Hills, and Forest. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be especially cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding. Captain, it's my honor to have him back on the Mo Kelly Show. What would you like your legacy to be? Cremate me and put my ashes in the ground for the tree. And the tree will be there by my having been on Earth. Mo Kelly. And the sit underneath my shade, and that will be enough payment. Now, live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM at 6:40. Conference out. Keep an eye on the rain. Mo Kelly will be in a second. We'll tell us what's going on in his big show. The latest heavy storms and flooding reported from the National Weather Service there. They are predicting flash flooding, heavy rain, and wind. And the latest heavy storms and flooding, I'll remind, there's a meteorologist, I think his name is Dan Null, and he's the lead forecaster for the National Weather Service.
And she said this reminds her a lot of the 2016, 2017, which had a La Nina year. And then she said every El Nino is not wet and every La Nina is not dry. It sounds like they're changing the definition. Remember last year when the administration said a recession is not necessarily 2/4 of negative growth? And we all thought a recession is 2/4 of negative growth. But they just changed the definition of it. And now a lot of the forecasters are changing the definition of El Nino and La Nina. So rain started, essentially, we had the first huge storm on New Year's Eve. And a lot of people here in California found themselves asking the familiar question, which we all did. Is this somehow because of El Nino? Well, the climate pattern known as El Nino has almost like a mythological status as a sort of a barometer when it comes to the West Coast. And while its counterpart, the La Nina, is associated with drought. Well, the past 3 years, we've had La Nina years, if you remember. And then the continuing storms that we've had, were drawn comparison to 1997, 1998, is when the rain driven by El Nino rain stuff. Remember that far back. And California's the brightest for a season with very intense storms. Now, here's what they're not telling you on the news, but we are here at KFI. We've had La Nina for 3 years, and come spring into summer and autumn of this year, of 2023, we're flipping back over to El Nino, which means we might have these storms at this level for the next 3 years, which would almost completely wipe out our drought. So thank God that we're getting this kind of rain. But you can't simplify El Nino and La Nina anymore. It's like a pendulum. It swings back and forth. And again, El Nino isn't always about being wet, and La Nina is not always about being dry. So the strong trade winds are pushing warm water in our direction. We're going to get a lot of rain over the next couple of hours, and then this weekend, on Saturday and Sunday into Monday, there's going to be another storm. But the weekend storm that we're getting is going to mostly affect Northern California as opposed to down here in Southern California. So lots of news, lots of people talking about it. I'm looking out the window right now, and it is pouring in Burbank. California Street, which is one of the streets we're on, California Alameda, as Salvio pointed out, flooding in the gutters. All right, Mo Kelly is with us. Mo Kelly coming up on Radio with Mo Kelly. Easy. You're the best. And I heard you going wall to wall, nothing but raindrops. Nothing but raindrops all the time. What do you have the big show tonight? Oh, we have to talk about something other than the rain. Well, we're going to talk about the rain, and also we're going to make up a list for the Golden Globe. Tomorrow, we won't know if anyone's going to get slapped. But it is going to have some sort of event, I think, or moment for it to stick out, because the Golden Globe has to define itself and distinguish itself somehow. Yeah, and they moved it, it's usually on a Sunday, then they moved it to Monday, and then they thought, oh, wait a minute. This NCAA men's football game is every Monday. And Tuesday is not a good night for any award show, but nonetheless, right, they're going to try. And NBC's only given them a 1-year deal. 1 year to straighten out. For good reason. I mean, it's no upside to a multi-year deal. And also, the format is good. The format's good, right. No one really wants to see a 3-hour award show. That's 100% right. And it's not like they didn't have any members who are black for 1 or 2 or 3 years. It was 40 years. Well, not only that, the Golden Globes has their internal issues and they have their external perception. No one, I think, looks at the Golden Globes now and says, yes, 5. No, it's absolutely right. And look, the Texans get his back, then why is anyone else going on? It just doesn't really say that's right. What else going on, Greg? We're going to talk about, obviously, the national championship game, which is all out right now, unfortunately. It's trying to be competitive at the moment. Oh, it's already started. Oh, yeah.
And by the way, that was going to happen.
I mean, there's no way that TCU is going to beat Georgia.
No, it's a professional football team.
More ways than one.
Yeah. It's too bad that A, it's not competitive, and B, it actually plays in this kind of weather. Because all these people came out from Georgia and Texas enjoy sun, all the sun. And people think that so far City is closed to me.
No, it's getting rained on right now.
That's great. All right, I'll be listening, Bob.
7 to 10 now on KFI.
Oh, just they go. All right, Mo Kelly coming up later with Mo Kelly in moments from now. The latest on the professional football team called the Georgia Bulldogs, taking on the amateur team, TCU, and whatever race comes in showtime. All right, Kelly tomorrow at 4 o'clock, 4 to 7 p.m. right here on KFI AM 640.
So that's a little water flow like when the ball's in the shot.
Hey, that's time. Los Angeles, on time.
Live everywhere on the radio app.
Another pounding on the team live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Storms have hit SoCal. ABC senior meteorologist Rob Marciano says 12 people have died because of the rain.
Barbara and Ventura County is an absolute mess. Back up here on the 101, just outside of Montecito, which is under an evacuation order. This on the day of their 5-year anniversary of one of the most horrific floodwaters in their history.
Marciano says flood watches and warnings remain in Santa Barbara all the way down to Orange County. He says more rain is on the way tonight into tomorrow. Governor Newsom says the recent floods have killed more people than in the last 2 years of wildfires. A 5-year-old boy has been swept away by floodwaters along California's Central Coast. The boy was in a truck with his mom early this morning near Paso Robles. When the truck got stuck in the San Marcos Creek bed, people in the area were able to rescue the mother, but the boy was last seen in the water. Rescuers searched for hours, but weren't able to find the boy. At least 18 people have been rescued from a waterlogged homeless camp in the Ventura River. County firefighter Andy Van Seaver told NBC4 some people had to be hoisted off an island by helicopter this afternoon.
Some of them were lowered a ladder and were able to self-extricate by coming up the ladder to the freeway bridge.
One person had minor injuries. California will get federal help if it deals with the impacts of a series of deadly storms. President Biden has approved the state emergency declaration. Governor Newsom said, as I mentioned, 12 people have died in the past week. Forecasters say this storm system is expected to bring more strong winds and heavy rain through tomorrow. The LA School District has encouraged students to get tested for COVID-19 before returning to class. Pediatrician Musna Afif with the Pomona Valley Hospital says the recommendation is probably a good call.
Given the increased viral activity of COVID that we are seeing in our pediatric populations, and along with the fact that we're also seeing other viral activities,
the district made tests available before the break. Students are encouraged to take a COVID test before class today. More tests are on campuses this week. Students are encouraged to test again next week. An LA City fire captain was the highest paid city employee last year.
Definitely made $760,000 in 2022, including benefits and overtime. That captain also made 75% more than the President of the United States. The nonprofit watchdog group Center Square says data from the city also shows 86 LA City firefighters made more than $400,000 last year. The average pay for a fire chief in the LA City Fire Department is $320,000. By comparison, the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics says the median income for a surgeon in California is $351,000. Gregory Pinafinero.
More than 7,000 nurses have walked out of 2 hospitals in New York City. The union representing the nurses says nurses are burned out. Nurses say they're dealing with unsafe working conditions and long hours without enough pay or breaks. The spread comes as weekend negotiations ended without a deal for a new contract. Universal Studios Hollywood says pass holders are able to make reservations to visit the new Super Nintendo World again. The second wave of reservation attempts comes after a theme park system outage stops people from being able to secure their spots for an early preview of the new arena. Super Nintendo World will be open on select days starting January 29th through February 11th. Southland weather from KFI, rain heavy at times, gusty winds through the evening, lows in the 40s and 50s overnight. Rain continues tomorrow with highs ending up at 50s and 60s at the beaches, Metro LA and Inland OC, mid-50s to about 60s for the valleys and Inland Empire, 50s in the Antelope Valley. Rain should end after midnight tomorrow, and for Wednesday and Thursday, it's for partly to mostly cloudy skies with highs in the 60s to low 70s. 58 in Dana Point, 60 in Long Beach, 55 in Canyon Country, 53 in Pasadena. The FI market reports the Dow finished today down 113 points, the NASDAQ in 66, S&P 500 off 3. The average price for gas in California, $4.43 for a gallon of regular unleaded. It's slow in Santa Clarita on the 5. South side, Highway 126, and it takes you almost away to Hollywood Lane program. It opens up for just a bit, more slowing ahead off the 134 as you travel to the 605. Also, if you make your way northbound on the 405, which is in West LA, going from the 10, very heavy all the way to the 5 merge heading into Silmar. Santa Clarita, 14 northbound, loading up leaving the 5, and that cut remains slow moving all the way to Pear Blossom Highway. We're looking at the Cajon Pass, it's a crawl, 15 northbound, leaving Sierra. If you continue all the way to the 138, if you see a problem, county 50, keywords, KF on traffic, KF on the sign, hope to get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This hour is sponsored by Advanced Hair Restoration. Someone uses your toilet and it overflows. Can you imagine how embarrassing that is for your guests and for you? Hello, I'm John McCoyan, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. You're hosting a party, the water is on the floor, and your guests have to tell you that the toilet is backed up. And worst of all, you have to tell your guests that they can't use the bathroom. I shudder when I tell this story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own Rooter Hero Plumbing and my toilet overflows. Talk about being humbled. Well, the truth is, it could happen to anyone. And the solution is to call 866-DRAIN-77. That's what I did, and our plumber was here within the hour. Not because I'm the owner, but that's just what we do. I'm so confident that you'll be satisfied with our services that I put my cell phone number on every business card. 866-DRAIN-77, that's 866-DRAIN-77.
As a walking pharmacist, I talk to people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling a Medicare prescription, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using refill by scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, you got this, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way in savings at walgreens.com/Medicare. They find a facility for patient exclusive. Features as massacre, return, and
New details into what was uncovered at the gruesome crime scenes in Pike County.
accused murderer George Wagner faces the judge and jury. No Wagner family DNA was found at the crime scene. Will he face the death penalty or will he block free?
Basically, down the floor, water.
Listen to the Pike Master Season 4 trials begin on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. California just made solar more expensive, and you can lock in today's great rates at umbrella.com. More stimulating talk.
Why in the fuck are you throwing a ball for like?
This winter with most ever 5 AM and 40. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And I'm a person who's kind of OCD. My wife is really OCD, but I'm kind of OCD on that OCD spectrum. I'm somewhere in the middle. You have a routine. Gotta stick to my routine. Sundays, I usually do some like personal grocery shopping. These are like my breakfasts and lunch for the week. I try to get those supplies. I don't meal prep, but whatever I'm going to get, be it beans, muffins, or eggs, whatever, I got to get on Sunday night. I get gas in my car on a Sunday night. As I get older, I try to be more organized, where I get in the car on Monday and I don't have to go get something. I used to be that guy, I'll get gas in the morning. I like to read.
Try not to do that anymore. But part of trying to grow and become more organized is do my shopping on Sunday evening. And when I got to the grocery store, in this case it was Vons, and I used to like to have egg white and egg, I'll mix it up for my breakfast on some level. It could be fried, could be scrambled, could be a mixture of egg whites and eggs put together, cooked in a variety of ways. But I couldn't find any eggs. I didn't understand it. Couldn't find egg whites.
I had the same thing. I went to the store and the cupboards were there. And they had a sign up saying limit 2. I'm like, there's not 2 to take.
Well, this is like copious, but the eggs, and they said, I didn't understand it. Like, why is there a run on eggs? And again, please. Goodness. I said, I can't wait to lose it. I went out of my way to be more organized in 2023. It was a quiet resolution. Didn't tell anybody about it. Didn't write it down. I just decided within myself I was going to be more organized. And I go out of my way. Gas is going down, eggs are going up. But I can't find eggs. I can find toilet paper, but I can't find eggs.
In the grand scheme of things,
I don't know. I mean, they got substitutes for toilet paper. You've seen it. If you're in a fence, no pun intended, you need to take a towel. Oh, damn it. Where is my rib shot? Working hard. Stefan, you and I are going to have a serious conversation one of these days about having a rim shot available and actually ready. Any event that I could happen to be funny. That's just one. I'll work on it when I get the case. But as anything we're talking about, Californians typically are selling out, no pun intended, a lot of money for eggs. Amid this outbreak of bird flu, which has killed millions of hens, and according to the LA Times, left local grocers struggling to stock cartons that comply with California law. So it's a confluence of things. It's the bird flu, it's the killing of the hens, and it's also cartons that must comply with California law.
oh, because you have to be pig free.
Correct.
So if you lived in Iowa, you probably aren't having eggs.
You're probably doing just fine. You're probably having a nice plate of scrambled eggs right now. Me, not so much. And I'm a person, I had to cut back on my egg intake, obviously, because I'm getting older and I want to keep my cholesterol in check. But that is something I really do enjoy. Getting up in the morning and having some eggs. Now, what I usually do is I'll get up and I'll have some egg whites, and I'll have some beef and cheese that I put on it. Is it great? It's not bad. It's not exactly the same. But it's called for me.
Egg whites and vegan cheese?
Yes.
Why bother, Mo? Why bother?
Oh, come on. We all got to make choices and sacrifices as we get older.
Do you have it on a cardboard muffin?
No, but it is a Thomas's whole grain English muffin. But it tastes pretty damn good. And I feel like I'm more heart healthy when I do that. And the world, the universe is working against me because I can't even get eggs, or egg whites for that matter, as a byproduct of not being able to get eggs. And y'all are laughing at me. They don't have any vegan eggs for you. Actually, they do. They have vegan egg products. People will say, you go. You make the whole entire section here with your cardboard bucket, vegan eggs. Yeah. And y'all practice that. Y'all practice that. When you get together and rehearse, okay, y'all want to say a 1, a 2, a 3. Now, yeah, let's go on to another story because actually it's not going to get any better with y'all. The rain is coming down. When I saw anything coming to the field today, I wanted to make sure the tree's okay, and I wanted to know that she grows safely. She said she grows safely, but she's a little foggy. Want to know it's wet out there. And what did I say last week? I know I was wrong last week. I admit it. I was wrong. We thought it was going to be a Noah's Ark type storm was coming, and it didn't quite happen that way. It just got here a little later. So this is a meteor hitting the Earth and wiping out the dinosaurs. We just got the time wrong. But it's here now. And like anything I said to her, I want all of you to slow down, drive safely, and make it a little soggy in the process, but just slow down. You might have been listening to Angel Martinez talk about how bad the traffic is out there. It's bad. I know this because it took Koala another 2.5 hours to get his behind here. Falls asleep on split. No, it was flying in the rain. I was driving my old man. He said, truck was flashing. Water in my window, foggy. The worst.
I mean, that's not their fault. But I mean, like, the spray that they throw up, that's good. But other than that, I think it's perfect.
A couple times I thought, but I still come here. Oh, it all depends where you're coming from. Like, you were coming from, like, from the valley. And coming from, the Outer Hill, down the line, the 170. You got real funky. But not closer to the 170. I couldn't understand that. But who's falling now? What are we doing? But you got here. You got a real big detour, but you got here. All I could think is, oh, early on this line report. It took me about an hour and a half to get here, and I encountered 2 or 3 accidents, not me, I'm saying, passed by them. And you can see just like Florida was talking about last week, how they were spun out, facing the wrong direction, and there, but for the grace of God, you're thankful that you're not in that accident, and me, I just go ahead and move to the right. I will be that slow old man, but I know that I'm going to get there with a better sense of safety, not getting in a wreck as opposed to driving right next to the center median. And both of the accidents were right next to the center median. I don't know if it was a huddle. I don't know if someone was just driving too fast and hydroplane, but I've been on this earth long enough to kind of know what to avoid in these rainstorms. So what I'm saying to you right now, listening, is just go ahead and slow down. We will have updates throughout the evening as far as the rain, how you should prepare, because it's going to be raining for a while. I think we have an emergency warning up to about 9 o'clock tonight, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to give you that information to make sure that you know and you are safe. This is by 8640. We're live everywhere on the iPhone Radio app now to the KFI 24-hour newsroom and in
Yeah, so flood watch is up till twilight for the LA County coast, mountains, downtown LA, the San Fernando, Santa Clarita, San Gabriel, and Antelope valleys, and inland areas, including Hollywood, Compton, Long Beach, Pomona, and Downey, Norwalk, East LA, Culver City, Lakewood, Beverly Hills, and other places. A man who was shot and killed by sheriff's deputies after waving a knife around has been identified as the boyfriend of a woman who was found stabbed to death a few hours earlier. Tickets for a celebration of life to honor Mountain Lion C-22, who roamed around Griffith Park in the Hollywood Hills for more than a decade, have all been distributed. But organizers say even if you didn't get tickets, you'll be able to watch it. The event at the Bridge Theater will be live streamed. That's pothole in Santa Clarita on the 5. There's really nothing else to drive right now on that southbound side coming up on Lyons Avenue. They're across the two right lanes. In fact, those two right are off limits for the next while. While traffic out there built up these potholes, and delays are loading up all the way from the Highway 126 beyond the scene of the potholes. The driving is very heavy, very slow, all the way to the 110 freeway. You've got a little opening in Lincoln Heights, but then you're on the bridge ahead from the 10 all the way to the 605. Now, I'm seeing some sort of traffic right now on the 10 eastbound. They're heading into Baldwin Park. It looks a lot better once you make your way past Compton. I don't have a parking in traffic there. So perhaps with some water collecting in the two right lanes, if you see this, you can always give us an update. Pound 250, keyword KFI traffic. And the Cajon Pass on the 15 northbound, slowing down at Sierra. Delays ahead to the 138. KFI on your side. Help get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
Are you ready to drive an electric car? At Autonomy, EV subscription is the answer. I'm Justin, the CEO of Autonomy. The cheapest and easiest way to get no loans, pay as you go month to month. Get details at autonomy.com. This report is sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
The victims of drunk and drug driving are recently the two are not alone. You always have a place at night. Call our 24-hour victim hotline, 877 MAD HELP, or visit mad.org.
Wondering if you should get the updated COVID-19 booster? There's 3 reasons why you should. 1, vaccine boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. 2, even if you've had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially if you barely immunity. And 3, the risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up a bit, and boosters can help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. By the California Department of Public Health.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what you inspired you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun. The Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. Are you ready to jumpstart January at Whole Foods Market? All supplements are 33% off this time through January 10th. Save on protein powders, vitamins, probiotics, and more. While supplies last, shop in store online. Terms apply.
I never write reviews, but Niraj is so amazing at Hagaloo. Nothing ever cleared out my science as well. I'm blown away by how Niraj works. That's a review from Terry, and it's one of over 100,000 online testimonials praising Niraj. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Niraj nasal care, and I talk about flushing out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs. How Niraj's power suction can help you breathe better, and how your nose is the body's air filter, and Niraj will clean it out. But don't take my word for it. What do people like Dad say? Well, Niraj has helped fill out the miracle packages every single month. My wife says my snoring is going way back. Your best use clothes. Niraj is the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million customers to keep your life and stay healthier without going. Niraj is available at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, Target, and online. Niraj, N-A-V-A-G-E, Clean Nose, Healthy Life.
The boat show is back at the Fairplex in Pomona, January 20th through the 22nd. Friday through Sunday at the Fairplex in Pomona. It's Barn Hall's Boat Show. Available information at hallshows.com. hallshows.com.
How long the Bible in the ear of Jack Graham podcast today? This is your New Year's resolution to the Bible. To see why the children already started Bible reading.
This podcast was created to help you solidify your faith as you experience the story of the Bible through live action recordings and emotional orchestral music.
This is the Bible in the ear of Jack Graham. Or wherever you get your podcast.
KFI News is following the storm that is impacting parts of Southern California. Here is the latest from the National Weather Service.
Judge. Oh, dude. In the face. What the fuck's going on? Who's going to get happen? What the fuck?
The National Weather Service in Los Angeles has issued a flag for warning for the fish and much of bobcat burn sky and to central Los Angeles County in southwestern California until midnight Pacific Standard Time. At 7:15 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, the Doppler radar and automated rain gauges indicated a heavy rain approaching the fish and much of the bobcat burn sky. Between 0.5 and 1.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the warm area. A life-threatening debris flow is ongoing or may begin shortly. Hazard, life-threatening debris flows in and around the fish and much of bobcat burn sky. Source, radar and automated gauges. Impact, mud, rock, and debris flows will impact drainages, roads, and residences and directly below the burn area. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Aspen, Mount Wilson, Glendora, Pasadena, San Dimas, Duarte, Pomona, La Brea, Angeles Crest Highway between Mount Wilson and Mount Waterman, Monrovia, Falling Springs, Sierra Madre, Azusa, Arcadia, Angeles Crest Highway between Mount Waterman and Wrightwood, Covina, Claremont, and Irwindale. A flash flood warning for a recent burn area means that flooding and debris flows are imminent or occurring. Residents living in or immediately downstream should take immediate precautions to protect life and property. Quickly move away from the burn area only if it is safe to do so. Otherwise, shelter in place and move to a second story or the highest location in your home to stay out of the path of fast-moving water and debris flows. Be especially cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding.
My child has more travel anxiety.
Okay, your child's
traveling anxiety, it's not going to be better when you broadcast it on the news. Anytime I've heard of a child who has travel anxiety, that comes directly from mom and dad. Mom, I gotta go to school tomorrow. You just on the news telling I have travel anxiety. Now live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. So, have you bought your ticket yet? Or ticket? Plural? I'm not talking about mega millions. I'm talking about mega billions, baby. I'm going to take my ass to a 7-Eleven against my better judgment. I'm going to go to maybe an AMPM. That's probably the better option. And buy some lottery tickets. It's just $1 billion. Yes, we have the office pool. But I am greedy and selfish. I don't want to share. I don't want to give you the money. In fact, I don't need to get all the numbers. I just need to give you 4 or 5 of them. That should be good for a couple $100,000, right? Right? Yeah. If the pot is $1.1 billion, then I'm sure if I get like 4 or 5 numbers, that should be good for a couple $100,000. That'll be a nice little net egg. I could put that away and let that just accrue interest. That's just what I'm going to do. Angel, have you purchased your tickets yet, personally?
Not yet, but I'm going to do the same thing. I also am in the pool that I want to get a few of my own just in case.
Just in case.
Just in case. It increases your chances of winning. Mm-hmm. From 1 in 303 million to 2 in 303 million.
I'm just letting you know, if I should win and no one in the pool wins, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell anyone. I'm not even going to buy a new pair of shoes. I'm going to act like absolutely everything is the same.
Not me, man.
I'm good. I thought about that. I planned this out. If I could walk away with about $500 million after taxes, I am not changing a thing. The only person who would know is my wife. I'm not even telling my mother. She's listening right now. No, Mommy, I'm not telling you. I might give you a little, I might hit you off by an extra couple hundred or 1,000 for Christmas, but no, you're not going to know. I'm not telling anyone. And, I love my mother, but I know that that's the problem. If I tell her, she's going to tell everybody. Girl, now let me tell you, God is good. All the time. You know how much my son is blessed. And all my business will be out in the street. We can't have that. We cannot risk that. We can't. Now, I don't know if your mother's like that, Walla. I can't speak to your mother.
Are you done?
She's quiet.
Good.
Okay. And you see, you are holding up something very important right now.
It's the winning ticket.
It is the winning ticket. Okay. You going to tell us the number ticket? Nope. Have you noticed the true nature of everyone that's coming out right now? It's serious, and it should be. Let me give you some real quick tips to increase your infinitesimal chance of winning this lotto. According to USA Mayor, the 5 numbers that came up the most in Mega Millions drawings over the last 7 years are the number 14, which is drawn 52 times, number 17, drawn 51 times, 10 and 31 and 38, all drawn 38 times. The most common Mega Ball was 22, drawn 32 times, followed by number 11, number 9, 10 and 18 and 24. The least commonly drawn numbers are 49 and 51, and the least common Mega Ball is 8. So, now that's a limited sample size because it's only based on 542 drawings since October 31st, 2017. And, that may change, that may mean something, that may mean nothing at all. Now, the states with the most lottery winners, of course, this is Mega Millions, and it's 45 states play Mega Millions, and that includes Washington, D.C. and the Virgin Islands. Since the game started in 2022, players in only 26 of those 47 locations have won the Mega Millions jackpot. And that's according to Jackpocket and third-party lottery apps. New York has been the quote-unquote luckiest with 40 jackpots won, followed by California with 32, and then New Jersey with 22. Now, I personally would discount California and New York just because we have the larger population. They probably have more people playing per capita, and so you have a greater chance of someone from the state coming out. New Jersey, that's not the case. So maybe they have a special sauce in New Jersey, but you know, it doesn't matter where you play. It only matters the numbers that you pick. And I'm going to pick some good numbers, and you will probably ask me small nights that I win, and I will either lie to you or tell you the truth. If the answer is going to be no, I did not. That is going to be my answer. So you can go ahead and take this down now. Stefan, you go ahead and record it. We can play it back tomorrow, because if you ask me, Mo, did you win? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. Are you telling us the truth? You'll never know. Because I'm not sharing with anyone. I'm not. I have to tell my wife because she would show me my truth otherwise she found out. So that's a safety issue. So they don't really now know. Like as soon as you say no, they would automatically know that you want. No, you don't automatically know. You have to look for signs, and I'm not going to give you any signs. I'm not going to buy a new pair of keys. I'm not going to buy a new car. I'm not going to buy a new house.
I don't buy it for a second. Oh, you're going to walk in with this.
Oh my God.
You're walking with this deal. That's a very specific picture. Okay, I don't even want to imagine that. I'm not going to change anything because that's the only way that this will work. I have to make sure that I can continue the route. And if I win, I just tell anyone. Yeah, anyone. I want to let my dogs know because they can't keep the people. They bark at everything. So I can eat. I can't even get them like extra treats because then they'll start telling on me. If he was very good, he was good at well, that is safety issue. Very safety concern. But speaking of winning, we have some great news to tell you when we come back. We have a special contest and giveaway that we're going to do tomorrow night, and also we're going to tell you about our special guest tomorrow night in connection with that giveaway. So keep it right here. This is Lady with Moselle, KFI AM 40 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now for the KFI 24-hour news on the News Channel.
Southern California has been hit with another powerful rainstorm. National Weather Service meteorologist Daniel Street says people should drive carefully tomorrow morning when the storm's expected to be the most intense.
Expect parting of water on the roadways, and wow, maybe gone.
Up to 4 inches of rain is expected in lower elevations. A flood watch is in effect for LA and Orange County and the Inland Empire. Officials say the rain could lead to mudslides in areas recently hit by wildfires, and they say strong winds could lead to power outages. News brought to you by Los Angeles Dentist Group. The Santa Barbara Airport has been closed because of flooding. Its website says all commercial flights have been canceled until further notice. People impacted can get the latest local alerts by visiting readyscc.org. If people have questions about specific flights, they can contact their airline directly. The entire town of Montecito and the surrounding canyons have been placed under evacuation orders because of the rain. A mudslide in Montecito 5 years ago killed 23 people and destroyed more than 100 homes. The National Weather Service reported rainfall rates about an inch an hour, with heavy downpours expected through tonight. A man charged in Orange County in connection with a robbery spree that targeted 7-Eleven stores in Southern California has been sentenced to 7 years in state prison. The man pleaded guilty this morning to robbing or trying to rob the convenience stores in July. He could have gotten up to 10 years if convicted on all charges. Another guy charged with shooting and killing 3 people and injuring 3 others during a crime spree, freezing house without bail. The family of 2 boys killed in a crosswalk in Westlake Village says more than 2 years have passed, and the driver has yet to face trial. This Sender family spokesperson Jennifer Nagel says murder charges have been filed against Grossman Burn Foundation co-founder Rebecca Grossman. While a criminal has the right to a speedy trial, it really seems like victims should have a right to a speedy trial too. It's not fair to put victims through years of this. It's almost like torture. Prosecutors say Grossman was doing more than 70 miles an hour in 2020 when she hit the 11 and 8-year-old Iskander brothers, and just kept driving. It could be set at a hearing tomorrow. Lawyers for Grossman have called the tragic accident, not murder. A woman in Georgia has completed half marathons in every state in the U.S. The 68-year-old Casey reached her 50th milestone last year when she competed in a half marathon in Hawaii. It took her a decade of running races every other month to achieve that goal. Good on you. Southland weather from KFI, heavy rain at times. There's a chance of thunderstorms this evening, lows in 40s and 50s. Rain continues tomorrow with most of the winter time. Highs in the mid-50s, mid-60s. It'll dry out for Thursday and Wednesday. Then good chance we're going to see rain again by the weekend. It's 56 in San Clemente, 57 in Fullerton. Going into Cajon Pass. It's on the 15th. Loading up away from Glen Helen Parkway all the way to the 138. Pretty heavy after that as you continue into this area. Looking better once you're passing between 95 and southbound slowly. Loading up from just about Ventura Road. It's heavy all the way to the 138. Very slow traffic right now out of Santa Clarita. First of all, you've got those potholes along the 5 southbound coming up at Lyons, affecting the two right lane. Not keeping you from moving overall, from just about Magic Mountain Parkway. The ways beyond the potholes, heavy ahead all the way to the 710 freeway, and in Orange County, it's pretty decent right now. That 91 eastbound in the Anaheim Hills, a little crowded right around the 241. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
It is no secret that cities add chlorine to your water, but once it gets to your house, you don't want it in your body or drying out your skin and hair. Hey, this is Dean Sharp with the solution, a Light Source water system. Light Source filters all the water in your home, reducing the harsh taste and feel of chlorine and giving you softer skin and hair from every tap. No salt, no maintenance. Get yours today by calling 800-803-2696 or visit lightsourcewaters.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to be stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. It's normal. The wellness free and secure mental health resources. Thank you for the help you and your loved ones need when you need it most. Call our one line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org today. On the podcast, Hey Dude, the 90s called, David Lasser and Christine Taylor, stars of the cult classic show Hey Dude, getting back to the days of split dresses and zebra necklaces.
We're going to leave Hey Dude as our jumping off point, but we are going to unpack and dive back into the decade of the 90s.
We lived it, and now we're calling on all of our friends to come back and relive it. Listen to Hey Dude, the 90s called on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
This is Jacob and Ron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. For official rules and more information about contents of this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. KFI. You know the right time. It's the right time. You know the right time. It's the right time. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Mo Kelly right here.
And when we began this journey with Later with Mo Kelly, I wanted to be dedicated, consistent with having giveaways. I think it's a part of what makes radio so fun. And really connect with it. Personality in the show. And it's fun to win something.
Dirty mouth. Fucking shit.
In other words, it doesn't require a lot. You just have to be willing to do it. Tim Conway Jr. does it in a fantastic way. And I think people who listen to this particular time slot are used to that. So we want to continue that tradition. And with that in mind, tomorrow night we'll be joined by, I won't get him in the studio, he has the show to do. But David Blaine will be joining us via phone, the illusionist magician. And he is going to talk about his new show, which is starting in Las Vegas. I'm a kid who grew up on Doug Henning, obviously David Copperfield. David Blaine is something different and something, when I say magical, I know that's kind of pun intended and on the nose, but David Blaine, if you're not familiar with him, he combines stunts, an illusion, but it's very dangerous from where I sit. Very dangerous. I would say an inherent disease to this as far as the escape artist type magic. And you have a new show which is called David Blaine in Space. Here's what Little with Mo Kelly is going to do for you. Now, you know that he's an extreme illusionist, stunt artist, and he's bringing his mind-blowing talent to Las Vegas with his first ever residency, David Blaine in Space. And it's going to be exclusively at the Resort World Theater. Known for his awe-inspiring magic tricks and death-defying stunts, Blaine will continue to push the limits and attempt unthinkable feats in the newest theater on the Las Vegas Strip. You know what's wrong? Wouldn't it be cool if we gave away tickets to that show? But no, wait. What? How about no? What if we gave away tickets in a hotel for two? No, wait. Are you serious right now? Well, no, I'm not. Because it's going to be 2 nights. I don't have this one. So, if I'm going to sell it, I might as well sell the ticket. So why don't we give away 2 tickets to the show? 2-night hotel stay. And let's split the deal with $100 cash gas card for the road. Because you're probably going to fly out. It will come back to drive out. Why? And
Yes, I'm there. 3, 2, 1.
We've been talking with these ways. I mean, you know, it's not just a giveaway. There's a reason why we would be doing it. Because it's David Blaine. It's David Blaine. It's David Blaine. He has his show in Las Vegas, and we're going to give away tickets and a 2-night hotel stay to the show in Vegas. Tomorrow, not tonight. We'll do that tomorrow. We'll do all that tomorrow. Just join us tomorrow night. Yeah, you thought you. And this best is just to come on with you. Let it go. You can talk to me. You want to talk to me. Listen. I know my mother would say, look at God. See how my son is so blessed.
So you think your mom likes to brag on you?
She does. She does. And sometimes it makes me uncomfortable.
That's your mom.
And that's why I try not to get angry. But sometimes, like she'll introduce me to one of her friends. Like, oh, you know, I remember I was in the doctor's office. And when my father was still alive, we were at a doctor's appointment. And my mother said, and my son, he's on the radio. And I said, I got no time for that. I said, I'm used to that. Hey. My mother said to me, sometimes she can pick the wrong time to brag on me. And I am a person, and I think Koala knows this about me, that's known me long enough. When I'm not on the radio, I don't talk about being on the radio. I don't talk about what I do. Yeah. When I'm not on the radio, the last thing I want to do is have a conversation about work. Now, I understand. If I could happen upon someone who says, hey, Auntie Mo Kelly, I think that is a blessing, and it's a nice conversation to have, but I'm saying I'm not going to have that conversation. I'm not going to start that conversation because I'm just a guy. I'm just a dude. I think I have been very fortunate and very blessed to be able to do those things that I do, but it's not something I talk about. It's just not who I am. So my mother will talk about me. I talk on the radio. That's what I do. Koala knows that. You know, we're the same guys that we were 10 plus years ago, except we're on a different time. We talk about the same things, we laugh about the same things, we have the same silly, sick, macabre sense of humor. We talk about all these things off air that are really inappropriate that we can't talk about on air. Nothing has changed except the time suck and our ability to give away more things to you. And that's really cool. Yeah. And that's the whole point of later with Mo Kelly. They have cool giveaways, have cool guests, and have a great time. They can laugh at each other like they were laughing at me earlier. They were wrong. It was really malicious on their part. But they were laughing at me just because I like to have, you know, vegan food. It's healthier in many instances. Not all, but many. Go ahead, Amy. Go ahead.
No, I just laughed it out.
Okay. So I have a scenario. He's really I can't ever laugh.
You hypocrite! I just thought about that. I just thought about it. How dare you? I know that's why I stopped laughing earlier. I was like, hey, no, what does you have actual physical in the studio right now looking at it? I forgot all about that. Uh-oh. I forgot about it.
Later look at Age. See what's special? Later with Mosaic. Thereby Age report. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now to any team who does not have a season for radio. Then the KFI 24-hour news.
Drivers in submerged cars have been rescued from flooding in Santa Barbara County. The 101 freeway was shut down because of mud and debris on the roadway. It's open again, but lanes have been restricted. Interesting to do the latest if we have any changes on that. The Santa Barbara airport is closed because of the rain. House Republicans have adopted a rules package following last week's historic speaker vote. They passed along party lines and will now govern how the chamber operates for the next 2 years. A man from Tarzana has pleaded guilty to a nearly $6 million fraud in which he sold thousands of old, basically useless skin-tightening medical devices to healthcare providers and customers for a whole lot more than he paid for them. Facing up to 23 years in prison. Rain, possibly thunderstorms through the evening. Rain tomorrow with highs in the 50s to mid-60s. This report brought to you by Autonomy.com from the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center. Let's go places. Let's go to Monrovia to track on the 210. Spun out on the east side of Huntington Drive. They held all lanes so they can get them situated and some lanes cleared out. The delays are pretty slow moving away from San Anita Avenue. I'm also looking at Grand or Ritchie Terrace, which is another wreck on the 210. This one's westbound at Wheatland. Now they're stopping all lanes to get everything also situated to raise away from Monte Vista. Let's head up to Ventura and look at that 101. Making the way northbound, it is off limits from Highway 33 all the way to Highway 150. I just checked in with the Highway Patrol. And they said, yeah, they're in convenience to shut down that southbound side of the 101 past Highway 150 as well. So they will be in the process of doing that. The flooding just south of the river bridge, so it will be affecting, and given the number on that 101 right now, pay app on your side helps get you there faster. I'm Info Martinez.
What if you could get all the benefits of a Tesla lease, but have the freedom to walk away whenever you're ready? I'm Scott Jason, CEO of Autonomy, and with our easy subscriptions to plan, just pay month to month for as long as you want to drive. Subscriptions apply. Get details at Autonomy.com. This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue the dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change the future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org. This winter, spread joy, not germs. As soon as you feel symptoms, have kids treated, you can beat it. COVID medications like the Paxlovid pill can help you test negative sooner. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. Again, that's 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
This is the Tyson Massacre returns to home. New details into what was uncovered at the gruesome crime scenes in Pike County.
The huge murderer, George Wagner, faces the judge and jury.
No Wagner family DNA was found at the crime scene.
Will he face the death penalty or will he walk free?
Basically, got a whole lot of
Listen to the Tyson Massacre Season 4 trials begin on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Drive a Tesla Model 3 for just $450 a month and only $3,000 down. It's the cheapest price anywhere, guaranteed. I'm Scott Jason, CEO and founder of Autonomy, where you can subscribe to an EV like the Tesla Model 3 for less than the cost of a lease and with no long-term contract. This price is for a limited time only. Get details at Autonomy.com. After 12 months, I paid the $1,000 per month for 20 days notice. The price is taxes and for the $1,000 subject to life.
Hey, all, it's Team Sharp. For emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know: Deafy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Deafy for hospitals and high-rise school districts, every form of business, big or small. call even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance service, Duffy Power has you covered. Go to DuffyPower.com, DuffyPower.com, that's DuffyPower.com.
There's only so many ways that you can stamp something at a protest where it's hell no, we won't go, or whatever the thing is.
Yeah, like we're in 2023 now, we can start mixing it up a little bit.
You want a song? You want a song, a slogan, something you can touch on that thing tonight.
Billy and Janet. Oh, I got other plans.
Oh.
Now live 9 to 1 p.m. on JFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's later with Mo Kelly.
Okay, this is for all it's trying to be funny. We've had some weird moments, I would say, on the show and others when we talk about horoscopes.
What?
Me personally, I don't believe in them, but I will
You think it's big trouble.
Yeah. What is your sign?
I'm an Aquarius.
All right.
This is just an abomination.
I don't know if that's water, land, sign,
Technically it's there.
retrograde, something rising.
It's a feature.
Okay. Here's your horoscope. Yep. The Aquarius loves to party. Anytime, anywhere is their motto. It is not unlikely that an Aquarius will consider a waste a good place to stay. I don't know about your personal life. Maybe I'm just reading. That's what your horoscope says, okay? I don't judge. Whatever you do, is whatever you do. All right? Aquarians tend to be nostalgic about the 1960s because that was the last time that they could be naked in public and get away with it. Aquarians love to be naked. It's even better if they are naked and crossed. 97.4% of the night cream consumed in the past 30 years has been consumed by Aquarians.
No, not night cream, but we did used to drink alkaline here.
That's not like the thing. Night cream is like 80%.
It was the college equivalent of
Alkaline fluid is like 2% alcohol.
but there is
Night cream was all alcohol. Now, people alcohol do grain alcohol.
Hey, do you have any baseline? Huh?
80%, yes.
Well, they have that at the fraternity party.
Hello? Yeah, we have this thing called fat skin hunt.
Oh, I think every fraternity did.
Okay, well, we had a very special time where we would,
Disguise it as fruit punch?
no, we didn't disguise it. We didn't disguise it. It was great. No, we would fill up, we put the trash can in the bathtub. We would fill it up with the punch, and we put the fruit in there, and the alcohol, and we let the fruit soak up the alcohol. So you're using grain, and we didn't tell anyone there was grain alcohol. And for the most part, you couldn't taste it.
Of course not, because we disguised it as a punch.
No, we didn't disguise it. We disguised everyone drank it, knowing full well what it was. It was like the last, oh, it's so yummy, it's so delicious. And the Aquarians were naked after that. That's just what happened. Stefan, what is your sign? I am Cancer. Yes, you are.
Same as my mommy.
All right, let's find Cancer. All right. You, Cancer, you like to know what's going on in the lives of everyone in the galaxy. However, you tend not to know how. You cannot know what's going on in your own. That's how confusing it is. I'll read it word for word. It's the typo. However, you cannot know what's going on in your own. If you're lucky, your friends will tell you. Cancerians only get dressed because they have to. They have it. And their fashion sense can only be described as erratic. You are more likely than any other sign in the zodiac to iron your clothes by sleeping with them sandwiched between the mattress and box spring.
Oh, I never thought of that. That's not a
Is that a solid?
great idea. I've done that once.
I've done that. I'm not going to lie. Stretch them out. Likewise, you can stretch one pair of underwear out for almost a month. No. That's a no.
That really shows it's not true.
Absolutely not. Underwear has never made it a second day with me. And always second week. Never. Never. Under any circumstances. Ever. Their days like 7 hours too much. Too much.
What if you were on Survivor?
I would never go on Survivor. Never.
Because of the underwear.
When I even watch the movies which they're like in the jungle for a long period of time, like I watch things like Predator, God, it's got to be so uncomfortable with the bugs and the shower. It's about the I do. I'm not the only one. I'm thinking about getting away from the aliens.
Oh, you got that worried about the underwear.
I'm worried about the humanity. You know what I'm talking about out there. If I'm gonna fight an alien, can I at least be comfortable? Like feel like I had a recent shower?
If you have a face to face with an alien, you know what's going to happen.
No, I don't know about recent showers. I don't know about the face. We gotta stop here. We gotta stop here. And we had a very good joke. Just the fun didn't have a run stock war. Oh, at least it's not as it's put.
It's an equal opportunity, missing opportunity.
There is such a thing as late is not better. I am better, okay? Thank you, Martinez. What is your sign?
Gemini.
Gemini. All right.
Oh, that explains a lot. Because of itself?
Yeah. Everyone loves a Gemini because everyone loves a schizophrenic. You like to think that you are a half and half mixture of Socrates and Michelangelo, but in reality, it's more like Prince and D. Arthur. You are progressive, lowercase t, outgoing, and one of the most popular rides at Cedar Point.
Yeah, that's amusing.
I guess so.
Iowa something.
Sounds like it's getting a little personal. However, you can and will negate all of this by the time you finish reading this sentence. Gemini drive funny cars. What kind of car do you drive?
Oh, you know I got it.
See, there we go. They often drive them into trees or buildings. Geminis
I have yet to do.
you keep on living. Geminis are pushy and overbearing. They pick fights with small children and moon people at weddings.
I take fights with kids. Well, okay, so I have a dog.
What had happened was, go ahead.
A lot of you have seen her on Instagram, all of them official. When I got her from the SCCALA, she was in a little kennel, like 4 months old. There was a 12-year-old girl there, and oohing and eyeing over this dog, and I'm like, I want that dog. And I went over to the kid, and I'm like, hey kid, scram. Go find your mom.
Oh, damn, you're diabolical. Gemini to you still.
Your mom's looking for you. Go find her. Get her out of there. See, I wanted that dog. Yeah.
I would just do a whole different way. Wow. Okay.
I think it was a smile.
Oh, did you bring them?
Yeah, she told me thank you. Oh, thanks. Okay.
Just when you think I'm no.
I don't say anything about being super manipulative.
No. Scorpio, Koala. You got into computers early so you could use made-up bull-shite terminology and get away with it. Most hackers are Scorpios, as are most people who think they're going to find things on the chessboard. You embarrass Negroes because you like to talk them straight out of the bag, even with the spoon. You may have actually snorted chock full of nuts for one time in your life. You take your paranoid geeky approach to life very seriously. You are a conspiracy theorist, well, so that is true. Many Scorpios have found ways to successfully smoke in the shower. Your number one grudge
That's so great.
is about never having been abducted by aliens or being the victim of a government conspiracy. That is spot on. That is spot on. Koala knows the conspiracy is true. And I do complain about the time I saw aliens and they just left. Yeah. Okay. Before we go to break, we need to remind Sagittarius. Sagittarians are born as thinkers. They like smacking spiders with their bare hands and trying to walk to the bathroom in the middle of the night with the lights out. That is 100% true. I always go to the bathroom with the lights out. Because if I turn on the lights, you'll wake me up. It makes it hard to go back to sleep. Totally get that. Totally do have a crazy. Wait, what? It's like when you shouldn't be on your phone late at night and keep you awake. That's insane. Right on. Same idea. I even shower in the dark. In the morning, no that. I can't be the only one who showers with the lights off. I cannot be. What's triple? What's film? That's so weird. That's not be weird. I'm waking up in the morning. The last thing I want to do is turn on the light and wake me up fast. It's physically unpleasant. You're this is unpleasant. Well, fine. Okay, we'll go to break. It's really worth more smoke that we're going to talk beyond the box score and sports when we come back. You can surround your sports. It's actually ready. Say about 80 sports. We're like everywhere. We got our radio out. Okay, we're going to play this language. It seems to be working. You're welcome.
KSI. Los Angeles and County.
Live everywhere on the radio app.
Opened up. I mean, you came live to the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A sinkhole has opened up in Chatsworth. 2 cars fell into the hole on Iverson Road near the 1 and 2. City Fire says one landed on top of the other. No word yet on injuries. Southern California is being hit with more rain due to the storms and threat of mud or debris in burn areas, and evacuation warnings issued for residents in the Lake Hughes and Kings Canyon areas. Residents have been urged to be ready for possible mandatory evacuation orders that could be issued today through tomorrow. Flood watches have been issued for much of LA and Orange County. Governor says 12 people have died in the past 10 days from the violent weather. The search has been called off along the Central Coast for a 5-year-old boy swept away by floodwaters. Southside was called just before 8 this morning about a truck stuck in the San Marcos Creek bed near Paso Robles. The boy's mother was rescued by people in the area with a child who was last seen in the water moving away from the vehicle. The search was called off when rescuers determined that it was too dangerous for divers to go in. The California Department of Water Resources says the snowpack in the central and southern Sierra regions is now more than 200% above normal for this state. The DWR Director, Carla Nunez, says the storms won't be enough to officially end the state's drought emergency. By and large, most of our reservoirs continue to be below average. He says we'll have to see how the traditional wet season progresses. Most of the state is still in the extreme or severe drought category. Fullerton is one city council vote away from giving final approval to a 12.5-acre housing and retail development project.
It started out as 165 homes. Fullerton Mayor Fred Jones said keeping retail space was one of the reasons it's taken more than a year to approve the demolition and redevelopment project at the old Sunrise Village Shopping Center. It's now 113, I believe, and it does keep a lot more retail. It is 20,000 square feet of retail. That's the plan address the need for more housing while providing options for the many Korean American businesses currently located in the center. The city council is expected to give final approval next week. In Fullerton, 4 Big Car Things KFI.
The sheriff's deputy from Virginia who tricked an underage girl from Riverside into an online relationship had done the same thing with another girl.
Police say Austin Edwards declared the 16-year-old girl was deciding at 17 when she started the relationship with he was actually 28. The report shows in 2014, Edwards had another online relationship with a 13-year-old girl who was 20 at the time. Edwards cut himself and was admitted to a state mental hospital after the girl broke up with him. That girl told the Times it was the police in Riverside that prompted her to come forward. In November, Edwards drove from Virginia to Riverside to be with the 15-year-old. He ended up killing the girl's mother and grandparents, then he killed himself. The governor of Virginia has called for an investigation into why Edwards was able to become a state trooper with such a troubled past. Gregory KFI News.
The husband of a woman in Massachusetts who is in missing from 2 years ago has been seen on video buying $450 worth of cleaning supplies at a store the day after his wife was not seen. They also found a broken knife and blood in the basement of the couple's home.
Firewall was awaiting sentencing on a separate, unrelated federal case, and because of that, she was under house arrest and wearing an ankle bracelet.
ABC's Ted Raymond says Brian Walsh is being held on $500,000 bail for mistreating investigators in connection with his wife's disappearance. Say he was reported missing last week by her employer. The former McDonald's CEO has been charged by federal officials with making false statements to investors about why he was fired. The SEC says Stephen Easterbrook is ousted for engaging in an inappropriate relationship with a McDonald's employee in 2019. But the company's separation agreement said his termination was without cause. McDonald's later discovered that he had engaged in other relationships with employees, despite saying that he had not. New job posting promised a $30,000 annual budget for eating out at restaurants in New York City. The job is for restaurant review platforms and infatuation. Applicants are to have at least 5 years of editing experience and a passion for eating. In addition to the major perk of eating out, the new editor will receive a salary between $85,000 and $130,000. Georgia has beat TCU, and as Mo had mentioned a little while earlier, the blowout 65-7 SoFi State to become college football's first repeat national champion since Alabama won it back-to-back in 2012. Southland weather for JFI, rain heavy at times, gusty winds through the evening, lows in the 40s and 50s. Winds going to continue tomorrow with highs in the upper 50s and mid-60s at the beaches, metro rain and window seas. Mid-50s to about 60 for the valleys and IE, 50s in the Antelope Valley. Rain should end after midnight. And for Tuesday and Thursday, or actually Wednesday and Thursday, with partly to mostly cloudy skies, highs in the 60s to low 70s. Chance of rain again Friday night and through the weekend. It's 59 in North Alabama, 53 Santa Clarita, 59 in Steel Beach, 60 in Gardena. We've got water causing problems in Sun Valley on the 5. On the northbound side, coming up on Sheldon, that's where water's collecting, there's drains are clogged, and I'm hearing that all lanes are flooded except for that partial lane. There's even a stall car in the right lane. Immediate delays are jammed, getting away from just about Hollywood Way. But overall flowing, we're looking at a very heavy drive all the way out of Commerce from Atlantic Strait. Now the southbound side of the 5 also crowded out of Burbank from just about Gwinnett West, and that drive remains heavy all the way to the 605. The 15 into the Cajon Pass, loading up at Huntington Parkway all the way to the 138. Heavy ahead to Main Street and Hesperia. Southbound flowing from the top of the center just close to Ventura Road, all the way back to the 138. Hey, Abba on the side, hope to see that faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
It's good news every day. Rates are going up, payments going up, credit harder to get. If you need a one-day smile transformation, but you've been shopping around and waiting for the right time, oh, now is that time. Other Dental is offering their new teeth in a day. Custom hybrid zirconium teeth with favorable competitive terms at VCP. Walk in your payment plan and get this beautiful, natural-looking smile in just a day. Call Cutting Dental 838-640-SMILE. That's 888-640-SMILE. Prescription supplies. Contact your license number 39917.
Will you tell me how much to unstop my diet?
$99.
Hey, how do you?
What's diamond? The other color.
Just voted Valentine's 2022 Best of the Supplement. I really like that you're up front and everything. I mean, I just called Diamond, but I like you would tell me the cost over the phone.
No brothers here, man. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, at Honey Farm Trading for $99. Call us. 1-800-446-MONEY.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Darlene's Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Darlene helps maintain healthy cholesterol quickly and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Darlene is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Darlene's Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. This term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed. Today on Hey Cullen, refer to reduce. Here's Bob. Whoa, Bob, you're not kidding about the bottle. But did you know Culligan's reverse osmosis and always-on drinking water systems provide fresh, clean, delicious drinking water and help reduce the equivalent of over 15 billion plastic bottles from landfills worldwide. Oh, impressive. Environmentally friendly drinking water. Right, Bob. We're already on the way. Let us help you out. Free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com. If you get hurt in an accident, choose the law firm with the experience to win. Choose Sylvia Myers. More stimulating talk.
And I want to be a station.
We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Let's talk about sports, but beyond the box sport. Joining me in the studio right now
Jackie Ray, reporter for the Long Beach Post, WNBA reporter for Nightcast Media. You might have heard her once or twice or thrice here on KFI over the weekend in for me, and I was hosting the Motel Show. Jackie Ray to the team.
Oh, Delano.
Good to be here. Now, there are stories which I think entail people who work in sports or who are passionate, but they're not sports stories. I look at the Damar Hamlin as an example of one of those things where you had Damar Hamlin, his story was the lead story in virtually every form of media. Did not matter from radio to TV, talk radio, non-sports radio. It did not matter. It was Damar Hamlin.
Look at the throw, young.
I was encouraged by it.
So, the Damar Hamlin situation struck me on a couple of levels. First and foremost, when he collapsed, obviously your heart goes out there. And, two reasons my heart went out to him too. You don't want to think that he thought that he caused that in any type of way. And I know sometimes we have that level of guilt. But beyond that, once it was prolonged, the amount of time it took to say, you know what, we're not going to play, that troubled me. And if I do believe in my heart of hearts that the coaches and the players hadn't said, no, we're not going to do this, the NFL would have wanted that game to go on because of the playoff implications. And that bothers me because, again, I think the NFL has proven, I think we as fans sometimes, and even as sports analysts, we gloss over that, but the NFL has proven that as far as the long-term safety and the actual care of these players, they really just don't care. We've seen Tua Tagovailoa go down. He went down, had a big hit. They still let him play. And now their head coach is saying, you know what? We're not sure if we're going to let him play in the playoffs. No one knows. The doctors have said, if he plays in the playoffs, this could be long-term brain damage. So for me, I did love to see how the country rallied behind the Damar Hamlin situation. I love the empathy that we had, and people donated millions of dollars to his charity. I am happy to know that he got out. He is on the way to recovery, but I think there's a long-term problem. I think the NFL has consistently dangled these carrots in front of these players with the latest player agreement. It was the weed. We're going to let you smoke weed, but the NFL still has yet to provide long-term health care once these players retire.
No. How dangerous and violent and injurious the sport is inherently?
Yeah. And not only do they not have long-term health care, you have to be retired from there for 5 years, or you have to play for at least 3 years before you can get any type of pension or things of that nature. The average pension, obviously there's players that earn more holidays because of things they do outside of the NFL, but the average pension for an NFL and retired NFL player is $42,000 a year, and they can't get that until they're 55. On top of that, there is no long-term health care. There is an NFL health care plan, but the annual premium for that is very expensive. It can get up to $35,000 a year annually.
Wait, $35,000 per year for the health care, $43,000 for the pension. Now that's very good in math.
I'm an English major, but the math ain't math. It's not mathematics. Right. So for me, once again, I remember, I think it was like 2016, Mark Cuban was talking about the NFL. He was talking about the progression of the NBA.
Yeah, just the concept here. That's Mark Cuban, who's owner of the Dallas Mavericks.
Dallas Mavericks, yes. And he was talking about the growth of the NBA, specifically the Dallas Mavericks and the things of that nature. But one of the things that he said that always stood out to me is pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered.
Yep.
And that statement has always stuck with me because
You a West Side motherfucker.
It's hungry. We want to travel all the way to another country, not as an exhibition game, but this is during the regular season. When we already know a team that travels from the West Coast to East Coast or vice versa on a Thursday night is problematic. So now you're wanting to go overseas. It doesn't make sense what the NFL is doing, and they're not doing their due diligence. And to be fair, this is going to get in the weeds of this, but I do think that the NFL has made it their business model to recruit people who come from nothing, so they ask for nothing. Because once they get into the system, I've heard time and time again, I've talked to NFL players and say, no, you need to negotiate for your well-being. You need to follow Reggie Bush on Instagram and see what he's going through, see what his wife is going through.
We talk about those for a month.
And if you don't do your due diligence, I mean, yes, the glory, the fun, it's a game. And it's a great game that we love watching, and if the fans pour this immense amount of love on you while you're playing, but it's always messianic.
Let me ask you this. I know that there are people who are listening who are not fans of the NFL. I know there are people who are listening who don't give a damn about either the college football championship played right here in Inglewood or football more broadly. What is the point of connection for someone who's not a football fan to care about this specifically?
I think the point of connection is human beings. Because when we're talking about universal health care on your job, or your job doesn't provide health care, that is a universal problem. This is a problem when people say, oh, just shut up and dribble or just play sports. That is a ridiculous ideology because we're talking about people who are doing a job. And they coincide. You have similar problems just because they're in a different tax bracket than you.
Not necessarily. I mean, they may be in a different tax bracket for all of 3 years of the average NFL career.
Right, it's very short.
Very short.
Time, Brady.
Right. But here's the exception, which proves the rule.
Right.
So if you're making, let's say, $500,000, you're a low-level NFL player, $500,000 a year for 3 or 4 years, what are you going to do the rest of your life? You're not going to see that pitching for another 30 years.
Right. And the NFL doesn't even provide, I think, again, because they're kind of, the whole business model is to get people who come from nothing. At bare minimum, you could provide financial advisement. Because how many times have we heard about players that are broke the day after they retire? It's insane.
We got more with Jackie Ray, reporter for the Long Beach Post and also WNBA reporter for Nightcast Media. We're going beyond the box score. This is Radio with No Kelly, KFI AM supported but live everywhere. In the iHeartRadio app now, to the 24-hour KFI newsroom, the Amy King.
Heavy rains and high winds, the constant flood watches and evacuation warnings for some residents. Another storm moves through Southern California. The brunt of the storm is expected late tonight and tomorrow. The Palm Springs area tramway has reopened after one of the batteries in the tram car stopped working last night, stranding about 900 people at the top of the mountain. It took a while to get everyone down because there was just one tram available, but they were all down by about 11 p.m. A 3.3 earthquake has rumbled near Barranco Springs that hit shortly before noon. The U.S. Geological Service earthquake was centered about 19 miles from the seaside in Riverside County. Rain possibly thunderstorms moving through the season. Rain tomorrow with highs in the 50s to mid-60s. That's Stone and Sun Valley on the 5. This on the northbound side coming up on the Ranger 76. The third lane from the left, that's a block. And you know what else is going on in that area? A bunch of water collecting. At last check, all the lanes were flooding out except for the carpool lane. And that's causing a bit of a backup to immediate delays getting away from just about one of the stop. Almost. But overall feeling it's just a heavy drive on that side northbound out of East LA. Now the southbound side also heavy and slow getting out of Sun Valley. Stretches as you couple back to the 605 freeway. Santa Monica 10 eastbound. That's pretty crowded away from Cloverfield across Mississippi to the 5 in Royal Heights, but the Cajon Pass remains packed on the 515 northbound, leaving Glen Helen Parkway to the 138. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
This report is sponsored by iHeartAdvertising.com. Is it getting harder to find new customers? As the #1 audio company in America, we can help you grow your business at a fraction of the cost. Get started today by visiting iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. This year, it's easier to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off.
Get him on here. Make this motherfucker
and save 40%. Rosetta Stone. How language is learned. Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you have access to everyone listening to you right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow. At a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising, with experts ready to craft your message fast. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. I'm Dr. Erica Kahn with the California Department of Public Health, reminding you of ways to help stop the spread of COVID and other viruses this winter. Boost your immunity by staying up to date with COVID boosters and flu shots. Wash your hands often with soap and warm water for at least 20 seconds. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze.
and protect others by staying home and testing for COVID when sick. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
It's the perfect time for that new dream kitchen because the kitchen store is having its big sale. Find the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of SoCal and the big sale by dialing 310 Kitchen and on the web 310kitchen.com. The experts at Amco have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen today. It's how we know cars inside and out.
Oh, yeah,
Check into
is this still edible, Don?
Man, I love my new F-150 hybrid.
No, ED. Remember when you played the fucking Dallas?
No. Hybrid can get up to 24 miles per gallon. North County.
I called them over that. Really?
And check the Ram Pro gas without having to fill up. Plus, the Pro Power Onboard turns your truck into a mobile generator, allowing you to power tools and other equipment.
That was
the local Ford dealer and get behind the wheel of a new Ford F-150 truck.
Whenever I hear that, they tell them, direct out the start.
This podcast was created to help you solidify your faith as you experience the story of the Bible through live action recordings and emotional orchestral music. Listen to Bible in the future. For 25 years, I've been working 6 to 10 p.m. Now we started 4 to 7 p.m. I don't know what to do. Kelly is your
I'm so excited to finally spend the evening with my husband.
That's great.
Sally actually on the street.
Oh,
I spent my extra time doing dishes.
God, that's good. And they had a fucking 4 to 7 p.m. on 8 o'clock. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. His later with most of the KFI is recording live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Joining me right now as we go beyond the box score with Jackie Ray, who is a reporter for the Long Beach Post and WNBA reporter for Night Media. Jackie Ray, I was watching the end of the college football playoff championship. It was a nothing game. It was a blowout. Georgia was expected to win. They were 15-point favorites. They won by like. Oh. The game was inconsequential, but I do think about the fact that it was at SoFi Stadium. It was like
why the fuck did they put it
for the Southern California community. On the surface, that's good. That's the Rose Bowl. You have the national championship. The Rose City, who will be in that case another 4 or 5 years. And I would think of all that economic good stuff coming our way in terms of that particular community. I think of the SoFi Stadium, you got the Rams and the Sharks. There's something going on every single weekend. You have the Midland Clippers arena, which is being built to be done. You have the Kia Forum, which is still doing a lot of stuff. It was seeming to an outsider that Inglewood is doing very well, credit to Mayor Amy Bush. But there's another side to the conversation that I hear like, well, the original Inglewood residents have been gentrified out. It's impossible to buy anything in Inglewood for under $1 million. So how would you assess the community topography and landscape and demographics of Inglewood right about now? Is it time to celebrate or is it a time for concern?
I think if you're Black or a person of color, it's definitely time for concern. But if you are just now becoming concerned, you're a little late to the party. I think the second they broke ground on SoFi, you should have been concerned. And you should have. This isn't our first rodeo. Gentrification is not a new word. It's been happening for quite some time. And we knew it was going to happen. As a matter of fact, I know businesses in that area who were told, we're going to double, even triple your rent if you have a business in that area.
Oh, so they were doubling and tripling the rent, forcing people out, which is the definition of gentrification. And it's weird because from Orange County through the San Gabriel Valley, Casanova Valley, we collectively complain about how expensive it is to live in Southern California. Yet at the same time, I remember a couple of occasions when we had a chance to vote for rent control
control, and we voted it down.
So, shout out to the lobbyists who do their due diligence to make sure people don't understand. And we see this across the country time and time again. People don't vote in their best interest because they feel like it's fascist or it's communist. But at the end of the day, rent control is good for the masses. And because the reality of it is, there's always going to be the least of us. And we need to make sure that they are protected. We are in California. California, 2 years ago, had the highest population of employed homeless people in the country. I work in Long Beach. We had a 62% increase of homeless people. We have a homeless issue in this state, not because specifically this area, not because people are, of course, some of it is because they're unhoused, they're drug addicted or whatever, but a lot of it is because people are priced out and there's nowhere else for them to go.
So we're not talking about necessarily availability, but just straight up affordability.
Yes, and so what you have is, I also work with property managers for quite some time, so when I say lobbyists, it's because I know some of them, and so property owners are getting the lobbyists to teach the masses that, you know what, it holds our hand, it holds people's hands, and that's not what we need, but at the end of the day, builders are building these properties with the intent of it being too expensive for the people that live there, and they say, but you know what, we're going to build this 168-unit building. These units are going to be $3,000 for one bedroom, but we're going to make 5 of them affordable.
That's right. Can't say that. Affordable. It could be Section 8 housing. It could be.
It'll never be Section 8 housing because property managers, property owners hate Section 8 because there's a stigma that's attached to Section 8, people who are on Section 8. So what happens is you have these people who are on these waiting lists for 2 years for Section 8 vouchers that end up being toilet paper. So it perpetuates the homeless issue.
So there are cities like Inglewood and the surrounding communities where you would have, I won't say ample, but adequate Section 8 availability. That all goes out the window.
It goes completely out the window. And the reason why that's asinine is because that's guaranteed money. I've never understood 100% stigma why property owners don't want people who have Section 8. That's guaranteed money. If that person pays you $80 a month and you get market rent, that's the thing about Section 8. It's not that you have to lower the rent. You have to lower the rent for affordable housing. For Section 8, you can charge market rent. So if your rent is $3,000 a month for that apartment, you can still charge that. That specific person only pays $80 to $100.
You get your
check regardless. You're passing out money if you don't accept Section 8. So obviously it's not about the money, because if it really was about the money, property owners would welcome that. It's about the stigmatizing, dare I say, shutting out a very specific demographic of people. It's not about the money.
So what happens now, you can say on one hand, Inglewood is a better, in an economic sense, a better community than what it was 10, 15 years ago.
For who though?
It's better in an economic sense. In other words, there are more jobs. The price of properties you should have owned at that time, it's valuated probably more now than it was 5 and 10 years ago. Can't you make the argument, and I'm saying this sincerely, can't you make the argument that this is the way capitalism is supposed to work, in the sense of the victims of the spoiled?
Yes and no, but the spoiled are tainted. Because my dad always told me, never work for a company that you can't afford to do business at. So yes, you're creating these jobs, but you're creating these minimum wage jobs, so people have to drive in from places that they can afford. Now you're talking about, you want to change climate change, people are having to drive now, they're having to drive in, and they can barely afford gas. That affects childcare, that affects where they put their kids in school, so the spoiled are tainted. So if you're going to do true capitalism, that means I'm going to pay you a livable wage for what you're doing. Thereby, consequently, you can live in this community, and that's not what's happening.
Okay, let me push back against that. Well, if you want to say true capitalism, hey, I own a business that's right next to SoFi Stadium. It's doing real well. I don't give a damn if you have to drive in from South LA because you can't afford to live in Inglewood. That's a you problem. That's not a me problem. And as a business owner, my job is to make as much possible and spend as little as possible via wages, payroll taxes, variable costs, however you want to phrase it. So what is the emphasis for? I know there should be more corporate altruism, but I think that's more pie in the sky. I think that businesses care about themselves more than anything in the world, and I'm not so sure that that's ever going to change.
It's not. It's never never going to change until the people say, you know what, enough is enough. We saw Starbucks say, you know what, this is enough. We're not going to make your little station traffic, whatever, unless you pay us a little wage to make you made a mainstream drink. So at the end of the day, we have to fight back against the system. But the thing is when the 1% controls the system, our fight is a long fight. So essentially, you're probably not even fighting for yourself. You're fighting for the next generation.
So if I were to bottom line this with you, if I had a one-word answer, yes or no, the influx of collegiate and professional sports into the area of Inglewood and the surrounding unincorporated areas, would you say that's a net positive or net negative?
Net negative.
That's very good to see.
Thank you. Good to be here.
This is later with most of it. KFI and 640, we are live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now. So the KFI 24-hour news from anything.
A mudslide in Fillmore in Ventura County caused the closure of Highway 126. Storms also caused a lot of flooding in the county, including along the stretch of the 101 and the 33. I'm just going to get you the most up-to-date information about any road closures in just a minute. Officials have issued a mandatory evacuation order for the entire community of Montecito in Santa Barbara County because of the threat of flooding from the storm. Montecito got more than 5 inches of rain in 8 hours.
We want to make sure that if you don't have to leave your residence, stay home and avoid the traffic area and all the congestion.
The Ventura County Fire Captain tells KCLA the waterways in town are overwhelmed with water. This will be the heaviest rain to get to come. More winter storms have tumbled northern California and caused widespread flooding in Tennessee County. A series of so-called atmospheric rivers has hit the communities last week and left more than 40,000 people in the state without power. The National Weather Service's rivers are expected to reach flood level. Debris could be possible in burn areas. And powerful winds could wreak havoc from the cyclones in the direction of California. 2 people have been sent to the hospital following an underground natural gas leak explosion in Coachella. Riverside County fire officials say it started under an electrical vault at the intersection of Avenue 50 and California. The LA School District has recommended students returning to class get tested for COVID-19.
This has made rapid tests available for students to take home before winter break. Another rapid test is being sent to schools this week. Students have been encouraged to get tested before returning to class, as well as next week.
I think it's important recommendation right now.
Pediatrician Luther Hockey with Pomona Valley Hospital says good hand hygiene and masking can also help keep kids safe. Because it's not just COVID-19 going around right now, but also other viruses, including the flu, like Crowley, KFI.
A woman has been found dead in a load of recycling picked up by a truck in Northern California. Police say the body was discovered Thursday at the Samoa Resource Recovery Center in Humboldt County. They say it's not clear how she ended up in the truck. If she was dead when she was picked up, or if she died under a foul flush. A former employee of California Public Employees Retirement System has been sentenced to 6 years in prison for stealing nearly $700,000 from 10 former state workers. Gloria Rivera, the DNOA, is also ordered to pay full restitution to people she defrauded. Prosecutors said to target people who were elderly, disabled, and had powers of attorney or conservatorship. Frito-Lay is looking for its next dancer to star in a Super Bowl ad for Doritos' newest chip flavor to mark Doritos' 23rd year Super Bowl ad. The snack company has invited people to share their best snack-inspired dance on TikTok to celebrate Doritos' sweet and tangy barbecue chips. Now, winner of hashtag Doritos Triangle Tryout will be Thursday Friday. Southland weather from KFI, heavy rain at times with potential thunderstorms season. Lows in the 40s and 50s. Rain continues tomorrow, especially winter time. Highs in the 50s to the 60s. To dry out for Wednesday and Thursday, then a really decent chance we're going to see rain again by the weekend. It's 56 in Orlando, 60 in Irvine. We've got road closures in Ventura on the 101. Northbound side, we're starting at the 33, taking you ahead to 150. It's also closed on the southbound side of the 101 at Highway 150. So heads up. Goleta, northbound side of the 101, off limits between Mariposa and we're looking at the 126, which is also closed in Fillmore. This is both sides, Fairview Canyon Road to Hopper Canyon Road. Also on Highway 126, eastbound lanes in Satakoy between the 118 and Bridge Road.
It's off limits due to trees that have come down. So heads up there. And then also, Mulholland is off limits. This is both sides between Summit Circle and Beaumont Drive. It's off limits to, unless you're a resident, you can get in. But you gotta have your ID on you. Pay up on your side. Help get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
If you want to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. Everyone has different reasons for selling. Some people want to downsize and move. Some have inherited a property they want to get rid of. Or maybe try for change. Whatever your reason for selling, Seller's Advantage has a custom solution for your needs. They'll make a competitive cash offer with no repairs needed, and they can close in days. No complicated closing process or contract falling through. Seller's Advantage has been making sellers happy for decades, and they have the reviews to prove it. Call them today and get a no-obligation offer at 888-302-AS. 888-302-AS. 888-302-AS and sellersadvantage.com.
That makes sense.
Series number 0196165.
Apply for let's take no payment once you decide with a 3-day free test. Sign up today at StartLAFitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, stunts to downward dogs, and saddle ropes to box jumps. It's all here at LA Fitness. And the first don't stop at equipment and classes. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities, a basketball court, Olympic lifting platform, pools and saunas. And while the first of the year is a great time to jumpstart your fitness routine, any day can be your day to start fresh at LA Fitness. So stop into one of our hundreds of locations across the country, grab your free 3-day pass, and try something new. From yoga to zumba classes, cycling to our signature bodywork classes, your muscles may get tired, but your workouts never will. Just start it today at StartLAFitness.com with your free 3-day pass at StartLAFitness.com. That's StartLAFitness.com. Amenities vary by location. Certain amenities may be available for an additional fee. Free 3-day pass is redeemable by non-members only. Other restrictions apply. Will you tell me how much to unstop my diet?
$99.
Oh, RBA
My friend and brother color.
just voted the LA Times 2022 Best of the Southland. I really like that you're upfront and everything. I mean, I just called a guy named Rabbi who was willing to tell me the cost over the phone.
No brothers here, man. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unplugged drains for $99. Call us. 1-800-446-MIKE. I'm Rick Edelman, host of the award-winning personal finance radio show, The Truth About Your Future. Here to tell you that The Truth About Your Future is now a daily podcast. Don't quit every day at giving you the information you need about personal finance, longevity, retirement security, exponential technology, blockchain and digital assets, and health and wellness. Get the truth about your future with Rick Edelman. A podcast is at YouTube, Apple, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Google, and TheTruthAYF.com. This is Jacob Amani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. More stimulating talk.
And iHeartRadio station.
Download the free iHeartRadio and for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Hey y'all, I just got my first virtual reality headset. I got it for my birthday, but I just recently had the time to start using it. I never really used the VR headset. It's a Meta Quest 2, I think that's what it's called. I'm still a newbie at it all, but I'm having a great time with it. Stefan, have you ever done VR set? Yeah, I did. It's pretty cool. It's pretty mind-blowing. What do you have? You using someone else? Yeah, I was someone else, and I just had to try it over like a couple Christmases ago. It was like, the one that really, I'll admit it, scarier, the horror game. Yeah, I don't do that. I'm doing like Star Wars stuff, but it is so immersive in nature. It can scare the shit out of you. It really can. I'm doing like Star Wars, Immortal Vader, Darth Vader, lightsabers and stuff. But it's cool in a way where I have it now fixed to my computer desktop, where I can use my computer desktop through my VR headset. That's it. Now it's fixed. And I'm just learning some of the capabilities, and I love technology. As I get older, it's sometimes more difficult to keep up with the technology.
technology because technology needs to be able to fit my lifestyle. I don't play games per se. If there are no games on my phone, I just don't because I have to utilize my time. So by being more organized, playing games is usually not on my list of things to do. But I'm finding ways to use the VR headset, which is beyond games. Like, for example, if I want to watch Netflix, I can watch Netflix through my VR set. And that's a whole different experience altogether. I have a virtual living room with the screen that I'm watching Netflix on. And it makes me think that I'm in a room much bigger than my actual office. And my dumbass gets up and tries to walk around, and I'm bumping into things, and you realize, oh my gosh, no, it's virtual. Now, you're supposed to draw a safety area before you start using any of the games. And I do, but sometimes you just forget. After I noticed, like after maybe 15 minutes of use, you kind of forget that you're in a virtual environment. It just kind of blends, the whole background just blends together. And it's fascinating. The technology is at a point now it's really mind-blowing. Like, yeah, it's not something I'm going to use all the time every single day because I have other stuff I need to do to get work done. But when I have some time now on a weekend, I have actually weekends off, imagine that. When I have time on the weekend and I want to maybe watch a movie or play a game for an hour or so, the VR set is just incredible. I don't know, any of your just new aggregation, have you had a chance to use the VR set?
In my news already?
Yeah, like in George Story or something, they might have had the opportunity.
No, but we went to that Diners Alive exhibit and we did VR and, we were talking bones to the lost that.
There you go.
Oh, that's not this one.
Okay. Well, have you had any experience with the VR headset yet? Yeah. I forgot, you have two kids here. It's just capable. I'm quite sure they have like 5 different sets probably, don't. Oh, yeah. It's amazing. Son has the Oculus. And he has the Rocky game. And like when you put the headset on, everywhere you look, 360 degrees, you are in Rocky. Yeah. Up, down, to the side, doesn't matter. And the seat, and it's not like that same seat in front of you. It's a fully immersive. Full panoramic. It's amazing.
Does it look like, I know you said it's Rocky skin, does it look like real Rocky skin or animated Rocky skin?
It's more animated, but it's very surreal when you, because like, when you move around, like, when you're moving your hand, you see the animated hand moving in front of you, and when you're going to the ring, stepping in, it's like, something about it makes you feel like you're getting easy. I actually felt uneasy walking into the ring, because I felt like I'm taking steps into it. It's like, yeah, very, very surreal.
And what happens in Clubber Lane with that?
I got him this set called a haptic, set like a haptic step. So vibrate, so he could feel the impact of, like, if he's playing the first shooter game, he could feel the impact of punches and all that. Yeah, I would like to do that. How much did that cost? It was a lot. Don't bring a whole stuff. I'm trying to forget that. It was a lot of money I spent on that. That was one of those Christmas presents. It don't last for years. I don't have to. Nothing else here after Angel, have you tried VR yet?
I have. It was also an Oculus, and it was at an art installment, and it was a trip.
Oh, yeah.
It was a trip. I was took some pictures of it, some video of me checking it out, and it was just funny to watch my physical reaction to what I was seeing.
Something I learned, and I will never do again, I tried it after having a glass and a half of wine. Bad idea. Bad idea. Seriously.
Did you go over it?
Oh, yeah, that's when I was like bumping into furniture and everything. Because it's destabilizing on its best day. And I actually started doing it by sitting in a chair. You can do all the same things because actually sitting in a chair. But standing up and having even a slight buzz, oh, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. And it's one of those things where I'm actually being serious now. It can be dangerous if you're not completely aware of your surroundings. You have to be very mindful of where that coffee table is, or do it in a place. If you can do it in an empty garage, that's probably better. Yeah. Because I remember
when those first came out. Like came right after all the sales videos. Yeah, people running TV, taking over channels, kids, like, yeah. And you don't get how that could happen until you put on one of those VR sets for the first time and really get into it. You can very quickly lose yourself in that game, in that movie, whatever, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, you are in a wall. And I remember almost knocked over my own breath because before you had stepped out, I was playing this Immortal Vader game where the lightsabers not hitting, and you get to see your hands, get to grip the lightsaber. So I'm doing all the moves, I'm moving around like I'm in an actual fight. The next thing you know, I'm in the wall. My wife says, "You okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. Just bumped into the wall."
It's like you're knocked over a bit.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to stay in my office for that reason, so I don't break anybody else's stuff. That's my goal. But I'm looking for, here's the point of this. Put me on Twitter at Mr. Mokelly, MrMokelly. If you use my virtual reality headsets, I have the Meta Quest 2, I think it's called. And there's a game that you like to play or recommend. Let me know at Mr. Mokelly on Twitter, and I'll leave your recommendation live on the air. This was later with Mokelly. So if I earn 40, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now. You can get my 24-hour news from the weekend.
People have become obsessed when their cars fell into a sinkhole in Cyprus. In fact, the sinkhole opened up an Iverson Road this evening. One car toppled on top of the other. As the ground is unstable, firefighters using ladders to get to the trapped motorists instead of emergency vehicles. Buffalo Bills player Jamal Hamlin is returned to Buffalo. He's continuing his recovery and in his hometown of Buffalo General Medical Center. Hamlin suffered cardiac arrest in Cincinnati a week ago during the Bills-Bengals Monday night game. Georgia has beat TCU 65-7 after by City became college football's first repeat national champion since Alabama did it in 2011 and 12. Rain tomorrow with gusty winds at times, highs in the 50s and 60s. The rain could end by midnight. But standing water on the roadways in Sun Valley on the 5. This is northbound northbound side coming up at Sheldon, and it's across all lanes. Water is accumulating except for the carpool lane. That's the Highlands right there. So stay to the left as you come up on Sheldon. A lot of cars staying out. You've got some stall cars. Earlier, we had a stall car in the right lane at the Sports Center. Looks like it's closing off to the right shoulder. We're seeing immediate stop traffic from Hollywood Way. Lots of closures, including Mulholland. This is between Beaumont Drive and Summit Circle, putting a lot of extra pressure on Coldwater Canyon. Also, Santa Clarita. Bunch of potholes on the 5 southbound, coming up on Lion. But the 2 right lanes off limits is taking back for the Union Parkway. Pay up on the side, helps get to there faster. I'm even for marking guys.
This report is sponsored by iHeartAdvertising.com. Is it getting hard to find new customers? As the #1 audio company in America, we can help you grow your business at a fraction of the cost. Get started today by visiting iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. I'm Rick Edelman, host for the award-winning personal finance radio show, The Truth About Your Future. Here to tell you that The Truth About Your Future is now a daily podcast. Your request every day is to give you the information you need about personal finance, longevity, retirement security, exponential technology, blockchain, digital assets, and health and wellness. Get the truth about your future with Rick Edelman. The podcast is at YouTube, Apple, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Google, and thetruth.com.
On the podcast, Hey Dude, the 90s House, David Lasser and Kristen Taylor, stars of the cult classic show Hey Dude, bringing back to the days of strip dresses and zipper necklaces.
We're going to use Hey Dude as our jumping off point, but we are going to unpack and dive back into the decade of the 90s.
We lived this, and now we're calling on all of our friends to come back and relive it.
Listen to Hey Dude, the 90s House on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
For more than 50 years, becoming admirers helps personal injury claims. We're not only familiar with LA's laws, freeways, and traffic, but also the judges, juries, and insurance companies. And they know our reputation for winning serious injury cases. So when who you know and what you know really matters, call Jacoby and Myers. The boat show is back at the Fairplex in Pomona, January 20th through the 22nd. Friday through Sunday at the Fairplex in Pomona. It's Barn Hall's Boat Show.
Get all the information at hallshadows.com. Hallshadows.com. My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I take control with Dilute Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Dilute helps maintain healthy cholesterol quickly and naturally. It's odor and taste free, and Dilute is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Dilute Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Cholesterol is natural and unique.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Today on Hey Culligan, reverse to reduce. Here's Bob. I love drinking water, but I got my bottles coming out.
Whoa, Bob, you are not kidding about the bottles. But did you know Culligan's reverse osmosis and always-on drinking water systems provide fresh, clean, delicious drinking water and help reduce the equivalent of over 15 billion plastic bottles in landfills worldwide?
Oh, it's environmentally friendly drinking water. Am I right?
Right, Bob. We're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com. Portions of the following program will be recorded.
They spent the previous week cleaning up 10 cities in and around El Paso.
It's the president's football, and that goes and cleans it up because can you imagine the optics of a complete kind of city with him in the foreground?
Really, you get it.
It's just the optics for the Karen Bass with me playing as mayor and them cleaning up around LA City Hall.
Yeah, now live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for movies. It's time for music. It's time for Rose Kelly. KFI AM 640, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
That's why you did a great point. Remembering the movie Ready Player One and how that was all about the virtual reality experience and how people were living their lives. And not necessarily the fantasy land, but how we interrelated through that virtual environment, how we communicated, how we lived. And we're not there yet, but as more and more software comes out, the hardware gets better. I think we can be there in under a decade.
Oh, well, now the actual piece, I mean, yeah, it's more like a niche app item for people who want to do it, but once it gets integrated in every facet and aspect of our lives, I was saying right last segment with my virtual reality set, it has my computer desktop, it's synced to my computer. So everything I'm doing on my computer, within reason, I can do within my virtual reality set. So, I mean, like reading email, watching Netflix, whatever that's on my virtual.
Oh, I used to watch it.
Yeah, I was watching that. I think it stepped out during that one, but yeah, I watch movies on it. Now, it's a bit much for my old eyes in the sense of because it's not like you're just looking at a sitting screen because you're in a virtual environment trying to watch the subtleties of certain movies. I wouldn't recommend it for all types of movies, but for action and big movies, yeah, you gotta see it for something like Avatar. Right now I haven't seen it. I have no idea. Yeah, it's a spark that the film is a billion in 3 weeks or a few, but for something like that, yeah. At the end of the last segment, I said, hey, if you have a VR set and you want to make a recommendation of a game or something like that, just hit me on social media at Mr. Mokelly on Twitter, MrMokelly. And this comes from Kevin McGuire. Says that Mr. Mokelly, I see PSVR extensively, and Astrobot is the best VR game I've ever played. PSVR 2 is releasing in February for $550 and has better specs than any current mainstream headset. Now, I haven't tried PSVR or PSVR 2, so I'm still a newbie at this. I remember just talking about this in the abstract last year. So Kevin, thank you for that. I will look up Astrobot and check it out because it's what they say, a brand new world as far as experiences. And there was this old movie with Michael Douglas and I think Demi Moore called Disclosure. And it was talking about virtual reality, but it was like in the late 80s or so. Someone look it up for me, Disclosure, Michael Douglas, when that movie came out. But it was talking about just the advent of virtual reality and how it would change the world. And to look back on it now, it seems like a silly movie. 1994. But it kind of got it right. It did, not exactly, but it kind of got it right as far as how we would integrate virtual reality and computing. It wasn't a great movie, but that's something I do remember from it. Just as you mentioned this
Ready Player One, another way of looking at it. And also, there's this movie with Bruce Willis, and it had to do with virtual reality as well. I can't remember all these names of these movies. Oh, Surrogate, that's what it was. Surrogate, 2009. So, it was a very weird movie. It was a very weird movie. But you can see how, society, I should say, life is catching up to art. I guess that's the best way to say it. And Mr. Dana had a recommendation for me in virtual reality. I don't know if she's going to be serious with this or not, but I thought I would still ask her on air. So go ahead, Dana, what is it you have to recommend for me?
The metaverse. It's a reality strip club that you can attend and get there for it. Experience of being in a strip club without actually being in a strip club. So,
without all the guilt, huh? Okay. What is it? Do you think that little of me, just because I tell strip club stories of 20 years ago doesn't mean I want to go to a strip club now?
In the past, you're not really leaving your home. You can stay at home, right? And you can invite your wife, right?
A virtual reality headset doesn't have room for two.
I think you can, right?
Oh, you can go in your group to the strip club?
You know, with this new technology, anything's possible.
Okay, let me see if I got this straight. There is a game where I can go to a virtual strip club, and I can get virtual table dances. There's a virtual champagne room. Oh, it's a happy seat. Yes.
Listen, I want to know, but
then how can you recommend that?
Because I saw videos and they look legit. So I think
what can I do in a strip club other than throw dollar bills at?
you can have lap dances. I mean, I think they have private rooms as well. But
why would I need a private room at a virtual strip club?
I mean,
because I'm sure that it's almost like playing a game where there's different levels and different things happen, and because this is virtual, they probably are charging extra for more adult things than this. Because in the real life strip club, what happens in the champagne room. Well, there's no sex in the champagne room, but you know as they say. We're not talking about that right now. I was saying that there's probably different levels where more advanced experiences unfold as you walk into the system. And you pay more money. Is this like a pay app? Do you have levels, in-game purchases, they call them?
From what I saw, people actually make money off of it.
Well, I'm sure. Oh, yes.
You can be anonymous, right? You could be an anonymous stripper. No one would ever know. And then no one would ever know.
So you could be the patron or the stripper?
Yes, you can choose your avatar.
So these are multiple people interacting in this strip club?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was just a single player user. This sounds like a world. This is like Ready Player One. This is where people aren't leaving the house. Yeah. And so the stripper is conceivably an actual person.
Avatar. You build your avatar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then I'm interacting with a real person, and that real person, through the avatar, is performing a strip performance.
Yes. I think you give it a try, and then you report back to it and let it go.
And you have to fit. Yeah.
Okay.
How much does it cost?
What brand do you have? I know it has the metaverse brand.
It is.
But it has.
How much does it cost? So how much does it cost?
Whoa. I mean, I have to get back to you, but if you're serious, I'll do some research for you.
Oh, you're supposed to come with all the information. What is the cost to get in the club? How about that? Does it say that just buying a purchasing the game? Does it say that?
It doesn't.
Okay. Well, we need a full report, and then...
Yeah, let me get it.
Okay.
I don't know how expensive you want it to know.
I just want to know what I'm dealing with. If I was ready to go all in,
I see.
He's ready to go but I don't know. Yeah, I thought that was going to go over well with the house. But before we go to break those calls, you were talking about Avatar. You mentioned it by name and how, in theory, they're alleging that it's going so well internationally. It looked like it's going to break $2 billion in the next week or so. I don't know how that is because it's doing it largely without the help of the United States or China. It happens like that if you have an individual who is hated on so many of the popular films that have come out, who has gone on record and staked this claim like he's Dave was calling his shot. And look, I'm not saying that I have any proof to this, but I know that it happens in the music industry. Yep, where companies buy tickets. Companies do whatever they can to support a project, especially a director of James Cameron level. Look, I'm saying I call BS when the film getting close to $2 billion in 3 weeks. Yeah, with no U.S. sales, no hype, no real strong word of mouth. Other than, oh, it's beautiful to look at, but it's way too long. These are people who have seen it multiple times to get to 2 billion at that. That means you're seeing it 2 and 3 times. You would have to, and in some of the places that they're saying that it's doing so well, there aren't even enough theaters to support the number of showings it would take to get to that as a foreign movie. It's just so ridiculous. All I can say is, before we go to break, I work at multiple record labels. We purchased, the record labels purchased concert tickets because we wanted to make sure that the artists didn't come out to an empty house. So we would buy the tickets and then give them away. We purchased albums where we paid people what we call the trick fee to go back then into physical record stores and buy up all the products. So we would have better sound scan numbers and thus a better chart position for the first week, which we would use to tell a story to go to radio to say, hey, this song is charting at such a place, or this album is doing so well, you gotta play this record. I know this for a fact because I paid the people who did it. This was later with Mo Kelly. KFI 8240, they're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Oh, God, this right. This right wall is the first time I've watched my car in 63 years.
Kelly F. Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
George, the city on the way. I'm emitting live from the K5 24-hour news of another powerful rainstorm is rolling into Southern California.
Officials are warning of potential flooding in LA and Orange counties and the Inland Empire. National Weather Service meteorologist David Sweet says the most intense rain is expected tomorrow morning. It's going to be a very, very tough day tomorrow morning. The storm could dump up to 4 inches of rain in lower elevations and up to 8 inches of rain in the mountains. Strong gusty winds are expected, which could knock down trees and power lines. Those winds could reach up to 45 miles per hour down low and up to 75 miles per hour in the mountains. Boy, trolling. Hey, if I knew.
Flood watches will be in effect from 2 a.m. tomorrow through Tuesday evening for all of Orange County, Riverside County Mountains, San Bernardino County Mountains, the Inland Empire, and the San Gorgonio Pass near Banning. At least 18 people have been rescued from a waterlogged homeless camp in the Ventura River. And firefighter Andy Van Seaver tells NBC4 some people had to be hoisted off an island by helicopter this afternoon.
Officials are warning us that and some of them were lowered a ladder and were able to self-extricate by coming up the ladder to the freeway bridge.
One person had minor injuries. A family has demanded justice more than 2 years after 2 young brothers were killed in a hit-and-run crash in Westlake Village.
The driver, Grossman Foundation co-founder Rebecca Grossman, faces murder charges, alleging she was going more than 70 miles per hour when she hit 11 and 8-year-old Mark and Jacob Iskander.
At the timing is during the time of reopening those rooms.
Iskander family friend Jennifer Naples says Grossman even went to the state Supreme Court to unsuccessfully get charges dropped.
They try to paint her in a light where she's a victim and where this was just a horrible accident on both sides, but that's not true.
A trial date could finally be set at a hearing tomorrow. Lawyers for Grossman have maintained the crash is a tragic accident, not murder. In L.A., Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Buffalo Bills safety Devon Hamlin is back in Buffalo and out of the hospital. The doctors say he'll continue recovering a week after going into cardiac arrest during a Monday night football game.
I traveled with him to the airport this morning with our UC Health Air and Mobile Care crew.
Dr. William Metz says this is the beginning of the next stage of his recovery. He says Hamlin is able to walk around and is thrilled with this gift. The Justice Department says it's reviewing about 10 documents marked classified that were found at President Biden's office from when he was vice president. Biden's special counsel says materials were found on his attorneys in November. At the same day, his counsel says the National Archives was notified and picked them up. The president is cooperating with the Department of Justice. In August, the FBI searched Mar-a-Lago and found more than 300 documents marked with different classifications. This was executed following multiple failed attempts by the federal government to get the sensitive documents at former President Trump's home. President Biden is visiting Mexico to talk about things like immigration, trade, and climate change. We arrived in Mexico City yesterday at the Felipe Angeles International Airport by project of Mexico's president.
First U.S. flight to arrive were critics declared that every window has project for admitting and good possibility.
ABC's Connor Finnegan says the Biden administration has held its tongue, slow to comment on what critics say are power grabs by Mexico's president. The airport is more than an hour away from the city center, doesn't have very many flights, and has lacked consistent drinking water. Officials at a school in Ukraine have rejected claims by Russia that hundreds of Ukrainian troops were killed in a missile strike. They say a rocket blew out windows and damaged classrooms Saturday. Russia named the school as the target of an attack. The Russian Defense Ministry claims its missiles hit two temporary bases of 1,300 Ukrainian troops, killing 600 of them. The Hollywood Foreign Press Association says the 80th Golden Globe will include a special message of peace from Ukraine's President Zelensky. The Foreign Press Association says it has revamped its leadership by larger membership, adding more than 100 new voters to its ranks. Eddie Murphy's going to be awarded with the Cecil B. DeMille Award for his contributions to film. Producer Ryan Murphy will get the Carol Burnett Award for his work in TV. Comedian Jerry Carmichael is hosting the ceremony being held at Beverly Hilton. It'll be aired on NBC tomorrow at 5 p.m. Southland weather from KFI, rain, heavy at times, gusty winds through the evening, lows in the 40s and 50s. Rain continues tomorrow, highs in the upper 50s to mid-60s with the beaches, metro LA and Mendocino. Mid-50s to about 60 for the valleys and IE, 50s in Antelope Valley. Rain should end after midnight, and for Wednesday and Thursday it should be dry, partly the most cloudy, highs in the 60s to low 70s. And rain returns again late Friday. It's 57 in Yorba Linda, 60 in Irvine, 59 in Carson, 59 in Huntington Beach. Back in Chino on the 60. This line is causing a bit of a problem. It's on the westbound side coming up on the 70 line. After the carpool and left lanes have been blocked, clearing everything into the center divider and off to the shoulder as well. The lanes have been pretty heavy away from Reservoir. Now, it's another problem. This one in Claremont on the 10 eastbound at Indian Hill. It's a stalled out car. It's taking out the second lane from the left, and that's causing an immediate backup. It's getting away from just about Town Avenue. So this ride's pretty heavy anyway, but you really slow down on approach to the stall. The Home Pass heavy as well, 15 northbound Glen Helen Parkway, but things really slow down around around Cleghorn. Beyond Cleghorn, you've got a heavy drive ahead as you continue into this area. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nico Martinez.
This is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. Divorce can be complicated, especially if children are involved. If you're a father and want to protect your role in your children's lives, remember Cordell & Cordell. We've helped with matters like these for 30 years, and we'd love to help you. Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's California attorneys. 1455 Brady Road, Suite 500, San Diego, California, 92148. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stool? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be UTI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. UTI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't produce enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But UTI can be managed. Use the symptom center on identifyuti.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyuti.com. Sponsored by
For emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know. Ducky Power at duckypower.com. More stimulating talk. Daylight National 7 KFI 840 we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And let's get into the Golden Globes. You were listening to NT during the break.
kind of preview some of the events which are going to take place tomorrow night. I know it's kind of weird, the Golden Globes on a Tuesday, any award show for that matter, on a Tuesday, but because of the college football national championship tonight, you don't necessarily want to compete because, any award show is probably going to be a loser in the ratings. Let's tell the truth now. And also, you don't want to go up against something which is clearly going to beat it in every single way and make bad matters worse. So the Golden Globes are tomorrow, and we have a sheet of all the nominees. We're going to very quickly go over them, talk about who will most likely win, and maybe who we think should win. Let's start with the actual film. Let's start at the top. Best motion picture drama. They're going to give it to Avatar. It's just us. For all the reasons that we talked about last segment, it just seems like all the things in an industry sense are working to make that happen, having nothing to do with reality. I was telling Flora, and Rotten Tomatoes is not the only variable in equation, but I think it gives you a sense of how people feel about it, both critics and audience. Avatar: The Way of Water, its critic score is 77%, the lowest of any of the Golden Globe nominees for Best Motion Picture Drama. It has a 92% audience score, which is nothing all that spectacular. Comparatively speaking, also in the same category, Top Gun Maverick, 96% rating from critics, 99% rating from audiences. If it doesn't go to Top Gun Maverick, this will be the most unjust Golden Globe. I don't believe we're going to get to one because I think Tom Cruise has sent back some of those Golden Globes.
Then they should just start again.
Oh, it's a controversy. I believe that Top Gun Maverick was the best film of the year. And I say that acknowledging I haven't seen Avatar: The Way of Water, but I haven't even encountered anyone who is 1/10 as enthusiastic about that movie. No exaggeration. But they'll probably give it to Avatar: The Way of Water. Best picture, musical or comedy. They have Babylon, which bombed, The Banshees of Inisherin, Everywhere All at Once. That is my personal hope. Glass Onion, a Knives Out mystery, that was very good. Can't lie, that was very good. And Triangle of Sadness, didn't see it, better not win. But my money's going to be Everything Everywhere All at Once because that is an international movie which has widespread international acclaim.
The Banshees of Inisherin, it has like the most, I don't call it that.
How many? But it is one on Everything Everywhere All at Once. This has come out. It's got nothing but one. No, you have to director, motion picture, we're going to get James Cameron. I don't care what anyone says. I'm not saying that's the best director. I'm just saying they're going to get some because it's not written on over the Avatar: Way of Water. I think it's conspiracy. And I think it's conspiracy theory. I think it's conspiracy. It is. I think it's just been. I mean, going back to the fact, I understand how it could happen, but the fact it was nominated for Best Picture, it had not even been released. And I know that there were very predictions about who could even see the movie in terms of a press screen. So I don't think anyone even really saw the picture as far as the Hollywood Foreign Press correspondent to get that nomination for Best Motion Picture Drama. It just seems real suspect to me. So I think it's going to give it to Cameron, and that's going to then fuel his way to 2.5 billion after he wins these awards for the Golden Globes. Yeah. Best Screenplay, Motion Picture. I have no idea. Everything Everywhere All at Once. That's my hope, and I think it is the best. We're gonna die. Women Talking. I have no idea. And Fableman. I don't know. I'm not real big on the Golden Globe football because the Golden Globes usually honor movies that I don't care for. And they are very reluctant to acknowledge stories that I do like. So it may be a predictor of the Oscars. I'm just saying it's usually not in concert or alignment with that which I like. Best performance by an actor in a motion picture drama.
What was that word I heard?
They give it to anyone other than Austin Butler or Elvis. I'd be very surprised. That just seems like the industry, all the momentum is moving in that direction. Now, I understand Brendan Fraser for The Whale has an outside chance, but he has a complicated history with the Golden Globes as well. He's accusing a former president of the association of groping him. But that the last thing the Golden Globes want is more controversy or more spotlight on such a controversy. So I don't think it would lean in his direction for that reason. So I'm going to go with Austin Butler. There, Hugh Jackman, The Sun, that's not going to win. Bill Nye, The Living, that's not going to win. Jeremy Pope, The Infection, that's not going to win. Best performance by an actress in a motion picture drama. Kate Blanchett, Olivia Colman, Viola Davis, Anna de Armas, Michelle Williams. Probably Kate Blanchett. She just seems a favorite of the year too. She's good. Yes, she is. I like Viola Davis in The Woman King, but I don't think the movies are strong enough to get her to that point to win the Golden Globe. That's just me. I may be wrong. Won't be the first time. Best performance by an actress in a motion picture, musical, or comedy. Leslie Manville, Mrs. Harris Goes to Paris. Did you see it?
I haven't even heard of half of these.
Hello?
Okay, I'm going to revise that. I hadn't heard of 95% of them until the nominations.
Right. Margot Robbie.
I like her.
I love her too. I just haven't seen Babylon. No one saw Babylon. And no one likes Babylon. Nobody. I think that critics 4 million when it debuted. It's not critics, not audience, but somehow, here it is. Anya Taylor-Joy for The Menu. I'm going to watch The Menu tonight when I go home. It's really weird. I hope it's not predictable.
VR's on.
No, I won't. That's a movie that I will not. If it's as predictable as I think it may be, because it's called The Menu, it's about a restaurant, and if it turns out to be what I expect it to be, let me just say, if it turns out to be cannibalism, I'll be very mad at the movie. I heard that that's what he's going into. I don't know what there's a twist. Okay, hopefully it is. Because if it's that on the nose, I'm going to be very mad. Very mad. We got to go to break. We'll talk some more about the Golden Globes when we come back. Who will like to win, who we want to win, and, who should win. KFI 8340 is later with Mo Kelly. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now, to Amy King, KFI 24-hour news.
Flood watches are in effect from late tonight through Tuesday evening for the LA County coast, mountains, downtown LA, the San Fernando, Santa Clarita, San Gabriel, and Antelope valleys, and inland areas. A man who was shot and killed by sheriff's deputies after waving a knife around at an intersection in Santa Clarita has been identified as the boyfriend of a woman who was found stabbed to death in the same location a few hours earlier. Free tickets for the Celebration of Life to honor the Hollywood Cat, Mountain Lion 222, have all been given out. Organizers say the event at the Greek Theater February 4th will be live streaming, so you can still watch it if you didn't get tickets. Rain, possibly thunderstorms through the evening. Rain tomorrow with highs in the 50s to mid-60s. That's flooding in Elysian Park on 5. Presenting the South 5 to the South 110. The connector is off limits as a result. And also, we're heading out to Anaheim. There's a wreck on the 91 westbound just before East Street. That's the 2-right lane to the block due to a crash. Traffic bouncing up, getting away from State College. This wreck on the 60 westbound at the 71. They're putting everything out of lane. And traffic pretty heavy away from Reservoir. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nico Martinez. This report is sponsored by the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. Attention I-10 freeway drivers. Freeway and ramp closures are coming up for the I-10 Express Lanes project. Don't get stuck. For dates and detours, visit GoFCCTA.com. That's GoFCCTA.com for more information on the I-10 Express Lanes project. This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what inspires you to learn a language. Travel, work, family, or just for fun. The Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. This is the Piper Massacre, the term Piper.
New details into what was uncovered of the gruesome crime scenes in Pike County.
Accused murderer George Wagner faces a judge and jury. No Wagner family DNA was found at the crime scene. Will he face the death penalty or will he walk free?
Basically, down the whole lot of time.
Listen to the Pike Master Season 4 trials begin on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Tesla reinvented electric cars. At Autonomy, we've invented a new way to get them. Subscriptions. Drive a Tesla Model 3 for as little as $450 a month. No long-term commitment or debt. And currently, no wait time. I'm Scott Pacer, CEO and founder of Autonomy. And our EV subscriptions are the cheapest, fastest, and easiest way to get a Tesla Model 3. Get details at autonomy.com. After 12 months, granted a $1,000 per month. You'll get a 28-day notice. Does not include taxes, fees, and transport to office. Limited time offer. Not $1,000 per day. Restrictions apply.
Added Sport of Fitness, take advantage of premium fitness amenities with a free 3-day pass. Sign up today at startatsportofitness.com. Get more workouts for less with features like state-of-the-art strength and cardio equipment, free weights, a functional training area, and so much more. It's time to start fresh for less with our $0 enrollment fee. From battle ropes to box jumps, tire flips to treadmill, cardio to kettlebell. We have everything you need for a low monthly cost. And Sport of Fitness has your back, no matter what your fitness motivation is, with a premium gym experience for a not-so-premium price. This is your chance to try it all and make the most of a quality gym experience at a low monthly cost. Get started today at startatsportofitness.com and grab your free 3-day pass at startatsportofitness.com. That's startatsportofitness.com. Subject to annual fee. Must pay first and last month's dues of $29.99 to join. Terms and conditions apply. Amenities and facilities may vary.
If your business has 5 or more employees and manage to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. Not alone either. It's a refund of your taxes. The trick is getting your hands. Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses. And it could probably help you too. No charge up front, and they're a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you have increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. Getrefunds.com, that's getrefunds.com.
Follow the Bible Museum Jack Graham podcast channel. This is more media's revolution of the Bible. This podcast was created to help you solidify your faith and to experience the story of the Bible through live action recordings and emotional orchestral music. This is the Bible Museum with Jack Graham on iHeartRadio before wherever you get your podcast. Wake up call.
It's the bullet points that you needed to get. What is the weather? What is the traffic? What is the biggest news headlines? What's happening around the world? LA County, San Bernardino County, Orange County. I mean, we try and get it all on Wake Up Call.
Orange at 5 on KFI.
Just later, we'll look at IAM supported live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Joey Williams for tomorrow evening will be celebrating them here on Later with Mo. Let's talk about some of the key nominees. Koala, I know you're very high on Donald Glover and Atlanta. It's up for best performance by an actor in a television series, musical, or comedy. There's still, I guess it's Hater for Barry. I never watched it. Steve Martin, Only Murders in the Building. Martin Short of the same.
And he's being nominated. I don't think they're ready to him.
No. I don't expect him to here either. Donald Glover would seem like the safe choice, but maybe since Atlanta is coming to an end, maybe voters will not choose him. I don't have a feel for that category. What say you, Paul? I have heard Murders in the Building really, really good, but it's also really good compared to Atlanta and what he was able to do with that show. Because it's
going away, they knew they just and the opportunity to award him or something. And I believe he's loved by the foreign press. I believe Donald Glover has his ear to tell.
Best television limited series, anthology series, or motion picture made for television. Blackbird. I think the winner's going to be Dahmer's Monster, the Jeffrey Dahmer story. And I'm not into horror, and I wasn't into that, but just from everything I've heard and seen, controversy aside, the controversy was many families felt that it was re-traumatizing. And I can't necessarily disagree with that, but I know the awards really don't care about that. They're just going to do what they do. There's also The Dropout, there's Pam and Tommy, and The White Lotus.
Everybody I know watched that and loved that. I watched Tommy. No, The White Lotus. I watched like 4 or 5 episodes and went, yeah, can't get that one down.
Yeah.
Like, just couldn't get into it.
Now, this next category, yes, I do have a limited interest for best performance by an actress in a limited series, anthology series, or motion picture made for television. The nominees are Jessica Chastain for George Buchanan, yes, talked a couple weeks ago, so yes, I'm going to root for her. There's Julia Garner for Inventing Anna. She's fantastic at that. Gotta be fair. I think she is an Academy Award-winning actress when she finds the right role. And if you're familiar with Julia Garner, if you ever watched Ozark, she was great in Ozark as Ruth. Lily James for Pam and Tommy, and Julia Roberts in Gaslit and Amanda Seyfried. The Dropout? Seyfried. But I'm pulling for Jessica Chastain. That's just the way it is. Best performance by an actor in a limited series, anthology series, or a motion picture made for television. Sharon Edgerton for Blackbird, Colin Firth for The Staircase, Andrew Garfield, Under the Banner of Heaven, Evan Peters, Jama, there's your winner. And Sebastian Stan for Pam and Tommy. Evan Peters is going to win that one. I think going away. I'd be very surprised if he didn't. Best performance by an actress in a supporting role, yada yada yada, blah blah blah. Jennifer Coolidge for White Lotus. I could see that. Claire Danes, Fleischman is in Trouble. Daisy Edgar Jones, Under the Banner of Heaven. Yuki Nash, Dahmer, and Aubrey Plaza for White Lotus. And this is one thing I do not like about the Golden Globes. Sometimes it gets so esoteric, sometimes it gets so inside baseball that a fan of television doesn't see himself or herself represented at all. You seem like the same 5 titles, and don't tell me, let's be fair, don't tell me these same 5 titles are the best that television has to offer. I just don't believe that. Not at all. Not even close. Best performance by an actor in a supporting role in a limited series, yada yada yada, blah blah blah. F. Murray Abraham, he's always great. John Paul Gleason, The Patient, that was really good. Paul Walter Hauser for Blackbird, Richard Jenkins for Dahmer, and Seth Rogen for Pam and Tommy. I have to put my personal vote in. Yeah, John Paul Gleason was really good in The Patient. Seth Rogen was pretty good in Family Comedy too. It's like, I never seen it more dramatic. It was pretty good. Yeah. And I think sometimes that's what it takes that you win. People have to see you in a different way. Seth Rogen just being funny or being quirky, that doesn't really mean anything. I mean, he's good at that, but you find that you get more success if you step out of how people expect to see you. 2 more before we go to break and finish up this television portion. Best performance by an actress in a supporting role in a musical, comedy, or drama television series. Yeah, my wife watches The Crown, but never get into it at all. The only thing I did like about it is that it mirrors real life events which were reported, and so it's based in history. I know it's a dramatization, but it's based around historical events. But other than that, I just was just bored by it. I'm not a person who's enamored or even intrigued by the royal family. I never have it. I think the last time I was intrigued was when I saw Charles and Diana's wedding. After that, whatever. And I know I'm in the minority in that respect. People, with Harry going all TV and doing all this media talking about how people were wrong for this or his relationship with his brother, don't care. Not even a little bit. So the Crown may win, but he doesn't do anything for me. There's Julia Garner for Ozark, who, yes, was fantastic in that, but Ozark, I don't think is going to be revered by this voting body. Janelle James, Abbott Elementary, that's a possibility, and Carol Lee Rouse for Abbott Elementary. And Angel, before you get out of here for this season, I know you're going to be leaving soon. Are you going to be tuning in at all to the Golden Globes? Did they move you in any way?
Probably not.
Yeah, I get that. I really do get that. And having nothing to do with the award show format itself, which I think is grossly boring and uninteresting. The whole idea of watching 3 hours when they could literally rattle off the names of these winners inside of one commercial break. And I think everyone would be fine with that, if not pleased with that. And we could just go on about our lives. If they're going to stretch it over 3 hours, because they have to sell the advertising space and for this award show, which people are not necessarily going to tune into for that whole length of time. And that's why I think we need something big to happen. It may be scripted, it may be semi-unscripted, because why in the world are people going to tune in for any length of time? Is just to see people present awards. We all can find out on the internet right after it happens. I don't need to see the speeches. I don't need to see the announcement of the nominees. I don't need to see the facial expressions of the people sitting around the table, eating and drinking and laughing. That does nothing for me. So why don't you just tell me who won, and then we can go on with the rest of our lives. But no, they have to drag it out for 3 hours. And then, here's my prediction for the Golden Globes. They will come out on Wednesday and say it was the lowest rated Golden Globes of all time. That's my prediction. Why? Because it's been trending in that direction every single year. They're not doing anything differently this year, so why would the response to the show be any different? So I'm making my prediction now. We got it on tape. It's going to be the lowest rated Golden Globes of all time. And then we can come back and say, wow, Mo, you're not dumb. No one just said common sense. Later with Mo Kelly, KFI 8640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, down to anything in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A flash flood warning is up in Santa Cruz until midnight. The flash flood warning has been canceled for northwestern LA and Ventura counties. As the heavy rain and there's still flooding, and flood warning is in effect until 8 a.m. tomorrow. About 90% of California is under a flood watch. That means more than 34 million people are facing flood risk. Torrential downpours and powerful winds hit the state. In parts of central and southern California, the rain has triggered flooding, mudslides, debris flows. National Weather Service is warning residents to be ready for power outages and dangerous routes along the coast. Dangerous risk currents in 5 to 8 foot waves are expected along Malibu and LA County Beach tomorrow. A boy has been killed and a man has been injured in a car crash in Hawthorne. Police say 3 people were crossing the street last night after they left a laundromat when they were hit by a car. The boy died from his injuries. The man was taken to the hospital. The driver remains undetected. The special grand jury in Atlanta that has been investigating whether former President Trump and his allies broke the law trying to overturn the 2020 election has finished its work. The panel will give a final report that will recommend whether the Fulton County DA should pursue formal charges against Trump. The DA has already spent more than a year investigating the former president after a call in 2021 became public. In the call, Trump appeared pressuring the Georgia Secretary of State to find the votes necessary for him to win the election. More than 1,000 people in Brazil have been arrested for storming government buildings in the country's capital. Protesters stormed Congress, the Supreme Court, and the presidential palace yesterday.
The demonstrators refusing to accept the election victory of President Lula da Silva, sworn in just days ago.
ABC's Martha Raddatz, the former far-right president Jair Bolsonaro, has criticized the protests, saying destruction and invasion of public buildings not part of democracy. Bolsonaro has claimed voter fraud contributed to his loss in the presidential election and also encouraged a military coup. That sounds different. The teaser trailer for Paramount's Grease series has dropped, and here to rule the school. Grease lies distinctly is 4 years before the hit film takes place. It follows 4 outcasts who want to have fun on their own terms and spark changes forever at Rydell High. The show streams on Paramount Plus starting April 6th. Southland with us from KFI, you have the Uranium Times, Santa Brenda Trump proceeding, most in the 40s and 50s. As we mentioned, that race is going to continue tomorrow with just 2 winds at times, highs in the 50s and the 60s. It'll go out for Wednesday and Thursday, and a good chance to see rain again for the weekend. It's 55 in Mission Viejo, 54 in Newport Beach. That's flooding along the 10 in Alhambra. And particularly west on the side of the 10, right at the 710 freeway, they shut down both directions of the 710 connectors from the west 10. So they're not able to use those at this time. We're also seeing some slow traffic through East LA. This is on the 5, making their way northbound. Coming up on the 60, we have reports of a couple of crashes, probably a lot of standing water in that area. And the lanes are pretty jammed northbound away from almost the 710 freeway, traveling ahead towards the 60. Southbound seems to be doing okay through that stretch, and also heading into Sun Valley. You saw that issue North 5 near Lankershim, where all the lanes were underwater except for the Highland and the carpool lane, and that keeps keeping traffic just solid, getting away from Glen Oaks. KFI in the sign helps get you there faster. I'm Nicole Martinez.
If you've been thinking about selling your home, the real estate market is changing. Before you call an agent, call Seller's Advantage. Seller's Advantage is focused on the seller's needs. They'll make you a competitive cash offer and they can close in days. No agent, no commission. Getting your home ready to list can be expensive, complicated, and you may not want people coming in and out of your house. Oh, that's true. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process easy so that the sellers walk away happy. They may even offer a $10,000 advance to help with the expenses. There's no obligation offer at 888-302 as is. 888-302 as is. 888-302 as is. SellersAdvantage.com. CRE number 0196165. The Smell Good Plumber at my time will unclog your drain for $99. Having to stop it and stop by these aroma-friendly technicians can save you money, prevent flooding inside your home, and remove all unnecessary worries from your life. Your drain will circulate, your eyes will flow smoother, and your faith in mankind will be restored. This $99 unstop rate virus with the 9-line sewer stoppers in all 5 culinary orders. Schedule for today. Your My Time and Butter will show up on time, act professional, and smell better than a new car wrapped in thank you. You will be able to get back to life sooner, focus on things that really matter, and avoid the unsanitary atrocities of some of the plumbers. No brothers here, man. Gotta call Drain. Reference the $99 stoppage page at thesmellgoodplumber.com. They all 800-446. My contractor must have put us $299. This is my guy, and I guarantee my plumber will show up on time and smell good. And the is free. He's trying to keep that here. So you tested positive for COVID. What's next? Treat yourself. COVID treatments are free. Taken by pill, these medications can stop these illnesses from getting serious. So treat yourself. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. Again, it's 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Before I started Rooter Hill Plumbing, I was an angry young man. Hello, I'm John McCoyan, founder of Rooter Hill Plumbing. I was angry because my dad died when I was 17 and he left me alone. I was angry because I couldn't go to college with my friends. And because I had to drop out of high school. It's not a pleasant story. But as I grew older, I also grew up. I realized that my dad didn't leave me alone. He left me with values and principles that continue to shape my life. Dad said, be on time. He didn't like it when people were late. He taught me to be polite. It was something I lost, but he kept it along the way. And he taught me to keep my promises, because broken promises lead to broken relationships. We keep these values at Rooter Hill Plumbing. I think we have a pretty good company. I know we have great people. And if one of our heroes fails to live up to these values, please call me. My private number is on the back of every Rooter Hero business card. You can also reach us at rooterhero.com. Thank you.
Remember when it was like,
Consistent high-quality sleep is important to help reduce stress. Some tips include going to sleep and waking up at the same time every day, or creating a complex sleep that is cool, quiet, and free of distractions. Your Helpful Moments is brought to you by CalHope.org. Life is uncertain, it's okay to be stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope free and secure mental health facilities. Call 833-317-4273 or live chat at
Experience and results. The user is the OPO
Gratification. Follow us out at AM 640 on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. As we continue our conversation talking about the Golden Globes, I just asked a very simple question. What in the world would make you want to watch the Golden Globes? For me, I would want to see something different. I would want to see an aspect of the show, either the production or behind the scenes, that we don't get to see every single year. If you can show me something different, then you might get me there to watch for a while. I would love to hang out in the green room, as they say, to see what the people are doing after they've won their awards, but they're not talking to each other, they're talking to each other. Like you have those cameras in the huddles of basketball games, you get to hear the coach and the players, talking somewhat honestly. That's what I would want to see, the raw emotion, the real emotion, and that would be something that would be really mildly interesting to me. But the format right now, sitting around the table, I don't care what jokes are told by the host, no disrespect to us, I don't care what, I'll say, what skits they may have, and I know they have some skits that are going to be rehearsed to get some viral clips going. I don't care about any of that. Show me something, hopefully, that I can't see at home normally. Anything?
I have a different take on it because I have traditionally always loved the award shows, but in the last few years they've gotten so political that I started boycotting them. Although it's the last big one that I watched. I don't know if it was the Academy Awards. I don't remember which one it was, but I was so pleasantly surprised that it wasn't super political. It was like, let's just reward them for what they're doing. And you're talking about what a moment that you might be able to see, like a fun thing. Like sometimes when one of the actors wins something and they get up and they have like a real emotion. And like, that isn't scripted and isn't acted out so perfect. That's what I like. I love to see that kind of. And I love to see the picture.
The dress is doing nothing. I don't care what designer they're wearing. I am, but still, I don't care what the suits the guys are wearing. I don't care about any of that stuff.
You saw what the same girls do with you, right? You like it.
Okay, but is that enough for you to garner the type of viewership that these award shows need for it to not be yet another record low viewership in award show history? Like nothing new is happening in an award show. We may tune in the beginning to see if Gerard is going to say something outlandish, but as soon as he doesn't, it's like, okay, I don't think he will, only because he still has to protect what's left of the Golden Globe brand. Yeah. He may be a little edgy, but he's not going to be too damn edgy because the show is just coming back from a year hiatus as far as being televised. And I was talking about this with Conway. It's a 1 year deal. You got 1 year.
And if they don't deliver,
you're done.
the next thing.
Right. So there's not a lot. Well, put it this way, there's all sorts of reasons for them to, as they say, just go all out. Just do everything possible. But there's also a lot of good reasons to not mess up any potential deals which are out there. And they're caught between the proverbial rock and hard place because I think there are more things working against the format itself than nothing of the Golden Globe.
Absolutely.
And then there's the specifics of the Golden Globe and its issues. Why, I'll be very honest, within the African American community, we're not too high on the Golden Globe. That's a real big generalization, but the Golden Globes historically don't necessarily feature a lot of African American TV, television, and movies. We've had some great shows that have come on HBO in recent years, which are like Lovecraft Country and so forth, which is ignored by the Golden Globes. It ignored Wakanda Forever this year, for example. There were some great performances. They got Angela Bassett for characters. Okay. And they got Viola for women. I'm sure there's something slave related that's not. That's one of the things from This thing.
It's in the vein of slavery. As long as it's in there, they're good.
I mean, and that is a prevailing opinion that has existed for quite some time. I say that to say the Golden Globe is not going to get a lot of help from church community. And a lot of us will be just fine with the Golden Globes going away altogether. Just be honest. So it's not like we're begging for the Golden Globes to do better or be better. I still think that it's going to be the lowest rated show of all time. They haven't shown me or even teased that it's going to be anything different than anything ever done before, that they have specifically done ever before. They haven't even said, well, we're going to be doing this, we're going to be doing that, which is different. Stefan, is there anything that would get you to watch the Golden Globe? When I say watch, I'm talking about like more than an hour.
I'm kind of on your side. I've always been attracted to the behind the scenes, what they do, stuff that wouldn't normally be seen on any kind of like talk show or anything like that. Just to see celebrities do themselves, talk about their work, how they feel, and not the the prepared one for the press. It's just a great, it's just cool thing behind the curtain.
Yeah, because we see these celebrities, and I put that in air quotes, because celebrity means different things to different people. We see these people all the time because of social media. There is really no magic in that regard. There is no mystery at all. We get to see what's going on in their houses, albeit it's curated. They're having, they're making it look perfect and all, but we get to see their personal lives on some level outside of when they show up on an award show that we as people just at home cannot participate in. Allow us to participate in some way. It's too late for the mall show. But if they were to figure out a way for us to be able to participate in the show's process.
Like an instant vote?
Instant vote.
Like you do on American Idol?
Well, I think that's part of the reason why American Idol and shows like that do so well, because people can actually be invested. They feel included. How much? We'll never know.
And maybe nominate a movie that somebody's heard of.
Well, how about that? What if they had just like more like a people's choice category? If they had the voters, just random people like you and me decide, and we had a category that we had control over as far as voting for the nominee and winner, which was just about what we the fans enjoyed and appreciated, I think that would go over, because then we would be involved. We would be invested. And you know what? No one's really done that yet of the major award shows. Why they haven't, I have no freaking idea. Because all the award shows, whether you dislike it for the overt politics, whether you dislike it for the long 3 hours of boredom, whether you dislike it because there's nothing new, they're all losing. Can we agree on that? They're all losing. So it would behoove them to listen to someone like me and do something different at least. It doesn't have to be my idea, just something different. I'm not asking a lot. And maybe I'll watch. I have to kind of watch tomorrow so we can see who won. But outside of that, nobody cares. Nobody cares. I'm looking for one category. I just want to see if Jessica Chastain won because she was nice enough to come on my show. That's all I care about.
And aside from coming on your show, she's freaking awesome.
She's freaking awesome, and she's fantastic, and she's great in Jersey Tech. Okay? I will just say, Puss in Boots acting in Best Animation. Puss in Boots is literally the third best film of the year. Wow. Okay, that's Top Gun, Maverick, Wakanda Forever, Puss in Boots. Yeah, three. Those are the top three films of 2020. So we got to take a break because I don't know about all that. Puss in Boots was phenomenal.
Is there an animated series category?
Yeah, there is. It's Puss in Boots. It's Pinocchio. What else? Oh, that was bad. I thought Pinocchio. What else was there? There's a couple of
Oh, no, I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm looking at the original.
Yeah, there's a couple others in there. I know Pinocchio was in there, and I knew it was going to be in there. But if that beat Puss in Boots, because there's a fart at that. Well, you'll find out tomorrow. Yes? Later with Mo Kelly. KFI 8 is 40 Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now. The KFI 24-hour newsroom and any kid.
Oh, you forgot about Marcel the Shell with Shoes On. That's nominated for Best Animated.
Excuse me?
Marcel the Shell with Shoes On.
Say that 3 times fast.
No. Drivers and shippers cars have been rescued from flooding in Santa Barbara County. The 101 freeway has been shut down because of flooding and mud on the road. And he was going to give you an update on that in just a minute. The Santa Barbara airport is closed because of the rain. The Justice Department is currently reviewing classified documents found at the Penn Biden Center. The documents are from when President Biden was vice president. National Archives has referred the matter to the Justice Department's investigation. There were no tickets sold with all 6 numbers from tonight's Powerball drawing, so the jackpot for Wednesday's drawing is expected to grow to $360 million. Meantime, the Mega Millions drawing for tomorrow night, $1.1 billion. Rain possibly thunderstorms through the evening, rain tomorrow with highs in the 50s to mid-60s. We have, Crash in Anaheim on the 91. I had to scroll up because I'm just telling me that she loves my idea. An instant gong from people that are watching. Oh, it's a gong show. Yeah, okay. All right, thank you, Crash. Okay, we're heading out to Anaheim. This is along 91 westbound, coming up on Midway. That's the scene of a crash. You know, lanes is where it landed. Car flipped over. The delays right now away from Harbor Boulevard. Lots of closures in effect, and this is affecting, a lot of, mostly the 101 up in the Ventura County area. This is, let's see here. The northbound side from Mariposa Arena to Santa Rosa Road is off limits, and I believe that's the southbound side as well, so that's good. Also in Ventura, those directions, or at least out the northbound side of the 101, cut down from the 33 to Highway 150, and then southbound is also closed at the 150. Headed up on the side, help get you there faster. I'm Info Martinez. This report is sponsored by the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. Attention I-10 freeway drivers. Freeway and ramp closures are coming up for the I-10 Express Lane project. Don't get stuck. For dates and detours, visit GoFCCPA.com. That's GoFCCPA.com for more information on the I-10 Express Lane project.
John here. You've heard me talk for years about County Dental, Southern California's premier dental practice. They're pioneers of the all-on-board teeth-in-a-day procedure. Plus, they can handle all your dental needs from bridges to braces, fillings, cleaning, root canals, cosmetic dentistry, and more. If you're scared of the dentist like I was, don't worry. County Dental can put you in a dental twilight sleep or full anesthesia. I've been going for over 20 years.
I used to realize temporary dates and everything, sometimes you have a good full record.
645.
On the podcast, Hey Dude, the 90s called, David Laszlo and Christine Taylor, stars of the cult classic show Hey Dude, bringing back to the days of split dresses and choker necklaces.
We're going to use Hey Dude as our jumping off point, but we are going to unpack and dive back into the decade of the 90s.
We lived it, and now we're calling on all of our friends to come back and relive it.
Listen to Hey Dude, the 90s called on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with this 3-day free test. Sign up today at startlafitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, stunts to downward dogs, and saddle ropes to box jumps. It's all here at LA Fitness. And the first don't stop at equipment and classes. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities for basketball courts, Olympic lifting platforms, cold sauna. And while the first of the year is a great time to jumpstart your fitness routine, any day can be your day to start fresh at LA Fitness. So stop into one of our hundreds of locations across the country, grab your free 3-day pass, and try something new. From yoga to Zumba classes, cycling to our signature bodywork classes. Your muscles may be tired, but your workouts never will. Get started today at startlafitness.com with your free 3-day pass. At startlafitness.com. That's startlafitness.com. Amenities vary by location. Certain amenities may be available for an additional fee. Free 3-day pass is redeemable by non-members only. Other restrictions apply.
If you're ready for that new dream kitchen, now is the perfect time. Because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the Kitchen Store, is having its big sale. Everything from conventional entry-level cabinets to literally any custom configuration imaginable, the Kitchen Store has got you covered. Imagine just one place to find every door, color, storage option, skin, and hardware accessories on the market. You'll find it all and more in Southern California's largest cabinet design showroom, waiting for you right off the 405 in Culver City. And as always, it all starts with a totally free showroom consult with one of the Kitchen Store's expert kitchen designers. 12-month famous cash financing, pricing that beats the big boxes, and happening right now, the big sale. So start your new kitchen right by dialing 310-KITCHEN. That's 310-KITCHEN, and on the web at 310kitchen.com. It's a simple equation. Performance over time equals trust.
For 50 years, TRILLIONAIRE has come through for the people of Los Angeles with razor-sharp representation and a track record of impressive wins that add up to more than $1 billion in settlements. Yes, it's a simple formula that isn't always easy. But at the end of the day, it all adds up. Choose to go be in mind. So it's a fear. The music you listen to all year long. The anthems that were our soundtrack for 2022. Yeah, that's the songs we love. What all do you celebrate?
Live from Los Angeles on Fox.
March 27th. Let's get it started.
Nominees are unveiled. Wednesday, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific.
Here, maybe 10, 15 years from now, one of these chatbots could write a sitcom.
Or even worse, take my job and start writing news for Senior 5.
That's right. For Kill Conway Jr. Show. That's right. We're here to break the ugly news to you. Now, live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. This later with Mo Taylor, KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and you know that sound. That means that George Norrie, Coast to Coast AM, is coming up in just a moment. George, how are you this evening, sir?
Good, Mo. Right around the corner with a couple great stories. How much does the U.S. government really know about UFOs? And then we're going to talk about exorcism on Coast to Coast.
Now, you know you're talking my language when you talk UFOs, George. Are you doing this for that for me?
We got it for you.
That's all I wanted to hear. Have a great show.
Okay.
ADT, I wanted to come back to you. You said something that is not uncommon in the sense that you have been turned off to award shows because you didn't necessarily like the overt political speeches. Am I characterizing that?
That is correct.
For me, I'm a firm believer of if it's your art and you were good enough at your art to be recognized and you were given that moment, I personally don't care what you do with that 30 seconds. As long as it does, you've earned that moment. Now, it may not be pleasing for people to hear, but I don't begrudge artists. And if you look at the history of award shows, from the Academy Awards to the Emmys, and definitely the Grammys, when I worked at the Grammys, political speeches or speeches that had that were issues motivated was very common. But I think in today's environment, I think we're far more sensitive to it, and we're also inundated with it in just about every aspect of media and movies. So I think people are more consciously aware of it. But it doesn't bother me. That's all I'm saying.
It does bother me. It depends, like, if I go to a political speech, I expect to hear political stuff. If I go to a concert, I expect to hear music. If I go to an award show, I expect to hear people fawning all over each other and thanking people for, for winning awards. And that's what I want and expect to hear. I don't care what your politics are when you're accepting an award.
Yeah, see, the thing is, like, for example, since I come from specifically the music industry in that background, a part of the musical expression was having something to say. Be it hip hop, be it R&B. You can't talk about Sam Cooke without the message in music. You can't talk about James Brown without the political message in music. So for me, I think it's more in alignment with art more generally. And I remember when I was working at the Grammy Awards, it was an annual occurrence as far as artists who would win, they had something to say. Now, a lot of it was not televised because it only televised maybe 13 categories, so we were giving away awards for some 80 categories when I was working at the Grammys. And you can imagine, everyone had something to say. And maybe I just become numb to it. And, and I look at it like, if you're going to put yourself out there like that and you have something political to say or something controversial to say, and you allow the general public to react and respond accordingly. Now, this is something I will add, even though, like, the Country Music Awards, you're not getting any political speeches, even the Country Music Awards, their award shows, the ratings have gone in the toilet. So it's irrespective of, I would say, the genre or the content or even the speeches, it's the format. No one cares anymore. MTV, Nickelodeon, all of those shows that try to break the boundaries of what you can do fun and stuff like that. You have all the super popular stars that's real relaxed, but even those have lost viewership. Why? Because no one cares about you anymore. Why? Because everyone is their own superstar on social media.
I I would say okay, but here's why I think this. You're just listing off this litany of award shows. There's too many freaking award shows. There's nothing special about them anymore because there's one every day. Not every day. No.
Yes and no. We can do an hour on this. This is what's fascinating. It's not to me that there's not too many award shows. The award shows, and I think that's a growth of out of award shows like the Golden Globes being so insular and only recognizing certain type of movies, it almost became impossible for anyone to get recognized. Like, for example, if you're a certain genre or if your movie has a certain type of popularity, a certain level of popularity with the general population, you're not going to get recognized by the Golden Globes or the Oscars because the membership bodies don't, they try to move away from that which is popular. And so it's almost
like Titanic win, though? Titanic won an Academy Award.
Yeah, but I would say that's the exception with crucial role. Yeah. It's commonly, you can name all these $1 billion movies, very few of them actually win awards. I can think of a bunch of $1 billion Marvel movies, and it wasn't until recently that they actually got nominated. So I think that's part of the reason why you have this proliferation of award shows. It's like, hey, there is a way to acknowledge these great movies, even though the traditional or heritage shows like the Oscars or the Golden Globes don't. But, we're just going to be hypocrites, and tomorrow we have to tune in, so we're going to bring you all the winners here on Lady with Mo Kelly, and then we'll just...
Maybe we'll have a little bit of fun with it.
Oh, we're going to have a lot of fun with it.
Maybe we'll share our own awards.
And we're going to add to the number of award shows out there? All right, let's do that. We'll start tomorrow. Good night, y'all. This is Lady with Mo Kelly. KFI 640, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Rain, are you kidding? Looks like I picked the wrong weekend. Outdoor electronics expo.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles on time.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Falling down. I'm ABC live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. About a quarter acre of hillside in the Hollywood Hills is falling. LA Fire says there are 4 homes close to the landslide, not currently threatened, but the potential exists for further issues. Firefighters are taking a closer look, and urban search and rescue technical experts are on their way to the scene. Part of Highway 126 in Fillmore has been closed because of a landslide. Some cars became stuck. The rain has also impacted Highway 101 in Ventura. About 3 feet of water caused a closure at the 30th Street. The stretch of the highway was also flooded in Oxnard and further north in Gilroy. 2 cars have fallen in a sinkhole in Chatsworth. 4 people were in those cars. LA City fire crews say Iverson Road is unstable, so they couldn't get their rigs closed. 2 people were able to get out on their own. The other 2 had to be rescued by firefighters who used ropes and ladders to get to them. Only minor injuries were reported. President Biden has declared a state of emergency in California and ordered federal assistance to supplement resource efforts for the severe winter storms, flooding, and mudslides. 2 more storms head across the state. 60 to 70 miles per hour winds come with these a lot of times, and when that ground is that saturated, all of the trees are at risk, even if you get a 50 mile per hour wind. ABC produces 4 to 5 inches per hour of snowfall expected in higher elevations. They said this could increase the danger of avalanches. This is brought to you by Duffy Power Services, sentencing for disgraced Hollywood producer Harvey Weinstein's rape and sexual assault conviction has been postponed until next month so his lawyers can file a motion for a new trial. The judge in LA says he expects Weinstein will be sentenced by February 23rd if the motion is denied. Weinstein was convicted last month of 1 count of rape and 2 counts of sexual assault against an Italian model and actor. And the report shows how much money one needs to earn to be considered middle class in big cities across the country. Pew Research Center defined middle class as earning between $47,000 to $141,000 a year. It says family size and location also determine the status. According to the report, middle class in LA, Long Beach, and Anaheim for a family of 3, $465,000.
The age of 221 and the age of 210, the bill is passed.
The House has voted to repeal more than $70 billion in funding for President Biden's 87,000 new IRS agents, every Democrat voted no. A federal agency is considering a ban on gas stoves. The U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission says new research links the appliances to childhood asthma. Natural gas stoves are used in about 40% of homes in the U.S. Distilled stoves put out air pollutants like nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and fine particulate matter at levels the EPA and World Health Organization have said are unsafe. China has suspended visas for South Koreans in retaliation for discriminatory measures, as they call it, imposed on Chinese travelers. Voiceover actors aren't going to be happy about this one. Apple has unveiled a series of fiction and romance audiobooks narrated by artificial intelligence. The two current AI narrators available on Apple Books are named Madison, a soprano, and Jackson, a baritone. Apple says it aims to empower independent authors and small publishers who may not be able to afford the audio production process. Southland weather from KFI. Rain continues tomorrow with highs near the 50s to mid-60s at the beaches, Metro LA and in the Northeast. Mid-50s to about 60 for the valleys and Inland Empire, 50s in the Emerald Valley. Rain should end after midnight tomorrow, and for Wednesday and Thursday, look for partly to mostly cloudy skies, highs in the 60s, possibly low 70s. Chance of rain returns Friday night and into the weekend. It's 59 in Anaheim, 60 Redondo Beach, 55 in West Covina, 51 in Rancho Cucamonga. That crash in Anaheim on the 91.
This is on the 91 westbound right before Euclid Street. We have a crash there taking up the middle lane. Watch for some slow traffic from Harbor Boulevard. Studio City, 101 southbound at Vineland. Cleanup crews from an earlier crash. Taking up the right lane there. You're taking some delays from the 134. Diamond Bar. This is on the 60 eastbound at Phillips Ranch. Little fender bender there. Taking up the carpool lane. Watch for delays as you approach. KFI as a child. Get you there faster. How far is that?
This report is sponsored by the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. Attention I-10 freeway drivers. Freeway and ramp closures are coming up for the I-10 Express Lanes project. Don't get stuck. For JCB stores, visit GoFCCPA.com. That's GoFCCPA.com for more information on the I-10 Express Lanes project.
Wondering if you get the updated COVID-19 booster? And it's 3 reasons why you should. 1, vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. 2, even if you had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially as new variants emerge. And 3, your risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age, and boosters can help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stool? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be UTI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. UTI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But UTI can be managed. Use the symptom center on identifyuti.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyuti.com. Sponsored by Active.
This year, it's easier to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone. How language is learned. Are you the next accident lawyer millionaire client? And you can lie and say it's the way you go. 920-1. Keep it in result. There you go, Casey.
This is the Titan Massacre returns to Pike County. New details into what was uncovered at the gruesome crime scenes in Pike County.
Accused murderer George Wagner faces a judge and jury. No Wagner family DNA was found at the crime scene. Will he face the death penalty or will he walk free? Listen to the Titan Massacre Season 4. Trials begin on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Prince Harry, the guy made a $50 million deal with Netflix, and all he does is complain that they are victims. These people are not victims. Victim would sell the United States for King Conway Jr. show. Tell us exactly what people say in the royal
KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Well, at least you've decided to listen to KFI. See, you're making progress. From the heartland of America and the gateway to the West, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. Welcome to Coast AM. Later tonight, the history of exorcism. Pull those blankets up. Here's what's happening. Consumers see inflation falling considerably over the next year to the lowest level since July of 21, according to a key Federal Reserve Bank of New York survey. A potentially reassuring sign for the U.S. Central Bank as it tries to cool surging pricing. The average expectation is that the inflation rate will be up 5% 1 year from now, according to the New York Federal Reserve survey of consumer expectations. Americans are less certain about the prospect of inflation falling over the long term, however. In the weeks leading up to Sunday's violent attacks in Brazil's Congress and other government buildings, the country's social media channels surged with calls to attack gas stations, refineries, and other infrastructure, as well as for people to come to a war cry party in the capital, according to Brazilian social media researchers. They aren't happy with the way elections are going out there. 2022 was a banner year for artificial intelligence, and particularly taking into account the launch of OpenAI's incredibly impressive ChatGPT. The industry is showing no signs of stopping, but for some industry leaders, chatbots and image generators are far from the final robotic frontier. Next up, they want to deal with robotic consciousness. Lauren Weinstein's with us, our expert. What is this, Lauren? This is indeed a fascinating area, especially when we put aside science fiction and think about these issues in the real world. And the most basic question that we have to start with, naturally, is what is consciousness? And we don't have a really satisfactory answer to this. Some of the recent work coming out of neurobiology seems to suggest that consciousness may actually be an artifact, functionally an artifact of other brain activity, sort of an experience riding along the brain, not necessarily a function of the brain itself per se. And there are studies of persons who have had brain diseases and brain injuries that have tended to perhaps validate this view. So how can we really prove whether a human or another animal or a machine is conscious, sentient, self-aware, other than through our own personal assumption we each have of ourselves being conscious? Now, with all that aside, just for the sake of the argument, don't assume that there are religious or mystical or metaphysical aspects to consciousness. And we do assume that consciousness is an artifact of physical brain's complex operation. Then it's difficult to see why a sufficiently complex human-built creation, like a computer AI system that happens not to be biological, but still approached or perhaps exceeded the complexity of our animal brain, might not achieve a form of consciousness of self-awareness. They would almost certainly not be identical to ours, but might represent a similar experience for that machine. Now, it seems unlikely that the approaches we're taking right now to AI and computers would enable consciousness in these systems. But we're really in the infancy of these areas, and my personal view is that we'd be, at the very least, exhibiting a bit of arrogance to assume that a complex mechanism other than biological brains could never become self-aware. But this does bring us back to earlier points, one being, how would we really know